that as a model, I invite you to do so. And I will applaud you for doing so, and I will fucking hope you do. But ultimately, no. Why are you arguing about this? This isn't my position. Why the fuck do you keep trying to shove it down my throat like it's my position? I'm going to protest vehemently.
Okay, so is the equator, does the equator go around the flat Earth?
How would one know that, Phil? How would somebody know that information? How would you know that information? To be honest, if you're asking him that question, how would you know that? Because it sounds like you're coming from a position.
We can go around the globe, around the equator.
You're saying we can go around the globe. That wasn't what you were asking him. You're making it sound like.
All right, he said.
Phil.
Listen, he said.
Phil. I'm gonna have to stop you, Phil. Well, the question that you were asking him is the equator being a circle around the Earth. Like, how would anybody prove that to be true? Even you. How could you prove you're going in a circle, a giant circle?
Let's start again.
How can you prove that?
Yeah, easy.
How?
Is 45 degrees the same distance to the North Pole for everybody on flat Earth?
No,
yes
that's
or no?
not. That's something. Phil, that's something separate from what I'm asking.
Question.
I'm asking for something, a physical demonstration of somebody being able to portray that they're going in a giant circle. How would you know you're going in a giant circle? You're just saying, you're talking about navigating right now. We're not talking about navigating. I'm asking for the confirmation of actually going around in a giant circle. How do you know that? How does anybody know that?
You'll have instruments to tell you what you're doing if you're going around in a giant circle.
Yeah, but the instruments are based off of what? What are the instruments based off of? Like, especially the compass. What is the compass based off of?
Well, it depends on which compass you're talking about.
Okay, so now, Phil,
if you're talking about a magnetic compass, it's based on Earth's magnetic field.
No. We're talking about what you're thinking you would use to navigate, because you're talking about navigation, right?
Yes, sir. GPS receiver would be fine.
Well, all right. So, what is the GPS receiver based on? What is it? What is it? What is it referencing?
Just satellites, of course.
Okay. What are the satellites referencing?
God's sake.
Their position.
We're going to get to the bottom.
I know.
It's
just so long with this, not a professor.
Yeah, it takes a while for him to actually get to the foundation.
Stop trying to obfuscate.
So,
let's start again.
No, you're not gonna find a way out of this, Phil. So we're at satellites right now.
You're the one who needs to find a way out of it. I'm not going to go down your rabbit hole.
No. Yeah, we're already there.
I'm not going down your rabbit hole.
We're already there, Phil. So if you're using satellites,
no way, don't jump in the lake. I'm not going to go down your rabbit hole.
Bro, don't plug your ears, man. The logic is sound. Trust me. So if you're using a satellite, right?
Not.
What is?
No, there's no.
So are you denying? Are you plugging your ears like a petulant child, Phil? What's going on?
Is the equator? So now flat earthers don't even believe in the equator.
No, we're talking about the satellite that you brought up.
Don't even believe in the equator.
He's gone. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pause you, bro. Like, listen. We're gonna go straight to the satellite. You were saying. What is the satellite referencing?
I'm not interested in your rabbit hole.
This is your own. It's a rabbit hole of your own making. I'm just following wherever you're taking.
I don't care. I'm not going down there. I'm not going.
You don't
I'm not going in that rabbit hole.
No. All right. So I'll give you a choice, Phil. You either discuss with me, or I'm just gonna kick you out of the channel. You can choose.
I don't give a flying. Kick me out if you want.
Let me try something. Hey, Dr. Phil.
Scared to talk to me about the stars.
Hey, Dr. Phil. Do you have answers or do you have questions?
I'll have questions mostly.
Okay, so you've got questions. You don't have answers. Okay, so now.
No. I'm not interested in talking about the globe at all.
Yeah, I got it. So you've got no answers. Okay, I guess we have to make sure we got it on record that you don't have any way to advocate or answer for a globe or heliocentric model.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pause him. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pause.
Yeah, therefore invoking an AE projection would be a globe that you can't answer for.
Hey, Crit, 1 second. Okay. So Phil, I was just following where he was taking me, but he didn't know if you're going in because he was asking Jedi a question if you're going in a giant circle at the equator because he was trying to do the whole strawman AE thing, right? But then I was ask him because he thinks that you can do that on a globe. How do you know you're going in a giant circle? And so we're following the train of logic where he was taking us, right? So we went from navigation to like him detailing that, well, how we know navigation's happening with GPS. How do we know GPS? We have satellite. Okay, what are satellites referencing? We were at that particular moment where he decided to abandon ship. He did not want to continue, and I'm wondering why. I want to know where he thinks we're going and why he doesn't want to follow the end of that logic train. What do you think's at the end of that caboose? What do you think we're going to find there, Phil? What are you so afraid of? Why are you afraid to answer my questions? This was a rabbit hole of your own making. You're the one that left it and said you didn't want to continue. I don't like this game. I don't want to play anymore. Why not, Phil? Are you going to find out that the Earth is actually not a globe after all? Is that the reason why you're afraid? Because I'm going to keep going with what I'm saying, and you only have one choice. You either answer or you just excuse yourself from the chat, or else we'll have to do it for you. But you're not going to jump to another question that you want to make. No, he left, huh? Bye, Phil. Yeah, so the end of where he was taking us was going to be the fact that he can't prove that the Earth is a globe, and you're going around in a giant circle like he believes it to be.
Yeah.
So we're going to pick up where we left off, Phil. Exactly where we left off. You have a choice, sir. I'm going to unmute you. So we'll start from satellites proving that you're going around in a giant circle.
Does the
Go ahead.
equator go around the flat Earth? Yes or no?
Around the
No,
flat
we're on satellite. Yeah, hold on. We're on satellites right now, Phil. So
No, we're
how do we
not.
know we're going in a giant circle?
I don't. I'm not interested in the globe. All right. I'm only interested in flat
Why?
Earth.
Wait a minute. No, you're
I'm
not
not
going to get
interested
to
in the
direct.
globe.
You're not directing us where we want to go. You're going where we want you to go, sir. That's the way that works in
No,
this room.
you don't. I don't
Yes,
go where you want me to go.
accept
Who the
that.
fuck do you think you
Accept it.
are?
Yeah, we are the ones who are navigating this conversation.
No,
This
you're
is our
not.
room. You're a guest here. You're a
I
guest in
told
our
you
room.
I wanted to ask you
You're a
some
guest in
questions
our
about
room,
the
sir.
stars, and Jedi
Sorry,
agreed to
sorry,
ask to
sorry.
answer those
Now you're
questions.
not. No wiggling is going to escape what I'm telling you, sir. You're a guest in our room, and you will
No,
behave like one. You're not entitled. You're
I'm
not
asking
entitled in
some
this room.
questions. You're too scared to
Sorry,
fucking answer them.
sorry. You're gonna you one more time, Phil. You either answer your own the questions that you were actually the line of logic we're taking that you can go around the Earth in a giant circle, or you're gonna abandon it and say I can't prove it. Which the whole
I'm
audience
not
is gonna
interested.
hear how
I'm not interested in talking about the globe.
cannot prove. So we're gonna hear how a
I
professor
can
can't
do
prove that the Earth
everything,
is a
all of
globe.
those things, but I'm not interested in. I'm
No, you
only
can't.
interested in
Otherwise,
flat
do
Earth.
it. Otherwise, do it. If you can, do it. Prove to the audience, and you're even your students might be listening at some point because this is recorded, right?
Yeah,
And
and
they're
they
listening
know
to
that
you.
all
They're
you
listening
want to
to
do
you,
is
not
go
being able
down
to
a
give the
rabbit
answer.
hole.
This
You
is the
want to
one
go
that
down
you
your
made.
rabbit hole. That's all.
It's your rabbit hole. You're the one that led us
No,
down
I
this
didn't.
path.
No,
Yes, you
I
did.
only want to know about flat Earth.
No, you said that GPS is the way that we know that we're going around in a giant circle, and the way we know GPS
Right,
exists is
and
because
that's it.
satellites. You know, and then you said
Yes.
satellites because of satellites
Yeah,
what they're
good.
doing. And all right, good. So let's go to the next step. What are satellites referencing, Bill?
Satellites know their position on the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, how? How?
And they broadcast that position, and they broadcast their
How?
time.
Tell us how, Phil. Tell us how.
I'm not going down
You're
that
almost
rabbit hole.
you're nearly there. You're nearly there. You're
No,
about to answer your own questions.
I want to know about
I
the
want you.
equator,
Yeah,
please.
dude.
I've
You
given you
are.
a bit. You give me a bit back now. I want to know about
Yeah,
the
no,
equator.
the bit that we're going down right now is you should be able to answer what satellites are referencing. What are they referencing, Phil? How do we know? How do they know in position to where they're at? What system are they using?
I'm not going down your rabbit hole.
You don't want to. Why don't you want to answer, Phil? Let the whole
Not
world
interested.
know what this is reference. What are satellites referencing?
I'm not interested in your I'm not interested in going down your rabbit hole.
So you don't know what satellites reference, Phil, when they're up in the
I didn't say that.
low
I
Earth
just said
orbit?
I'm not interested in
I
going
don't
down
think
the
you could
rabbit
have
hole.
answered
I want
that,
you
we
to
could have
tell me
fucking moved on.
whether or not the equator goes around the flat Earth. That's all. Why can't you just say
No,
yes
we're
or
not
no?
gonna that because you don't want to answer your own questions. These are the questions that you wanted to ask Jedi. You wanted to ask him these questions, and I'm turning it back around to you. How do you know that's true that you're going around the Earth? Now you don't want to answer. So why would you want Jedi to answer your questions and be like an entitled princess when you can't even answer your own questions? Hmm? Why do you
Answer
think
my
that's fair?
questions. I'm just not.
Okay, then answer the one where the satellites are. What are they referencing?
I told you they reference their location in Earth, their location in space, and their known location on the Earth.
Yeah, what system are they using, Phil?
What do you mean? What system are they using?
Yeah, what type of navigational systems are put on board of the satellites so they can go around the Earth like you say they are?
It's
I
in
don't
your
know what you're
question.
talking about.
It's in your question with regards to the equator.
Yeah,
What system are you talking about?
he's gonna say it. I can feel it. Go ahead, Phil. Tell him.
Tell him what? I don't know. What are you asking me to tell him?
Jedi just asked you the same thing I'm asking you. What system are those
Which is what?
satellites using to navigate or
What
move
do
in
you
the
mean? What
sky?
systems? I
Yeah,
told you what they do. They
yeah.
locate
Right.
they
Not
Go ahead,
their,
navigation.
Jedi. If you can.
their
It's
precise
like
system on Earth.
all he wants to try. What navigational coordinate system are you talking about? Remember,
Yeah,
we're
they use
asking the question about the
yes, they use a
equator.
coordinate system. That's right, a Cartesian coordinate system.
Cartesian coordinate stuff flat. We were talking about longitude and latitude, dickhead.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they
you agree?
convert to longitude and latitude coordinates.
Okay, so is that what they're using? The satellites.
Yeah.
Okay, where did we get that coordinate system from, Phil?
What the Cartesian coordinate system?
Longitude and latitude.
Longitude and latitude come from Hipparchus in about 160 BC.
Okay, what was proposed by Hipparchus?
Did he find it in a cave or something?
Hipparchus proposed that knew that the Earth was a globe, and proposed that the way to map the globe properly was to segment the globe in regular known sectors. So he created the latitudes and longitudes, which were all going over the North Pole, over the South Pole.
Okay.
Great circle.
All right. So you said he created. In other words, he invented the globe. He didn't discover it.
No, he didn't invent the globe. He invented the system of latitude and longitude. He didn't
Yeah. So
invent the
he
globe.
did.
The globe was the globe.
So, yes,
People
he
discovered
invented
that
it.
it was a globe.
Creating something insinuates he invented something. So he made it up, essentially.
Yeah, of course he made it up.
Okay. So it's in no way measured, but in this particular instance that you're saying where it was derived from, it was created, which was, in other words, invented by Hipparchus.
Yes, it was invented by Hipparchus. Yes.
So how do we know that that's true if someone invented it?
Well,
Uh-oh.
one of the ways we know where the equator is the sun is overhead over the equator at the equinox.
I know that, Phil, but what I'm saying is Hipparchus invented the fact that the
You
only way
do?
this can work with the system of, like you said, that he invented. So if we're using the same thing that Hipparchus is using, how do we know that the Earth is what everybody thinks it is? They think it's a globe, but Hipparchus didn't know that. He had to create a system invented by him.
No, Hipparchus already knew it was a
No?
globe before. They
Yeah.
knew it was
How
a
did?
globe
Okay,
2,500 years ago. Hipparchus was only
that's great, Phil.
160
So then,
BC.
okay, so then you said that there's earlier people that knew that the Earth was an actual globe. Who are those people?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, who are those people, Phil?
Oh, all the way back to Pythagoras.
Okay, what did Pythagoras do? How did
Well,
he
Pythagoras
figure
was
out it was a globe?
he was one of the mathematicians, not just him, but quite a number of Greeks at that time had figured out that the Earth was a globe.
That's great. What did he do
Yep.
to discover that the Earth is a globe, or did he invent that the Earth was a globe?
He
Did he
didn't
discover
invent
it
it,
or
he
invent it?
discovered it. Discovered
Okay,
is different from invent.
let's figure out how.
It's like
Tell
somebody
me.
saying invent oxygen.
Yeah, well,
It's
tell me
simply
how.
discovered it.
Tell me how he discovered it, Phil.
I'm not sure exactly how.
Hmm. Wouldn't that be a gap of
They
knowledge that you
digged
would
a
need?
well in
No, I don't
Alexandria and they
care.
digged a well down the
I'm not here to
Nile.
study. I don't care about it.
If
Yeah, we had to follow the logic train all the way back to Pythagoras to find out that you really don't know how the Earth is a globe, even though you were confident enough to say that Pythagoras was the one that knew that the Earth was a globe. When we found out that you don't even know if Pythagoras knows or knew, that if the
Yes,
Earth
he
was a
did.
globe. Yeah,
I know for sure it was
thank
Pythagoras.
you. Yeah, thank you for your confidence, but you just demonstrated by saying I don't know. You said it yourself. That's it, Phil. No one else behind Pythagoras. Pythagoras was the foundation of the place where you think we all know that the Earth is a globe from. So what you found out is what
Pythagoras.
everybody already knows.
All of the Greeks who worked out that the Earth was a globe used observational evidence.
Really? Okay, let's like what?
That's how
L-
they figured it out.
Yeah,
Just
like
like
what,
we
Phil?
would do now. We'd do exactly
Like
the
what?
same thing now to
Like
figure
what?
out that Earth is a globe.
No, that's wrong because they a long time ago created an idea or at least had a cult. Pythagoras had his own cult that everything in the universe must be a perfect sphere. So they believed all of what he said in that manner. It was a cult. He had a
Rubbish. I'll
Pythagorean
tell
cult.
you, rubbish. Uh,
Yeah, look it up.
People
It's
like
historical.
Pythagoras.
It's historical. It's you can say it's
No, no,
rubbish, but it's in history. Phil, sorry.
rubbish. It's
I'm
not.
sorry that you feel
You
bad
just
about it,
made
but
that
that's
up.
just the way it is.
You just
Yeah,
made that
and
up.
you're a part of. See, what's interesting is that you're a part of that cult too, because the Pythagorean cult believed that everything must be perfect spheres, much like the way you think it is today. So you're
No,
part
I
of the
don't
same
think the Earth's a
idea
perfect.
that those
Look,
guys
I
back
know
then
the
would think.
Earth's not a perfect sphere.
Well, they thought it was. Pythagoras cult did. Look it up, Phil.
Well,
I'm
I
surprised that
presume they
as a
probably did.
professor you don't know the history.
They
Well,
couldn't
I
have
know that, but what I'm saying,
they couldn't have known that it was just 14 miles different to making to a perfect sphere, could they?
yeah. What is the baseline for the difference? How would they have a baseline to establish what would be? Would you say 14 miles difference? What are you putting that
Yeah.
standard against? Yeah, what does that standard put against? Because it sounds like he was wrong, just off a little bit, and then like in recent times we've actually corrected him. Where was the correction?
When I can't tell you exactly when,
No, that's
but
important, right? Because you're making a declaration that there was a 14-mile difference. I want to know when that
we
actually happened.
okay we have because we have satellites that measure the Earth all the time,
This- right, but that's the thing that you
24/7.
said. Yeah, I know. That's the thing you said that we followed the logic train to all the way to Pythagoras, where you say you don't know how he came up with it.
Well, actually, I kind of do because they all use pretty much the same technique. Okay.
Oh wait. Are you saying that Pythagoras is going to do something like you're going to tell me he did? Because we're going to have to go back to the history books, Phil, on what you're
Yeah,
saying
sure.
and verify.
I think you'll find uh, it, I think you'll find that one of the major things was the shadow on the moon. That's one of the ways that they figured out the Earth was a globe.
Okay.
Obviously,
What
the
else?
ones that you don't like very much. That's the ships going over the horizon. Okay,
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
that's
But that's not historically correct, is it? How do we know Pythagoras actually thought exactly what you're saying of detailing how he knows that the Earth is a globe? Because to me, it sounds like
because no,
you're
because
actually
they recorded it.
Yeah, Phil, you're conflating a lot of historical information. You're saying that Pythagoras actually knew that the Earth was a globe based on the shadow on the moon, and ships going over the horizon. So this is something that you're telling me that I know that historically it's not going to check out. I don't think
I
that we're
bet
going
you
to
it
find
does.
Pythagoras. Okay, go ahead and citation, please. I want you to prove to me that Pythagoras thought exactly
No,
the same things that
you're
you
the
said.
one who said that you're the one who said that it won't. You go look and you
Yeah.
tell me if it
No,
doesn't.
no, sir. You made the
Yeah,
declaration, the positive claim. You
I'm
made the
not going to
positive
do more
claim.
work for you.
No,
You're the one who
you,
disagreed with me. Go, you prove that I'm wrong.
Phil, you made the positive claim that this is what Pythagoras was saying, that shadows on the moon and the ships going over the horizon are the reasons why it bolstered his preponderance of evidence that the Earth is a globe. I want to see that
Yes.
historical context and a citation, please. I'm calling you out on it. I'm saying that's not
No,
true.
no,
You need to prove it.
you look for it. I'll guarantee you. I'll guarantee I'm right.
No, no, you can't because you didn't provide evidence of it. So right now it's just like you're making it up. Until you actually
No,
show a citation, show a citation, then you're not going to be able to be right. You're only assumed by anybody who wants to believe you. I don't. I don't believe you. I want you to prove it.
I'll go and Google it yourself. Go on.
Okay, so your answer to me asking you if you know it's true is for me to Google it myself. You're
Yep,
not going to do the work
exactly.
and prove it. You're not going to prove it to the audience. To people, is that a good teacher? Being a professor, do you tell that to your
Yeah,
students?
yeah.
Go
No,
Google
no,
it, guys.
Professor. We.
Go
Hey,
Google it.
hey.
Go Google it. You tell your
If you
students
had
this?
gone to college, buddy boy, you'd know that
Is that
someone
what you
like
do
me
with your
would ask
students?
you to do the work.
Yeah. So you wouldn't teach your students. You would tell them to look for what kind of a teacher are you, anyways, that doesn't
I would
fill
give
your
them the.
students with knowledge?
I would give them the. I would give them the underpinning theory, and then I'd ask them to go to go and search for it. Of course.
Yeah. So if they asked you how you know what you know, you would say, you guys just have to look for it. I'm not going to tell you.
I'd probably name some. So I'd name the main players, and then they would go looking. They would then go look for it. Of course.
So that means that you yourself don't know where to reference this information. You're just basically
I
touting some
do.
knowledge of.
I do, but I
No, well,
want my
then
students
where
to
do
go
we
and
go
do the
look?
work.
Right. So
I
where
want my
would we
students.
go look?
I want
Point
my
us in the
students to
right
actually
direction.
do stuff. I don't like
Point
hand
us in the
feeding
right.
my students. All right,
That's fine.
that might be
Point us in the
something
right
you think is a
direction.
good idea. You might think, spoon feeding students is a good idea. I don't.
Yeah. When it comes to history, you have to actually give context to how you know what you're
No,
saying is true, Phil.
I get people to do research and think and work out things for themselves.
Right. So
I don't spoon feed students.
So when people teach history, you're saying that the facts that they're mentioning don't need to be referenced in any way by the person teaching them?
I,
Like if I was
in
to
my
tell you some
lecture,
fact, so yeah, if I was to
in,
tell you some facts about a particular individual that lived a long time ago and I don't give you context and I say, "Nah, well, I'm not going to tell you. You guys got to look it up." Like that's
no,
not doing
I,
justice to the information, is it?
I, when I do a lecture, and I don't teach history, by the way, I teach physics and chemistry. And when I do a lecture, I provide the underpinning information. I give names if I need to, and then I pass on all of that to the students and say, right, okay, now that you know the underpinning information, now that the relevant people, the relevant sources to go, off you go, see what you can find out. Okay,
That's
I
fine.
don't
But in
spoon
this,
feed students.
listen, listen, Phil, in this realm
Oh,
and
and
where
by
we're
the
at
way,
with in this,
you have to
hold
come
on,
back with
Phil.
the evidence.
Yeah, in this realm where you are in Discord, we have to present what we know and how we know it. Like citations are important. If I'm making a positive claim about something in history, and I don't back it up with a reference or at least some data that actually proves what I'm saying is true, then it shows that I'm just making things up about historical context a
What
long
kind
time
of
ago.
data would you like to see?
I want to know exactly if Pythagoras was making this very same claim that you are today, saying that he was looking at the moon and saw that the moon's shadow proved to him that there must be some kind of evidence that the Earth is a globe. I don't think that's
This
true.
is
Or, or Phil, that he's also looking at ships going over the horizon, which is what you said he was probably thinking. And I know it's subjective because you don't really know, but you're thinking that if you were a long time ago like him, you would have probably been doing the same thing. But it's not what he said anywhere in context in history. That's what he did to prove that the Earth is a globe. So I'm showing the audience that you're just lying to them about Pythagoras saying that this is how he came about knowing that the Earth is a globe. That's absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. And you don't want to back that up. So what's at stake here is what you said, being whether it's true or not. And it's fine if you don't want to prove it. It's fine.
I'm just
so really,
thinking
the
back
ball's in
just
your
a
court.
minute. Yeah, I'm just thinking back because maybe I was mixing up Pythagoras with Aristotle.
Aristotle. Yep, I know you were.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to see if you were going to be
it's
able
Aristotle. It's Aristotle, not Pythagoras, who came up with the circular shadow.
to.
Yeah, it's
I know.
What are you
I know.
babbling about?
I know
Pythagoras
that.
was more philosophical. He was because Pythagoras was more about
Go ahead, Phil.
yeah, he's the one who thought that the Earth was probably a perfect shape, and
That's right.
yeah, and he thought it had something to do with the gods and shit like that.
That's right.
Okay, so
That's right.
Nothing to do with
so
gods.
yeah, so no, all right, I misspoke. It's Aristotle who I
Thank
was
you.
thinking of, not Pythagoras. So
Yep, that's
you're
why I
quite
wanted
right
you to.
about this.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so Aristotle, he's the one who used the moon, and that was his claim to fame. Okay, and also the because he used different latitudes to view different constellations and so on. Okay, and then and by the time he'd got through that, almost everybody in his era, in the Greeks certainly, would have thought that the Earth was a globe, and obviously along came people like Eratosthenes who actually decided to work out what the circumference of the Earth was.
I'm going to give this a handoff to anybody else in here. I got to get to do something important at work, so I'm going to hand this off. Anybody else want to take up the mantle?
I'm still trying to figure out what Aristotle did with. Sorry, that wasn't.
I never got to figuring out where the equator was.
Okay, sorry, I didn't. It wasn't clear to me.
Okay, so now that we've gone through all of that, is it okay for you to tell me what you think about the equator on the flat Earth? Because I'm really interested in the flat Earth.
Okay,
I'm not really interested in the globe at all.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, so that's,
that's
flat
sort of been
in
done
Earth.
and gone.
There's two words there.
The flat Earth
flat.
is something new. I'd like to
no, it's
that.
old. Flat Earth is old, Dr. Phil. That's very old.
Well, it's if you like, it's let's say flat Earth has gone and then now it's back again.
No, it never went anywhere. It's always been here.
Okay, whatever. So let's see if we can discuss it.
Yeah. So which word do you want to discuss first? The adjective or the noun?
No. I want to discuss, to try and get in my mind, when you say flat Earth, what do you mean?
Adjective, a descriptive,
No,
and then a noun.
I'm talking about in
Earth.
reality.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
flat.
In
There's two words. Flat. The word flat being an adjective, and then Earth being a noun, a person, place, or thing.
That's not what I mean.
So I'm describing the Earth. The surface of Earth is being described as an adjective, which I said is flat.
Yeah, I get
so
that.
Flat Earth. Adjective, noun.
Yes.
So you make an observation of the surface of the Earth, and then you use a word that best matches your observation. That word that I pick to use would be the word flat to describe the surface of the Earth.
Got all of that.
Okay.
All right.
If you're talking about anything other than that, you're talking about something different than what I'm talking about.
On your side. I'm interested to know, like, when you travel on it.
Still flat.
Okay, good. That's good. So everybody who's travels north, will they eventually reach the North Pole?
If you want to call a spot North Pole, sure, you reached it. You could right now. You could put North Pole, just like put a pole there in the ground and call this the North Pole.
And everybody who's, let's say, at 45 degrees latitude would be the same distance from it, wouldn't they?
Based on what?
Can I intervene here?
If you look at 45 degrees and you see Polaris from
Which is that? Is that the North Pole? Polaris is a North Pole?
No, but the GP of Polaris is at the North Pole, isn't it?
No.
It would be. How would you know that?
GP of Polaris isn't at the North Pole. Polaris is 1 degree off of the centre of. Know this.
It's close enough that people use it for navigation.
But it's not exactly. So come on, let's be fair.
How about this one? I'll help you out here. In my epistemology, I'm not going to invoke divination, sky magic, to divine earthly bound things. Even more so if I don't know what that thing is. One of the best things you can figure out for this is just ask people, what is Polaris? Is it 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars? Is it 10 stars? Is it 15? Is it an infinite amount of stars? Is it 100 light years away? Is it 600 light years away? Is it 400 light years away? Is it like not very far at all? What's going on there? So you're using an I don't know to invoke a maybe to then say some distance to some object that you can't reference, go to, map, or anything else. Meanwhile, what you're supposed to do is make an observation of the surface of the earth and describe what you see. That's it. Anything other than that, you've gone into a direct meth field symposium about the sky, using information that you don't know.
So what you're saying, correct me.
This is what I'm saying. Let me break it down again, okay? What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying. The sky could disappear. It could just be a black veil or a blue veil. You could see nothing at all. You could be completely shrouded in darkness. There could be cloud cover everywhere you go. The surface of the earth doesn't change its properties. The physics of water will not change. They'll be exactly the same.
Yeah, you're dead right about that. And
if the sun would disappear, the water would freeze over.
Okay, now can I talk now?
Yeah, just what I'm looking for is describe the surface of the earth. How do you describe it?
Jesus Christ. Okay. Do you think celestial navigation is a thing?
I'm wondering, can you make an observation of the surface of the earth? Let's go step by step. Baseline principles.
Are
you able to describe the surface of the earth?
Yes.
What does it look like? It's a sphere. Okay, that would be curved. It's curved.
I'm talking about flat Earth.
You're talking about flat Earth. Are you on a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
I'm going to presuppose that I'm on a flat Earth.
Okay, so the surface of the Earth would be what? Flat. So you could make an observation to test that.
Well, you can look at.
Right? Could you, if you're going to presuppose something?
I'm just assuming that it's flat.
Yeah. Okay. So let's assume so, and now let's test it. Let's test the assumption. How would you know one way or the other?
Well, gosh.
Well, how about this? Let's break it down a little bit easier. Let's say I assume today is Tuesday. Could I test that assumption?
Yeah, I suppose you could check against your calendar.
Well, say I don't have a calendar handy. What could I do to test the assumption if it's Tuesday or not?
You could ask somebody. You could check a newspaper. You could.
Well, how about can I go to the cafeteria and see if they have tacos? Because I know every Tuesday you can get $2 two tacos for $2.
Okay, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. So I could go to the cafeteria and bang, the cafeteria is closed. Huh. So what would be my assumption then? Is it Taco Tuesday?
No.
Right. They close the cafeteria during the weekend because not many people come in on the weekends. Actually, they tell you not to. They really don't want a lot of people hanging out, but they understand if people do sign in for the weekend. And there are security, so they know who's present, and you'll scan your badge and stuff. So I know that either the cafeteria is closed for some reason, or it's not Taco Tuesday. So what was the next step?
Now?
Let's go through it step by step.
From before.
What's the next step to challenge the assumption?
Okay, so
I'm still assuming it's Tuesday, but the cafeteria is just closed.
Why do you have to just
stay focused? Stay focused, Dr. Phil. Okay, we're talking. The topic right now is assumptions and how you challenge assumptions. So for right now, you kind of got lost in the woods about how to challenge your assumption of a flat Earth. So what we're doing now is we're problem solving different methods of challenging assumptions.
If you just be quiet for a minute, I'll tell you how I would do it.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Good. I'll find three places on Earth quite a good distance apart, and I'd create a triangle
for Taco Tuesday.
And then I would measure the triangle. I'd measure the angles of the triangle. If they add up to 180 degrees, 100% the Earth will be flat.
You can triangles only have 180 degrees internally, you dummy.
Yeah, if I go from this city, a point at this city to a point of that city to a point of the other city, and come back again to this city, making a triangle, and I could measure and I could use surveying equipment to measure that, and it was 180 degrees internal angles, the Earth must be flat.
Well, you can't have anything but 180 degrees on a triangle.
Even on a
well, if the Earth was a globe, then that wouldn't be the case, would it?
And you wouldn't have triangles, would you?
Yeah, I'd have. If I go, I'd just head. Maybe if I head towards the North Pole or whatever, up that way, I cut across, and then if I try to measure the angle at each point and add them together, they would not add up to 180 degrees.
Then you don't have a triangle, do you?
Of course I do. What do you think with three? If I go from there,
no, go find me a definition of a triangle.
Yeah, three corners. It's called a spherical triangle, actually.
With internal angles equaling 180 degrees. If they don't equal 180, you don't have a triangle. You don't have a triangle, dude.
Spherical went over your head.
You don't have spherical to start with. You only have triangles, you said. And those equal 180 degrees.
If I draw a triangle,
you're skipping over some kind of weird step. Yeah, you're kind of skipping over some steps and trying to make curved triangles, and you can't do that yet. You need a center of Earth for that.
Let me finish, please. I am assuming the Earth is flat.
So let's test it. Let's test the assumption.
I do my triangle on what I think is a flat Earth, and what the hell? This triangle doesn't have 180 degrees internally.
So that means you didn't measure properly, or you don't have you don't have a triangle. You don't have a triangle, dude. Can only equal 180 degrees. Not if it's bigger, it's something else. That's weird shit, dude.
That went right
You
over
claim
your
to
head,
be a
didn't it?
professor and you don't know this?
That went right over your head, didn't it?
You claim to be a professor and you don't know that a triangle internal angles equals 180
yes, I do.
degrees.
I've said it about 7 times.
Then why would you say if it's bigger, then you got something different? Then it's a bigger it's a weird triangle. Because it's not a triangle at all.
Listen carefully, all right? I know this is not easy for you, but just listen carefully. I am assuming the Earth is flat.
Then you can only have 180 degrees internal angles. If you don't, you measured something wrong. You got to go back and measure again. That's what happens. If you don't get 180, you got to go back and measure until you do.
Can you just shut up, please?
I'm telling you how to correct yourself. If you don't get 180, you got to go back and do it again until you get 180, since you are on a flat surface.
I am assuming I'm on a flat surface.
Yep.
Okay, now,
then you have to keep doing it over and over till you get 180 degrees, or else you're doing it wrong. You got to have to do it like 20 times to make sure you average out to get the same basic internal. You could be off by half a degree. So you got to make sure you got to do it like 20 times, and then you'll know. That's how you verify your data. You got to verify your data, son.
No. I've got a corner here. I go up to the next one. I measure it, go to the next one, come back, and I find out that, hang on a second, I'm not getting 180. No matter how many times I do it, I can't get 180.
And you did it wrong. Degrees. Yeah, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm talking about. You can't be that daft.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying if you don't get 180 degrees, you just need to change your measurement so it becomes 180 degrees.
I only
no, you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because you could do this locally.
You're not level or something. You're not level, or you're cockeyed. You didn't level your devices. You didn't calibrate anything. You're all fucked up. Now you got to go back and do it all again and recalibrate in every spot to make sure you're getting 180 degrees. If you don't get 180 degrees, you got to go do it again. Do you understand that part yet?
The surface isn't flat.
No, because I can, Dr. Phil, I could do this right here, like a baseball diamond. I could go, you just walk down to your community park and say, there's kids who play on this park and they use a diamond. That would be 2 triangles. And then you could measure those and be like, so whoever did this baseball diamond did a pretty good job. The internal angles all equal 180 degrees. So I wonder if I scale up this diamond, if it's still mathematically viable. And at some point you're like, well, no. Dr. Phil, your larger baseball diamond suddenly did not equal 180 degrees. It would show you that this community service worker who painted some chalk lines in dirt has a better grasp of geometry than you do. Maybe he should be the teacher and you should be like the water boy.
Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying? Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying?
You don't understand what you're saying.
They don't want to understand.
Let's get the best surveyor out.
All right, that's me. That's me then.
That must be you, Crit, the best surveyor.
It's me.
Why would I be the best surveyor? What does that have to do with?
Who's going to be the best surveyor?
You. You could be the best one.
Okay, good. I need a really good surveyor, right? One who can measure an angle really, really well. Okay.
Yep.
Because it's not a case of making the triangle. It's a case of measuring the angles. Because you make a triangle, that's easy. You just join this bit to that one over there, to that one over there, and then come back to here. That's a triangle.
Do the devices have to be level and square and everything?
Not necessarily.
Oh shit! So you're going to get all kinds of wacky numbers. So you can't do anything that you can repeat then.
Why not? You can do it through the same place many times.
Because you need a starting point for everything to be exactly the same, so you know you're doing the same thing every time.
Yeah, okay.
According to you, you just open this shit up. You just open the shit up, throw it on top of a tripod, look through it, and take a number down. That's weird shit,
just
dude.
Do it in the way that any normal surveyor would do it.
Oh, so you do all the steps, like 22 steps before you take your first angle reading, right?
Whatever a normal surveyor does, that's what you do.
Okay, so Jesse didn't do that. So now what do we do?
Okay, now, so if I go along the ground,
Jesse Path of Lies said he did that.
Just fucking listen to the fucking hypothetical.
Holy shit, dude!
Oh, no, can't.
Who just popped?
If Jesse said he did that, but he didn't calibrate.
If I did that, if I went from this city at this point to another city at that point, and then another one over there, and came back here, and I found that I got 180 degrees, I would declare to all and sundry that the Earth is flat.
Well, that's what you get, or else you don't have a triangle.
That would be my commitment.
What range does this happen?
She's not sure how to help you. Alexa said she's not sure how to help you with that.
What range does this happen? Yeah, what range does this happen at? What's the distance where suddenly triangles no longer become triangles?
Professor Phil, can I ask you something?
Sure.
When he said that's what you get when you have a triangle, right? But that's not what it really means. It means if you have a triangle on a flat surface, you get 180
that's what
degrees.
I know he means that, yes.
Yes, but he didn't say.
What other kind of triangles do you have?
It's just regardless, right? But if you have triangles over a curved surface, you would have a curved
Then you don't have a triangle, because triangles don't have curved sides, do they?
I don't
flat
know.
Triangles are flat. Curved triangles are curved.
At the stage that I'm actually doing this job, I don't know if the surface is flat or not. Okay, it's the only way I come back to it and I measure. Oh, great! I get 180 degrees here. Then I'm convinced the Earth must be flat.
Then you took accurate measurements.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if you don't get that, you took inaccurate measurements.
No, if I don't get that,
that's your only choice. That's your only choice.
No,
that's your only choice.
If I took accurate measurements, no matter what, and then I come back and it's not 180 degrees, then it's
not if you're leveling them. Not if you're leveling the instrument. They're all on a horizontal plane. They're all leveled to the same horizontal plane. There's no horizontal planes on the surface of a ball. Remember?
The question is, how would I test to see if the Earth is flat? That's how I would do it.
Okay, and it is, because you got 180 degrees. Now what?
If I get 180 degrees, the Earth is flat.
Okay, then you got 180. Now what?
The Earth is flat. That's it.
Okay, there you go. Finally, you admit it.
But if I don't,
I would ask the flat earthers. I would want to ask the flat earthers, what hypothetically, right? You have to have a way to theorize this. So for a flat surface, we have trigonometry with a flat surface. You have inner angles of a triangle always 180 degrees. What if you did that over a curved surface? Purely mathematical.
Then you don't have a triangle.
I didn't say a triangle. What are the inner angles?
It's like a cone or a dome.
Yeah, but what's the
a pie shape?
measurement
You
of
get a
the
pie shape then.
Great.
Yeah. So
what's the
this is what you would do. Like you basically you got like a pie.
Can I
or a
finish
cake.
my question?
Yeah, I already got the answer. Okay.
I haven't asked it
You
yet.
could cut a triangle.
Oh.
And then
okay,
you would
so we're
put.
not gonna ask questions there.
Okay, well don't ask then. Just use your own logic. That's fine.
I haven't asked. Can I ask my question?
No, use your own logic. You can't. You can't ask.
I can't ask because I can use my own logic.
Maintain your own logic. You just said you can't ask. So now if you do ask...
No, I can't ask if you talk over me. If you stop talking, I can ask. Okay, thank you. So what would be the inner angles of 3 points?
Go ahead, Phil. We'll go, like that guy's trying to interrupt you.
It's all right. It's reasonable questions. But I couldn't see what the problem is. I
just muted him because he was making sense.
Is that the case here? He's muted only because he's making sense? Or did he contradict
then fucking
his
unmute him
worldview?
and let him speak.
Let him speak for what? What would be his...
Fuckers are just fucking interrupting everybody that tries to fucking say something about this.
He had a question.
He never finished it because you interrupted him.
He had a question, then wouldn't
He
stop
never got
talking.
to finish the question.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He got 3 answers from 2 different people. And he
never
still
finished the question. You just figured out your own answers
we
before he
livestreamed
even
this.
finished it.
He answered the question. Radwin gave him 2 different answers. I gave him an answer too. Then he adjudicated the answers as not answers, and he couldn't answer his question. I then went into problem solving. Okay, if you can't answer, if you can't ask questions, would you ask questions or not ask questions if you can't ask questions? He said he would not ask questions. No problem. Then he went in to ask the same question again. At that point, I'm going to help him maintain his worldview because now he can't ask questions, as claimed by him. Later on, if he thinks he can ask questions, I can unmute him so he can maintain that worldview. This has nothing to do with me. This is helping people maintain a logically consistent worldview.
Can I say something?
You have to listen. Not
no, I don't. I don't actually have to listen.
Well, there we go. You don't have to listen. Then you don't have to talk. If you're not going to listen, we'll maintain that worldview. You don't listen, there, go away. No problem. Maintain. The lesson here is maintain a consistent worldview. Says he doesn't have to listen. No problem.
Only
disconnect.
Obey what Chris wants. Only what Chris wants. You're not allowed.
No,
to have
what
your
you
own
want. This is your adventure. This is choose your own adventure. If you don't want to listen, disconnect from the call. If I was in charge, if I was in charge and I would pick the outcome, you would listen and you would talk and you would understand what a triangle is. You would be able to go to your local community center or community park and you would be able to paint some chalk lines and some dirt.
Good. Finally, I get to talk. Good. So I'm at the corner, someplace in one of the cities. Let's pick any cities. I don't know, somewhere in Philadelphia. Pick a city there. Pick a
park. Let's just do it. Let's do it local, small, and easy to control the variables.
Pick another city. Let's say Los Angeles. So now
let's
we've
pick
got
the park.
3.
How about the park? Let's do it together.
So we've got 3 cities. We've got 3 points of reference. And we're going to
3 points of reference where you can see them and you can take easy measurements to each point.
So we take a bearing between this one and the other one.
How about here in my room? I'm going to put a banana, a cup of coffee, and a napkin right here on the floor in the room I'm in.
It's not big enough to get this test to prove this test.
Okay, well, how big? What's the maximum and the minimum?
It'd have to be in the miles.
So now you've got compounding errors.
It would have to be in the miles because if the Earth was a globe, and I'm not assuming that, I'm assuming it's flat, then it would have to be at least 69 miles just to get 1 degree.
That's a problem.
Okay, so that's why they have to be quite far apart. Okay,
that's a huge problem.
I want to know. So if I was at Philadelphia and then took a bearing to Los Angeles, then another bearing to Minnesota, and then back to Philadelphia, and I found out that the internal angles were 180 degrees. I am a flat earther after that. No problems.
How'd you measure them?
Are you doing math with optics? Off of optics?
You use a compass.
Well, and then assume that light travels straight?
You're going to find the bearings between one city and another. You can't do that? You know how to do that, don't you?
We got a curved light earther in here.
Curved light? Are you guys straight light earthers?
Curved light earther warning, everybody.
What's that?
Glober doesn't believe in
refraction. That's a person who thinks that light bends around a ball.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, I agree. Yeah, light. Well, yeah. They got light traveling straight or curved around the ball. True. It's a confusing model.
All right. Anyway, I've said my piece. I'm going to go to bed now. It's more than midnight.
More than midnight. That's an interesting turn of phrase.
Yeah.
And you got 2 degrees?
Well, I haven't really looked at the time, but it's gone 12:30. So. All right. Thank you very much for listening, even though I did get a bit heated up at times, but there you go.
Glober's always triggered.
I'll try.
You know you love it.
I'll try to be a bit less triggered. Okay, Chris.
No, you say that every time. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about
it. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we should do that triangle thing so that we can prove that the Earth is flat, eh?
Yeah, it can't be done because you're talking about distances with compounding variables. Well, using targets like the whole, like using Philadelphia, that is a huge area. What point, what spot on Philadelphia do you use?
The steps of the Supreme Court.
The ones that Rocky ran up?
Yeah, that's
so
the one.
You go to Independence Hall. I think that's where. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Anyway, you would go there and you'd stand on the steps.
Yep.
So he's changing his elevation when he does all this stuff too.
Yeah, I was also going to go with it.
Then you take a bearing to let's say Los Angeles.
What instrument are you going to use?
Well, you could use a GPS or you can use compass. This whatever. GPS is good within 5 meters, 4 meters.
How accurate is the compass?
Much less accurate than that.
Okay, so now we've got a GPS location. Yep.
Okay, so if we got a location here, we've got a location there, we can get a bearing between them. Then we got another one. Then we get another one at Minnesota, and then from Minnesota we from Minneapolis, and then all the way back to Philadelphia. So we now have a triangle. Now I'm assuming this
how can we
triangle is going
verify?
to be
How do
180
we
degrees.
Yeah, how do we verify the accuracy? We have to be able to see them.
Yeah, it is a dependence hall. I thought so. Yeah,
You can mark.
I have a
dream
dream
mark the
speech.
triangle on the ground. You can mark your bearings on the ground. Yeah. And follow that really accurately.
How are you going to follow
it? If you get a triangle 180 degrees, give or take some margin of error, then it's flat.
Yeah, you're taking it on the same path.
If you don't
that
get,
was the same path I had it earlier.
Degrees, I'm afraid it can't be flat.
No, he said the only. I already explained to him the only way he can make a triangle is it has to be 180 degrees, or you better go reshoot all your shit again, because you're off.
No, they'll still join. You'll have this.
Then it's not a triangle.
On the floor, you'll see your marking on the floor. You'll see the other marking on the floor in the other city. You'll see a marking on the floor in the third city.
Yeah, but it's only locally, Phil. You're not doing it at an extended length where you can see all of it connecting. That's what Radwood was saying.
You got to be able to see both points from your each location. You have to see each other 2 points. You have to still be able to see them.
Yeah,
I think you better bearings. You'll have the bearings.
I think you better go. It's more than it's more than midnight right now. You need to leave.
Yeah, you can't just pick a spot and say, okay, that's where it's at. It's over there.
Yeah.
Let's measure that angle.
No, you're not going to just pick a spot. You got to use proper tools to do that.
Okay, so you properly pick a spot. I mean, wow. How do you know that?
And then you got to be able to properly see everything from each point. Each point, you got to see the other 2 points.
Just as a matter of interest, why can't I get a bearing?
So you can verify what you're saying. So we can verify the accuracy of what you're talking about.
Why can't I get a longitude and latitude coordinate here, one over there, and then and calculate my bearing?
Because we have to be able to see it, so we can verify that your sky magic is accurate.
What, you don't believe in the GPS?
Not accuracy, no.
They are pretty accurate. You can verify it with other GPS. Use 2 or 3 different ones.
Mine goes up and down by 500 feet and moves left and right by shit. In fact, it moves all kinds of different directions, and it just sits on the desk.
That would be nothing. We'll just call that an error.
Oh, I can be more accurate than that with a transit level and just shooting a line and construction. I can be closer than 500 feet. How do you like that? My building wouldn't be 500 feet off at the other end. It'd be right on, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
But if you use GPS, like you say, to construct a building, you could be 500 feet off at one side. Isn't that crazy?
You wouldn't use a GPS to construct a building with, okay?
Oh, it's not a proper tool for measuring triangles.
It's a proper tool for measuring very big triangles.
No, if it's not accurate enough for small triangles, it's not accurate enough for big triangles. Sorry, dude.
Don't be silly. I've got a ruler in my lab that's only marked in 10 centimeters. I've got another ruler in my lab.
What do you do in your lab?
In millimeters.
What do you do in your lab?
Experiments. Of course, that's what we're in a lab for.
What kind of experiments?
All sorts of experiments.
Okay, name one.
Physics.
Nope, that's not an experiment.
Physics not an experiment?
I knew I
Physics
could
not
hear
an
a bullshit.
experiment? Physics not an experiment? What?
Yeah, what's the independent variable for physics?
Well, in this case here, they are working on the kinematic equations and verifying the kinematic equations. This is the one that's happening on Monday. In fact, I'll be assessing this prac on Monday.
You should not be telling people what if they're right or wrong about school, anything at this point.
Why not? It's my job.
Because you don't even know what a triangle is.
Oh yeah, sure. Stop wanking yourself. I knew what a triangle was before you were even born.
I'm older than you.
Oh, bullshit. Yeah, how old are you?
Older than you are.
You should show respect to your elders. I'm a lot older than you are.
That's awesome because everybody says there's no way you're that old. I say, yeah, I know. It's because I don't stress out about pretending I live on a ball.
Okay. What are you, about 40 or 50? I'm old enough to be your father. Anyway, I'm heading off. Have a good night, everybody, or day, or whatever time it is at your place. And the Americans would be morning, wouldn't it?
Yeah, don't forget to come back with those empirical observations that you were going to fetch.
Yeah, it should be fun. Okay.
Okay,
all right.
see you
We
next
should
time.
you know what? Should go on an expedition to measure those angles. Hey?
And we won't
It'll be
use
fun.
GPS because it's not accurate, you said. So we won't use that.
Yes, we will. Over large distances, it's perfect.
No, we're not going to use something that's not accurate. I already told you no, so you can't use that.
Oh, we definitely will.
Well, then you're going to
We'll see.
just use something that's not accurate and call that an accurate?
Oh, that's pretty accurate. If we can get an accuracy of 5 meters, that would be awesome. Which a
So
really
if I
good
build a
GPS
building using GPS and I'm only 5 meters off at the one end, how do you think that I'll get the next job?
No, that wouldn't happen in a local situation. I'm talking about a very, very large error margin over a very large distance.
So we have to prove that your stuff is accurate then. So how do we do that? We have to start
5
with
meters
known distances that we can see and verify.
You
and
don't know
measure
anything
with
about error
mechanical
margins, do you?
equipment. With mechanical equipment, we can verify the accuracy of your sky magic. That's how we do it. We have to
you're not that good
we
with
need a starting point. We need a starting point. We need to get a zero starting point for everything. We need to set a baseline.
Okay, so in 100 meters on a local on 100 meters, how far off would you be?
Not off.
Give me a number. Would you be plus or
100
minus
meters?
maybe
Eighth of an inch. Eighth of an inch.
Eighth of an inch over 100 meters.
0.125 to 0.25 maybe at that distance.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
How far should I be off?
You'll be lucky if you can get within 2 inches.
Nah, we're way closer than that.
100 meters? That's 300
easy,
feet or
easy,
thereabouts.
easy. Yeah, our buildings are double that length. Yes, our buildings are double that length.
Yeah, and you would easily be out a couple of inches.
And some of them are 3 times that length. I know because we don't have bikes or little cars to ride around in. We walk them.
Yeah, and you could easily be out a couple of inches in that distance. But what about if how far would it be reasonable to be out over 3,000 miles?
We don't even allow our electricians to be a half inch off from one location to the next in the whole ceiling, or they have to go back and fix it.
Ceilings aren't like 300 meters, okay, generally.
Well, you've never been inside a gigantic building, have you?
I have quite a few. Now,
oh, okay. So then you know they are that big.
A 300-meter building, right? That's all 300-meter building.
Yes,
what?
we have them all. We have buildings that big. Yep.
Okay. How far is the football field?
Why? What's a football field got to do with it?
With a football field.
So football field is 100 yards.
Right. So that's yeah. So okay. So 100 yards. That's less than 100 meters. So 3 football fields.
Easy.
And then some.
Yeah, easy. And then parking lots and other buildings that are connected with tunnels.
Have you actually got a building that big? 3. Okay.
You got Amazon warehouses.
We have a whole campus that's connected now. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And we're really accurate. In fact, we're so accurate. Our robots are super accurate in one building down to like I think they're within. Well, if they're just moving parts, they're within a 10,000th of an inch. But if they're just rolling on the floor, they're within about 50 thousandths of an inch. So that's pretty damn close in a big, gigantic building.
That's actually amazing, man. 50 thou.
Yeah, the whole floor is gridded out.
So if I was out 10 to the minus 6 in 10 to the minus 6, right? So you so that's like a micron in your building site. So would you be out?
Yeah, we don't measure that small.
Micron, would you?
We don't measure that small.
You don't measure a micron?
Not for buildings.
That's the same level of error margin I would be out if I was 5 meters in.
So I could use GPS to build a building then. So I could use GPS to use the building, correct?
What?
I could use GPS to build a building.
No.
Okay, so they're not accurate enough for that.
Yeah, but if they
so we won't use that for marking headings for cities.
Why don't you just stop and listen for a minute?
I'm just clarifying what we are and we are not going to use. Because I told you we're not using GPS to do this.
Try to listen and not so that you actually listen to what I said and not what you want to say next. Okay. So if you were as accurate as me with my 5 meters in 2,500 miles, actually, yeah, say 3,000 miles. If I was 5 meters out in 3,000 miles, and you had to have the same accuracy as me, you'd have to do your building, your 300 meter building.
Yeah, you're not that accurate.
With an accuracy of 1 micron.
You're not that accurate.
Dude, why are you being so difficult, man? Let him finish the thought. You're just acting like a child, man.
Because he's not that accurate.
Yeah,
do you need to nag? Do you need to nag?
If you're not going to contribute, hold on. If you're not going to contribute, just put yourself on mute. Let them have a conversation, will you?
He said 500 feet was very accurate.
No, I said 5 meters.
And now 5 meters is very accurate. That's a big difference, isn't it?
5 meters is the GPS. 5 meters in 2,500 miles, right? Or 3,000 miles actually. I've got 5,000 kilometers. Okay, 5 meters in 5,000 kilometers. That accuracy is as good as you having 1 micron.
Yeah, but you're not that accurate.
I will be that accurate. GPS
No,
is that
you have
accurate.
to verify it in short distances first, and you said it's not accurate short distances, so we can't make it accurate.
It's not going to be accurate to one.
So there's no way to verify the accuracy, so we're not using it. Do you get it yet? Everybody in the room will vote for what I said. There's no way to verify your accuracy.
If they don't understand what I'm saying, they're dickheads.
We have to make sure your device is accurate with known accurate devices.
You understand
with known
exactly
accurate
what I'm
devices.
about, Mr. Whatever your name is.
Triangle, Professor Triangle,
Yoda.
Not a Professor Phil.
Yeah, sure. Now the ad hom comes on because you want to obfuscate. Go on, put my profession down.
Well, you're making fun of my profession, and mine is triangles.
Yeah, good.
Point being is you were bringing up.
You must be good at triangles to get within 1 micron.
Phil. Point being is that you were arguing for GPS being the way that the professionals use, and he's basically saying that the people don't use that when they want to get their buildings made.
Yeah, because you don't need to use a GPS when you're making a building because you've got line of sight, you've got lasers, all sorts of things that you can use for which are much more accurate.
That's fine, but what's the point you're raising then?
Okay, so what I'm saying, Miggy, is that over 2,500 or 3,000 miles, not 300 meters, 3,000 miles. And then I get to be out by 5 meters. That's the same as somebody who's 300 meters being out by 1 micron. Do you know how small 1 micron is? Miggy, do you know how small 1 micron is?
Yeah, it's very tiny. I'm not responding because I don't want to, but yeah, I do.
All right. Well, if you're out by 1 micron, if you're 300 meters and you out by 1 micron, you're a magician.
Dude, we're not using your GPS, so pick something different.
Oh, okay. Good night. I'm going to bed. See you guys later.
Later.
Okay. Cheers.
Another one bites the dust.
It's so weird that you were thinking that same phrase that I was thinking of, Bradwin. I was thinking of the actual song, though.
All his fans are leaving. Doesn't know what a triangle is.
Why does he want to get in within 1 micron from that distance? I mean, who's doing that anyway?
Nobody.
I think that's the answer, isn't it?
We have to use something that we can verify is accurate. So, sorry.
Yeah, wasn't his whole argument GPS? Like that's what he was trying to
Yeah,
raise,
so
right?
I threw it out the window. So he's got to come back with something different. So he can measure triangles. He wants to measure them using GPS, and wonders why his numbers don't add up. And I told him why.
Yeah, the moment you dispensed of that, man, his cheerleaders left with him. That was weird. Like they hopped in his Mercedes and took off with him.
Yeah, Phil's not a Mercedes kind of guy.
Yeah, it was pretty smooth, Radwin. That's one of your smoother conversations, man. I was enjoying it.
He usually doesn't last that long.
Yeah, which was surprising. I thought he was going to exit when I was talking to him, but he held. He kind of. I guess he wanted to still keep talking. So
Well, the holidays are coming up. Maybe he's getting overtime in.
he's putting in extra.
Yep.
What's happening, Neil? Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the room.
Thanks. How are we doing?
Pretty good. Asking newcomers that are joining us, can you prove that the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't really care.
Okay, so the topic of the room that you just entered is 24/7 flat Earth. So we're usually on the topic of, does anybody know if the Earth is an actual globe? That's what we're asking people.
That's cool. I'm just here to listen.
What do you think? Do you think you live
That's
on a
fine by
ball?
me.
I think I live in Texas.
Is that on a ball?
Not really. No.
It's like Neo in the Matrix, man. He's just dodging bullets right now. He just he doesn't want to get. I think it's fear. To be honest, he doesn't want to engage because if he finds out that he doesn't live on an Earth that's a globe, it's kind of shake him up a little.
I don't really care, honestly. I'm still gonna live my life the
Oh,
way that I.
that's
Who
the
gives a
best
shit?
ones. Ones that always say they don't care. Those are the best ones to freak out.
I think that regardless of what it is, we're on this earth for one lifetime. I don't really think that whether it's flat or whether it's a sphere or whether it's a triangle, I don't really care.
Yeah, it matters to people when they're being told that the Earth is a sphere in academia and like everywhere you go, the words used colloquially, global this, global that. So if people's minds are all on the idea that they live on a globe, why wouldn't that be important to you? Like that would be kind of a weird thing, right? For you to live on this earth and be like, yeah, I mean they teach it in school and everything, but who cares, right? Because they're kind
Who
of
cares?
indoctrinating human beings to believe this. That's why.
Who gives a shit?
We do. Everybody in
No,
this room.
then hey, well, you're free to care, I guess.
Oh,
yeah.
He's one of those. He's one of the I don't care guys.
Yeah. You know what's funny about those guys too is
he'll claim he'll claim he's a brain in a jar. He's not 100% sure of anything.
That's true. Nobody is really 100% sure.
Radwin, man, you're batting 1,000, bro. Dude, Radwin's batting 1,000, bro.
Do you claim to have optimal knowledge of everything?
Optimal? What does that
Yeah,
mean?
more than you, I guess, because I was able to predict what you were going to say next.
Are you omnipotent?
At least 5 steps ahead of you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and
He's convincing
AB
me.
thinks so.
He's convincing me.
There you go. There's your god.
Well, he could be a demigod, you know.
Hey, you're free to believe what you want.
Well, he predicted that you would say that you don't know if reality is real, so and you said
You
so.
want to know? You want to know what
I'm
I'm
like,
going to
whoa.
predict? I'm going to make a prediction.
Go ahead.
I'm going to leave the VC. Check this out.
That was so cringe.
Yeah, I didn't answer you rude in the DM, but yeah, I'll have a conversation with you if you want on a private call. Like,
yeah, definitely keep it private. Yeah, good to see you though, bro.
okay. Yeah, but like I was saying, Red wins betting 1,000, bro. It's almost like he can't do no wrong to. He must have woke up on the good side of the bed.
I love the calm, confident demeanor of Redwin when he's on point like that.
I like being able to chuckle and laugh at them during the whole exchange.
I noticed Q-Op was here earlier. Did he try and talk about TFE? I think that's his shtick at the minute. He's been making videos. DJ, I like those infographs that you're sharing. Did you make them?
Oh yeah. No. Dr. John D.
Very good.
Yeah, very, very helpful.
I noticed Callum's arguing in the side chat, but not in the VC. I hate when they do that.
Yeah, I tried to get them to join the VC, but yeah, I don't see them in here. They're trying to argue that because there's such a thing as a Fata Morgana, it proves that a geometric horizon must exist, which is just insane. So
Yeah, it's really dumb.
yeah.
I feel like you should make a meme of all of the different types of refraction all in one place. Just something for people to keep hold of, all of them on one meme.
Roots, you're coming in real heavy. I don't know if it's like you get like this, like you're talking really close to your mic. I don't know if that's what's going on or not, but
let me have a look at that.
I mean, we could hear you loud and clear. It's just like
it's the testosterone.
Yeah, he's coming in strong.
My mic's playing up.
We got some new folks jumping in. Welcome to the group. Do you have any questions about the topic of the room? Perhaps we can challenge you. Anybody in here?
Is that any different?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
sounds good. You keep talking.
Sounds good now.
Yeah. Yeah, my mic's playing up. It's a wireless one, but I've had it for a few years now. Probably need to upgrade. But yeah, welcome to all the newbies. Welcome to everybody who is a baller. Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, I'm on break right now. Roots, if you want to jump in a call quick and then we come back.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, but if the Earth was a globe, then that would necessitate a geometric horizon, even if you don't actually see that
Again,
it's an
there's no
actual
such thing. How do
physical
you
location.
ascribe the distance or a location to an optical effect? If I were to get in my boat and head towards the horizon for 3 days, I would still never reach the horizon.
Well, yeah, it moves. It moves with the observer.
Yeah, because it's not an actual location. There is no location where the sky meets the ground. I don't understand this concept of asking for geometric horizons. It's idiotic. It's Earth curve. Where is the
Well,
Earth
hold
curve?
on. All right, Mister. Hold on. Let me try to explain it to you. Okay, so if you're on a ball, there's a point on that ball where you won't be able to see past the surface because it
Yeah, the
curves
Earth.
away from you.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be the geometric horizon. That point.
No, that would be the Earth curve. How would that be the horizon? The horizon is an optical effect that makes it seem like the sky and the water meet. That's not an
Yeah.
actual location.
No, it's not.
But there should be an actual location if the Earth was evolved for the curve. The curve should be
Exactly.
at X distance away from the
Right.
shore.
Yeah. So on any ball, you would call that point the geometric horizon, not the horizon that you see, not the optical horizon. It would be a geometric horizon, the physical horizon.
But it wouldn't, because the horizon isn't physical to begin with.
Yeah, we understand that. Now, do you understand that on a ball, as the Earth curves away from you, the point past you
There's no
will not
point
be
in
able to see?
calling it a geometric horizon when you can just call it what it
There
is, which is
is.
Earth curve. Because it's not a geometric horizon, because again, there's no location for where the sky meets the fucking water.
Nobody's saying that.
Well, I'm not saying anyone's saying it, but they're implying it when they say geometric horizon. There's no
No,
such
it's not.
thing. There's just Earth curve.
Then you don't understand the geometric part.
I'm the only one
That's
that seems to do understand it because, again, people keep trying to ascribe a distance to an optical effect.
no,
Yeah, they
no.
are.
It's not the
The
optical effect. It's the
geometric horizon.
geometric.
Where is it?
It's not called the optical horizon. It's called the geometric horizon. Do you understand what that means?
The word horizon already describes what it is in its definition. It's an optical effect. You don't need to say optical horizon. The horizon is already known to be an optical illusion with
Yeah,
no
that's what the
distance to it.
horizon is. But when they're referencing the geometric horizon, they're referencing the physical location which of you could not see past.
Correct, but that would just be called the Earth curve. That's the thing blocking it. It's not the geometric horizon blocking you. It's the Earth curve.
No, it's not the Earth curve. The Earth curve is just the curvature of Earth. That could be the whole Earth. We're talking about the specific point past which you would not be able to see.
Yes, I get that, and that would just be called the Earth curve. That's
No,
where you
it's not
can't see
called the
past
Earth
is the
curve.
Earth curve.
No, because it's specifically referencing an optical effect past which you would not be able to see, regardless of the place being a physical location that you could see or not.
All I'm saying is when people come in here, they ask for distance to Earth curve. They're asking for
Well,
where
listen,
they're asking for distance.
the term confuses you, but it doesn't confuse other people. It's okay if you don't understand it. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Oh, I get your explanation, but it's an oxymoron. You guys keep trying to ascribe
Well,
distance
no,
to optical illusions.
you don't seem to understand it.
I think I'm the only one that does because you guys keep saying geometric horizon. That's the most idiotic
Okay,
two words
you're the
together
smartest
you can make.
person. You're the smartest person in the room. I
I'm
get
not
it.
the smartest, but I can make sense of what an optical effect is and realize you can't describe a
Yeah,
distance to something that's just an optical effect.
explain to you what the optical effect was? I completely understand that. You don't understand what the term geometric horizon is referencing. It's not referencing the optical effect. It's referencing the geometric effect, which is in the name, the geometric horizon.
Yeah, you keep trying to describe geometric horizon, but again, you just admitted there is no location for such things. So how could it be a geometric horizon? It's just Earth curve. It's literally the hump of the Earth, and it has to be at X distance from the shore. So everyone's claiming it.
Some people. It's not that hard of a concept to understand. The horizon references the optical location, the location where the sky appears to meet the ground. The geometric horizon is a physical location. It's the location past which you could not see.
So you're telling me it's the geometric location where the sky actually meets the ground by the very statement you just made?
No, it's the physical location
You don't
where the
realize
ground
the
is
error?
the way past which you cannot see, Mr. Palma. How can you not understand this? It's in the phrase, the geometric. That's the clue there. It's not even a clue. It's directly telling you. Maybe you're new to realizing that the horizon is an optical location and it moves with you. It's not a physical location, and that may have blown your mind.
What's it telling you then?
It's telling you the point at which an observer should not be able to see, given the curvature of whatever geometry they happen to be observing from. In this case, we're talking.
What's blocking you? It's not the horizon blocking you from seeing anything. The horizon can't block you from seeing anything. It's optical. It doesn't block you from seeing anything.
The geometry that you're standing on will. Exactly. You're almost there. You're like halfway there.
That's cute. That's cute from someone that thinks that, well, geometric location where the sky meets the ground. Like, you sound so confused now, but it's describing a distance. Good luck with that. Let me know when you reach the horizon.
You continually misrepresent what the phrase means, even though I've already explained to you that's not what it's referencing. I'm not ascribing a physical location to something that's optical. Nobody is.
An optical effect. Well, you're the only one in here.
You have a twisted view of what that means, and I've explained to you what it means, but you just won't.
I'm an English major. I'm an English major. I understand words. I understand how words work.
Okay, well then still man the position then, Mr. Palma. If you understand it, let's pretend for a second that you understand it and explain it to me. What does geometric horizon mean? What is it referencing?
No problem. No problem. Oh, no problem. I'll get right on it.
All right, let's hear it.
Come on.
You can't do it. Let the record show.
Oh yeah. Mr.
Palma cannot in the position because he doesn't understand it. He refuses to understand it.
You haven't done anything. You haven't said much of anything. Hot air. Where's your geometric horizon? Give us
So you won't. You can't do it. You can't do it, or you won't do it. You can, but you won't.
horizon you're claiming
You're just
exists in
going to refuse
reality?
to?
Yeah, what's the distance from where the sky appears to meet the water? Give us the distance. Yes. Your
You're
geometric
breaking up
horizon.
there, Mr. Common. You're
Your
hard to understand.
geometric horizon. Give us the distance. You're claiming it, so where's the distance to the geometric horizon?
I mean, that depends on what geometry we're talking about. Do you even understand what geometry that's referencing?
You know what?
It is a
flat Earth.
it's talking about the physical location
There's only
of
two
a geometric
geometries
shape
we could
past
possibly be
which
arguing.
you wouldn't be able to see. I've already explained this
So
multiple
what
times, and
geometry?
it doesn't seem to be getting through to you.
You don't understand basic words. Optical effects. You're ascribing physicality and location to an optical effect.
No, that would just be the horizon. That's why we use words, descriptive words. It's usually the people the globe enthusiasts that come in here screaming about things that don't understand this is usually the people that go with flat Earth will actually take the words and try to understand what they mean. But this guy just, I don't know. I've given him the information, it just won't sink in. Doesn't even matter if you believe in globe Earth or flat Earth. I mean, we're just talking about words now. Geometric horizon, not the horizon, Mr. Palma. It's the geometric horizon. It's not there's nothing painful about the geometric horizon, okay? The reason people ask for the geometric horizon is because that is a point if you're on a ball, if you're on a geometry, if you're on a shape that is curving away from you on a ball, there would be a point on that ball past which you cannot see. Now the horizon is an optical effect. It changes with the observer, but what it can't do, it can't change, it can't go past that point on the geometry which curves. There's nothing that's going to bring that above the curve. So that would be the geometric point at which you could not see past.
Yeah,
Do you understand?
The thing blocking is Earth.
Exactly. The geometry. Well, it's the geometry.
Why aren't we just asking for distance to Earth? When you say distance to geometric horizon isn't blocking your sight. the Earth. That's why it's so annoying. It's because people are asking for distance to the horizon, but the horizon never blocks them. Like you said, it's the point where the fucking Earth blocks you from seeing any further. That would just be Earth.
Exactly.
It doesn't need to be called the horizon.
It's not called the horizon. It's called the geometric horizon, dude.
Dude, word horizon is in there. Do you mean you're not calling it a horizon? Why are you using the horizon if you're not calling it?
Why? Okay, what's the most common argument, Mr. Palma, when you see boats go over the curve, right? And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing boats go over the curve. They're starting to be blocked from the view. We're using long distance observations. We're always talking about where you can see, if you can see too far, where the horizon is. The horizon moves. Okay, so what we're doing, we're explaining that on a geometry, there would be a point past which the horizon you would not be able to see. So if you want to take the black swan, for example, you see those oil rigs there. Listen, no, you need to listen. You need to listen here and try and learn. You're fighting me on this, okay? Those oil rigs are past the point which you could see. The horizon is behind them. They're past where the geometry of the Earth curve would allow you to see, which we reference as the geometric horizon. There's nothing wrong with that phrase. There's nothing incorrect about it.
Was he saying there was, Mushkin? Or whatever your name is now?
He's saying it hurts him to hear people use the term geometric horizon because he doesn't get the concept. I guess he just learned that the horizon isn't a physical location. It's an optical effect.
Yeah.
It moves with the observer. Okay, so we're good on that. But then he's like, well, it pains me to hear the geometric horizon because it's not a physical location. It's an optical effect. And I'm telling him, well, the term geometric before that is a little clue to you that we're talking about the physical location on a ball which you could not see past. And he's like, well, that's just Earth curve. Yeah. Okay, you understand that? I don't see where he's got a problem. I don't get it.
Yeah. So if he's just clarified what you said, then he must understand. He just doesn't like the fact that we can't prove it. That's probably where we're at with him, Mr. Palma. You probably just don't like the fact that you can't prove it, so therefore you're agitated by the word geometric horizon because that's what the consequence of the Earth being a globe and the geometry of it being what it is, what would be apparent to everybody, or at least to the effect that you could measure it. And since you're declaring that it's something that's just visual and it's not something you can measure, then obviously no one can actually figure out if it's a globe. You're just really making it more difficult for people to say that the Earth is a globe and know it. I mean, that's all that's happening here. And Mushkin's actually, or whatever, protect hate speech is saying that your inability to do that is the issue, not the fact that you don't understand, because you did clearly understand what he meant by geometry.
Well, yeah, it seems like he like halfway understands it, but then he can't square geometric with the word horizon. Like it's not the horizon we're talking about. We're talking about the geometric horizon, which is the point on a physical geometry, if it's a ball, that you would not be able to see past. I mean, the black swan's a perfect example of this. I don't know why I told him that example, and he just muted up and acted like stuck his fingers in his ears or something.
Well, it's usually the part we get to where they don't want to get into it because it seems like their inability to be able to tell us how that's actual Earth curve is what it is, because it's not what we see. So they'll start appealing to things like refraction or other ways as like how it's optical and not geometric. So that's a problem for them, and we're just going to be at a standstill because that's probably why he muted up. He's not going to be able to produce the unless he is.
Well, he's a flat earther. He's a flat
I'm a
earther.
flat earther. I don't know why you're so confused. I'm just pointing out that it's a lot simpler when you keep addressing it as the Earth curve, which is the actual thing that's supposed to be blocking the things ballers are claiming. But people keep switching back and forth from Earth curve to geometric horizon.
It's the
when
it's
you
the
can just
concept.
use when you can just say Earth curve. You don't have to use geometric horizon. You can
Yeah.
just say Earth curve
Yeah,
since
you
that's
do.
the thing they're trying to
Yeah,
prove
it's
a distance
no.
to.
Hold on, brother Jim. He and Mushkin went over it. It's important to actually say it that way, because with geometry, right, the consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid would be that it has a geometric consequence. Like it would be has a radius, diameter, and circumference. So he is correct to say that. It's apropos for the discussion. You can't say that it cannot be used or that you don't like it. It's something that's akin to the Earth being a geometric shape. So it's totally within the boundary of him being able to say that within what somebody would see horizontally across the surface. There's nothing wrong with that statement. You're having a qualm with it because you don't like it. That's fine. It doesn't matter. You could use something else if you like, but it doesn't make it wrong. You
Yeah, and
understand?
I concede to that. I'm just saying it's much easier when we address it as Earth curve because that's what these ballers are trying to prove.
But that's your
They're trying to
preference.
prove the
That's
distance. They're trying to
your
prove the distance and prove that things are being blocked because of the geometry of the Earth. But that geometry is the fucking curve.
Yeah, brother, that's your preference, though. You can say it that way. However, if he's denoting that it has geometric consequence, it's fine. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. You're only arguing right now for preference. That's fine. You prefer not to use that, then you do it your way. So long as the job gets done, and if it gets mentioned, you can't discount it. You can say, yeah, we can say that too. I just don't prefer to use it. You can say that. Nothing wrong with that. But he can say it all full well, knowing that it doesn't break the idea that what he's talking about is the geometry of the Earth. You're just talking about preference right now, though. There's nothing wrong with that. You can prefer not to use it.
And it might seem like that. That might be it. It might just be a preference thing. It just seems a little more confusing to people who aren't in the know, who aren't part of this channel, who talk about flat Earth and ball all day long.
All right.
When you say
It's not more
geometric horizon,
confusing.
it sounds like you're
It's not
ascribing
more confusing.
distances to
It's
a place
actually
that
more
doesn't have a
specific.
distance. And
No.
that's what confuses other people. That's why I'm
No, it does
reminding
have a
you it's better
distance.
to use Earth curve because that's what they're arguing for is Earth
No,
curve.
you're talking about
A specific point, though. The Earth curve isn't a specific location. Overfences put that in the chat, and it makes perfect sense. Earth curve isn't a specific location. When we're referencing the geometric horizon, that's more specific. We're talking about a specific place. So that's important when we're having this discussion to be able to talk
Where is
about
that
that.
specific place?
Well, it matters where you're observing it from.
I love it. Not a non-answer. Thanks.
Well, hold on. I just want to say, I just want to kind of build a bridge to what they're both saying. You're trying to talk about it in a different way, Mr. Palma, and then Mushkane's trying to say that if we're
Exactly.
talking,
That was it.
yeah. Listen, if he's saying geometric horizon, he's not advocating for the horizon being geometric. It's a claim for the globe being a geometric shape. So he's right as well. So I'm not saying you're wrong, Mr. Palma. I'm saying his choice of the way he's describing it is being more specific to the geometry of the Earth if it was a globe. So he's saying, okay, if they're saying that it's a geometric shape and he's giving a distance to that geometric horizon, the natural consequence of it being a geometric shape would be that it has a geometric horizon. So if it is, then it would have that, but it doesn't. So he's kind of pointing that out. I don't know. At least I think I'm trying to steelman you.
Yeah, that's
Mushkin.
correct, AV. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Look, the diagram in the side chat is showing it, right? So all of the blue part, right? That's the curvature. Okay, and then the little yellow and red dot, right? That's where the geometric horizon would be, depending on how high you are, if the Earth were a globe, and it would be at that exact distance.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine. I think, if Mr. Palma wants to go a different way with it, I don't care. I mean, if he's getting the job done, that's fine. But he can't discount people that are using geometric horizon as a way to say that this is what the ballers are claiming, and it's okay to say that because that's what it would naturally have to be if the Earth was an oblate spheroid. There would be things that can be measured to the horizon that they say ships disappear from the bottom up from. That's what it would be. So we can't walk away from that. That's what they're saying in the mainstream. At least that's what they're claiming. And okay, fine. People don't know what it is. Like you said, it might be confusing for some people, but that's why you have a discussion with them to tell them about it. That's where you educate them on that fact. That's what this whole thing's about, man. You don't just say geometric horizon and leave it there. You tell them what it's about. Why would it be a geometric horizon? What's the reason why you're saying that? And so that would follow an explanation of what you mean. Fair enough. I mean, but this, like, I guess the argument here was just like, I think it's not splitting hairs,
It's like
but it
semantics.
is just like you choose you choose a different way to go about it. And for me, I don't care so long as the message, the context is getting conveyed to the individual.
The reason why I'm adamant about keeping it to Earth curve is to make ballers. It's to not cage them, but to lock them into their claim that it's an Earth curve that's blocking the ships or whatever the hell is blocking our sight. So I'm trying to box them in and keep them to the Earth curve argument and
Yeah,
not distances to
then that's fine.
horizons.
Yeah,
Because it gets
dude,
confusing when you start trying to describe distances to horizons, because we all know there's no such thing as a distance to a horizon.
Yeah, I know
That's
that,
why I
Mr.
try.
Palma,
That's
but
why
Yeah,
here's
I
but on
try
a
to
globe
limit.
there would be
here's
a distance to a horizon. That's the
Yes.
point.
yeah.
Yeah, did
You have
everyone miss the day of compound words? Geometric horizon.
Yeah, not horizon, geometric horizon. That's what I'm saying. The distinction between the two, because you can't give a distance to a horizon, but yeah, to a geometric horizon, the limitation of a shape to where you can no longer see past the other side. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, and that's what they're claiming, and that's what's
So
not
we're all in
happening, and that's what.
agreement.
Yeah,
No, we're all in
we're
agreement. I
basically.
just like to use Earth curve because that's what the
It's a
ballers have
preference.
to
I
prove.
know
You know what I mean? Like,
Mr. Palma, I've been saying it for like 10 minutes now. It's a preference you have. And I said,
yeah,
I don't have a problem with it, dude. This is your style. Everybody has their own style of how they do it, right? So long as the context of what you're saying gets conveyed to the individual that you're speaking to. That's it. Like you can't, okay. And now Mushkane, I don't know if he's a baller or he's flat earth or whatever, but if he's advocating for this position, then you can't take that away from him. You can't say, no, you can't use that, man. That's too confusing. Let him do it the way he does it because it's still apropos for the discussion. Except for you don't want to use it because you choose not to. That's it.
yeah. It's more so just to keep ballers locked into their arguments that they're trying to prove Earth curve. That's all.
Yeah, I
Like
know, dude. But
keep the language limited to what they're actually
you
supposed to be
no,
proving.
brother, you can't limit someone on how they're doing it if it's still a part of the discussion. A geometric horizon would still be needed to be discussed. And if somebody wanted to talk about it, you can't jump in there and saying you can't use that. I'm trying to tell you, you can do it the way you want to do it because you feel like that's how you get somebody to the end game. But if you're telling somebody else that they can't use it, that's wrong. You can't do that because it is
No,
a
you're
part
right.
of this
I
whole.
agree. I'm not saying you can't use it or you shouldn't use it. That's his method. That's his method.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess this court's adjourned, I guess. What else do we got to tackle?
Well, it seems
maybe
like he made Mr. try to shift his position because that's not what he was saying originally. Originally, he just
I know,
didn't understand the
brother. It
geometric
was
curve.
malformed. Listen, brother. I'm building a bridge here. It was malformed. I understand what he means. It's just that he was trying to go about saying it in a different way. So you can't, for you too, Mushkane. You can't make something that's there that's not there. Yeah, I know what he basically agreed with all of us. So now we're at an agreement. We can't go back to his first premise because perhaps it was malformed. What he really meant was he prefers not to use that because in a style when you argue with somebody, he found it not to be as effective in his particular style, not to be effective when he's talking about geometric horizon. So he found more usefulness in just saying Earth curve, which that's fine. But like I'm saying, I'm not arguing it, but he can't take away from those who do use geometric horizon as what the ballers are saying. So, like I said, I don't know. We should be already. Everybody should be at an agreement. I can't make somebody do what I do, and vice versa. You can't make somebody do what you do. You do it how you do it. So long as it isn't like way out of bounds, something that's not even close to the argument.
The most confused people about horizons are the globers. They're lost. When you say horizon, they don't know what to do, right? They think it's the physical geometric location, but then in the next sentence they'll say it's apparent, and it's much confusion.
They're a hot mess when it comes. Yeah, like the guy earlier.
Mess, that's exactly the word. Yep.
I like it because that's how they are. They're just completely confused. They're trying to put things together. They don't know how to put it together. Everything's malformed that they're saying. It's the logic's not there, and they just want to like look to us and say that we're just fools for believing what we're saying with flat Earth. And they can't form a logical structure within their sentences to say that we're incorrect because everything we're saying is sound. It's sound logic from the front to the back. So, and that's what I'm saying. If people want to critique what we're saying, I'd want to hear how the logic's not right. If we're saying the Earth looks flat, what are they going to say? The Earth looks like a globe? They're going to have to say the same thing that we're seeing. The Earth measures flat. Okay. What are they going to say? The Earth measures like a globe? No. None of it is true. None of it. Everyone's saying Mushkane is Team Globe. Are you Team Globe, Mushkane, still?
Yeah, that's correct.
Dude, how can you? That's what's really confounding me, man. How can you sit here, listen to logic day in and day out, and then walk away still saying the Earth is a globe? It is amazing, dude. How do you perform this magical trick of yours? Like you just walk away, you're like, okay, let me just erase I'm just gonna wipe my memory every time I leave 24/7, and then come back with a fresh new, pair of ears. Do you not hear us taking the globe down every time you come in here?
I mean, yeah, I hear that.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, how much more do you want us to prove it to? Honestly, I know some people are waiting for the professor, the PhD guy, the guy who really knows that the Earth is a globe, but snubs his nose up at us and says, "I don't got time for those guys," to actually make time and come in here. I'm hoping that guy does actually come in here and sees, from an academic standpoint, if they can actually hold to the logic and hold to the actual evidence.
That's been done.
Well, I mean, I'm talking for Mushkane, like, I think he's waiting for like this guy who's out there. Yeah, maybe he can't do it, right? Maybe he's not. He's unable to, or not capable of. But maybe perhaps there is a guy out there that could. I'm waiting for him to think of that one guy that he's just going to make a difference to come in here.
Maybe it'll
so
be
that he could
Space Jesus when he returns.
It's something, dude. I don't know. Who knows? Like, who he's waiting for. But I mean, if we've done what we could to actually demonstrate in our discussions that the Earth cannot be a globe, I don't know what's next. I mean, are you waiting for that guy to come, the scientist or who? I don't know.
No, it's not about like a discussion that's going to move me. Like if I was actually going to make a judgment on that, on what the shape or the surface nature of the Earth would be, it would have to be kind of like I would have to do my own, I guess, test or experiment. That's why I'm waiting on this this guy on YouTube. He's working on a pendulum because I think proving the motion, if you can measure the motion, then from that you could get to the surface nature. But I mean, I would have to have like hard evidence of that, which I don't have. So
that's a faulty premise, though, man. To actually think that you're going to go from the motion of the Earth to the actual shape of the Earth. Wouldn't it be the opposite? You'd want to start with the shape of the Earth, then go to the motion. Just saying.
Well, yeah, I only realized that after I realized that actually measuring the Earth is very difficult to do, but measuring the motion is actually easier. Nobody's claimed to do that has the evidence for it, which is kind of crazy. There was a pendulum. in the
Why would you
1800s.
say that's? But why would you say that's true if you said nobody's ever done it to like provide evidence of it? Like, wouldn't that be the obvious like thing? Like, if nobody's ever done it and can prove it, like, then how can you say it's still? I don't know. Like, you have to make
Because
that make.
well, that's the thing. It doesn't make sense if it is measurable. I mean, motion is measurable. We can measure it using a pendulum. Why hasn't anybody done it? Well, they say they did it in the 1800s. Well, obviously, I guess record keeping wasn't as good back then. There's some papers I've read about it, but I mean, we need some. It wouldn't take that much money to do. It's something we could do. You could raise like maybe a couple $100,000 and get that done. So, I mean, I'm waiting on it. Somebody's going to do it.
Think about it like this, man. You have all of academia for the length of time that they have these institutions that have been like regulating what higher learning is. Nobody's come up with something. Mushkin, at some point, dude, you gotta throw up your hands and be like, you know what? I mean, I gotta give it to that, man. Like, we've had a lot of people that are super knowledgeable about the world around us, and they can't figure that out, and they should have already. Come on, bro. Like, doesn't that spark your interest at least a little? Think of all the institutions we got out here, man, of the prestigious schools that people can go to, of the type of learning that you can actually achieve, and nobody's figured it out yet. There's not one single example.
Well, it has sparked my interest, obviously. I'm here.
Well, I mean, and then go on.
Well, yeah. My interest has been sparked. I've done a lot of research on it. Now there are institutions that have pendulums there, but then you do a little bit more research, and actually they're tuned to give that result. It's not actually a free floating pendulum. It's driven pendulum.
That's right.
Unit to get the
Isn't
thing.
that frustrating that you're trying to give the globe Earth as much credence as possible, and they're making it difficult for you to do that. Sounds like what I'm hearing.
Exactly. Yeah. That's right.
Oh, maybe just stay on that path. I would say it's your path, man. Like, no one's gonna force you into like, okay, the Earth is flat. Like, whatever path you're taking is, obviously everybody has. Some came through NASA. I gotta say, some came through the AE map. Like, even though that's not the case, right? Like, but some came through the knowledge of flat Earth where they're at today through different ways that they came into it. So who knows? This might be the one for you. I don't know. I mean, but
it could just be a great tactic that Mushkane's using here. Just keep doing what you're doing, Mushkane. Keep wrecking Globers in debates in our server, like you do. And they can't even go against anything you say because you just tell them you're a Glober.
or at least you could tell them all the work that you've done so far, everything you've done to prove whatever it is, like the spin of the Earth or whatever. Prove it to them. Like, say, no, it's not what you think it is. I've looked into it. You can tell them that with your research. That's what most people in here do, anyways. They're like, yeah, I've looked into it. It's not what you're saying, and then prove it to them. Show everything you looked into. Show them citations. And that's putting meat on the bone for them to actually challenge you and to say, you know what, that would probably make you happy, right? If you challenge somebody hard enough that they were like, oh no, I'm going to prove it to you today. And then they proved it to you. But keep challenging them, man. You could LARP as a flat earther and then see what happens. If somebody's going to actually be able to debunk what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I enjoy critical thinking, so it's nice to be in here, and then you see somebody come in here and they're very I guess confident, kind of like, oh, I'm about to school these retards, and then you see them just kind of be like, and then they just start cleaning out. Money, but
there was a guy who came in here, and I don't know who he was, a mathematician, I think. And you took him down. And I know I'm not really sure you're a guy that knows a lot of math or whatever, but you got him to think about it, and he didn't have a response to you. I remember that. It was some discussion like months ago, I think. And I mean, the guy didn't know how to respond to you, and you're like, you see, you don't have an answer, and you just felt like you were on top of the world at that point. I mean, because of the fact that you said something that academic couldn't respond to you on. I forgot who you were talking to, but yeah, it was somebody I was like, well, I mean, that just goes to show, man. Like even people who are in academia, they don't know that the Earth is a globe.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the shape of the Earth, it's not a math problem, and I respect people that have higher degrees in math or physics, and it's nice to learn from them. But just because you understand higher mathematics doesn't mean you have a general knowledge, and
Yeah.
and a lot of times they get shown that, and sometimes they're humble about it, but sometimes they're not.
Most times they're not. We had Professor Phil that was in here just a while ago. He was on for about maybe 2 hours. He got historical facts incorrect. He got the idea that you can measure with GPS distances incorrect. Like, because he was challenged by me first with history, saying that Pythagoras, because we went all the way back to the foundation. He said that where did the logic train start? He said that he was questioning Jedi if you can go around the equator in a circle, right? Circumnavigate the equator. And then I put it back to him. I was like, well, Phil, you're asking him to do this impossible task that I know that you can't do. How is it possible that you're doing that? So he appealed to, going around using navigation. And then I said, well, what type of navigation? He said GPS. I said, well, what type of GPS are you referring to? He said satellites. We went from satellites to like, how does he know satellites or what system they're using? And the system that they're using is longitude and latitude, to tell the spherical coordinate system. And I was like, so who came up with this? He said Hipparchus came up with it. And he started saying, well, where did he get that information from? Because I was like, and then he went back to the, like, well, he actually derived that from Pythagoras. I'm actually kind of making this a bit condensed. He said, well, Pythagoras actually came up with it. I was like, well, how did Pythagoras find out that the Earth is a globe? He said, well, he was looking at the shadows on the moon, and and also the ships disappearing over the horizon. I was like, no, Phil, you're incorrect. That's not Pythagoras. Pythagoras says that the world was like a perfect sphere, so he imagined it. So in other words, he invented that the Earth was one. So the foundation is that you are claiming that a guy, Pythagoras, is only inventing that the Earth is a globe, and he didn't discover it. And it kind of stumped him a little bit, so he started to think about that. He's like, "No, he didn't invent it. He created it." I was like, "Well, creating it is the same thing as inventing it. He made it, right? He made the idea." So I was just following his train to find out when I was like, "So the fact that you're saying that he derived it from looking at the moon is incorrect." He's like, no, no, no. Pythagoras was the guy. He saw the. I was like, no, dude. So I was on to him a little bit about that, and then he corrected himself at the end of it. He's like, oh, my bad. I meant to say Aristotle. Aristotle's the guy who looked, and I was like, yeah, that's correct. You had the wrong guy first when you said. So basically, you were saying Pythagoras was this guy in history that wasn't the guy you were mentioning. So he got those facts wrong, and I proved that. Then later on, he came back around to say that you could measure with GPS. And then Radwin was talking to him because Radwin's an engineer and showed that, to what level of degree. He was saying, well, you got one geographic location, and then you go to another geographic location, and then you have another one, which makes a triangle that's more than 180 degrees when you're measuring at those distances using GPS. And so it just got really convoluted because he couldn't explain the fact that how he knows that you can create an act like a triangle with that, but you know what I mean? Like he was trying to use that as a way to measure, and Radwin was saying that they don't use that to measure, especially when they're designing buildings and such. So it was interesting. An academic, I guess my greater point is that an academic was in here and he didn't do well when it concerns to what his knowledge was on how the Earth is a globe. So I guess I'm just gonna leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying too, but also when you kind of get to the higher level academics, a lot of them they'll be honest about it because they're not trying to use their academic prestige to win an argument, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't know that gravity is just a theory. There is a lot of unexplained things. So I mean, it doesn't matter to me like what somebody's accomplished in academia or what they know. It's just be honest. As long as somebody's being honest, then I can have a conversation with them.
Honesty doesn't really follow the globe, so it's hard for them to be honest when they have to lie and cheat and get their way by not telling the truth. So it's not part of what the globe is imagination. So in order for you to conjure that up, you'd have to lie about a few things and fudge a few numbers in order for you to make it be what it is.
Make up a couple people.
Yeah, and then get your historical facts incorrect. Just a number of things. We've proven that the Earth isn't a globe on multiple levels, right? Intellectually, with data, logically, in every single facet of being able to describe what it is and how it is. It just isn't. We got the Kuiper satellite engineer in the room right now, Josh. He's gonna go ahead and
just listening, y'all.
just listening. Good morning, Indio. How you doing, bro?
Doing good. How are you?
It's been a pretty good morning, man, actually. Did you clock in already? I already got my overtime hour, so I'm gonna sit back a little bit.
Yeah. I got hazardous duty pay from yesterday.
Oh crap. Are you gonna be out for long or what?
Oh, I'm not out. I was
Oh,
coming
okay.
here with my wooden leg.
Yeah, I heard you last night, dude. Yeah. I probably had to ask you last night if you thought reality was real from that last night's conversation with Mage.
Well, we now got Mage just saying measurements don't really exist and they're just made up in your mind.
Yeah, you gave him the Kansas soup analogy?
Yeah. He was literally arguing that measurement is just theoretical and abstract. Who else did that? Somebody else did that a couple months ago. I'm like, wow, they're going low now. Now they're just like,
Yeah, exactly what I was saying to Mushkane. You have to lie and cheat just to get into believe that the earth is a globe. All of that just to believe the earth is a globe. That whole song and dance.
yeah, we can't know anything. Even measurements are imagination. So you can't know the earth is flat because measurements don't exist. So even if you measure the earth is flat, you're in the same position we are, Fantasyland. I don't think so. Don't try to drag me down into your cesspool. Yeah, I'm sure everyone has noticed that's one of the desperation tactics that we see is like they try to equate the nature of globe and flat claims like they're just exactly opposite. Like the evidence is the same, the proposition is the same, everything's the same. It's just the conclusion is different. No, man, there's a lot more different things than that. The entire logic train, as you mentioned, right? The entire logic train from a globe stems from imagination, and it continues to be from imagination. We're not in that position. That's their position. Their position is that our empirical evidence is just illusory, doesn't actually exist. And because we're ants on a beach ball, we really can't tell. So we have to appeal to actual abstraction to figure out what reality is. We have to create reality in our mind and then compare our mental construct to reality. And that's how we figure out what reality is, instead of just saying, hey, how does reality present itself? Oh shoot, that's nope, leave that alone. Go into your mental state, you know, have the hamster tread on the treadmill, spin the wheel a few times, and then maybe you'll figure out what reality is. It's a hell of a way to navigate life. I mean, we all did it at one time.
We got Quad at the bottom. What's up, Quad? Is that the Quad, the FE team? I haven't seen you in a minute, brother. Might not be though.
Did you hear JJ? Ice JJ, whatever his name is.
Yeah, JJ Fish.
Yeah. My God,
He's
that dude he's stuck in his lie, man. Like he can't get out of it.
yeah.
Hi, Mr. Bister.
What'd you say?
Yeah, don't let him off the hook. Next time he comes in here, right away say, hey, you can't talk until you give what Jedi wants. Direct measurement of curvature from a satellite. He said that's what he had. But just to build on what you said about academics, there's two types of academics we encounter. Well, maybe three. There's the ones that try to bully and appeal to their credentials and, their peer group, I guess, that they're at the globe. And then there's the ones that are pretty much just incredulous. I mean, but usually on par, I'd say they don't know much more than anybody else. When it comes down to it, when we drill down into them, they don't know anything more than any other person. We should also make we should make a list of bad Glober arguments. I think the worst one is probably like buy a telescope. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Buy a telescope.
There's not enough terabytes to hold that information, Indio. That list would be so long, it would never end.
I just think that's so funny. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Buy a telescope, Dumpler. Yeah, what am I going to do with that? Point it away from the Earth and look at the moon. What? GPS is pretty weak too. Well, most globe earthers like, it's like, how do you know you're this globe? GPS. And the only thing they know about GPS is just like looking at their phone. Look at your phone and look at those numbers. That proves Earth's a globe. Like, what? Yo, is Clipcord still around? Tell him in the chat. Dude, he's got to have a repository somewhere, right? An archive.
Sorry, India, I was working. What'd you say?
Yeah, I know. I said, is Clipcord, does he have an archive or repository of all his clips?
I'm not sure. I only know that he does them in DM, so I don't know. Maybe.
Do you know how many he must have? He's gonna need another
Over the
hard
many
drive.
years?
Oh yeah. Yeah. He's got a lot. I'd like to just turn a bunch of them into like YouTube shorts. Now, obviously, anyone with Donald C in it is not it's not YouTube worthy.
Oh, the meltdown.
Yeah, you'll get banned in it. You get booted off of YouTube in a second. Like, this is a social media platform, not the hospital.
Maybe you couldn't
Oh,
tell the
doesn't
way he was
Josh?
acting.
Over the fence is asking if Josh does he belong in the room for Gobers who promise data they don't provide. I mean, you got any debts outstanding, Josh? I'm the debt collector. If you promised anybody some sort of data or evidence, and we're still waiting on it. We're making a comprehensive list because these things keep getting fallen by the wayside. I'm still waiting on laser tests from freaking 7 years ago by a guy with 3 PhDs. His argument was this: there's more globe earthers than flat earthers. Flat earthers have done laser tests. Therefore, just because there's more globers than flat earthers, there must be more globe laser tests than flat earth laser tests. That's how he proved there's laser tests that prove the globe. I said, okay, get one of those. He goes, all right, I'll be right back. He went on mute for like 10 minutes and then dropped, never to be seen again. Because I told him, I said, that makes sense that it would work that way, but if you have a globe earther and he makes a flat earth measurement, why would he still be a globe earther? Oh, the temperature thing, wasn't that one of the things Josh was supposed to produce? The thermal unit that does simultaneous negative 100 and positive 300 or whatever they said it was. I wasn't here for it. I just heard people talking about it.
Yeah, good luck telling him, tell you what facility it's in, and good luck
Wait,
telling you
tell you
if he's ever
he won't even
tested
tell
it.
you the facility?
Well,
Is that
depending
bad?
on where.
How
Well,
about what
it's
continent?
pretty.
We do that?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Which multiverse?
Yeah, it's far from here, but close to there, India.
He said it's in Washington. Kirkland, Washington. My understanding, though, is it just fluctuates in temperature, that it doesn't actually do a simultaneous temperature profile. Yeah, you were talking about it, AB. That's right. I was talking about with you. We need a simultaneous temperature to simulate, you know, what would happen in orbit, right? Because one side of whatever it is would be hot and the other side would be cold. What was that burger from McDonald's? Keep the hot side hot and the cold side cold. So, for the record, Josh's evidence is a press release, probably that he wrote. Did you just cite yourself, Josh? Should I call you Joshua? I don't want to call you Josh if that's like you don't like that shit. Now you can answer in the text chat. Does that just oscillate temperature? Does it do a simultaneous temperature profile, meaning one side is negative 100 and the other side's the question I really want to ask is what's the distance between the max and min temperature in the chamber if it does the simultaneous temperature profile where one side is like negative 100 and the other side's positive 300 or whatever it gets to.
Good luck wrenching that one out of him. I was asking the same question.
I mean, that's one hell of a temperature gradient, man. You think you have refraction over the water. I mean, Jesus Christ, you get crazy refraction. It's a vacuum chamber, so they're good, right?
That's what the answer was to me. It just works.
It just works. If it didn't work, how could the Earth be a globe?
I was telling him about the components on that satellite. Because you got to think of all the constituent parts that make up the satellite what it is.
Are these satellites made to be serviceable?
Nope. That was the answer I got.
Oh, you actually asked that?
Yep.
We're on the same wavelength, man.
Yeah, because that's what I mean. I'll be surprised if he answers you. At the end of his discussion with me was like, well, I'm only here to just have conversation. I don't care either way to prove it to you. I'm not here for that. What you said. I'm just here for a fun little internet conversation.
I already have Amazon Prime, Josh. You can't sell it to me twice.
Sorry. I'm laughing because I saw the picture DJ posted at 11:04.
At least we got some details. The link you posted is from Space Simulation Systems.
There you go.
Now, the people that designed that, do you think they know the Earth is a globe? They make vacuum chambers to test the environment of space. So, how could they make that if the Earth wasn't a globe?
Yeah, it looks like a tiny Earth, Josh Ingersoll. Whatever state that's lifting
that
up
was
from.
just what I was thinking, bro. Like I just posted it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, space cadet guy can't connect those dots. That the state that's launching from would be covering the entirety of the globe. Wake up, Josh. Have some coffee. Get that NASA coffee. Gurgle, gurgle.
Now he's got that Jeff Bezos coffee.
He's got that saltpeter coffee.
Jeff Bezos or Bezos? I'm not really sure how you pronounce it. And then you got Chef Kegwin, who's going to come in here and make sure that you guys are on the right track with the globe evidence.
Whenever he comes in here, I think of Shep on South Park, and that's who we're debating. So that screenshot from that Amazon website, Josh, I'm pretty sure you said the satellites don't go very high. that image would be impossible. If the Earth was a globe, it wouldn't look like that.
I guess Master Debater came on last night, but I was going to bed, so I missed it.
Sure, it was a train wreck.
I don't know if he was there long.
I'm sure he wasn't.
But Hulu, you sound like you're like far away, bro.
Let me see how sensitive the mic is. Thank you. Yeah, please let me know, because I don't really know. This is my mic turned up all the way, as sensitive as I can.
Yeah, it sounds like you're Major Tom and ground control trying to get a hold of you.
Oh, dude, that's funny. I love it. Welcome, Jam. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Flat Earth.
Or either that or a truck driver on a CB radio. There's Flat Hulu over.
Flat Hulu here. You got a copy? Copy. I know. It was a fucking mess in the chat last night. Oh my god. They were all like, he finally came, y'all are pussies, blah blah blah, fucking mute, blah blah blah. And oh my god, it was such a mess.
What do you mean? It sounds like my kind of party.
I was loving it. I was like, there's no mod abuse here. It's just people that act up and spiral out and get muted for it. It's not mod abuse, it's just fucking moderation. Welcome, Nephilim. How are you doing? I love the name. You believe in Nephilims?
I believe the Nephilim are the celestial beings created by God, some of them, as the Bible teaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but topic is whether the Earth is a globe or it's a horizontal plane. What do you think?
I don't think any crazy things about that subject. I'm not a nutter.
You're not a nutter?
Are you like agnostic
me?
Towards the shape of the Earth? Are you like agnostic, like you don't know?
Oh,
Wait a
no,
minute,
I
he
know.
just finished saying he's not a nutter. I want to know what that means.
Well, I don't think that the Earth is flat, like nutters.
Really?
You think it's a ball? Like the nutters?
Yeah, Flat Hulu, your mic is really bad, brother. Like, listen to yourself back on the live stream. It's really bad. But let me address this guy. So if you think it's a globe, go ahead and point that out, sir. How you know it's a globe?
I think debating the shape of the Earth with somebody is to step down into the world of insanity, and it's not worth my time. Any more than debating goats designed automobiles.
Hold on, do you think flat's a shape?
Sorry, pal. Find an insane person to talk to.
I found one. The guy who's so concerned about his time speaks like this. Do you think flat is a shape?
You go find a goat to talk to.
Spit it out, Junior. Yes or no?
When you have any level of semblance of intelligence, let me know.
Well, prove your intelligence by answering the simplest of questions. Is flat a shape?
I've
No,
got
you don't have
1,000
to.
videos on YouTube, me debating PhDs.
You mean like one of the? You mean like the one that Josh just posted?
I think you are nutty
Planet
if
Florida.
you think the Earth is flat. You're welcome to believe that insanity. You're welcome to. Okay.
Why are you so upset by it then?
I'm not upset. I just think it's
You
crazy.
sound upset.
Not upset. I think it's crazy. I ridicule it. It's laughable. Insanity.
I feel the same way about the globe. I really do.
Well, good for you. That might help demonstrate how insane you are.
Why do you believe it's a ball, though, besides just pointing fingers and laughing?
It's not worth anybody's time to engage insane people.
Yeah, but why do you think it's a ball, though?
No, this guy's a hypocrite.
My time is not is too valuable to spend on insane people. Okay?
So you think because nighttime happens, Earth must be a ball? Is that what you said?
I'm sorry. I'll say for the last time. I don't
You got this, old hoss.
insane people.
I was about to mute him, save him his time.
That's fine.
Oh,
You're not going to hurt my feelings.
You can't manage, dude. I'm not looking to manage. I'm just looking to manage your time for you.
I don't need you to manage anything.
Okay, you have thousands of pictures. Do you include the one that Josh just posted of Planet Florida? Just talk over me, dude.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's because you don't stop yapping.
I'm not yapping. You seem to be.
Okay, if I'm yapping, then it's your turn to listen. You said you have
need to listen.
Thousands of pictures.
No, I didn't
Is
say
one
that.
of those pictures one of the ones that Space Cadet
have
Josh
trouble
just
listening.
posted of Planet Florida?
No,
I
didn't
can
say I
talk
have
over
thousands of
you.
pictures. You're an idiot. You don't listen.
You just
I said
did
I have
say
1,000
thousands of
videos.
pictures.
No, you're an idiot. I said I have 1,000 videos on YouTube.
Okay,
of me
Josh
debating
just posted one. Do you include the
You're stupid.
video?
Now you're talking over me, so I know you're not listening.
Well,
again.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Do you include the video that Josh just posted in those thousands
You're
of
too
videos?
stupid to listen to what somebody says, so I don't respond to people who don't listen to me. Goodbye.
Bye.
Next.
So yeah, how's my mic sound? I put it in earbud.
Yeah, it's way better. By the way.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, if you have
Yeah,
any
he said.
intelligence,
The guy said next.
somebody said.
Yeah. Nephilim,
Next.
did you want to try talking to me? Did you want to talk about Earth, or you just want to listen, or are you leaving? What are you doing, buddy?
Stupid people.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Nephilim?
No,
what are you
he's
doing?
coping.
I find it bizarre that you people are so insane.
Me too. Anyway, what are you doing?
Projection.
You having a conversation, or are you leaving?
Dude, I don't know if Father Time can have a conversation with us, man. He sounds like he needs an oatmeal or something. I don't know.
Do you need a hug, Nephilim? Do you want to sit here and talk about it? You want me to tell you why you're the crazy one? Is that what you want?
He probably saw the moon landing on TV, man, when he was in his 20s.
You believe it, Nephilim? You believe they land? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Welcome, Nomble. I like the picture. Welcome, Josh. How you guys doing? Welcome, OXE. Welcome.
Welcome to your doom.
Welcome to Flat Earth. The real boss. That sounds familiar. Did I see him in here yesterday or something?
I don't know. Oh yeah,
Kingsley, welcome. I don't know about Newt, but I like that picture. I don't know if I've seen him before.
Shout out to Super Monkey Ball. What's up, brother? I haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see you back.
Josh wants us to
some.
explain. Sorry.
You go ahead, Flat.
He wants us to explain the QF-28, and I don't really know what he's referring to. Is that a satellite or a rocket or something? He's a flat earther, isn't he? He's got that flat sign.
Dude, hey, Josh is wanting us to explain flights on the flat Earth. So he put in the Qantas flight for Sydney to Sydney, Australia. Oh my god, dude, that's like what argument is that for? Like us listening to people ask us that 2017 argument,
I
something like
don't
that.
like plane routes and that kind of shit, but I will make a comment that I've heard people argue about emergency landings and the places they land kind of debunk the globe. I'll say that. And I've seen one of their pictures and it looked okay.
How do flights work on a flat Earth?
It's like
It's,
asking how
it,
do bicycles work.
yeah,
Flat Earth.
he's only presuming that the idea that the Earth is a globe is true. And if that is the case, then you have to provide evidence that it is a globe. Like, we're not going to tell you. You have to tell us. Come on, Josh. Don't pull out the 2017 arguments on us, bro. Yeah, and you look for online how to debunk a flat earther, and you got this really stupid list that you're trying to go down one by one. Forget it. It doesn't help your cause, bro.
Sounds entertaining.
Just because
Try
it's
it
an
out.
old argument, does that make it invalid?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's already been discussed.
We debunked it a long time ago. Duh.
Okay, so then why couldn't you do it just now?
I personally don't have the evidence to argue it and talk
Well,
about it. I
no,
don't think it's worth our time.
No, I'm saying though, you guys think it's happening on a globe. The argument is, how is it? Because you have a premise, don't you, that it works on a globe. So if I say, then what does it prove? Then you have to tell me, well, this is how it proves that we live on a globe, and then show me. But you can't do that, can you? Therefore, it's
Well,
bunk.
I could say that about almost every single proof you bring. I could say, well, how does that prove the Earth is flat? If you try to debunk the round Earth, I could just say, well, how does that prove the Earth is flat? If you just bring that up to every single argument, it's
We
just
got an
stupid.
issue. We have an issue. The issue is, the claim is, how does this work on a flat Earth? Which means that you already have a premise. So you didn't solidify the premise, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what you haven't done. You need to solidify that premise in order to continue the logic stream of how this works on a flat Earth. If it's not even logical, that's why I'm trying to show you. It's a false dichotomy. You're putting flat Earth
What
against
the hell
globe
are you
Earth, and
talking
you
about?
haven't proven the globe. So you don't have a dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy.
Well, that's just opinion that we haven't proven the globe. You can just say anything's
No,
fake.
it's not.
I can show you
It's
proof
not
that
an
the Earth
opinion.
is a globe.
It's not an opinion. It's a
and you can just
fact.
scream fake.
It's a fact. Go ahead and prove it if it's a fact. If it's a straight up fact, go ahead and
All
show
right,
us how it's a globe.
let's look at the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's impossible on a
let's do
flat
that.
Earth model. It's
Yeah, how?
possible on a round Earth
No,
model.
wait.
Actually,
Boss,
okay.
I'm asking for you to detail how that works on a globe. Tell me how it works on a globe. Go ahead.
Well, because at a certain point in the year, the Earth is facing, because it's on a tilted axis, it faces more towards the sun than the other side of the Earth. Therefore,
So are these assumptions? Are they direct observations? The thing you're telling me right now, are they assumptions or direct observations?
They are direct observations.
When do we see the tilt of the Earth, sir?
Well, the Earth doesn't actually have a tilt. It's talking about a tilt between the north axis and the
So we don't see a tilt of. Yeah, hold on, sir. We don't see a tilt of the Earth.
Just let him talk. Let him talk. Don't just let him explain.
So there is no direct. Whoever's saying let him talk, I'm going to mute you. So listen, there's only you. There's only you, sir. There's only you assuming that these things are occurring. When I asked for the direct observation, you didn't provide me with that. I need a direct observation of the Earth tilting, which is one of the things you said is happening.
I'm saying there is no top of the Earth because the Earth is a ball. There can be no top of a ball. A ball doesn't have a
I'm not talking about a top. I'm talking about a tilt. A tilt. A tilt. Not a top. A tilt.
Well, I'm going to say that I'm not a scientist. I didn't research how we found the tilt, but I do know there is a tilt.
So you have nothing.
A tilt.
Good lord.
So you got nothing. You got nothing. You didn't prove it. I'm asking you to prove it to me, and you're leaning on
the
this
24-hour
information.
sun does prove
She
it.
didn't let him finish.
No,
though.
dude. The
Oh
real
my
boss.
God.
The real boss. Your empty circular reasoning doesn't prove anything.
How does it not prove anything when I'm saying that there's a 24-hour sun? It can't have a 24-hour sun unless we're on a tilt. That's one way of
That's
proving it. I'm
circular
sure there are other
reasoning.
ways. But how do you guys explain a
Well,
24-hour sun on a flat Earth model?
What can I see that? Can I see that flat Earth model that you're talking about?
Wait, hold on
Well,
one second. Can we please expound on the point that it's circular reasoning? Because I want Ohas to actually, he doesn't get it. It's
Yep.
not sticking. The circular reasoning part needs to stick real quick before we.
Yes, I know it's not
Because
sticking.
I'm kind of busy right now.
It's not sticking, so we could try something else to see if it could, shake something loose.
I'm asking you, how does a 24-hour sun work on a flat Earth? You guys aren't answering me.
Okay, you're
diverting to
asking
other
something.
topics.
No problem. You're asking about the sun, okay? And you want to know how it works in the flat Earth. Let's go through it step by step. Or you think you're asking a question that can't be answered. And let's go through that step by step.
I'm asking you to explain to me how a 24-hour sun works on a flat Earth. That's simple.
Yeah, just how you see it. Exactly how you see it is exactly how it would work. Now we have to
The spotlight
dissect.
sun just kind of sticks wherever you
I don't know
are
why
for
you
24
added
hours until you
spotlight
leave.
sun, wherever the spotlight sun came from. Is that how you observe
And
the sun to be?
That brings me back to my other point where I made the other day. No two flat earthers will agree on every single thing. All you guys agree on is that we live on a
no
dinner
two
plate
globalists
table.
agree on everything.
We agree on a lot more things
No,
than you guys
zero.
do. So a lot of you guys believe in a spotlight sun. A lot of you don't believe in a spotlight sun. And
what you
can't
will
agree,
see,
but you agree that
what
it's
you
flat
will
Earth. So
agree
it's
on
impossible for me to debate
is that
you people
somehow
because
you
you
think
don't
the
agree with each other.
astronauts are telling you the truth. And they're also telling you that God of the Bible exists. So then you disagree. The globalist worldview is so broken, you will agree and disagree with exactly the same statement. Now on the flat Earth, I don't need that.
How do you believe in a flat Earth without?
So what you're asking for is like if you've done the final experiment and you compared the flat Earth to a globe Earth and you've used the sun to do this, show me your flat Earth that you've used. If you can't do that, can you explain how the sun works on your flat Earth?
Yes, the sun is in the middle of our solar system, and we circulate around the sun because the sun has a gravitational pull.
Does the sun set? On the flat Earth, does the sun set?
No. Not some of you might think it does, but no, it doesn't.
No problem. The sun does not set on your flat Earth. Now, can you explain the 24-hour sun in the Arctic or Antarctic?
Yes, well, we are not completely straight up if we assume that the North Pole is the top of the Earth. So we're not completely straight up. We're on a tilted axis in comparison to the sun. That tilted axis turns us towards the sun, and when our Earth spins, it stays at the sun.
How do you prove that? How do you prove that? How do you prove that?
Do you realize you're just making empty claims? The real boss.
You can
you're not doing anything that's literal.
You guys won't listen to this. You guys can get a cruise ship and you can go to the Arctic and you can see the 24-hour sun. It's so simple. You guys will not listen.
So a sun that doesn't set, is that a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
A sun. I believe that both models believe that the sun does not set because unless it really depends what perspective you're looking at. If you're in space, the sun doesn't set because it's there in the middle of our solar system. If you're on a certain point in the Earth, yes, the sun sets because the Earth is turning away from the sun. In your perspective, it looks like the Earth is setting. The sun is setting, and yet even though we can observe that, you guys can't quite understand that we are on a ball that turns, and then we face away from the sun. but you're not able to accept that. So you believe that sun is just a spotlight for most of you, but then some of you don't believe it's a spotlight. Some of you believe it's a god. Some believe that there is no god, which I absolutely do not understand how you would believe that this would all come to be without a god to make all this dome dinner plate business or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
you're rambling.
understand how
You're
you guys
rambling now.
are believing this.
This is a ramble. This is a Dear Diary rambling.
So prove me wrong. Explain this.
Exactly how you see the sun behave is exactly what it's doing. Don't add any other observation
So could you
that
model
you can't make yourself. If your observation requires you to go to a mythical land where space is no longer space, the space is now an outer space that you can't access, don't use that observation. The same reason you wouldn't use Narnia as an observation of the earth. That's a space that doesn't exist where you exist.
Well, just
use
well,
your
no offense,
own,
just
what do you
because
see the
you've been
sun
sitting
do?
on your
What do you see
no
the sun
offense,
do?
but just because you've been sitting on your couch all day and you haven't been able to see space, and astronauts have gone to the outer space and they have seen.
Okay, this
and
is
they
rambling
have,
again. This is rambling. You're rambling again.
So you say we haven't been to you say
No,
we haven't,
no,
we can't go to
no,
space.
we,
Well, guess
yeah,
what? We
no,
have
we.
gone to space.
You got it. No, we. There's a group of people that you think
We
have
as
gone to space.
America, as a
I am
country,
not part of that group.
have put a man on the moon.
No, you haven't. You have not done that. You are not part of that group.
Yes, we have.
No, there's no we there.
Do you think NASA's just like censoring all this stuff and things?
What is going on, dude?
What
How did this happen? You said you had evidence the Earth was a globe. First, you pointed at the sun. Now you're talking about 1970s TV shows.
Well, that's because he said that we can't go to space.
Okay,
and
what the hell does moon travel have to do with whether or not the Earth is a ball?
Because you can go to space and look back at the Earth and see it's a ball.
Have you done it?
Yeah, let's see that image.
Have you done it? If you haven't done it, I don't want to talk about it. I'd like to add a comment with the sun. If the Earth is proven flat, then any and all of cosmology happens over a flat Earth, regardless of if we have an explanation, if we have a model. It doesn't matter. We can say we don't know and be humbled by it, but if Earth measures flat, then guess what? There's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica over a flat Earth. It's that simple, buddy. It's not an argument. It's just like an explanation.
Fun fact,
Do you have an explanation? It's not an argument.
Do I have an explanation for what?
I wasn't asking a question. I was making a statement about your 24-hour sun comment. I was making a statement.
Well, I will tell you this: nobody's seen the flat Earth model, so that's kind of an invalid argument.
That's perfect.
For you to say
Good.
that I've
Nobody's
never seen
sharing
the
one.
round Earth.
Nobody's sharing one.
You guys know you can't just go to Antarctica very easily and see a 24-hour sun, which is impossible on a flat Earth, right? You guys know that.
I would like. Okay, you're making a claim that it is impossible. I would like to see whatever evidence you have to support that claim.
All right, go get a cruise ship to Antarctica. They're for sale, actually. A few $1,000. You can go to Antarctica.
Are you talking about making the observation? No. I'm not denying a 24-hour sun.
No, I'm telling you, you can go make the observation.
Why this observation cannot happen over a flat surface. I want you to explain and show me why with evidence.
Okay, well, first I will, but can you tell me what you believe the sun is doing?
It's not but first. You're making a claim. You're making a claim. You're making a claim. Back it up.
Okay, well, I'm assuming you believe in a spotlight sun because most flat earthers do, but because you guys disagree a lot, I can't 100% say that. So I'm asking you, what sun do you believe for the flat Earth?
The sun you see. The one you see.
You can
right there.
For this, for humility, why don't you just go ahead and make multiple models and test out multiple models with multiple suns? How many have you tested to be able to say it's impossible? Because you are saying it's impossible.
All right. Well, most philosophers believe that the sun is a spotlight, so it goes
It was a
around
question. How many
but-
models have you tested?
But if the Arctic is an Arctic wall, the spotlight sun can't be spotlighting on the entire thing. It's only spotlighting on one part, making a 24-hour sun virtually.
Okay, so the sun sets on the flat Earth.
I hear you making another claim, but I'm asking how many models have you tested
0.
to make these statements?
He said 0. He said there isn't any model. Yeah, he said there's no models have ever been presented, and he's adjudicated every single one of them.
Okay, so if you haven't tested a model, and if you don't have any physical evidence to back up your claim, then you don't have an argument, buddy. There's no
Have you tested
foundation to your claim. Again, this isn't about us. It's about you and your claim. You made a claim, not me. You did.
So basically, you're going to tell me that you don't believe in whatever I'm debunking. So therefore, I can't debunk you
don't have
because
evidence.
I don't know what in the world you're believing because none of you people agree with each other.
No, you don't have evidence. So any claim made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That's how that
All
works.
right, I'll give you evidence because
Thank you.
you people, you
No, not
philosophers,
because
the
you people, just
majority.
evidence.
No, because you guys all disagree and you're not telling me what model you believe in.
Genetic fallacy.
We don't claim one. Move on.
The majority of you believe in the spotlight sun that goes around the Earth, and you won't
making assumptions.
agree on. You won't agree on this thing that
we don't have a model yet.
Sun goes around the
real
Earth,
boss.
cannot shine at the Arctic Circle the entire time.
I would love to communicate with you further.
Arctic
Please show
Circle.
me the evidence for that claim.
I literally just told you, but you interrupted and wouldn't listen.
No, you were saying how we all don't have a model. That's been a fact that we don't have a model. Anyway, you made a claim, so back it up so I can believe you.
Well, I would rather believe in a round Earth model than a no model.
Obviously.
Okay, so you concede you don't have an argument about a 24-hour sun. You were ignorant and you were clueless and you have no idea why that worked. So okay, so do you have anything else
to
you want to
me
add?
that you don't know a thing.
No, you were making the claim. We just walked you through, held your hand, spoon-fed you that you don't have evidence to back up to substantiate your claim. So
can you just confirm for me that you do not have a model? You don't believe in any, so therefore you can't prove your model is fake because
it's 2025. We should all know that by now. Yeah.
Wow, that's a sad way to live.
You have they have to have a model. Every measurement is a model.
Yeah, let's see the model that you got.
His argument is that it's a sad way to live if we don't have a model. That's your argument?
No, well, that's not my argument.
I could just say, I don't believe in.
Where's your model?
Anything.
You're living sad. Okay, you're living sad. I got it.
You're sad because you don't have a model.
Yeah.
So that's is that the height of the intellectual capacity for an argument of showing somebody evidence of something? Is it you're sad?
Well, I noticed something. Every time I debate too long on here, I'm going to just say this before I get muted. I always get muted and censored out here, which I think is funny because you people
Dear Diary,
that we're
to be muted.
I'm not.
Dear Diary,
I'm not able.
What kind of boss
to type
are
in
you?
the chat right now because I've been censored.
He's not.
Which I think is quite funny because you people seem to think that you're truth seekers when really
you're uncensored. No one hears me.
Like a truth seeker.
Yeah, I want to make this statement. I want to make this statement. There is no mod abuse.
Exactly how you guys
they're whining and they earned it. I just want to make that note. There's no mod abuse. People get
dude's a big old baby, man. He's a wah. I'm this and that. I'm wah. Like
I swear to God. Yeah, agreed.
Wow, name calling is actually a terrible way to win a debate.
Yeah, here we go. Stop being a big baby, dude. We're adults discussing a topic. What the hell?
You literally just introduced an argument and failed to back it up. Yes, we're allowed to insult you and laugh at it.
Absolutely no evidence to back any of your claims. All you've done is said
just what you did. You just did that. You just did that with the 24-hour sun. What the fuck,
Give me
buddy?
So, do you believe in a 24-hour sun?
The guy's
Oh
lost
my
it.
god, dude!
But you can
You
talk
don't need
about
to
it if you
believe in
come
it
up with
enough,
the evidence.
bro. Listen to this. You don't need to believe in something that's observed. You observe something. You don't need to believe in it. Does that make any sense to you? Am I getting through to you?
You guys have absolutely no idea what you believe. So how are you trying to say
What?
you believe something?
We're not talking about belief. Okay, how many times are we telling you we're not talking about beliefs, brother? Why do you keep saying you guys don't have beliefs? Just because you, at the end of the day, believe in ideas that the Earth or a globe doesn't mean we have to believe with you, right?
What model do you believe in? What model?
Hey, there's not a model, dude. Reality doesn't
Yes,
have a
there is.
model. You can't model it.
That's wrong.
No, you
Logic
can't,
says
dude.
that shut up. Logic says every measurement is a model of reality. Get fucked.
Yeah,
I'd like to
models
say
don't
we've already
require
said
belief.
we've already said less than 5
Just
minutes ago. None
unconfirmed.
of us have a model. The fact you're asking for a model again for like
Yeah,
the
you
fourth
do
time
have
shows
one
you're
though.
not
You can't
listening.
not have a model.
Somebody mute Mage. He's a troll.
Yeah, you guys
Sorry.
really need to pay
Can one of
attention
you
very carefully. A
can you
model
repeat that? You
does
said
not require belief. Models
you
are
There's a
said
proof.
that
Yeah, you're
reality
wrong.
doesn't
outside
There's a
of
have a
proof in the
belief.
model.
proof. Look at the proof in the side chat. It's deductive. Like if you can use logic, you can read this proof.
Oh boy.
So can you repeat that? You said that logic cannot have a model. Is that right?
No. I just said that like every measurement is a model, and I proved.
We were talking to the real boss. I would like to continue this conversation. If we can not let Mage interrupt, that would be beautiful. I appreciate it.
Because you can't object to what he's saying?
Who?
No, it's tangential. You doofus.
He's interrupting.
It's
Irrelevant.
tangential on top of it. He's
I think
interrupting and it's tangential.
you guys are all gonna say whatever you're gonna say, and I don't really care. But it's
Then why are you
impossible for me
wanting
to
to know?
debate.
Then why are you wanting
It's
to know? If you don't
impossible for
care,
me to
if you
debate
don't
you
care,
people.
then why do you want to know? No, if you don't care, then why do you want to know? You just
Shut
dismissed
up
us
and let
right
me
out of
talk.
hand when you said that phrase. No,
No,
you're not an entitled baby. You're a
I'm
guest
being
in our room here. You're a guest. So act like one. Yeah?
I've let you
Or be
talk a
controlled.
whole bunch. I would ask that you please stop interrupting me when I'm trying to talk. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna leave. And the reason is because you guys don't have a model. If you, I'll debate you. And
Shut up and just leave, you big baby. We're any big entitled babies to be in here telling us what's what. Just go.
He doesn't even know what he's asking for. He's like, hey, I want you guys to present a model so I can present my model too. Just present your model. Let's see your model. Where's it at?
Actually, you just want him to leave, to be honest. He says, I don't care to hear what you guys have to say. He said it outright. Okay, then
Yeah.
fuck off.
It's like he's
Bye.
like, hey, you need to have a model, otherwise it's a sad, lonely existence. He doesn't have a model, but then suddenly thinks his own worldview doesn't apply to him. A sad, lonely existence. Then he wants to only debate people who have models. He doesn't have a model, but then he's offering to debate. Then on top of it, he wants people to listen to him, and he won't listen to anyone else. This guy
That's
is in
delusional, man, if you
back
ask
to
me.
back, back to back, deep seated mental breaks with reality internally there.
I agree. If we entertain Mage today, can I ask, since he's like model obsessed, can I ask that we stick his conversation to like the globe model and we can talk about that? I don't want to listen to him rambling about measurements and models for hours again. I would love to discuss his model and his beliefs, but not that nonsense. Not again. Now, it looks like Chief wants a turn in the VC, but I can't really tell. He's just kind of bitching. I don't really know if he wants to participate or
That's all Chief
what.
does. He just bitches. Things don't go
Chief,
his way. He's like, well, you
you're
don't. That's why you don't want to let him talk because he's gonna tell you what's what. No, it's
he's
tangential to the
unmuted.
point that was being made.
Chief, you're unmuted if you want to try and prove us all wrong and have a civil conversation and talk about your beliefs.
Civil is dependent on your part of it. Ours
Oh, see,
remains
he's just
Why
civil.
bitching.
do you
He's just
Take the
believe?
bitching.
marbles out of your
Why do you
mouth.
believe you live on a ball, Chief? Why do you believe that?
Quit bitching, dude. Just have a
Because
conversation. You're gonna have one.
Yes. Why do you believe you live on a ball?
because of my experience,
What do you experience
the
that
implications
specifically?
of my experience.
I experience a flat horizon, a flat Earth. I experience the ground doesn't move. I experience a flat and motionless Earth. What do you experience?
I experience the same things as you, but I
Okay.
contemplate them and
Okay.
and
So
think about their implications, and you are unwilling to do so.
okay, talk about it. So you experience flat, motionless Earth. Let's walk through that. Walk me through it. How do you get from that, our experiences, to the exact opposite? Tell me about it.
Because the sun sets.
Okay, you think that's exclusive, globe exclusive? You don't think that can happen on a flat Earth?
It can't. It's
No,
physically
it
impossible.
can't.
I love when they start answering for each other.
It can't.
The community brain is active.
Yeah, it literally couldn't
Do you
happen.
have any experiments, any small scale experiments of a flat surface and a sun showing it's impossible?
There
Do you have anything of
are
that, or
many,
is this just an empty
many.
claim?
Yes, there are many.
We share one.
I'm trying to find them.
Perfect.
I'm trying
Perfect.
to find one.
Okay,
Perfect.
I'll
There's
mute
many.
you until you find it.
There's 3D
Yeah, yeah.
Marbles.
Share it.
simulations of
Share
what
it when you
happens.
find it. Remember, we're talking about
Oh
a
my
real life,
goodness.
small scale experiment, not a simulation. Remember. Remember.
No. But this is the thing.
Yes. 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 Yeah. Once you find that, Chief, go ahead and post it up. Make sure it's not a simulation, but an actual small scale experiment, and we will love to discuss your
I'm right
beliefs with you.
here.
Somebody screaming?
Yeah.
I don't see anybody's name popping up green. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It sounded like Old House. Might have been hot micing.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
me.
Yeah, it's
I'm
fine if you want to
outside.
have a conversation. If you want to have a conversation with these guys, Lulu. But I think
I'm trying.
some of the moderation in here is going to hold them to the points that they would always have, which is producing the thing that they say they have. Otherwise, if their
Yes.
mic stays open, they filibuster. So the cows come home. So it's like we don't want to hear their filibuster. We just want to hear them actually saying what they say and then produce the evidence.
Yeah,
And
it's called like
a lot of the mods in here are kind of tired of that. Go ahead, Chris.
it's like yes, fundamentally muting people. It's like where you just mic spam the whole conversation. They never listen to anything. They keep repeating themselves. They keep asking the
Yeah.
same question, even though it doesn't matter how many times you answer it. They'll adjudicate the answer and then repeat back to you again that you didn't answer, and then go into some logical fallacy like appeal to motive or genetic fallacy,
Oh yeah.
and then repeat the question again. At some
Oh yeah.
point, you're like, okay, enough is enough. This guy is extremely bricked. Let's move on to somebody else.
Oh yeah. I agree. I would love to start VCing more. If I'm talking too much, let me know. If I misrepresent, let me know. But I would love to give these guys a chance, though. I would love to talk to them. But if you guys want to
Yeah.
moderate,
So
please just do whatever you
yeah,
got to do. If you got to mute me,
yeah.
mute me.
Fly Hulu. This is the way it works. Like when they say they're going to produce something, and a moderator steps in and says, "Hey, I want to see that proof," and then I'll unmute you. Then wait till they produce that proof, or at least tell them, "Hey, you were asked to
I
produce the
agree.
proof that you said you were going to give me," and then you'll be unmuted. It'll be simple as
Is
that. It's not like you're going to be
is
muted
this
forever. It's just so
yeah?
you can produce the evidence. That's all.
Is this what we're doing with Chief? Because I was okay with that. If we didn't mute him, he would just be rambling on and on and on. I agree. But and
Yeah, I
I would
think
love to
so.
unmute Chief if he posts that. I would love to unmute him and carry on a conversation. But it looks like he's busy. They
Yeah,
literally said they wanted to accept it. No, no, I
when
asked for it. I was the one that asked for it.
when he posts that, I guess Old Haas has him too. Like when he posted, he'll unmute him. He's fair, right? He said he
Yeah,
has it.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
unmuted
I
him. I
agree.
unmuted him because I know that day will never come.
Chief, if you
Empty
don't have that, just
promise.
admit you don't have that. It's okay. We'll move on with the conversation if you don't have it. Go ahead, Chief.
No, I'm trying to find a good one for you.
How come
You
when you
haven't been
guys say
looking?
you have when you guys say you have
I
thousands of
am
things,
looking. I
why
am
are those
looking,
the most
but
difficult for you to
there's
find?
Well, just know I'm ready for this conversation, Chief. As soon as you find that small scale experiment of the sun not disappearing over horizon, let me know.
It's probably because I don't
well,
know.
I mean,
I'm
you
just
guys
gonna
love
spitball here.
geometry. You
It's
love
probably
bringing up
because he doesn't.
geometry. Shut up a
Oh, he's
minute,
got me
dude. You're not
muted.
contributing anything. Let's
Yeah,
try some actual
he's got me
thinking.
muted. Somebody's in their
So you
peepees.
guys love geometry, yeah?
Yeah, that'll
You
You
guys
in your
definitely
love
get you
peepees?
muted.
geometry. All right.
Hey,
Chief, you're in your peepees?
So
Chief,
surely, if you love
unmute
geometry
AV
so much,
first.
you'd be able to
Unmute AV, dude.
conceptualize a
What a
flat
duck.
plane.
I
I
guess
don't
he
know what
doesn't
you're
want to have
rambling
a
about, Chief.
conversation. Yeah, we
That
don't.
was
None
kind
of
of
us
weird.
know. He's got to mute me and old Todd.
Yeah, I'll let him know. Oliver, you have got to unmute every person in this VC, or you will be muted until you do so. This is a choose your own adventure. To be unmuted, you must also unmute. If you mute, you will also be muted.
I get what you're talking about. No, I have an earbud in, babe. I know. Thank you. You cute. Okay, since we have a quick second, technical question: does anybody know how to split audio between like speakers and an earbud? Can you talk to me in the side chat or DM me or something? I'm getting my fucking anime going through my earbud, and I would love to hear it through the speaker, but I don't know how to separate them. Totally off topic. Thank you. We can go back to Earth. Chief, I see you're making comments. I would really like to see the evidence. Oh, he's not in the voice chat. Never mind.
Oliver is being a naughty boy.
Is his name Oliver? Okay.
He's been a bit nutty today. Dude, he got in his peepees pretty quick, huh, old Hoss?
Good thing you butted in, Chief Gagwin. Let's see if the real boss is still here. He's muted. Yeah, he started talking for the real boss for some reason.
Can I ask one thing? I was muted. Sorry, no, I was not muted. I mean, I don't know if it's permanent, but over the last, I think, 3 days, I haven't been able to text in the side chat.
It's a
I
text
was
ban suppression. Yeah, it's a
I
text
was
ban
banned
suppression.
because I wasn't talking in the VC enough. I was
Yes.
not able to talk in the VC because of my real life, and I was muted. Sorry, I was shut down for that in the chat, so I could only talk in the VC. I was wondering if I could be unbanned from that, maybe.
Yeah,
You
that's not.
asked pretty
It's not
reasonably.
a problem. Mostly happens. It's not a big fast rule we go by. The main thing is if there's a conversation happening in VC, and somebody needs the text chat, so it appears on the YouTube stream too, and then someone's spamming the text chat, burying the relevant content, then someone will suppress. They probably forgot to unsuppress you.
I was the mod who banned me. I got the name of him. Who banned me was DJ. He said that he banned me. He said, "Talk on VC. You have no other choice." And then I wasn't able to text in the chat. That was a few days ago, and I thought maybe I'd be unbanned within 24 hours or something, but I'm still banned. So I've never spammed it.
He just wanted you to get into the voice chat because if you were saying something in the text chat that needed to be addressed in the voice, that's probably the reason why he was
Well, I
added
understand that, but
to say that.
I have other people in the room with me and stuff. I can't always get in the VC. So I wish he would have said something like "get out of the chat" or just like a warning or something.
Oh, I don't
Or
know,
just
but
utterly blocking me.
however he handled that, I'm pretty sure his reasons were solid. So we can't undo what he did unless
If
he's the one
if it
that actually
happens
undoes it.
again, well, I am able to text again now. Thanks to whoever did
Okay.
that. But I'll let you know if it happens again. I'll screenshot it and send the message or whatever.
Yeah, you don't need to. This is how you. I'll give you a pro tip: how you stay unmuted, VC and TC. Stay on topic. Don't mute other people. Don't spam.
I was having
don't mic. Dude, like what the fuck? Are you even listening? If you do a few very simple things, you'll never be muted. Ever. Professor Phil was in here for like 5.5 hours. Hard anti-flat earther. Hardcore. One of the most hard-headed anti-flat earthers for years.
You know,
he wasn't muted once.
Like Israel, the Jew.
So that's what you have to be able to do. You have to maintain just very simple things. Don't mic spam, don't text spam, and simply be responsive when somebody answers a question you have. That's it.
Quite frankly, I did all that stuff, and you can believe me or not, but I've never spammed any chat, really. I've never gone off topic in this conversation. I think I talked about religion one time, but other than that, no, I've never gone off topic, so I really don't know why I was banned besides the reason
Listen, when anyone tries to address things you say, you plow right through it. So call it what you want. You're no saint.
Sorry, say again?
You have
The evidence says
whenever
whenever somebody's talking, you plow right through them. Like Crit was talking, you went right through him every time. He was telling you the rules on what it is people get muted for. And he said, follow these simple rules, and you were talking right through him. So it's evident you don't even know how to follow simple rules. So don't act all surprised when you get muted text-wise.
Yeah, dude. When we were trying to point out to you your circular reasoning, you started talking about moonwalking.
Well, that's because one of you brought up the moonwalks.
It doesn't matter.
That's why I talked about it.
You're the one who shifted it. Anyways,
if somebody pauses and they're talking, Discord has like a 1 or 2 second delay. So I start talking and someone else starts talking at the same time, and I really keep with that. And I'm sorry if that happens, but I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, well, the next time your circular reasoning is pointed out to you, why don't you just absorb that, not move on to something else?
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Can we debate the flat Earth now, or are y'all just gonna sit here and bitch all day?
The debate ended long ago. You're late to the party.
No.
What is that?
It just started. Sir.
Yeah. What
It
is
just
a flat
started.
Earth? What is that? You
It
want
is
to
a
debate?
conspiracy.
Okay,
an
you're in the
illusion.
wrong channel. The conspiracy theory
It's okay
is
if you want to run. It's okay if you want to run away from this debate
Did
like
that
you
tracksuit
always
Timmy?
do. It's okay.
Tracksuit Timmy.
Yeah, dude, the conspiracy
Yeah,
channel.
I understand. You want to run away like a little dog, but the thing is we're here to debate.
And the debate channel for conspiracy theories is promptly labeled.
You have no
conspiracy.
model, you have no proof, you have no edge, you have no wall, you don't have fuck all but bullshit lies that you spew constantly. There's no fact, there's no evidence, there's no proof, there's nothing.
Hi, Jason. How are you? My name is Flat Thulu.
That's
So why do you
Timmy.
believe you live on a ball?
Where's the ice wall? Where's the edge?
I don't care about the ice wall. Why do you believe Earth is not flat?
The U.S. Navy.
The U.S. Navy. So what have they done to make you believe that Earth isn't?
What? I don't know. Circumnavigated the Earth.
You don't know?
Hold on.
Oh,
the U.S.
circumnavigate.
Navy. Hold on. Time
Yeah.
out. The U.S. Navy is who coined the term ice wall.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
It's a
that was
government
Admiral
term. It
Berg.
is. No,
That was
no,
one
Jason,
guy.
it is.
And you know,
Secondly,
Admiral
I'd like
Berg
to,
got Alzheimer's later on in life. Did you know that? I
Okay,
bet you didn't know
Jason.
that one.
So if I circumnavigate my swimming
It
pool
sounds like
and
you've got
I swim
Alzheimer's.
around it, is my swimming pool a ball?
Hey,
Or is
Flat
your claim
Thulu.
retarded?
Why don't you check the side chat? This is directly from World War II. Okay,
Hi,
and if you think this
Jason.
is a
I'm talking
lie,
to you. Hello. Yes.
guess what? The
So
Japanese
if
lost.
I swim in a pool, if I
I'll
swim
stop
in a
him.
circle in a pool, is the pool a ball or is your argument stupid?
Dude, you're swimming in a pool, bro. I don't know
Yes.
what to
If I
tell you.
swim a circle in a pool, is the pool a ball or is your argument stupid?
Dude, like I said, you're
Yes.
swimming in a pool.
Yes. So imagine a giant pool and I swim in a giant circle. Is that pool a ball or is your argument stupid?
No, the pool's a circle.
Okay. So circumnavigation is not an argument. So why do you believe
Yes,
Earth
it
to be
is.
flat? No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
You just said it's a circle, not
Yes,
a
it is.
ball.
Okay,
Just said it's a
none of the
circle,
early
not a ball.
explorers like Magellan, like
Okay, so
Sir
you're moving
Francis
on.
Drake, said anything about the
Okay, you're
world
moving on.
being flat. You know that,
Okay,
right?
so your evidence for Earth not being flat is those people made those
Dude,
statements that it's not flat. Is that
you
your
can buy
argument?
a
Your evidence?
sailboat and sail around the world. Do it
Okay,
yourself, buddy.
so
People do it all the
we're back
time.
to doing a big circle,
Sell
not a
everything
ball.
and go buy a sailboat.
Jason, are you listening? We've already discussed this.
Dude, you came to the conclusion the world's flat sitting in
No,
your fucking house.
you
You
came to
didn't
the
travel
conclusion
anywhere. Let me see
it's
your
a
travel pics.
ball by
Let me
swimming
see
in
your
a
travel
circle.
pics.
Jason, keep up. Hi.
You
Are
said,
you
"Oh,
still
I
saying?
swim in a pool. Does that mean the Earth is a globe?" What the
What
fuck
happened to
does
the
that
other
even
guy?
No,
mean, dude?
you just did, Jason,
What a
not
bullshit
me.
ass
You
argument.
did.
What happened to the other guy you were talking to?
Jason.
Oh, I swim in a pool. The Earth is flat. What the fuck?
No, you're swimming in a pool and the earth is a globe. That's what you said, circumnavigation.
Yeah, dude.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude. So quit
The
projecting, have a
world is a globe,
conversation.
buddy. The
Explain to
world's
me
a
how
globe.
swimming in a circle will make it a ball.
Explain to me how you think the world's a
No,
2D
your
plane.
claim. Jason,
How does that even
it's
make
your
sense?
claim.
You
Well,
think
we
the
just
Jason,
world's a
used your
2D plane?
example.
Jason.
Hey,
I mean, really, the brain on this guy, he's like, "Oh, the world's a 2D plane." Yep, it's
Jason,
flat.
it's your claim that circumnavigating proves it's a ball.
No, it's
Show me
everybody's
the
claim
evidence.
that the world's a globe.
Let's
Every
have
single
a
country in
conversation,
oh
existence.
my
Jason.
God, sir.
Jason,
There's not a single
Jason,
country that says the world is flat.
Jason.
Not a
You
single
guys know
one.
Got
this guy is a troll,
Jason,
right?
Jason.
Well-known troll.
Dude, the only trolls here are the flat earthers who believe the world's flat and spew this
Okay,
nonsense.
Jason, stop. Grow up. Have a
Dude, you're teaching
conversation, or you're
people
gonna
He's
get
not gonna
muted.
talk to
bullshit.
you seriously
Jason.
ever, dude.
Yo,
Flat
buddy, you're
Alright.
on Xbox. Go get a fucking job and
He's
buy a
not.
PC.
Alright, we
Shut the
can
fuck
He's
I'm
up.
not
done.
gonna talk to you
You guys
ever.
can talk to him.
Seriously.
You guys can talk to him. I'm done with him. He's trolling.
Kids on Xbox talking shit. Get a fucking PC, shitter.
I'll talk to the next guy if that's okay.
Yeah, talk to the next
Yeah,
guy.
no worries.
Yeah, talk to the next Glober. Oh wait, there are none. All of you are fucking retarded. I'm the only one here.
Yeah, but you don't want to have a conversation. You're very
There was
obtuse.
someone
You're
else and he jumped
confrontational.
in. There was some. You guys were
Yeah,
talking
No,
to
there
someone
wasn't
else
anyone
and
else. Where's the
he
other
jumped
Glober?
in
Where is
interfering.
Yeah, we were
I think it was
talking
only
to the
Jason.
real boss, Jason.
Yeah, there are none. I'm the only one.
What the
Yeah,
heck?
but you just wrecked yourself with your circumnavigation, realizing that you can
No.
circumnavigate a pool.
No. The
You
U.S.
dipshit.
Navy. The U.S. Navy proved the Earth is a globe. Thank you.
Thank you, he says.
Thank you.
That's a conclusion.
Thank you. Just say right.
Yeah, what way did they demonstrate that the Earth is a globe? If you're so smart.
Put it in the side chat. You can scroll up and look for it. Also,
In
here,
the
I'll put a
side chat.
That
picture
was
in
a
the side chat for
cartoon.
you. Hey, you ever heard of Lake Pontchartrain? What do you got to say about this?
All right, so what he does is that he never proves anything. He just goes to a red herring every time you try to hold him to a point. So every time you start a point and then he's about to tell you, he goes to a red herring. Oh, what about Lake Pontchartrain? Oh, wait a minute. What about the moon landing? Oh, wait a minute. How about astronauts doing spacewalks on the ISS? Like, it's never going to be that he's held to one point and answers that single point. You're a scatterbrain, bro, and you want to sound like you're intelligent. You're a big doofus, bro. You can't even take one point to its logical conclusion. That's evident. Act like you're all smart and shit. Dude, you ain't shit, bro.
Jason, go ahead and look at the pictures I posted. I posted the exact same picture you did, but zoomed in and pointed at a certain spot that completely debunks your claim it's Earth curve. If you believe that mirroring optical effect is Earth curve, Jason, you might be retarded.
Hey, dude, you submitted a doctored photo of some
Holy
bullshit. He
shit!
tried
No, no,
to
no. Go to
he
yours.
tried to
Go to
erase
yours
the
and zoom
curve.
in,
Look at that.
Jason.
What a fucking idiot.
Jason,
Go
click in
learn how
your
to use
picture.
Microsoft Paint better.
Jason, click on your picture and zoom in at the
Go
exact
learn
same
how to use
spot.
Microsoft Paint better, buddy.
Jason, click on your picture and look at the exact same spot and shut your mouth.
No, I don't need
Then you're
to because
holy
you're
shit. Then you're
bullshit.
wrong.
That's all
Then
you
you're
are.
wrong,
This is .org. This is a
buddy.
government
It's your
website.
picture.
This
It's
is
your
a
picture.
government website. Look at the
Okay.
No,
side
that's
chat.
.gov. That's
Government.
.gov.
No,
I
if
literally
it's
shared your
.org, it's
picture,
part of a
Jason.
university that is functioned by the government. Are you
Punctured.
retarded?
Clip it.
Look up .org. Look up how something becomes .org. It's government sponsored. You're retarded. Look
No,
at the
that's
picture.
that's
You
gov.
think the government's
Gov.
lying to
Timmy,
you? You're
Timmy, that's
retarded.
gov.
Dude, you just brought up
Gov
the
is
U.S.
government.
No.
Navy.
If it's
You just brought
.org,
up.
it is a government-sponsored university. Look it up. Look up how something
You
becomes
just
.org.
brought up the U.S. Navy.
Yes, I put in a actual
Just made him.
logistical manual that teaches gunners on
No,
battleships
that was a
how to shoot
cartoon.
long-range targets, and it clearly shows that they take account for the curvature of the Earth.
I'd
And you're
rather
like, oh no, that's a lie. Well, guess
I'd
what? We
rather
won World
talk
War
to
II. What do
fucking
you have to say now,
McToon.
buddy? You think they weren't
I'd rather
accurate?
talk
They
to
blew up more ships than any fucking navy on the planet. They were very accurate. So
I'd
the
rather talk
fact
to a
that you
6-year-old
say, oh,
child
the
than this
U.S.
guy.
Navy doesn't prove the
Crazy.
Earth is a globe, you're lying to yourself. You're just lying.
You're lying to yourself, ignoring the picture I shared, and I literally
Yeah,
shared
thank
your
you for
picture.
your doctored photo. Appreciate that.
It's not. It's your picture,
No, it's
buddy.
not.
It's your picture.
No,
It
it's not.
is.
No, it's
It
not.
is literally.
I can
Jason,
literally right
if you're
click
just gonna
the
say
photo.
nuh-uh,
I can look up where you
oh
found
my
this
god,
bullshit. Hold on, let me.
Jason, you're reaching, buddy. You're crying. You're spiraling. It's your picture. It's literally your picture.
Yeah, and did he tell anybody the methodology by which the Navy is describing the Earth as a globe and proved it? Did he do that, or is
Yeah,
he just making a bold claim that they
Yeah,
said
he
so?
did.
Thus it is.
He said
I don't
that
want to listen to him anymore. I don't want to listen to Jason anymore. He's not worth it.
his whole proof is in World War II, the U.S. Navy sunk a lot of ships. Therefore, the Earth is a ball because they somehow calculated for the curve of the Earth, but they didn't.
Yeah. You know, Tracksuit Timmy has come up with some whoppers, man. I think he thinks this one's a good one.
Except
I'd
the
like to.
USS Massachusetts debunked the claim of curvature because they sank the French battleship Milan at 28,000 yards, which they could never see the ship.
Look, one of my favorite ones that he's done is he says a flat earther. Okay, what is it, Timmy? Timmy says a flat earther is someone who is unemployed. Like, okay, sure. I look up the unemployment rates. I'm like, how many flat earthers are there? He says, I can't remember the exact figure. It's like 0.00000001. I'm like, well, the current U.S. unemployment was like 4.5% or something like that. I go, so are you going to revise your numbers now? Are flat earthers unemployed or not unemployed? And then he'll just jump. He'll teleport to another topic. I mean, you just slam that pie right in his face. He doesn't give a shit. He's got he doesn't care about being embarrassed because he really doesn't have any understanding of what he's even trying to. Let me say it this way: his full shtick, the full shtick, is that he's deemed flat earthers as below him, and that's it. He wants to talk down to you, and that's all he'll do. And he'll slap labels on it. Flat earther, unemployed, Xbox user, whatever shit he can try to throw to the fan to try to make himself feel at least a little bit better about himself. That's what he's doing. He's so deep in his fields. And what's even better, he does this in all the channels. You can look at the admin log. He goes from channel to channel and does this exact same thing.
I've met people like him in purpose.
What's fascinating is that he says that golf balls with Coriolis can prove that the Earth is a globe. He said that in text. What is it? The homie just shot it to me right now.
Oh yeah, there's so many bangers from this guy. This is like, at this point, I think what he's doing, we put my conspiracy hat on, I think he's a flat earther who's pretending to be a globalist, so the other globalists will act more reasonable, so they don't want to be paired in with that guy. They're like holy shit, like I do not want to sound like that guy.
I see what you're saying. You're talking about reverse psychology. Ah, that's a different angle.
That's why the golf players have that notebook.
Oh, is that what the caddy's carrying around? I always wondered.
You know
I
they are
thought
writing.
it was yardage. Is that what when they pick some grass and toss that in the air? Is that what they're checking for, Sasha Coriolis?
Yeah, they're writing everything in that small notebook. They're putting that in the pocket in the pants. If you can see every golf player doing that. They're writing the calculation. If they are 270 yards, then you account 270 yards. How much is that? It's like 0.8 inch, I think, something like that.
Well, is there anyone else that wants to ask a question? Any questions for the globe or flat? Welcome, welcome. Jason, if you can learn to calm down and communicate with people, it looks like you're having a hard time communicating in the side chat. If you can go ahead and do that, I'll gladly get you unmuted so we can have that conversation. But I think an apology might be worth it.
This is directly from the U.S. Navy. Y'all ain't got fuck all to say. An admiral signed off on this. Oh, they're lying. Oh, they're lying. Go fuck yourself, idiot.
My
You
God,
ain't got fuck all to say now, do you?
Yeah, Timmy.
Oh, can
naval
you prove
combat.
that the U.S. Navy is lying about the curvature of the Earth?
Timmy,
can you
naval
prove that?
combat would not be
Can
possible.
you prove that? Can you prove that?
Yeah, naval combat would not be
naval
possible
combat is not possible.
on the globetard.
Shut the fuck up.
They're firing at distances that would be beyond the curve of the Earth.
Hey, dumbass. This
Torpedoes.
is for 16-inch guns, range table
Yeah.
from the U.S. Navy, 1941, signed off by a fucking rear admiral. Look his name up.
1941.
Yeah, those targets.
Look his name up.
The curve of the Earth.
WHP. What is his name?
Jason, it's not worth talking about, Jason.
Rear Admiral, U.S. Navy, Chief of Bureau. This is directly from the Department of the fucking Navy.
I don't like talking about things we can't verify. This is a person from
You
like
can't
60 whatever
verify
years
this.
ago.
Look him up.
How about let's
WHP
talk about
Bentley.
something
Look
we
him up.
can verify, like Earth curve or gravity.
You can't
And then we
verify
can
the flat Earth, buddy.
That's not what I said, Jason. Please learn to listen. Something we can all verify, not just some story about a guy
You
and
think
his
he's
claim.
lying?
Let's talk
Here,
about something relevant.
I'll put his wiki in the.
Jason, I want you to have a conversation and stay on topic. Topic is Earth. I
Holy
don't want to
shit!
talk
Look
about
at that
people.
link. Can you try to
You
clean
ready,
that link
buddy?
up?
Jason, you
Yeah.
ready? Shoot. I'm trying. I'm trying to communicate with him, but he rambles on about whatever he wants. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, the thing is too, he's saying that the guy who put this name on this is certifying that the Earth is a globe, but he doesn't know if that guy knows the Earth's globe or not. He's just saying he's an or rear admiral. Okay, that's all good and well, but what is the qualification for him to say that the Earth is a globe or not? What makes him sound enough or logical? How do we know any of that information? That's what Vlad Hulu's saying. That's why you can't prove that. You can't prove the guy knew if the Earth is a globe or not. Tracksuit Timmy.
Timmy.
Dude, let me ask you a question. Why in the
No.
fuck would they have a table chart that shows curvature of the Earth in feet? Why do you think that?
So
what's funny is why
wait a
isn't
minute.
What do you think?
Coriolus
What do you
I'm
think
gonna
equivalent
that
I'm gonna hold
chart
him to
is?
this.
Ignoring your table chart, do you have any direct measurements of Earth curve so we
No,
can verify your
hold
table
on,
chart?
hold on,
But
Flat Hulu. So if they came up with this table chart, what is the methodology by which they derived that the Earth is a globe, so they can get that table chart? So they have to have acquired that table chart in some form or fashion, and I want you to tell me what form or fashion that is.
I got you, bro.
Go ahead. Sounds like he's going to
I'll
post it
put
in
it
the
in the side
text.
chat for you. Yeah, I'll put
Let's
it
have
in
a
the
look.
side chat for you.
picture from space.
I don't see it, dude.
Yeah, I'll put you in the side chat for you.
Oh, I guess he's about to post something. I don't see anything now, but
Drum roll.
unless he's appealing to the last thing he posted, which is a little bit up. Otherwise, the methodology for producing that table chart is unknown, unless you can produce evidence of how they derived it.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
He's asking his supervisor.
We're about to find out where they derived that table chart, according to Tracksuit Timmy.
I do love how he's shifted from circumnavigation to this.
Because foundationally, that table chart should be derived from actual measurements of curvature. So hold on to your hats.
All right, so here you go. You can
Okay.
go about and read this. This is a deck log from a ship in the U.S. Navy.
What am I going to find in it, Timmy?
I don't know. What do you think a deck log is?
I'm asking, just tell me what I'm going to find so I can look for it.
Well, what you're going to find is everything that they ever came across during the sail of their voyage. So, you
Okay,
know,
so even
deck logs
yeah.
literally state everything that they do.
Did they come across the globe?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hey, guess what? You
Hold
know
on.
who
Hold on. I'm going to
thought
hold
the
him
world
down.
was flat? Hitler, when he tried to fire his Gustav gun. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
I'm
having a
asking
bad day at the
something.
office.
Yeah, I'm asking something very specific, Tracksuit Timmy. I'm asking for how they derived the table chart that the rear admiral that you said came up with. How do they know that the Earth is curving based on that? So does this link support that? Yes or no? I'm going to unmute you. I'll put you back on mute if you don't answer what I just asked.
Hey, dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Do you know what a cannon is?
Okay, so he's unable to support the claim that table chart shows that the people on that ship understood where it was derived from. He was unable to answer that question, or either that or the evidence that he was trying to support to make the claim, anything substantial is invalid because he doesn't even know where to find that information. So therefore, the table chart that you thought would support the Earth being a globe is not evidence. Obviously, we can toss it out. You got anything else, Tracksuit Timmy?
Retarded? Are you generally retarded?
No, I take down people like you that
No,
assume
you
that the Earth
don't
is a
do
globe.
shit. You don't do shit.
I do.
You don't do
I've
shit.
exposed you.
He's
I'll expose
projecting.
you again. I'll expose you again. Just pick your flavor. Choose anywhere you want to go that you think the Earth is being proven as a globe, and we'll find out if it is or not based on what you're saying. This is all based on what you're saying, not what I'm saying, what you're saying. You're going to dig your own hole. I'm not going to dig it for you.
Welcome, LT and masculinity, and how you guys doing? Hope you're having a good day. And Sasha, you sound familiar though. You guys have any questions about globe or flat? Just ask away. And Doog, you look familiar too. Not the name, but the face.
Who can provide elevation profile of any country?
I'm pretty sure. It's a fun fact. Antarctica's the tallest continent, but it's not an elevation angle, I know. No, I haven't
Not
done any
elevation,
myself. Have you?
not elevation angle, elevation profile.
Have you done one? You want to share it?
Yeah, I look into all of them.
Okay, yeah, share it. Let's see it.
I cannot share. I cannot post. I don't know why.
Oh,
But I will tell you. You can find that. You just type like this elevation profile, and then you choose country, and then you find image, and you will find out that every elevation profile shows the baseline 0.
So, do you believe that is like globe exclusive? And do you want to talk about why and how?
Yeah, there is no globe.
Oh, okay, perfect.
If there is a globe, the elevation profile will show the curved baseline.
Maybe this guy wants to take a shot at proving the globe to the class. Perfect. Bueller.
You know, I tried giving Chief a chance over there in the side chat, but it seems like he doesn't even want to have a conversation. That demo we asked him for, he responded with a simulation, which was not what we asked for, and I think that's all he's willing to give. I think we hit his brick wall. I don't think he's willing to go any further.
Nomble's been here for a little while. If you have any questions or want to say anything, welcome to do so. Who else is here? Bennett?
Kind of cool. Chris got some extra mic time today. Good to hear you, bro. Timmy left, huh? He'll be back. He always comes back.
Yeah, he left and never explained how the Navy was able to hit a ship at 28,000 yards when that ship would have had to been taller than 169 feet to be seen at that distance.
I think we can get what we can get out of him, and then that's all we can get.
Yeah, so he brings up these, look at these U.S. Navy charts that they use for shooting. I said, just look at how the Navy claims they hit a ship at 28,000 yards. Debunks their whole entire charts. Someone gave them those charts because that's what they were told to do. Oh, give us some charts here and account for Earth curvature. Yeah, that's what they were paid to do. Doesn't mean they were correct. They were just paid. You tell me to give you charts that pay me to give you charts that have Earth's curvature in it. I'm going to do it because I want the money.
Not only that, he's appealing to this rear admiral that he put up there in the chat, but yet he doesn't know how the guy got the information to know that the Earth is a globe using those tables.
Does his rear
Very
admiral have a
interesting.
PhD in mathematics? Can he verify all those numbers? Did he do the calculations himself?
World may never know.
Oh, also a little tidbit of trivia about the USS Massachusetts. It was the first ship to fire its 16-inch guns in wartime during World War II, and it was the very last ship to fire 16-inch guns in the war as well.
So the phrase "pulling out the big guns" would refer to that, you think?
I would believe so, because the 16-inch, there weren't too many guns that were bigger than 16 inches. I think they made 18-inch guns, but I don't think they were super practical because they were just so heavy. Didn't give you any more advantage.
Yeah. What kind of destruction do those things lay down? Bet you it was pretty substantial, huh?
Yeah, they cut a section of the Yamato's hull or whatever, I think, or a test piece. They fired a 16-inch shell at a test piece of hull that was similar to what the Yamato had. It just punched a hole through this armor like it was nothing, like it was butter. Yeah, so I just looked up what the maximum ballistic range is for a 16-inch gun, the Mark 7s. And that's effective range is about 35,700 yards, which is 20.3 miles or 32.6 kilometers. And shell-to-shell dispersion at 34,000 yards is about 123 yards spread. So a little bit more than a football field.
Man, that's massive damage, bro.
Yeah.
I would hate to be on the business end of that.
Tracksuit Timmy just got messed straight up.
Ricardo Milos is back. Welcome back.
He's still waiting for the chink in the armor. Ricardo is. You'll slip up one day, Flat Earther, and I'll catch you.
Cartoon villain. All right, Ricardo.
He's gonna be like that skeleton waiting on that park bench.
Yeah, but if these 16-inch guns are accurate at 20 miles, that just destroys the U.S. Navy's claim that they account for curvature.
Oh, I see you conceded, Chief, that you didn't have a demo. But ignoring that, do you have any other arguments you'd like to try and talk about here today?
If you're willing to think and conceptualize, yes.
All right. Do
Well,
you
yeah,
have me
we've been
muted?
doing that the
To
entire
ask
time.
me.
Hold on. Do you have me muted?
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because
Do
you
you have me
mute me every
muted?
time I ask you to.
No, you're
Hey,
unmuted.
Chief.
Do you have me muted?
Oh, him to you? I don't know. Well,
No, I
Chief,
don't
no, I
have
Chief,
asked
you
for a
do
to.
you
demo. You
have me
gave a
muted?
simulation.
Nothing, so
Anyway,
I might as well.
Hold on. We're gonna
AV
sort
is
this out.
asking if you
Hold on,
haven't.
hold on. Before we move on, let's sort. Do you have me muted?
I hear
Let's
him.
sort this out. Whether Chief has people muted or not, because
Chief, do
it
you have
creates
AV
I
audio
don't.
muted
No,
chaos.
or old
no, I don't
muted?
have AV muted. No, I don't
What
have
about?
anyone muted.
So you're just
Okay.
I
talking
don't
through
have anyone
people.
muted.
Have an actual back and forth, Chief. This isn't going
Let's
well
try
for you.
this. Yeah, I'm more than willing.
Okay, it
But I
takes two
promise
to
you, as soon as
tango.
this gets to a point where I
Actions
ask you to
speak
think, you're
louder
gonna
than
mute
words.
me.
Actions speak louder than words.
Hi, Chief. Why do you believe you live on a ball?
The implication of my experience.
Right. Well,
Of what
we already reached this point. We all experience flat and motionless. We've already discussed that earlier. So why
on
do
a
you
local
believe in the
scale,
exact
yes.
opposite of what we experienced?
Well, because if it really is that size, then it's understandable that at my reference frame, everything would appear to be flat. Like that's easy to conceptualize and consider and think about, and I see no proof otherwise.
Okay. So you admit it's flat, motionless, and you don't see any other proof otherwise. Okay. Is that it?
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, sure. In my reference frame, like yes, it's useful to think about the Earth in that way. But when thinking about the whole thing outside of my reference frame, there are other things that are true that I don't need day to day, but are true about the situation regardless. And that
Like
seems
what?
to be what this conversation is
Yeah.
about. Like
Yeah,
the
like
Yeah.
what?
fact that the
Been
sun
asking like
sets
what the entire
without
time.
changing size significantly.
Do you have any evidence sunsets are exclusive to globes?
No, it's not that they're exclusive to
No.
globes. It's that
Well, that's what you said though. You said
if you
sunsets.
the the way the sun sets, the implication of the way that the sun sets.
You're still claiming sunsets happen on a globe and can't happen over flat. That's what you're
No,
implying.
you're not
Do you have any
listening.
evidence?
You're not.
Say it
You see
slower.
that there's much wider context, and there's multiple
Say
reference
it.
frames to consider at the same
Talk
time
about it.
here. Like
Go ahead. Talk about it.
the implication, all right, the sun does not change size significantly as it disappears behind the horizon. Okay. It doesn't
You can't
disappear to a
verify
small
that.
dot as it gets to the horizon, which it would
You can't verify
if
that.
it was flat. It
Sorry.
would never go
You
below the
you,
horizon,
you better address
given
what I'm
basic
saying when I say you
geometry
can't verify
on
that.
a flat plane.
You're gonna get
What
muted.
are you?
Okay.
What?
You're
No,
you're
no,
making
dude.
claims about
Listen.
what happens on a flat plane, Chief. I'd like to
Nope.
see any evidence you have for why
He's
that
not going to
can't
continue the
happen on a flat.
conversation, Flat Hulu. He will not continue the
Okay.
conversation unless he has me unmuted. And I've asked him how so, and he's not responding to me. He's just barreling through, so he's
He
not going to
is.
continue. Sorry.
That's cool.
So he's saying that it's going behind the horizon. He's not addressing what he means by behind the horizon. How does he know that?
Oh, he says he wants to. You want to give him a chance? See what he says?
Well, if he has me unmuted, because I'm going to do a mic check, and if he doesn't answer, then he won't. I'm going to put him back on mute.
I hope you're listening, Chief.
Maybe
I'm
we
trying
should
to stick
also,
up for you, buddy.
maybe
All
we
right.
should also pin him
I
down
hear
to the
him. I'm
fact that
listening. I'm listening. I'm trying to answer. It's all in the answer. Okay. If you let me, if you let me say the answer. All right. You love geometry. You bring up geometry all the time. Blah blah blah. All right. The implication. All right. If the Earth is flat, we're on a flat plane. The implication, all right, is that the sun would remain above it at all times.
No, that's
All right.
incorrect. That's
Yes.
incorrect.
No, it's
No,
not
that's
incorrect.
incorrect.
Show me a
Yes,
model
it is.
where. Show me a flat example where this isn't
That's
correct.
incorrect.
Show me
That's
any.
incorrect.
You can't show me an example to the contrary. You
It's not
can't.
our
You.
claim.
Okay, time out. Time out. We're not talking about models. The clear observation
Yeah.
of the Earth as it is. So when we're outside, we're not staring at a model. It's not a model that you're looking at when you see the sun move across the sky, is it? We're looking at reality outside, not a model. There's a distinction, right? So if you're looking outside, you don't know as you said, because it looks flat, you can't tell if it's a globe. According to you, you see the Earth the same way everybody else does. It's a horizontal plane. So it works this way. Now, if you're saying it's a globe, and the greater point is it is, then you're going to have to demonstrate how it's going behind the globe. That's why I'm asking how do you know it's going behind the globe? Pay attention, key words here.
Not to
He
mention
left.
that it's. Did he really bounce?
Yeah, he's going to have to answer that right quick. Go ahead. Did you want to
Yeah.
add something to that, Ohas?
Yeah, and not to mention that that's created by the claim that the Earth's spinning in his paradigm. He's
Well,
got
yeah,
that to deal with.
there's actually a couple things, but if you think it's going behind the curve of the Earth, because you said you observe it flat like everybody else does, you're gonna now have to. You say it can't happen. It can. Yeah, it did. You just said it looks flat. We all see it that way. Yeah, that's where we're starting from. But if you say it's going behind a curve of a globe that's spinning, now Old Haas is adding that because yeah, it's true. You're gonna have to provide evidence of both. Go.
You're not thinking. You're doing. I literally asked if you're willing to think. I'll have a conversation. If not, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, you said how can it happen on a
Saying
flat Earth?
nothing. You said nothing.
Your observation is the same as ours.
Dude.
Yeah, I
let's
said
think,
something.
okay?
The observation you
I get
said
it.
is the same as
So let's
ours.
think.
The same
I get it,
observation.
dude. Shut the fuck up for a second, please. All right.
All right.
The
So what else are you
implication
gonna say?
of a flat plane. The implication of a flat plane with a light going over the top of it, as we observe, okay, is that light would never go below the horizon.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It can't.
That's
You're
wrong.
saying
Show me an
sunsets are
example how that's
impossible
wrong.
on a flat
Listen to me.
surface?
That's
Street lights go below the
Fucking
horizon.
hell.
Hold on. That's wrong. You know why it's wrong? Have you ever seen
Why is it
things at a
wrong?
far distance? Have you ever seen things at a far distance away from you that are above your head, like street lights? Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so the
Yes.
light that's above you, you can tell that it's at a specific distance away from the floor, right? As you're underneath it, you can see it right above your head. But as you see the street lights that are farther away from you, what happens to the angle that you see them at? It starts to decrease, doesn't it?
This is
Answer the
far
question.
too simplistic. Yes, this is what
Answer the
happens.
question.
This is what happens. Yes, yes.
Okay,
I get what
okay.
you're
So
trying to
it
say.
can
Okay?
happen.
The sun is
the same.
far higher than these
What?
streetlights and
Yeah, you
far
don't. Oh, wait.
brighter
Time out.
than
Time
these
out. Time out.
streetlights.
Time out. Time
There
out.
are
Time out. You don't.
implications to
No, I'm
what
gonna have
we
to hold you
observe.
down.
What do you mean time out? You just talk about nothing for ages.
He got you to contradict yourself flat out, verbatim. You said no, it can't happen, and he got you to say yes, it is happening. Chief, you need to learn to listen and communicate. Okay, I'm trying to help you, buddy. So now when he unmutes you, respond to it and say, okay, it can happen, and then keep going with your argument, your evidence about sunsets or whatever the fuck else. Good luck.
Yep. So now that we understand that things that are away from you are at an angle lower that decreases as it goes off into the distance, everything's converging to the eye line, everything that you see. So this is what's happening as you can see horizontally across the surface. So yes, across a horizontal surface, the sun can appear to look like it's going down. Yes, that can happen. I've already showed you and you agree with me now.
Yes.
There you go.
There is greater implication. That's not an agreement to your terms. There's more to the
It is.
information. There is more. No. Oh my gosh, dude. Fucking hell.
You're going to agree that either things decrease in angular perspective from when they move away from you or not. It's going to be the same thing when he returns. This childish behavior of leaving the chat whenever we're in the mid discussion is not going to work.
It's crazy he literally just left instead of tried to have a conversation. I mean, you for real got him completely. You got him.
Yeah.
And then he just
And
tried
he
to
doesn't like
deny
the
it right
fact
after.
he doesn't like the fact that he has to agree with this is just the obvious case. Like when we're seeing across horizontally, this is what happens. Him and every other ball earther denies this. Because if it's true, then that means that what's happening has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. Sorry, it's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
There's also has to include in the argument and explain away how the 8-minute delay for the sunlight that reached the Earth, how that accounts into all this too. The sun actually rises 8 minutes before it rises in their paradigm.
Yeah, I could hear you barely, Mr. Palma. Like, yeah, you're coming through kind of spotty, but yeah, I get what you're saying. He also, I didn't get him on this point. I was about to after we went through this point about angular perspective, but at the same time, he was talking about the height. Yeah, I can't think of it like that because the sun is a lot higher. But then he's ascribing to a knowledge claim that he can't provide evidence for, which is how high is the sun if he's making a claim about it. See, the issue with these guys is that they think that the next thing they say will get them out of the previous thing, but actually digs a hole deeper. Doesn't get them out. It actually makes it worse because now they're going to have to explain not only the thing that they've conceded on, but the thing that they're presenting, the height of the sun.
Well said. That was another claim, and he didn't even realize it.
Deep breaths, man. Deep breaths.
Well, hello, Sonri. Haven't seen you yet. Welcome, welcome. You have any questions for Flat Earth Globe?
Not really.
No, hang out. That's cool. You believe you live on a ball?
Like a sphere?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you give us your favorite bit of evidence for that claim, and you can just listen to us talk about it. So, why do you believe you live on a ball?
I mean, that's what it feels like when you go outside.
Okay. Well, personally, I experience a flat and motionless Earth. You go to the beach, it's flat. If you look at the ground, it's not spinning. So, I'd say the opposite. Truly.
Are you all about feelings, bro? I got a feeling tonight's gonna be a good night.
You guys will go outside and
what do
you feel it's flat?
I felt the
You
sphere in
feel
my
it
Well,
flat.
we
hand.
see it's flat. We experience it's motionless. What do you experience? Do you experience anything different?
Not saying like, I mean, if it was flat, there wouldn't be like.
What?
Like
what?
Like when you see
Yeah.
a horizon, it would be like flat.
It is flat.
It is flat. This guy is
I didn't
something
hear him.
else.
What?
It
If it's
is
flat,
flat.
what can happen?
You would see the horizon as flat, he says, if it was flat.
It is flat. You can Google. It's locally flat. You can Google it. Like Google even says, because it's so big, it looks flat. What are you talking about, buddy? Sonri, come on.
I Google it and it says the horizon is not flat.
Google says it. Well, I'd love to see an example of this. Do you have pic firms? Can you show us a not flat horizon?
It just says
You can
it
ask.
appears flat for the human perspective.
Oh, it
Because
does.
it's so large,
does
but it
appear flat.
appears, but it's not.
Okay. Okay, so Google is. You just said Google said it doesn't appear flat, did you?
Yeah, that's how it started. No, the horizon is not flat, but it can appear flat to a human.
Oh, okay. So the horizon is
How about
not
how
flat,
about a dog
but it
or a
appears
cat?
flat. Yeah. What about a bird or a cat or an
Does it
insect?
appear flat to those guys?
What about a fly? Well, hold on. Do you think that makes sense that the horizon is not flat, but it appears flat to everybody? Do you think that
Yeah.
makes sense? Okay. How? Give me any bit of logic defending that.
Okay, when I stare at the horizon, I might not see any mountains, but there might be mountains there that I cannot see.
Let's talk about a hypothetical. You're at the beach. Now go ahead and explain your logic while you're at a beach.
Yeah, I
You're at
can
a
see the
beach. What
horizon. I
happens?
can see the horizon of the beach, and you're not gonna
Is it
see.
flat?
It's gonna be empty,
No.
right? But there might be a volcano like all the way back that you cannot see.
You're talking about topography makes the horizon sometimes not flat?
No, I'm saying like what you see in the horizon is like you cannot see everything in the horizon. Like there might be stuff that is too far to see, like like a curvature.
So you're saying, hold on. Is the horizon flat or is it curved? Because so far you've literally said like both like 4 times.
No, I'm saying it appears flat to a human, but it's not flat.
Okay, so it appears flat. Okay, so we do see it as flat. Okay, yeah, I agree.
I guess.
Why
I
do you
mean, I
believe it's
don't.
not
I
flat?
don't. When I see a horizon, it's not like I like feel it's like flat.
I've been to the beach. I've seen it's flat.
No,
Have
like
you?
when the beach is not even flat. Like when you're getting closer, where the water meets the sand, like on the shore, there's always like a slope towards the ocean. You know.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like not flat. Like there's like slopes.
You know, because topography and waves, it's not perfectly like literally flat. Is that what you're saying? It's not like exactly flat.
Yeah, like you might think the water
Yeah, I
is
agree.
flat. The
I
water might
agree.
look flat because the surface of the water is like maybe looks flat, but underneath
Yeah, I
it's not.
agree. Oh, underneath it's not. Oh, weird. You keep saying it looks flat over and over, and I can't help but agree with you, buddy. That was a very productive conversation.
They've been saying that all morning or afternoon or wherever time it is for you. Yeah, the theme today is that it does look flat. It does, just isn't. Really?
It just isn't. Yeah. What about gravity, my friend? What do you think about
Trust me,
gravity?
bro. Trust me, bro.
What about
Yeah.
gravity?
What about gravity? It's. What do you mean? What about gravity? You believe in it?
I mean, like if I dropped an object, it's gonna fall on the floors. Like, yeah, like
Yeah, I believe that too. Is that gravity?
I mean, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's causing that?
Uh, the object that's falling is more dense than the air. I don't know.
Holy shit! You're sounding like a flat
What?
earther.
You just said something we say. So not gravity then.
I like you, Sanri. I like you, buddy. I like this guy.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna prove how the Earth's a globe. We need to use everything that flat earthers say.
No, but I mean that's gravity. Like when you like drop something more dense. Like
Well, but that's just the effect. You see that happening. The cause
Okay.
for that to happen is what gives it the propensity to make it go in the direction that it does.
when you have heavy objects, they create like attraction, right? Like when you have
What?
a big mass, is gonna attract
Okay.
other
Whoa.
things.
They create
Can
attraction?
you
How do you know that, Sanri?
can you show me that on
Because
any small scale? Can you show me that?
yeah, one second.
Yeah.
Wait, wait, wait,
Okay.
wait.
I
I
might be
just
a
did.
glober today, y'all.
I just did. I just dropped something.
No.
Yeah, I know that.
Can you
That's
show me attraction small scale? Can you show me that small scale?
Like show you like dropping. I have like a pocket knife
No.
here. Should I just drop it on the
The
floor?
mass attracting the mass. No. Yeah, that.
Yeah, that's what it is. So you have the core of the Earth that's making things attract towards it because it's so dense.
So you can't just get any object bigger than another object and make them attract to each other. You're only talking about dropping a rock, and
You
that's your
can
only.
you can make
You
that
can.
happen. What you say? Yeah, but it's
Show me,
gonna be like it's
please.
gonna be so minuscule that you won't even see it.
Yeah, let's see it. Well, show me whatever you got, because I'll literally denounce flat Earth today if you can prove gravity. I'll do it.
You need
I'll
a
join your
big
side, buddy.
you need a big scale to see it like
Oh,
actually
no,
happening.
giant scale, not super small scale. Okay, so either super small or super big, you can
No,
demonstrate gravity.
like super small you cannot demonstrate because it's like so small that it's like you
Oh,
cannot see it with the naked eye, right? But when you have like
are
big,
you able to demonstrate it super big then, like you're saying?
no, I'm not a scientist.
No. Well, hold on, because you're saying it happens always, so you don't need to be a scientist to get or to find a giant object and put a little one next to it, right? You don't need to be a scientist to do that,
But
unless doing that makes you a scientist, right?
you want like I just said, drop something on the floor and you can see it
Oh
yourself.
no. Well, we were talking about like proving mass attracting mass, not just rock fall down, go boom boom. So
I mean,
no,
if you,
no examples of mass
my point
attracting
is
mass
like
besides dropping a rock.
when you drop something like the Earth's core is so dense that it's attracting things towards it. That's why like things fall
Crazy,
down towards it.
crazy, but no evidence though. Nothing but dropping a rock.
I mean, they have done like scans on Earth, right?
Is that an experiment for gravity, or is that a scan of geometry and
No, to
geography?
prove that Earth has like a dense core.
I don't care about the core. I'm talking about gravity.
Yeah,
A
but
dense core?
the core creates the gravity.
Can you create
Oh,
a core
jeez.
that creates gravity on small scale to prove anything you're saying?
Yeah, core of the Earth, dude. That's unsubstantiated. Nobody can prove that. Why
You know
would
what
you
an
say such
experiment
a
is?
thing?
How does the core create gravity? Walk us through that.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a core, but it's just big objects. I don't know if
I don't know if it's a
You
necessarily
don't
is a
know.
core,
You don't
right?
know.
But
Okay.
when I
I
say
don't
the
know if it's a core.
when I say
You're
the core,
saying
maybe I
core.
just mean like Earth, right? Like Earth is
Mm.
like
What?
so big that it's creating its
Mm.
own like
Yeah, but
gravitational field.
the core
But
didn't
you just
really.
can't prove it.
Gravitational field, and then you don't have a core? Is that what you're saying with the Earth?
No, no, I said that okay, maybe the core is not what's generating the gravity, but maybe it's just Earth is so
Okay.
big that it has gravity.
Maybe it's just Earth. You're saying maybe because the Earth is so big. You're not
Wait,
really
doesn't
sure
it?
if it's the core or because the Earth's so big. You don't know which one it is, do you?
But AB, doesn't like Mars and like the moon, they all have different
Well,
gravities based on their sizes?
Do they?
yeah, that's
Can
what the lore says. The lore the
you?
lore tells us the lore of the Earth being a globe, and you got solar system. They're saying that the size of those planets, because of their size, they have different gravities, like the moon and such.
Can
That's what they tell you,
can
man.
you?
But there's no way that they're not able to verify that.
What about when they
Are
send
you
the
able
little
to show me?
rovers?
Are you able to show me different sized objects with different gravity, or no? Like, because you just claimed different
Like
sizes had
you mean
different
like a
gravity.
video?
No, I mean like an experiment.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's a
No.
fair request, honestly.
Are you?
That's a
You
fair
said the
request
different
because
sizes, different planets, different gravity. Can you show me anything of the sort in an experiment?
Not really.
No. Okay.
I can't. Maybe
No.
someone can.
Well, how does the
Maybe.
process
Maybe
work?
someone can.
How does the gravity generation process work? Okay, so we've got the big dirt ball rock Earth. How does it generate gravity? How does that process work? How's it generating it?
I mean, okay, so when in space supposedly it's like a big blanket, right? So when you put like a big object in a blanket,
Nice and flat.
it's gonna make it. Yeah, yeah. Let's say you have a flat blanket, right? And it
Nice
has
and fucking flat.
and it got the blanket has ropes on each corner and it's like tied down, so it's like stretched. If you put like a bowling ball on top of it,
Brain worm.
you're gonna have like it's gonna bend the fabric and it's just gonna like if you put a little ball next to it like a marble, it's gonna roll towards the center because it's like
Yeah.
bending the
really,
little flat. I
No.
mean, I give you
I've
that.
s-
cool story, bro.
I give you that. Space is
I've
flat.
seen this on
I can
Google.
give
I've
you that.
seen this on Google, but I've never seen a person actually say it in real life. I've never
Well,
seen a person say it.
the man
Today's the
said
day.
space
Holy
is flat.
shit.
You'll give us that.
Yeah, I give you that.
Oh,
Space is flat
if if space is
Space
flat,
is,
why
space is
isn't Earth
flat.
flat?
because I mean one doesn't have to make the other one like true. Like if space
Okay,
is
okay,
flat,
oh,
that doesn't mean like the Earth is flat. Like
so Earth can be flat and the stars and all that shit can be
space
round because one doesn't make the other one flat or round, right? So
space
we
is
can
like
be
a
flat
big
and they all can be round.
space is like a big blanket or a
Blanket?
big
Yeah. So how did
Flat plane.
where did the
mattress.
blanket come from? Where did the blanket come from? And what's it made out of?
I don't know. The
All
fabric of
right.
Can you
space.
fabric of
Is there any
space?
globe related topics you do know that you can have a confident conversation about?
That's a
Globe
tough one, Sandra.
Is there anything that you have knowledge of that you could speak confidently about? That's what he's asking.
Regarding Earth?
Yeah. Any topic about it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm okay. And what you guys say the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about what if it was flat? Would there be like caves and all this like mountains and stuff?
I think if Earth was flat, I think caves would exist. Yes. I'm gonna confidently say yes.
Wait, so the Mariana, I mean the sorry, not the Mariana Trench. What is this
Mariana Trench.
no
Say that.
the San Andreas Fault?
Yeah.
So that is like Earth is split in half.
That's
No, I
topography, buddy.
mean, we're just talking about the fault lines, but we're not. I mean, what do you?
Yeah, like the fault line. You guys think the Earth like split into different pieces?
I mean, what are you talking about? Like
really.
split into different?
Are you talking about continentals? Like
I'm saying
continental
like
plates or whatever?
if you have a crack on a flat plane, like the crack is like on a ball, you can have like a cracked ball, but it's not gonna like split in half.
What are you talking
You think
about,
flat
bro?
Earth is thin? You think flat Earth is like really thin, and
He's
the
like
Grand Canyon's gonna split it?
I'm saying like if
You
you have
gotta
fractures
no,
like that,
he's
like
got.
shouldn't if it's flat,
Hold on,
shouldn't like
Connery.
it break
Hold on,
into
Connery.
pieces?
Hold on. He's saying because of fault lines, the fault lines are going to depict that the Earth is breaking. So, and a ball wouldn't break, but on a flat Earth, you'd snap in half. Is what he's
I
saying.
don't see that, buddy.
I mean, do you have evidence to prove otherwise?
Like if I have a giant rock, like a boulder in my backyard, and the top of it's flat with a couple of cracks, is it about to split or break? I don't think so.
But if you have a plastic bag and you put water on it, is it gonna be flat?
The top might, if it's open.
What if the bag is closed and you're like trying to
Then
squish
the
it into
water's
a
gonna
ball?
take whatever. Then the water's gonna take the shape of the container, just like gas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what?
Yeah. Okay.
Was that a point? I don't know what point you're trying to make, bro.
No, you agree with me then.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Like the Earth is
Like
round.
if I have water and I have an oval cup and a
he's
round
like you
cup
agreed
and a
with him. The
tall
Earth is
cup,
round.
Yeah, like I like you said a point that I mean the Earth, the water takes Earth's container. I mean the water takes
is
the
Earth a
shape of its
container?
container.
Dude,
Water. Yeah,
it
water.
sounds like you're honestly, Sandri. It sounds like you're barely hanging in there, man. Do you need some sleep or something?
No, I just woke up like 20 minutes ago.
Do you
Yeah,
need a
something,
system?
dude.
I was watching
You
League
need.
of Legends yesterday till 5 a.m. So
You want to just name a topic and listen to us talk about it? That might work better.
I mean I want you to answer about the container.
Well, what do you mean specifically, with water or gas? You know,
So what happens? Let's say you have a plastic ball and you put water in it. Like the water's not gonna be flat; it's gonna be like round.
if we fill up a plastic ball with water, I think the water is going to take the shape of its container. Now, is that what you wanted to hear?
Yeah, the Earth. I mean, the water takes
Okay.
the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so if I have a ball and I put water on the outside of it, kind of like a lake or an ocean on a ball, what's going to happen?
I mean, yeah, if you put it on an ocean, it's gonna be like it's gonna appear flat because you cannot see the
No,
whole.
no. If I put water on the outside of this ball-shaped container, what's
Yeah,
going to happen to the water?
it's gonna bend.
It's going to fall down. That's right. It's going to fall off the ball.
Yeah.
Not bend. Why would it bend? It's going to
Oh,
fall.
I thought you said like if you fill a plastic ball with water, what's gonna happen to
No.
the water? I said
No,
it's
I
gonna
said
bend.
on the
outside of it. For
On the
fuck's sake.
outside.
Oh,
On
on
the
the
outside.
outside. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna fall, but unless
Yeah.
you have something
Okay.
pushing it towards the planet like
Okay.
gravity.
There we go. And this is going to be one of those times where I'm going to circle back to, do you have any examples of water bending to the shape of a ball?
Yeah.
Yeah? Let's see it.
I can link a video.
Do you have picture perms? Can you post them in the side chat? Are you level 3?
Yeah, let me look.
I got a couple balls here myself. I got a lot of kids. I got balls at home. I can go grab a ball right now.
I'm not saying this is how the water bends on Earth. I'm just saying this is one way that you can bend water. So don't be like, oh, you think the Earth has this shit to bend water? No, I don't think that. But the water's bending here, right? Like you can bend water. That's something like normal.
Okay. Well, the conversation between flat and globe. So, can you show me this, but happening over a ball? Dancing water with sound. So, can you use sound to make water stick to a ball?
I don't know. Let me see.
Okay. Okay.
No, I don't see any. But
Yeah, I
I
haven't
get.
either.
I guess you could with the right like frequency and stuff.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never seen anybody do it. Maybe you'll be the first.
So if it's flat, then like, I mean, wouldn't you like how many billion people is there on Earth? Wouldn't you say like someone would like found a different like fucking space or something if they keep walking straight?
Well, hold on, because there's no straight on a globe either. So, so when you say straight, can we just say a cardinal direction, like east
Yeah,
or west?
north. So you go
Yeah.
north for like, for let's say
No,
like
east or
five.
west.
Well, you go east for like 5,000 miles or
Yeah.
10,000 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, someone has to probably have done that already
Yeah.
sometime. Like, and like, did they find like dragons or something? Like, I don't get it.
So
Like,
okay, I'll help you. I'll help you. So if there's a giant, like 10K mile wide pool, right? A giant 10,000 mile wide pool, and I swim 5,000 miles in a circle, what's going to happen?
but why in a circle instead of like east?
Well, east.
I
If
mean,
we put a magnetic center in the middle and then we swim around the magnetic center, because it's going to continuously point at it, and east is going to continuously circle around the center, then I am eventually going to do a giant circle and go right back to where I started.
Whoa, wait. So if you, oh my God. So if you keep walking in a straight line east, you're eventually gonna
East.
go back to where you were on a flat plane? That made no sense.
I just explained it. The magnetic center. So wherever you are, that north needle is going to point to the magnetic center, and east is always going to be to the right. So if I just keep following east and the magnetic center is to my left, and I keep going in that direction, keeping the magnetic center to my left, I
Okay,
will
yeah.
eventually go back to where I started.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying if you follow a
Okay.
compass,
Yeah.
you'll eventually
East.
be. But I'm not saying you follow a compass. I'm saying you
No.
walk in the same degree. Not you're not switching like degree angles. You're walking in the same like, you know what I mean? Like you're walking
You're
like
talking about the edge of
100.
the earth then. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Is there an
I don't know.
edge? Is there like
I've
a
never been
something
there.
like a
I've never been there, buddy.
Game of Thrones
Who knows?
wall?
I've
But
never been to
but
Antarctica or anywhere south. Have you?
my point with that topic was like, out of every people on Earth, wouldn't you imagine that someone has tried to like walk in that direction for a long time
Like
and see
Admiral
what there
Byrd?
is?
You have to start swimming eventually.
Well, this is just speculation, and Admiral Byrd did that exact same thing. You can just look up Admiral Byrd. He'll see. He has a lot to say about it. But I've never been. I don't think any of us have been. I don't think you've been.
All right, I got an idea. We put one guy on Africa. We put one guy in South America. We put one guy in North America. All right, they're 90 degrees
It's
from each
Mage
other.
again. Shut up.
They're all
Oh,
90
Hey, at least he's
degrees
not
from each
talking
other.
about models. Go ahead, Mage.
No, listen. They're all 90.
At least he's not talking about models anymore. I'll give him that.
90 degrees from each other.
what about if you're like you're at the beach, right? You're in the shore, and then you have a ship, right, that goes like, I don't know, 5,000 miles straight east on the ocean. If you
Yeah,
point
that's
a
the
laser,
hard part.
if you point
You
a
can just stop
laser,
right there, dude. You can just stop right there. 5,000 miles straight. Yeah, good luck.
What?
Good luck accomplishing that and verifying and validating that you have. Like, seriously, good luck with that.
I mean, I didn't even finish, but
I know. I said you could basically stop right there because that is a very unrealistic expectation. Don't you agree?
like pointing a laser straight in the ocean? How is that
5,000
unrealistic?
miles?
Bro, like
Bro.
5,000 miles is nothing for a laser. What you mean?
Dude.
You can point
As I
lasers
said,
at
you
the
can just
moon,
stop
bro.
right there.
You can put lasers at the moon. Like what?
Yeah, he's out
Yeah,
there.
guys, you can point lasers to stars that are billions and billions of miles away. 5,000 miles will be nothing, right? Tell him.
No, I said the moon. Like you can point a laser at the moon.
Okay, 300,000 miles away, right?
Yeah.
So 5,000 is nothing, right?
Yeah.
There you go, guys.
Yeah.
A wise Guinness record and 255.
Another mystery solved.
I don't. But why is it so hard to believe that a laser could like reach 5,000 miles? I don't
A
understand.
wise Guinness record 255 miles.
For what?
Who Sanri, who verified
for the long distance shot.
Yeah, who verified that laser distance of 5,000 miles?
Well, what I'm saying is like, oh, so you guys don't believe you can point a laser for a 5,000 mile distance?
Who verified the laser at 5,000 miles? Who did it?
I mean, I don't know anybody that's done 5,000 miles exactly, but what about
Well,
pointing it
then
at
why
the
are you
moon?
using that number, sir?
Because it was a hypothetical. My point was that if a ship is
So it's
5,000 miles in the horizon, and you point a laser to it, the ship's not gonna see the laser.
What?
If it was flat, you can point the laser straight to the ship.
500 miles.
I mean, no matter how far. Or...
I mean, even 500 miles too.
Whoa!
No.
You think you could see 500 miles through gases and all that stuff on a flat Earth?
Let's ask him. How far can you shoot a laser?
1 second.
1 second.
Okay.
1 second. Okay.
Let's be
Can't do this. Can't do that. Can't do this. Hold on.
Miles.
The postman is here.
Was here?
Oh, I just got a call.
No, I'm saying his 1 second. He's all of a sudden he's got a pot of boiling water to
No,
tend to.
no. I just got a
1
call on my
second,
phone.
please.
I had to.
got a call.
Yeah. What? Can you say that again? I just. Yeah.
No, just tell us what you GPT'd.
What?
Well, you keep saying what a laser can't do. What's your understanding of how far a laser can be shot?
I was thinking of laser, how far it can be shot. I mean, depending on the power of the laser, but even with a simple laser, like I don't know, I can Google like the limit.
You can Google, huh?
Handheld laser distance.
You gotta look up your information right now, do it on the fly.
What's going on? You've been pontificating about it for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think somebody can do this. Here, let me look it up real quick.
Wait, I mean, it actually says that's 289 meters, but let me see what the. Okay, let me see.
I'll take the over on that.
No, just directly find the one that goes for 300,000 miles.
Are you mistaking meters for miles?
No, I'm looking because okay, so I thought there was an experiment where you could bounce the laser off the moon, right? But now it says that the max distance reach of a laser is 289 meters, so I have to look more into this.
Uh-oh.
No, it's more. What 289 meters?
289 meters? That's less than 1,000 feet.
You can see with your eyes that you don't need laser.
Oh no! Look, yes, we can point laser at the moon, and it's done regularly by scientists. However, a simple laser is too weak. So if you have a strong laser, you can.
I'm asking about shooting a laser across the surface of Earth.
Yeah.
First, how far do you think you can see on the globe?
Like the curvature, how far it allows me to see it in the horizon?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. How far? Let's say
If I had
6
to
foot. How
guess,
far is
yeah.
that?
So if I'm
Not a
6
guess.
foot, I would guess like
You have a model. Why are you guessing?
because I don't know, like 200 miles. I
Oh,
don't know.
200 miles at 6 foot.
Yeah.
Oh, holy God, buddy, buddy, you have a model. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for yelling. You have a model. You
So
don't see
yeah, I'm
200
totally
feet at
off.
6 feet.
Yeah, I'm totally off. I just look Google it. It says 3 miles. Yeah.
I don't even
I
think
just
you
said
could do
I'm
that on a
guessing.
flat surface.
God
What?
love it.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I'm over exaggerating with the 500. Yeah, you're right.
Ooh, okay. So if you're saying the Earth curves at 3 miles at 6 foot on the globe, if we show you a 6 mile or a 10-mile observation, will you concede that it's not curving and that it's not Earth curve?
So okay, let me see
Will
if
you
okay,
concede?
okay. Yeah, so you mean like I stand on the shore and a ship
You said
is
it's 3 miles.
yeah, and a ship is 5 miles away. I should not be able to see the bottom part of the ship.
Well, sure. Okay.
But maybe I can
Yeah.
see the top,
Earth
right? Maybe
curve.
I can see the top.
My question is because you're claiming the curve starts at 3 miles. So what happens if we show you 10x, 20x miles of no curve? Will you concede it's not Earth curve?
Wait, like the one in chat, the
Sure. Yeah,
oil
because you
rig.
said 6 miles, right? And that one's 9.4 miles with the horizon at least a few miles behind it. So that's almost double what you just said. So you're
Yeah,
But
talking about
there's even
200
a
but would
percent.
you
building.
agree? But would you agree that showing this picture is like me showing like a NASA picture? Like
No,
No.
I'm talking about a real life picture of Earth curve that we took, that a Glober took, that shared it right there. That a person took that, not NASA. So does
how?
that picture debunk Earth curve or no?
Uh,
There's a boat in it.
yeah, but I don't really know how like if the measurements are correct.
Okay, so that's
Like
his
you,
only.
Yeah, I mean,
we
I can
have
take a
a
picture. I can
location.
take a picture and put like the random miles there and say like,
Yeah, you'd be
The
lying.
difference is it's a real life place, and we all have the information, the location, the distances, the GPS coordinate. We all have it all. It's all there. It's right. You don't need to call us a liar. I can promise you it is right. Now let's give a hypothetical. If this is real, does that destroy Earth curve?
I mean, it maybe gives a little like a big what do you call it, like support
And
for
it's
it,
almost
but I
double.
don't know. I don't know the
It's almost
physics
double.
for like light and all this shit.
Physics? It's geometry, not physics.
No,
It's
no, no,
Earth
because
curve at three
no,
miles.
it's physics because what like you're seeing like you're seeing the you're not seeing the oil rig, right? You're seeing the light bouncing off of
You're
it.
talking about it could be refracting, right?
And I don't know what that is.
Holy shit. You think the optical effect is letting you see 200+% further than what you should on a ball, right? That's what you're saying? The optical effect is letting you
What?
see double the length?
No, I'm saying like what you're seeing is
No?
not the actual oil. You're seeing like light bouncing off. Like right now, I'm seeing my room, right? I'm seeing all the light bounce off the walls. That's why I can see the walls.
I'm going to go to the side chat. You guys have.
Yeah,
Good lord,
he's
Henry.
looking for an out. Yeah.
No, I mean
Guys, he
I said
sounds
that
like
the
he's a newbie on
picture.
all of these topics. So
I
You
said
might be right.
page
Well,
one,
okay, just as you can see.
ABCs, 1, 2, 3, that kind of stuff.
no, I said
Yeah,
that the picture
just okay.
gives.
Hold on. Just as you can see the wall, you see the oil rig. You can stand up and go touch the wall. You can row out and touch the oil rig. Telling yourself that everything you see beyond 3 miles is just some sort of projection. That's weird.
Do you see the ocean behind the oil rigs? The same thing like you see the walls.
Yeah, I said that that picture, like if it's real, is a good like support for the cause that you guys are doing. I mean,
It's
it's
real in every location. That's one location. You can, for
but
example, choose your location, go to your beach and and check for yourself. Then you will know that it's not some location what other people choose. That is your location, and then you will know for yourself. Hmm?
Yeah, I said that that picture is good, like support for it. But what I say is, I don't know if there's any physics
We want more
involved.
observation. Do we want from Chicago? Do we want from that mountains? Do we want Suez Canal? Do you want Bolivian South Platte Lake? Do you want measurement on the ground, elevation profiles telling that everything is measured due to sea level, not the curvature?
So you can see like other countries across the ocean?
All countries measure the elevation. That means the topography above the sea level. All countries, yes. That means that Austria has no sea, but has the mountains above the sea level.
But what I'm saying is, like, from America, can you see like Russia?
No.
No.
Well, from Alaska, you can.
So you can't even see a
from
tree that's like 200 feet away. It's so foggy. It's crazy.
From California.
What do you mean? You can go to the to Alaska, then you go to the island that is you can look to the other island that is that. Yes, from America you can see Russia. Yes.
Yeah, but that's not my point. Not from Alaska.
No.
I meant from
Okay,
California. From
Dude,
California.
The air isn't completely transparent, for one. Right? I mean, on different days, you open your newspaper, it's going to give you different visibilities of the day. And two, what are you trying to see? Wouldn't it be whatever you're attempting to see, the biggest thing in this you're hoping to see, from that distance, it would be too little to see, even if the air were transparent.
Okay, I agree, right? But if that is the case, then if the moon is whatever the fuck the moon is,
Okay, looking up, yeah,
the moon is
whatever
probably
the fuck the moon
farther.
is, you said it.
Yeah, whatever the fucking moon is, like we can agree is farther than 5 miles away,
Yeah,
right?
but looking up is different than looking across the surface.
Why? It's air, and air is not transparent, so like you shouldn't be able to see celestial bodies because
You're
they're so far
cutting
away.
through the densest layer and just looking up. And I hate to break it to you, we don't know how far the moon is or what the moon is.
Oh, let's say like this: we are watching moon, and it's far away. How is that telling us that the surface of the Earth is curving? Silence. Okay.
No, but it should make, especially over oceans, it shouldn't be like controversial to say that the air is going to be completely clear to see forever, basically. Well,
but
across
you
oceans.
guys said you don't know how far the moon is, right? But you guys have to know at
No,
least
we
how
don't
far.
know that.
You said that.
No. Someone said that they don't know.
We're talking about looking out, not up.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is like I think we can all agree that the moon is more than 5 miles away because I mean, right?
Okay, that's fine. You can see more than 5 miles.
Yeah. So it's more than 5 miles away. So all I'm saying is like if you can see the moon, you should be able to see like far away objects.
You can see 5 miles.
Let's not compare a celestial body to a boat because there's incredibly different variables. You're looking up away from the atmosphere, so to speak, compared to looking through it. You know what I mean? It's not a good comparison. It's not relevant. It's not.
But
It's not
it's
what we're talking
actually
about.
you would have less
Not.
visibility if you looked up, no? Because like the pollution and
You would
shit
have
goes
more
up.
because you're looking through less atmosphere. You're looking through less dense atmosphere. Yeah.
I see what you mean, but
yes,
but at the same time, no, it depends how far up you're looking, right? If you're just looking a couple miles, it should be around the same. If you're
if it's
looking
foggy,
thousands
am
of
I going to
miles, then
see
yeah.
really far? If it's foggy, am I going to see really far? No.
If the
No, I'm
object
not.
is bright, then yeah.
Visibility, no. If it's foggy, I'm not going to see really far. No. So visibility, weather affects visibility, right? There you go. There can be so many variables to why you can't see that far, and a lot of it's just weather based.
And when you Googled, you did that quick Google, and then you came back with the answer: a 6-foot observer. You said what? 3 miles?
Yeah.
Okay. That Google search that returned to you was the limitations that you would be able to see if the Earth were a ball. In reality, you're able to see things beyond 3 miles at the beach.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it says that it's affected by atmospheric refraction.
So
That's
if
what
you
it
can
says.
see 3 miles on a globe, what happens if you can see 30 miles? Does that mean it's 10 times refraction, or does that just mean you don't live on a ball?
Look, if you can show me a picture where you can see 30 miles,
You want to see a
then
picture where we can see 30 miles? All right, gang. Who's got it?
well, hold on. The crazy thing is the 6-foot observer's height is 3 mile. Well, the one we just showed you of the oil rigs is a 1-foot observer's height, and it's at least 10 miles away. How
He
is that?
also
How do
just
you write
shared
that
one.
off?
275 miles, by the way. It's a world record right there.
I mean it's probably the light bouncing off the water too.
So you could just see forever on a globe, that nothing will ever stop you from seeing on a globe. You could just refraction and light bouncing.
No,
You can just see
no.
hundreds of miles on a globe.
There's limitations too,
No?
because like imagine if not, like
There's limit.
they would be spying
Okay,
Russia
so
from
how far?
California with a
All
telescope.
the optical effects combined, what is the max distance you can see on a globe before any distance debunks it? So like 10 times refraction, 20, 2.
Let me see.
Like if it's
Well,
like 3 miles on a globe, you can have like 10% refraction, 200% refraction, 30% what?
we
What's the
already
max?
asked him about the laser. He said
Oh,
less
did
than
we?
3. He said, well, I did. Well, I know this is a different question, but he gave some ridiculous answer about the laser. He said like 689 meters.
I think asking about the max is a straight up globe debunker. I've never gotten a straight answer. I don't think there is a straight answer. Globers will just say refraction to the end of the Earth. But if you can give me an answer, what the max distance you can see on a globe ever is, we'll beat it. We'll break it. I swear to God, we'll break it
Well, you
because the
have
Earth is flat, and we don't have those Earth curve limitations.
Bro, what is this video?
What's up, Scott Macri? Do you have anything you want to say? I'm curious about you. You've been sitting there. You got a lot to say in the side chat. You got anything you want to ask? Let me know.
Okay, can you send? By the way, can you send a picture you said?
Yeah, sure. How do you guys explain the edge?
Yeah, what
I don't
edge?
claim one.
You too.
You claim an edge like an Earth curve edge that'll block you from seeing boats. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we see well past that. So how do you defend that?
When do you see well past that?
The black swan, what you see like double.
Every observation,
you should
every
see.
single one.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
single
but how do you explain the edge?
Black
How do you
swan that
explain
lets you
the,
see like 3 times. Well, like we just did the Earth curve edge, right? We see past it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but you still see one, right? You always see one.
Well, yeah, but that's not necessarily Earth curve, and I can show you pictures right now where it is specifically
It's not
Okay,
an
but
Earth
edge.
curve. Are you
okay,
ready?
It's not an
but you
edge, Scott. It's not an edge.
All right,
It's not
here you go.
it's not an
okay.
edge. It's a
What
line.
do you
It's a
call that
horizon line.
line where the ocean stops?
The horizon.
The
It's a
horizon.
pennant.
Okay. Why do you always see a horizon?
Because of perspective.
Because
Okay, how does
atmosphere
that
and
work in
perspective.
perspective?
Okay, so a horizon in perspective is defined as a line between vanishing points. We have infinite vanishing points when we look out, right, due to perspective, and that's what the horizon line is. It's called an apparent line as well, where the sky and the ground meet, because we have the atmosphere and whatnot to deal with when we're making observations over the water, right? So it matches, right, the definition. What we claim
I
it
got
is
some good
matches the
examples.
definition.
Sorry.
Sorry, Flatulu.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I interrupted. But yeah, this guy was pissing me off in the side chat, right? Because he is very dishonest. I asked him to draw a picture, right, on a flat surface where you can see the sky and the ground, and show it without a horizon line.
So, Scott,
Right,
do you
because
see these examples right here? That's things disappearing in the horizon. Well, two of them are in the horizon, where you can see they're visibly getting compressed via some optical effects or getting mirrored. Is that Earth curve, or are those optical effects?
Building,
You're claiming,
the building missing? Yeah, that's the Earth curve. Yeah.
so where the hand is pointing, that's Earth
Uh-huh.
curve and not just compression.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're
Well,
wrong, because you can
not
literally measure the
not the one we got.
windows. We'll just say the window's like 1 inch, and you can look at the very bottom where it's like 1/10 of an inch. So yeah, it's compressed. There you go. GG.
Yeah, no, that's what's compressing it.
Exactly. It's perspective, optics. It's all that stuff. All
No,
that.
but be
All that stuff.
specific. No, don't know all that stuff.
I
What
don't
is
know.
compressing it?
Gases. Gases. You're lying. All of
It's
it.
called a
Okay,
stooping
but
effect.
slow down, slow down. What's compressing it? Let's figure this out together. Let's not go with I don't know.
He
Let's
answered
figure it
you.
out.
He didn't say I don't know. He answered you.
He did. He said all that stuff. I don't know. That's what he said.
It's a well-known effect called stooping.
Okay, what is stooping?
It's a type of miraging effect, right, where objects in the distance appear to be compressed, and it's due to a particular variation in the refractive index gradient.
Okay, so we have refraction in the atmosphere then. We agree.
Obviously.
Okay, we obviously have refraction in the atmosphere. And so we can have refraction going through just a single medium, right?
Obviously.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's a progress. You guys used not to concede that.
No. Well, yeah, some flat earthers, yeah.
Okay, so we can have refraction. So why can we not explain the black swan with refraction then?
Right, because there's no type of refractive effect that can account for such a giant discrepancy in it, right? You don't understand anything about refractive or miraging effects if you think that can be explained. Okay, so you would need a K factor. You know what a K refractive coefficient is? Refraction coefficient, K factor. You know how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need, when you punch these observations in, right, you would need, if you assumed the Earth were a globe, right, you would need to punch that up to 1 or just under 1, right? So there would be so much refraction that the Earth was flat or appeared flat.
That's incorrect. You've not done the math.
No, I have, right? I can show you right now many observations. Okay, so you're claiming that refraction can explain it. So go ahead and validate that. If that's what you want to claim.
Yeah, how many degrees of refraction would you need for the black swan?
Degrees? It's not measured in degrees.
That's how refraction is measured. Yes, it is.
No, it actually isn't.
It is though.
Okay, show a citation for that. What is refraction? Go ahead and tell me the mechanism of how refraction even is said to work. What's the definition? What type of refraction are you talking about to begin with?
There's only one type of refraction, bending
That's
of light through change in optical density, right?
Yeah, but there's different types, right? You can have shimmering, twinkling. You could have atmospheric refraction, Snell's law. A whole bunch of different types.
Those are all the same thing.
Well, they're all refraction. Yeah, they're all called refraction because it's the deviation of light through one or more medium.
And what would the deviation be measured by?
The deviation measured by?
Yeah, how would we measure the deviation? What units would we use?
Well, it depends what situation that you're talking about.
Okay, give me the situations in which units would we use in different situations?
Okay, so let's say we have. Okay, so you're the one that needs to give me, right? You're the one claiming that refraction can explain the black swan. Well, you're the one claiming that refraction.
We measured in degrees. What do you measure it in?
I'm not measuring it. It's not something that could accurately be measured. Atmospheric refraction.
So we can't measure deviation of light? I think
we
can.
Are you talking about degrees in temperature, right? Because that's what would change the refractive index.
No, I'm talking about degrees in angle.
Yeah, and are you pre-assuming that the Earth is a globe in your calculation?
Yeah, I agree with Scott.
No, it doesn't matter whether it's a globe. It measures how we measure refraction. We measure fraction by degrees of refraction, right?
Okay, so show me the calculation.
But do you agree we measure refraction by degrees, right?
Not in this instance, Scott. This is the issue. Okay, if you know the parameters, the distance, the drop over distance, all this stuff, and you've confirmed that, then you can do a calculation after the fact. In this instance, we don't have that. All we have is the observation, okay? And supposedly, we should have data points which we can use to calculate the refractive index.
Who gives a fuck if
we don't
it's
know,
flat or
we don't know what's
round?
going
Who
on.
gives a fuck, bro?
All right, bro, can you shut the fuck up? All right, thank you. Scott, we don't have that information. This is the problem. This is why all that's available is supposedly a refractive index. There's no units in a refractive index. Or if they are, or
not.
if there is, if there is, it's some obscure, unit divided by unit times another unit. Sort of like, I don't know. I don't think there even is.
Yeah, show me what formula you're going to use for measuring refraction through an atmosphere. Go on, post the model in the side chat and the formula that's used.
Yeah, can you do it, DJ, as always?
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that it can't be explained with atmospheric refraction, right? You would have to have so much refraction in the observations that I've put in to the begging the question Earth curve calculator that the Earth would have to appear flat, essentially, to explain them.
And in the meantime, I posted an example of this at 4 minutes past the hour. This is modeling the furthest oil rig in the Black Swan. And you see you need a refractive index, according to this calculator, of 0.989182, which is basically 1. You're flattening out, like, almost entirely.
Almost, right? But not entirely.
Right. The problem is, though, dude, to get a refractive index of such a high value, okay, the question then becomes what actually creates that? And then in this situation, are those values of humidity, temperature, and air pressure and all that stuff actually the ones that do manifest in that area? Would they contribute to something like this?
Hey, you flat earth fucking faggots are a bunch of idiots. Go kill yourselves.
Solo, be quiet. Stop it. Be grown. Big boy.
Yeah, Mick's making a valid point. Okay, so your claim. Okay, so when I punch the numbers right into Walter Bislin's, no, you're right, man. You're completely correct. I can show multiple examples, right, where I've put the numbers into Walter Bislin's begging the question refraction slider, and I have to slide it up to basically 0.99 K factor to be able to explain the observation. That's so much refraction that the Earth would literally look flat. You're increasing the radius of the globe to a point where you would not see any curvature at all for every single one of these observations that I've put into it, which is just a ridiculous claim, right? Because we're not seeing any miraging effects in the observations that I've been punching into it at all. Okay, so you're claiming like basically ducting would be taking place with no miraging effects whatsoever taking place within the observation. Absolutely ridiculous claim.
May I ask a question, Scott? To you?
I don't think I could stop you.
I just tried to ask politely. You could say no, and I would stop. You know the famed, if the conditions were right, the high enough ladder and strong enough zoom lens, you could see your own ass.
If the conditions were right, yes.
So hold on, let me ask him. Would that be achieving the 360 degrees? If you're going to go by degrees?
Yeah, that'd be 360 degrees of
Okay,
refraction.
so you're presupposing the Earth is a ball in the first place.
It was your question, not mine.
No, it was when you said a couple of degrees.
The
the completion of you seeing your own ass would be 360 degrees.
Yes.
So you're just presupposing a ball in the first place when you say a couple of degrees.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When did I say a couple of degrees? Refresh my memory.
That's when we were talking about the black swan. You said, "Oh, all you need is a couple of degrees."
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you did. Am I hearing things?
No. Yes, you are.
Well, Scott, you're the one, you're claiming a geometric horizon, but you don't have any evidence such a thing exists.
Except we have pictures of it.
No, you
What's
do
the
not.
max
You have pictures
distance
of an
you
apparent
can?
horizon. Well, hold
What's
on a
the
second.
difference?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I want him to present evidence. He's made a positive claim. You have not provided any empirical evidence that a geometric horizon exists at all.
What's the difference between the apparent and the geometric in your
There's
mind?
no such thing as a geometric horizon.
So you're asking me to prove something that can't be proved by definition?
Something that you're claiming to be factual that cannot be proved, has never been proved, and doesn't exist in reality, that you're claiming does exist.
Okay, does a basketball have an edge to it that we can see?
We're not talking about a basketball.
I know, but just please, humor me. Does a basketball have an edge?
Spheres have zero edges, technically.
Okay,
if you're talking about a geometric horizon, sure, from a certain height above the surface of a sphere, right? There would be a maximum distance that you could see. It would be a point, like if you draw a tangent line to the surface of it, depending on your height, it would be at a specific distance, and you could measure that based off the radius value of the basketball, and it would check out. If you're claiming the same thing exists in reality for the globe, right, then you would need to validate that, right? A basketball's not going to help you.
You guys don't want to have
not
a
you
conversation.
guys. I'm trying to have a conversation
Can
with you.
Can we just?
Right?
Can you slow down?
Okay, so,
can you slow down then?
I'm not slowing down. Okay, I can slow down. Okay, listen, I'm going to say it very slowly. Okay, if you have a globe, yeah, I'm having a conversation, but you don't want to answer the question, and you're trying to get out of it right now. No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, what was the question?
Okay.
What was the question?
Okay, so what validation do you have that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon in reality?
There can't be a geometric horizon. It's a mathematical concept.
It's a mathematical. So the globe is just a mathematical concept, is it?
No, the geometric horizon is a mathematical concept.
Well, okay, so what are you talking
about? The horizon now we see is real.
Horizon's an edge. Okay, so what's it the edge of? A globe?
It's the edge of a sphere, yes.
Okay, so it's physical.
Yes.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that a horizon is physical?
I can see it.
You just said you can see an apparent horizon.
What's the difference?
A horizon is just a straight line between vanishing points, a product of perspective.
Wait, do you think you see anything ever that's not apparent?
Here we go again.
Yeah, so you're claiming a physical geometric horizon, right?
Don't you guys never answer simple questions?
It's a
I answered your question. Why don't you answer mine?
The claim. No, you
do. Do you think you
have any evidence? Do you have any evidence of a geometric horizon?
Do you think you see anything that's not apparent?
Scott, may I ask one question?
Everything we see is apparent.
Now this is semantics.
You guys are the one who you guys are the one who say it's apparent.
Hold on, I want to hold him to this, right? So, do you have any empirical evidence that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon? We can all agree that there's such a thing as a horizon. So you don't have any evidence of a geometric horizon. So stop claiming
That's a mathematical concept. I didn't claim a geometrical horizon.
No, it's a physical property of the sphere Earth. No, you're claiming that it's a physical geometric property of a globe Earth. That's a geometric horizon. By definition, that's a geometric horizon. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Okay, if you guys want to change the definition of geometric, go ahead. It's just going to hinder your understanding of the world.
No, it's not hindering understanding.
Why would you want to do that to yourselves?
You don't have any evidence of Earth curvature or a geometric horizon.
We see it.
Yeah, this is weird, isn't?
No, you don't see it. How do you know what you're seeing is a byproduct of the globe?
Because we're smart.
Does a basketball not have?
Not an answer.
Hold on.
Yeah, he is a clown. Does the basketball you brought up earlier not have a geometric horizon?
No.
So when an ant walks away from you when you're holding a basketball out in your outstretched hands and it goes bye-bye, what's it going over?
The horizon.
It's just apparently vanishing?
Yes, vanishing is apparent. That's what vanishing means. It no longer
Okay,
appears.
it's not a byproduct
Wait.
of it crawling around the ball.
Wait. You agree that to vanish means to
You're
no
playing
longer appear, right?
semantics, dude. Yeah, you're the
You guys,
one that's
you
you're the
guys
one
are the
who
ones
wants
who are
to.
playing semantics.
No,
not me.
You're
you know
completely
damn well
dishonest.
that the ball is crawling over. You know damn well the ant is crawling over the ball, and that place would be the geometric horizon, based on the size of that ball.
No, it's the apparent horizon. It's always the apparent horizon.
You're getting weird,
and
Scott.
there's no geometric horizon. It doesn't exist.
It's a mathematical concept. It can't exist.
It's not a mathematical concept. It's a physical property of a globe.
No, geometry is math.
Yeah, but you're relating that math to a physical object, which would be the globe Earth, dumbass.
I'm not. You are.
No, you are. That's what you're saying. You said it's physical. It's the edge,
physical.
right?
It's the edge.
Yeah, the leading edge of a sphere based on your observer height.
Yes, a physical object. Yes.
Yeah, so prove that exists.
Yeah,
prove that
sphere exists.
So
prove that we see it. We look at it. What other proof do we need?
Scott, okay, check this
You
out.
don't look at it.
Check this out, Scott.
How do I prove a dog exists? I see it. Look, there's a dog. You look at the dog, you say, "Oh, we prove the dog exists."
Don't make us mute you. I'm waiting patiently. You can wait patiently too, Scott.
Okay.
Relax for a second. Okay.
I want to ask him one question when possible.
Yeah, just one quick thing there. Just to get the terms kind of realigned here, okay? Is there an instance of someone looking over the horizon, right, at a shoreline or some object at a distance where there's no refraction, right, and they could use that to measure what the distance to that horizon is? Because I think, forgive me, I'm having my first coffee here. I think that the term geometric horizon could be synonymous with a quote unquote apparent horizon with whereby there's no refraction, right? Because it would be expressing the real geometry of the situation without any kind of interference from external factors like humidity, temperature, and all that stuff, bending light around and shit like that. So what you would see would be like as close to the raw, real expression of the Earth's geometry in and of itself. So if there's an instance of that, we'd like to see that, because then you can actually do real measurements from there. Do you have that?
The question got lost on me. You went into a lot of details of something. What's the actual question again?
Do you have an instance of an observation where someone's looking over the horizon or whatever, where there's no refraction?
No.
Okay, so how do you know what is and what is not, the actual geometry with no interference versus what is?
I don't need to. I never asked. I never tried to do that.
Okay, but then how do you know what the actual refractive index would be? Because that refractive index in relation to something that has basically zero interference compared to, okay, you throw in these modifications and then it expands from there. Like there's a gold standard, so to speak, right? Zero interference or alteration, and then refractive index of whatever yields this other effect, some alteration. So what's the ground state? What's the base state? Right. This is what they I think is meant by the term geometric horizon, because there's no apparent deviation or apparent alteration.
Yes. That's why nobody ever talks about. That's why nobody ever talks, except for you guys, ever talks about the geometric horizon.
Okay, well, how about this? If we word it Is there an instance of this, right, where the apparent horizon is in its ideal state with zero alteration?
Is there any instance that I have where the apparent horizon matches what we would calculate as the geometric horizon? No, we don't have that.
And okay, then you don't know if that's, you don't even know if that's the actual quote unquote geometric horizon, like just pure.
We don't care.
Okay, well then how do you have a gold standard to compare to make these claims?
Which
you
claim?
Say that the claim that the radius is this big, and we know that because of observations over the horizon.
Oh, we don't do
right?
that. No one's ever done that.
Some people do.
No, they don't.
Okay, well then how? But here's the problem: how do you know what the starting point is? How do you know what the radius is? How do you know what the radius is to begin with?
Oh, we figured out much better ways than looking at the horizon.
Okay.
That's the worst possible way to figure out the radius of the Earth is by looking at the horizon.
Okay, well, you and your team might want to have a little powwow on that because some people actually bring. So if you're not going to use that to justify the radius, then let's dig into the radius then, because that's a cornerstone.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Model.
Okay, yeah, reciprocal zenith angles.
Very good. Okay, DJ, do you want to continue?
That's a much better way to figure out the radius.
Very good. I just need to clear those terminology up because guys are talking past each other.
Yeah, but it's you guys are the only ones who looked at the horizon to talk about the size of the Earth.
You got a max distance you can see on a globe, Scott?
See, that question doesn't even make sense. What is a maximum distance you can see on a globe?
Yeah, like how much refraction? Because you were, I'm sure you're being facetious when the other guy asked about the 360 angles, if you could see your own ass. Like, how far do you think you could see on a globe before, Earth curve or refraction would just stop?
Yeah, what's the maximum?
No, I don't know. I've never looked into that.
I couldn't hear
so it's just unfalsifiable. So it's just unfalsifiable.
I couldn't hear his answer.
Yeah, everybody needs to get it, apparently.
He said he doesn't know, bro.
But here's the thing. Y'all motherfuckers would just
it's just unfalsifiable. I don't know who this other guy is. Yeah, it's just unfalsifiable. Like all of them. It doesn't matter what observation we present. They'll just say, "Well, that's easy. That's on a globe. You can explain that."
But every observation you guys ever presented is in like a few arc seconds of refraction. Everyone you presented.
You don't know what refraction is, bro. Prove that light's doing that. Prove it. How do you prove that light's doing that?
How do I prove that light is bending?
Yeah, that light's bending at whatever arc seconds you want over your fucking curve to reach your eye. Where's your curve? Where's your curve?
Shows the measurement of that.
Once again, we're back to trying to show curves based on
the observations.
We
the observations, right? So circular fucking reasoning. Fuck, I'm sick of this fucking shit going into refraction for fucking hours. I am really starting to feel like QE was fucking right.
Okay.
No, QE wasn't correct with.
But yeah, the way we would measure Earth curve is we'd either use spherical excess in 3 points with a surveying equipment, or we would use reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, or what did you account for refraction? Did you account for refraction in the reciprocal zenith angle test? And if so, show me the data for that. Show me how that was done. Okay, show me one test and show me how that was done. Go ahead.
Well, the interesting thing about refraction is it would make the Earth seem flatter than it is.
Okay, how did they measure exactly what was going on with the refractive index in the test that you're talking about? Go ahead, present it. You're making a baseless claim and you can't back it up. You can't just assume what's going on.
A refraction making it look flatter. Can you show me that in the side chat?
He made a specific claim, right, that the radius is able to be measured with a reciprocal zenith angle test, okay, and that refraction was precisely accounted for. So show us how that was done, and show us how they precisely accounted for the refractive index between point A and point B. And you're not going to be able to provide it.
But it's not something you want to provide it, is it?
It is something I want provided.
You just asked.
Well, then you could look it up if you really want it.
No, this is your claim, right? You're the one that made the claim.
But you just said you wanted it provided, right? You want to understand.
You made the
correct?
claim, and now I'm asking you to back your claim up, and you're trying to weasel out of it.
And if you don't have it, you don't get to appeal to it. It's that easy, and it's this simple. It's going to get shut down immediately if you can't provide the data or prove your claim. We're not going to go into the weeds for hours over fucking refraction anymore. It's that simple. You're just going to prove your shit or don't appeal to it.
Okay, let's stop appealing to refraction. Let's just talk about reciprocal zenith thing.
No, this is what you're
I
going
want
to
to talk
do.
about
Right?
it. I want to see the evidence. Can you show me an example of refraction in the side chat? I want to see a demonstration of it so I can believe your stories, and we can move on to the next topic, the next point of the conversation. Do you have any examples, please? A demo?
Well, if he wants to get unmuted, he can provide exactly what he claimed that he had right now. So if he doesn't, then I think he can get a 2-day ban for being a dishonest piece of shit.
Yeah, Scott, I'll vouch for you to get unbanned if you can go ahead and provide a demo. I'll say he's trying. Come on, Scott. Give us a demo so we can keep having a conversation. You just claim stacking a whole bunch of bullshit.
May I ask you a question in the meantime?
Absolutely. Hello. How are you, Bar?
What's going on, man? I'm good. How are you?
What's good?
Yeah, so I'm sure you guys are familiar with Professor Dave taking a bunch of flat earthers to go see the 24-hour sun.
No, dude, that didn't happen. No, Professor Dave didn't even go, and he didn't set it up. You have no
I
idea
know,
what you're
I
talking
know.
about.
Whatever the other guy's
Professor
name is.
Dave.
I think it was a priest. I think it was a priest that took him. Actually,
Yeah, Professor
priest,
Dave was
whatever.
scared to go, so he declined the invitation.
Yeah, sure, but sorry, I just meant the video that he made covering it.
Yeah, he said that he signed with a young Earth creationist. So you had Professor Dave and young Earth creationist, Wonder Twins combined into the power of a final experiment that wasn't an experiment and wasn't final.
Okay, real quick, I have a question. Do you guys, first of all, deny the existence of the 24-hour sun?
No, we don't. It's an observation. It happened to happen.
Yeah, in 1800s, a book called Zetetic Astronomy, written by Dr. Robotham, also known as Parallax. He wrote in the book about the 24-hour sun, which he called the midnight sun. So this observation goes back hundreds of years, centuries.
Okay, help me out here then. When I think of the flat Earth, I think of the typical image provided where you've got a sort of circle, and then you've got like a cone
can you post
at the
that?
bottom.
Just can you post it so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes.
Like a picture, like do a show and tell. How about we do a show, then we do a tell?
Yeah.
If there's a 24-hour sun, Bar, then it happens over a flat surface. It'll happen over a flat Earth. What else do you want? If you want a model, we don't have one. If you want the evidence, we can show you the evidence that's flat.
Well, I'm gonna provide you with what I think, or what I think that I feel like you guys are referring to.
Okay.
Here.
Is it relevance to the 24-hour sun? Because we could just end it. Like, are you talking about that still or no?
No, he's talking about the disk in space.
It is. Yeah, it's related to the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, hold on.
If it is, then it doesn't matter.
The disk in space, that's the Flat Earth Society. No one here is a member of the Flat Earth Society. In the rules of this channel, we specifically have said so. Like, if you read, like, before you join the channel,
I don't know what that means, though. If I'd read that, I don't know what
that model is the Flat Earth Society model. No one here is a representative of the Flat Earth Society. That would be not anyone here. So using the Flat Earth Society, after you've been told this is not the Flat Earth Society, that would indicate you've got some learning disabilities.
You should be able to scroll to the very top, and we should have stuff pinned. We should have that pinned at the very top of the side chat.
So to be clear, Crit, I wasn't told that, and even if I had read the rules, I don't know what the Flat Earth Society is. I'm not very familiar with these conversations, so I'm my bad. I didn't know you weren't a part of the Flat Earth Society, and I didn't know this map corresponded to that.
Do you know the position of these people?
To which people? The Flat Earth Society people?
No, these people we are talking about now. These
no,
people.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying
how
to
you
figure
will
it
figure out. How you will figure out with your assumption or asking the question why you are that?
Well, I didn't. No. I didn't assume anything.
You started with assumption. You didn't start the question why you people are flat
No.
earthers.
I literally did not start with an assumption. The first thing I asked was, "Do you guys are you familiar with this quote unquote experiment?" They said yes. I said, "Are you? Do you deny the existence of the flat Earth sun?" They said, or sorry, the 24-hour sun. They said no. And then I said, "Okay, this is what I feel like people mean when they say flat Earth," and I sent it. I never ascribed it to any of them. I was only asking questions.
Okay.
Right. Was your question answered?
Yes, it was. But then I have another question then. What do you guys reckon that the flat Earth looks like?
Flat. If you're asking about a map or a model, we don't succumb to one. We don't have one.
Yeah, flat Earth looks flat. Well, it's in the name.
I understand
Anything
that,
else?
but so yeah, I understand that. So like, can you explain to me the logistics behind the movement of the sun?
No,
just like you see it.
Anything that happens in the sky is going to be happening over a flat surface. It doesn't matter what anything up there does. It's going to happen over a flat Earth. Period.
Well, that's fine, but you guys haven't like opined on the sun.
Do we what?
Opined on the sun, the sun.
Yeah, it's in the sky.
We don't make claims about it.
It's in the
Say
sky.
that again.
It's
we don't make claims about it.
You don't make claims about the sun.
Nope. Speculation based off observation. So the best we got is what we see. That's it. It happens over a flat surface is the only argument we need to have. Period.
Yeah, but wouldn't you like if you opined on the sun?
Did you hear what he said?
We could speculate about it until the cows come home, but it's not sun speculation 24/7. It's flat Earth 24/7.
I understand, but like for example, like when I come up with a position, I say I come up with a political position because that's usually what I look for, right? I'm gonna start looking for things that are tangentially related that might support my argument in order to make a more well-rounded argument. And I'm not saying
so
you guys
about the sun wouldn't pertain to the argument about the Earth being flat.
I feel like it would though.
How?
It's irrelevant. It would happen over a flat surface.
Because a big part of what globe people think is
there's some globers, there's some esteemed globers who think that the sun is a transformer. Eric Dollard.
Okay, that's fine. But anyways,
yeah, I found the source of that image. It comes from a movie that guy who played Tywin Lannister, he's doing some sort of like weird like Age of Renaissance movie where they invented a spaceship, and they're talking about the first space race happened with like Leonardo and shit. Like they developed a space like the Family Guy or not Family Guy, Futurama did a whole shtick on this. That there's parts of the spaceship all around the world, and you could reassemble Leonardo da Vinci's spacecraft. So that's where that image comes from. It's from an advent of a movie, a tongue-in-cheek movie about a fictional space race that happened in the 1600s.
Yeah, I don't find that to be relevant at all.
Yeah, it is because you got fooled. That's what I'm saying. Look how easy it was to fool you. That's how you got fooled very easily by fiction. So now that you got that on record, that it's very easy to fool you, use that data point. That's a key data point.
Okay, I so to be clear, I don't think I was fooled because I specifically asked the question, do you guys adhere to this? You said no. I have met people who do. I don't know why you're saying
go talk to them. Go talk to them.
No. But I want to talk to you though. I don't know why you would tell me to talk to them.
Because if you said there's people who believe this, go talk to them.
No, but I never said that you guys believe it or that I want to talk specifically about it. I just want to know your account for how the sun moves and how night and day happens. If
the
it
same
doesn't
way
move,
the same way you account for it.
No, I account for it. No, I account for it.
We experience the same sun that you do.
You're doing that
No,
again. You're making some assumption that some guys is making some answers, and you don't want directly to find out what these people thinking, what is their
I'm
points.
literally asking them. What are
No,
you talking about?
No, you're not doing that, man. I will tell you why. You are saying there is some flat or whatever they are considering the sun, and we are telling you now. No, we are not caring about the sun. What's the next question? What about you? What
No. But I want to.
the next?
I understand.
The next question will be this for me. If you are not speaking about the sun, let's see about what are you speaking.
No,
then.
I am still talking about the sun. I am.
But
the
yes,
question,
I'm. Oh, Jesus Christ.
no. I understand I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense because I think it's fair for me to just simply ask the question. Okay, well, if you guys don't adhere to this model, right? You also don't adhere to a globe, right? Like the globe, the globe accounts for how the sun sets and how the sun rises. It explains because the sun can only be on one side of the world, right? Like people can't experience.
No, it doesn't.
Anyway, are you saying it's impossible on a flat surface, or just because we don't have an explanation, you're upset about it? Which one is it?
No, well, for me, I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I just don't understand how it works if it's not either model. So if you could explain to me,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I already told you we don't have a model. We don't have an explanation. Doesn't matter.
Does it not bother you that you don't know how the sun works?
Hey, it happens over a flat surface. I don't give a fuck about cosmology. I care about if the Earth curves. If it's a ball.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah,
you
I
understand
did.
what I said.
I heard what he said.
Anything else? Any other questions?
What he said.
I do. Okay, what's up?
He said that the sun is the flat Earth is regardless of the sun.
It's already flat. What happens in cosmology in the sky doesn't affect the ground. It's already flat.
I mean, I understand, but a large
ask another question. Move on.
Well, so a large part of here's a question. A large part of Glober's arguments revolves around the sun, right? We agree.
We know. We know that.
Just ask your question.
Well, that I was just asking that. That was the question, the first one, and you agree.
You already got an answer. Are you going to ask another question?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you opine on how the sun works? What's the reason?
Because the Earth is measured flat. Do you have another question, or is that
You're
it?
using the word opine.
That's not the right answer. Why?
Like
How's
I
that
said, because I already said that we could speculate about it and tell stories to each other and say, "Have you ever thought of this? Oh, that's interesting. Have you ever thought of this?" We could do that all day long.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could opine.
You can explain Superman flying into Uranus, buddy. It doesn't mean jack shit. Do you have any other questions? Yes or no? Move on.
I mean, if you guys don't talk about the sun, then not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can talk about the sun.
How you doing? You have anything?
No, I think it's okay to talk about the sun.
Oh,
but the thing is, are you going to talk about your sun?
I don't want to.
How do you know a couple things? Like, how do you know it's a giant ball of gas?
Well, I'm not really
fire in the vacuum of space, radiating heat through a vacuum. It's 400 times larger than the moon.
That's not listening.
It still appears to be the same size as the moon. That is eclipsed by the moon, but yet you don't see the moon eclipsing it. Are you going to talk about your? I mean, I could talk about the same sun all day. Me and you, we both look up at the sky. We both see exactly the same sun. I say what I see. You see what you see. Then you go some further steps more than that, and you say it's a giant ball of gas. That's 93 million miles
totally
away.
Relevant. I have something totally relevant. May I? Okay, so do you know what the...
There's like 5 different people trying to talk to the same guy. Can you guys keep it, like maybe one-on-one or something for a little while?
Yeah, I just
so we can have a cohesive conversation that can be like a back and forth.
So, I would like to ask him.
Well, can I respond to what he just said?
Yeah, respond.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I don't mind talking about the sun. The only thing is I'm not really an expert on the sun or science at all, and all I can really tell you is how it accounts for night and day. And you've heard that 100 times, right? And so I'm not saying that I'm like the expert on it and I'm able to discuss it, but I thought that you guys might have more of a grasp on how the sun fits into your model. That's the only reason why I asked you about it.
Have you ever heard of the impossible eclipse, the Celion eclipse?
No, wait, but the man answered to you. He told you we have the flat plane. That means the surface, flat surface, and then you have a sun in the sky doing something. Can we check now? Is it that real? Is that correct? What he's saying that the surface is flat and that sun is doing whatever it's doing.
I understand your premises.
Is that okay? Premises? Because if Earth is curving, the sun will do the same thing, but on the curved surface.
Hey, if I may, I just want to
sure,
double down on what
I don't really know. I don't know the science behind the things that you're describing. Like I don't know.
There
how
is
to
no
measure
science behind the things. There is the geometry behind the things.
Yeah. Geometry is like an offshoot of math.
Yeah.
Right.
And people look into geometry, these flat earthers, almost all of them, and they find out there is no geometry. There is flat surface. There is no sphere geometry in reality. That's why we are here.
Yeah, hold on real quick. So I just want to go with Gemti had said. Let's pick like one speaker. So I think Bars was the guy's name?
Yeah, I just got to quickly do something though, so I'm gonna leave for a bit.
Okay, when you come back, I invite you to pick one person you want to talk to. You've heard a couple different flat earth speakers. Like pick the guy that you think that you connect with the most, and we'll do a one-on-one. Just you and that one person, question and answer.
Sounds good.
All right. So what happened? Did Wacky Mackie? Did he run off, or did he end up posting what he said he'd post?
No, he didn't. He didn't post it. Right. So it was a very specific thing that he was asked for. Okay. So he said that the reciprocal zenith angle measurement proves the radius. Right. It's a way to measure the radius. And I asked if a refraction was accounted for, and he said yes. So I asked him to show the demonstration of how that was done. I gave him a time limit, and he didn't provide it in the time limit or concede. So he's got a 2-day ban.
Okay.
I really wanted to compare Bar's question, how we don't have a model showing it. I wanted to compare it to the Globe's impossible eclipse, how they don't have a model to show how that's possible. I wanted to compare it to that. They have things they can't model for either. Right, both sides do. And if he can't model that, then why does he still believe in it? If he's asking us, why do we believe in this when we can't model it? Well, he can't model stuff either. I wanted to bring that up to Bar.
Guys, when there's like one guy, like someone like that has questions, sounds like a fairly new guy to the topic, like the one before him. We have Sasha, Olros, Creed, Flat, like T-Dub, DJ, like 6 people talking to one guy.
No, I didn't even open my mic. I can't stand it when people do that.
Just need a moderator to step in and be like, "Hey, stop, guys, one at a time."
Yeah, I said I opened my mic. I said that, and people kept doing the same thing.
It's me. I'm really excited to join the VC.
You should note who it is if you're gonna point names out.
No, I'm saying, dude, you were talking to the other guy, and then people were speaking. So just if someone is trying to make a point, just back up everybody, like you did, T-Dub. But you guys were talking as well, and other people were talking on top of you. Remember? When you were talking, there was other people talking. Remember?
Yeah.
Look, DJ has a presentation style, right? DJ has a presentation style. Few of us do this. Few of us. So when he steps in, he should be allowed the floor to give his presentation. If he started off and he's like leading and he's doing his presentation, just like everyone should back off unless they have a quick supporting interjecting point that's not going to lead into the weeds for half an hour or 2 hours, right? And not let others interrupt, right? Not let other Globers try and jump in to say, but this and that. Like, just mute them. They can come back to them later. Like if it's a new person that's asking questions and DJ's doing a presentation, let him get his presentation out.
I've been listening to multiple conversations, and this is what I'm trying to tell you guys, that I've been listening, and it's 5 people, different points, and it doesn't sound correct because everybody gets lost.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yep.
Well, I
we'll
think
try not to let that happen in the future.
Yeah, it's trying to like have people. It's better if other people just kind of yield every once in a while, like have some sort of like internal dialogue where you're like, oh, I've been talking for a little bit. This person wants to come in for a little bit, and kind of do like a give and take. So I think this the new, or not the new guy who's on mic. I know I've seen his name before, like the Fleck Cthulhu guy, Cthulhu or whatever, how do you pronounce it?
Flat
Yeah,
Hulu,
he's
been
Flat
around for a
Hulu.
long time.
Yeah, like if he's new on mic, and let's give him some space, because I know I get a chance to talk a lot. Sasha does too. So yeah, it's nice to get someone who's new, or new on mic anyway.
Here. Thank you. I'm actually really excited to, by the way. I know I've interrupted a little bit. Just mute me if you need to, mind me if you need to. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. I love this channel. You guys are awesome.
Good to hear you on the mic now, Flat Hulu.
I've wanted to for a while, just haven't. But I broke my arm, so I'm just sitting down a lot. So I figured now's the time.
I say let's give him a wide berth. Welcome.
Yep, definitely. So Kiba has a claim, right? Kiba's been making his new argument for today in the side chat. So mass attracting mass because of what, Saturn and its ring, and that would somehow prove the globe. Like, do you want to present your argument, Kiba?
Yes. Saturn's rings are only explainable by the concept of gravity.
Okay.
Did you test that against anything else?
Yes, I've looked everywhere on Earth and I found no other indicator that rings can float around anything. So that must mean that gravity did it.
What's
gravity? Can you show us rings floating around something in a lab?
Wait,
here on
that's
the
actually
Earth
kind of smart.
because of
That's actually kind of
gravity?
smart, the ring thing.
Yeah. So let's see a demonstration of it to validate his claim is what he claims it is. Can you show us that on a smaller scale? Show us some rings floating around a floating object in a vacuum to
because of gravity.
To back your claim up. Yeah, and that gravity is the cause.
But it's true, gravity is the cause of rain, like falling down.
Well, I was just asking Kiba if he could back his claim up with empirical evidence rather than just having a baseless claim.
So gravity on the scale of a human experiment would not be sufficient to form rings.
Okay, so that's a concession that you can't actually back your claim up. You just have to take the space story and the claim at face value, and you can never actually test that out to validate it to be true.
It's not a story. I mean, we have a long distance observation, which you guys really love, of the rings, and we can look at it with our own eyeballs through a hobby telescope, a cheap, a few $100 telescope, and you can see the rings for yourself. And if you can
you're
provide
making a
one
whole bunch of
example,
assumptions, right? You're making an assumption that it's within a deep space vacuum. Okay, you can't validate that. You are making an assumption that it's a physical object with rings made of, what are they made out of? Like water ice?
I don't know what they're made out of, but they're rings.
Really? So it's got rocky dust, some water, some ice. Something, right? So you've just been fed a story and you just blindly believe it, right? You can't actually validate it. What you're doing is you're just repeating a claim with no empirical evidence to back the claim.
And let me clarify something. I do not believe in the vacuum of space. I believe in an atmospheric gradient, which the pressure in the atmosphere gets lower as you go higher.
Yeah, but deep space is claimed to be 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum, right?
Which is
that starts at a certain point and it doesn't get lower than that. Okay, so it's only a minuscule section of space that actually is claimed to have the gradient, and then the rest would be a deep space vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 tall.
Yeah, 10 to the negative 17 torr is not a vacuum. That's still a pressure. It's a low pressure, but it's still a pressure.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as a vacuum, obviously, but it's said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
I agree. There is a 10 to the negative 17 low pressure atmospheric gradient once you get sufficiently hot.
Yeah. How did you validate that claim?
Because everybody who's ever measured the pressure of the atmosphere has found that it gets lower as you go higher.
Oh, really? And how did they measure that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr at that distance?
Well, they sent up rockets, balloons, you name it.
They sent a balloon up to Saturn, did they? And check.
Not all the way, but
Well, how far can you send a balloon up? How far away is Saturn? How far away is it?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows how far away is it, and they send a balloon up. To what height can you send a balloon? About 120,000 feet.
No, a little bit higher than that. Let me see.
Yeah.
May I ask him about Saturn real quick?
Yeah.
You made the claim that it's only possible because of gravity that it has those rings. I would like to see you show me gravity doing that at any scale. It can be small, large, any demo, any experiment. And I'll believe you. Can you show me gravity making rings around a ball?
So, by the way, the highest weather balloon ever was just under 54 kilometers. As for the rings and the gravity, yeah, I mean, I showed you the picture of Saturn. That is a demonstration of gravity because that can only happen with gravity. And if you want to debunk my claim, all you have to do is show me one example of rings floating around something without being caused by gravity.
Hi, that's the observation and question that we're debating. You said it's only possible because of gravity. Can you show me gravity making rings around a ball as you claim? Because you said it's only possible because of gravity.
Yeah, and I'll show you a picture of Saturn. That's my assertion that is caused by gravity. If you can find
the
one
observation and question.
counterexample, all you have to do is find one counterexample, and you've debunked my entire claim.
If you can find one example of gravity doing it, I'll believe you. I'm not asking for the observation. I'm asking for you to prove your claim that it's because of gravity.
That's an assertion that I'm making, and it's an assertion that's well established, grounded in physics.
Show me.
Okay?
Show
If
me
you would like
one
to provide a counterexample, that's normally how you debunk assertions like that.
Well, a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I'm asking for you to show me gravity making one ring. You don't even need to make 3 rings, just one ring. Show me gravity making one ring.
You want me to show you the picture of Saturn again?
No, I want you to show me gravity making a ring as you claim it does.
Well, shouldn't gravity pull in all that debris towards the center of Saturn? It seems that it has a ring. It debunks gravity.
Well, no, because if you're going fast in a, tangentially, right? If you're going fast, but then gravity is pulling you down, then it causes like a centripetal force effect where you end up, wrapping back around in a, circular orbit.
And what that has to do with
your Saturn claim debunks gravity because gravity would pull all that debris in if it's what you claimed.
Look up centripetal force. It's like a tether ball. Does a tether ball pull in the ball?
But what that Saturn ring has to do with the Earth's surface?
With what?
With the Earth's surface.
Surface of Earth.
Oh, the Earth's surface. Yeah. Well, okay. So the thing it has to do is if the Saturn's rings are caused by gravity, then that means that gravity exists, and therefore a flat Earth could not exist because it would collapse under its own weight into a ball.
Okay, that means gravity exists, and that means Earth is spherical. Is that correct?
Correct.
That means if Earth is spherical, it's also measured that it's spherical.
Yes.
That means if you go to reality and use the geometry of the Earth, size of the Earth, that it will measure like that.
Yeah, just like Al-Biruni did.
Al-Biruni did what?
He went up a mountain, looked at the drop in the horizon.
Mountain.
Yeah.
And
calculated if it was a ball. based on the drop in horizon.
Dude, you'll
He
get
was on the.
wrecked with the Al-Biruni argument. I wouldn't even go there.
Can we do that the same thing today? What Al-Biruni did?
Yeah.
Can we do that on the beach, not on the mountain?
You need some altitude, but Main Surveyor actually did it. If you want to check out.
Let's do it with the 0 altitude, with let's say lower altitude.
No, you need to go up in altitude a little bit.
Why I need to go to open? Does Al-Biruni measure the radius?
Yeah.
And what is the radius?
3959 miles.
And what that mean for your height? How much you can see?
1.21 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, and do we have that in reality?
Yes.
Can you show that?
Yeah, it's called the White Swan.
Okay, can you show all white swans?
Just this one, yeah. Oh, look, I'll post it for you if you want, and then we can go over that.
I have a quick question about Al-Biruni. So in the side chat, I tagged you, Kiba. That's the common illustration from the Al-Biruni blogs and essays that you read. Do you see that D line on the bottom? When does that start curving?
1.21 miles.
It starts curving at 21 miles. What's your citation for that?
1.21 miles.
Oh, or 1.1. Okay, so but I don't see that in the illustrations. None of them show that. They all show this. That the D is a straight line. They don't show any curving.
That illustration
None of them
does show
show anything about it curving at 1.1 miles or whatever.
I can find you a better illustration than that.
Can I ask you something? You said white swan, because maybe some black swan. Do you know what is black swan?
Yeah, the oil rig.
No.
The one on the beach.
You didn't get it. You think that it's the black swan because it's called black swan. Did you get that phrase black swan why existing? What is the black swan?
It's an oil rig off the coast of like Santa Monica or something.
No, that's that example what people are calling. Yeah, that's the black swan. Do you think that's the one black swan?
Hold on, ask him again. Ask him why it's called the black swan.
Yeah,
what's
why it's
the
called
root
black
of
swan?
it being called that?
Because black swans are rare or something.
Yeah, they were saying people like there is no black swan. All swans are white.
No, it's not that black swans are rare.
He's on board with this nouveau black swan event is some anomalous event thing. No. The existence of a black swan lets you know that not all swans are white.
Right. And the existence of a white swan.
Is this the white swan that you're talking about here in the side chat that I posted?
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, probably look at it and confirm.
Let's go with that.
Is that the one you were talking about or not?
I think so.
Okay, explain how that's a white swan. Go ahead.
Well, because the farther oil rig is below the horizon.
Yes. How does that make it a white swan? How does that make it a white swan?
So if you look at Mick West as well as the Walter Bislin have shown what it would look like under a simulation at with standard refraction, and that's what it would look like.
No, that's not what it would look like with standard refraction. Okay, so what percentage would standard refraction allow you to see further than the 1.225 mile horizon that should be there for this observation?
7/6R.
Yeah, okay, so what's that, about 8% further? Okay, so so we have the oil platform at 6 miles, and that's the distance the horizon's at. So we have a horizon at about 6 miles here in this observation. So what's 1.225 plus 8%?
Sorry, DJ, it's about 16 to 17%.
So we're talking about the bottom of the legs, not the top of the oil rig, right? Because obviously the oil rig has a height. So the height can be above the horizon even if the legs are behind the horizon, right?
Well, that's not confirmed here. Okay, so what we have is a 6 mile horizon. So let's do what Mick just said. say 17%, which is actually considered a very heavy refraction, but not standard refraction. Okay, so right, let's do this. Okay, 1.225 plus 17%. Now we have a 1.43 mile horizon on a globe, right? So that would be a white swan, right? If you were having the horizon at 1.43 miles. But we have it at 6 miles, right? So this is actually another black swan. Now, why does it look like the oil platform is partially obstructed? Well, there are known atmospheric effects that can make that happen, which, right? So this actually fits the textbook definition of those atmospheric effects, such as sinking.
So the image that I just posted, this is what the simulator would predict with absolutely no atmospheric refraction.
No, that's incorrect. It would be at 1.22. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not what we see in the observation here.
He's done this before with that very image. He doesn't realize that that also exceeds the 3959 mile radius ball. He doesn't get that.
Well, maybe he's under the impression that just not being able to see the bottom of something makes it a white swan. No. You being able to verify that that horizon is at the predicted distance, that is a white swan.
Yeah, so a white swan is showing something that with atmospheric or standard refraction, it looks as predicted.
No, it's about distance to the horizon, bro. It's about distance to the horizon.
If you want
you use things on the surface as distance markers. This is purely about distance to the horizon, not about whether there's curve blocking something from view or not.
If you want me to show you something completely devoid of any refraction, that's impossible because we live in an atmosphere and the atmosphere has refraction.
You're missing the point, bro. In what you've termed the white swan, what's the distance to the horizon? And how do you confirm it?
1.21 miles.
How did you confirm that?
Trigonometry.
But that's without refraction, bro. That's under. That's lower than without refraction. 1.21? It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet from 1 foot observer height, and then you turn around and say that's without refraction.
Right. Yeah.
So how do you know that horizon's at 1.225 miles? And why is there no refraction?
Trigonometry.
Yeah, they're cool words, bro. Got some details to go along with it?
Well, we've measured the radius using Alberuni's method, among other methods.
No, in that image, bro. The distance to that horizon in what you've termed the white swan.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, how did you confirm the distance to that horizon from that image alone?
From the simulation image?
What simulation image?
The one I posted at 12:01 or 1 minute past
12.
2 hours.
That's a cartoon, dude. That's a CGI.
It's a simulation.
It's not
using math.
It's like a computer game. That's what
Your
it is.
simulation's assuming what it'll look like. It's not evidence. It is what it would look like. It's just assuming.
A prediction. It's a prediction based on the world model.
It's not.
Oh my god.
Okay, look. Hold on a second. Let me just. Okay, so obviously they have no idea, right? So do you admit that they have no idea what's going on with the refractive index in this observation?
No.
Okay. Do you think that sometimes it can look like things are disappearing behind the horizon, even though they're not actually behind the horizon at all?
Yeah.
Okay, and that could be happening in this observation, right?
Yeah, flurspective could be happening. That's true.
Flurspective. No, this is okay. So this is Andrew Thomas Young, right? This is a Globe Earth subject matter alleged leading expert in refraction. Okay, from his book Optics of the Atmosphere. Okay, so there's a citation saying that something that isn't geometrically obstructed can look like it's hidden behind the horizon. There's actually a few citations there. It's got nothing to. This isn't a flat earther citation. This is mainstream optics. This is the mainstream claim. How's that flurspective? How's that flurspective?
You're talking about a sinking mirage or whatever?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Did flat earthers make that up? Did flat earthers make that up, or is that a mainstream claim?
Yeah, it's mainstream, but
could it be happening? Could it be happening in this observation? And does what we see in the image match the definition of what sinking is?
Yeah, it could be,
Yes.
and it could also be looming.
No, it couldn't be. Looming's the opposite of sinking, idiot.
It could be either one, depending
How
on
could it
the
be either
observation.
one? What
Depending
is
on the day,
looming?
depending
What
on
do
the
you think
refractive
looming
year,
is? What do you think looming is?
when it goes higher.
Opposite of sinking. It's the opposite of sinking.
Things can sink, they can loom, right?
Yeah, so
Do
it
you agree with
could
that?
be sinking, right? So it could be
Or
sinking. This one
it
you're
could also
calling
be
a white
looming.
swan.
Could be looming too. We don't know.
How could it be looming? How could it be looming?
I'm just saying. Do you agree that if there's
We're
sinking, then
seeing
there could also be looming?
not at the same time. It's the opposite.
Well, no, I'm saying at different times, right? Like an object might be sinking or it might be looming, depending on the refraction of the day, right?
Yeah, looming's not going to make the horizon appear over 1,000% further away.
Yeah, it would.
No, it wouldn't. Find me a citation that says that it can do that.
Because if an object is appearing higher, then we can see it.
Yeah, so it's just going to appear higher. It's not going to appear 10 times further away. Just
That's
higher.
not what,
It's the same location, but just a bit higher, right? Only a bit higher as well, because once you get past looming, right, then you get into superior mirage, like heavy superior mirage territory, where it's obvious miraging effect with total internal reflection and whatnot, mirroring.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
sinking
it
and looming
absolutely
are
is true.
completely opposites. So anything that can happen with sinking can happen with looming, just in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but we're talking about the oil platform
Uh-huh.
appearing to sink behind the horizon.
And I think it's looming behind the horizon.
Because that would make it appear above the horizon.
Not necessarily. It just means it'll appear higher than where it was.
Well, it's not going to make the horizon all of a sudden appear 10 times further away. That's not looming.
It's going to bring objects that are behind the horizon up above so that we can see them.
And then it's going to make the horizon appear behind the object, is it? It's not in the definition of looming. Looming means to loom, right? The opposite of to sink.
Well, then you have Fata Morgana, which can cause the water to also loom and create false.
No. Fata Morgana is like an extreme version of a superior mirage, right? Looming's just a mild version of a superior mirage, dude.
Look, the sky is blue, the water is blue, so sometimes you're going to get some weird effects where it looks like, there's a horizon behind the horizon.
Yeah, but you're the one claiming that this image is a white swan and it matches up with the globe. So you're saying that this could just be sinking, right?
Could be anything. That's the point. Is we can't rely
so
on.
it's not a white swan, is it? How is it a white swan?
We can't rely on long distance observations to determine the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you just presented this as an evidence of the curvature of the Earth.
No, I'm just saying that there are white swans. You can make of that what you will.
But it's not a white swan, though.
Well,
the horizon's 6 miles away. It should be 1.225.
And the black swan isn't a black swan.
What do you mean? Yes, it is.
It could be looming.
How does that take away from it being about a black swan?
Because if something looms, that doesn't mean that
no. Okay, so the horizon on a globe should be at a set distance, depending on the height of the observer, the physical geometric horizon.
And refraction
do you have any evidence that such a thing exists? That's the whole question here. These are all horizon tests.
Al-Biruni.
We're not saying that on a flat Earth the horizon would be 10 miles away. That's not our claim. Okay, your claim is that on a globe Earth the horizon would be 1.225 miles away from a 1-foot observation height. We're not making a claim of a geometric horizon. You are, right? We're testing that claim, and we can never find the geometric horizon. In fact, we can see orders of magnitude further on it, which aren't able to be explained by looming, right? And you're not able to show a single observation that validates a geometric horizon exists in the first place.
Well, rather than trying to do a long-distance observation at a 1-foot observer height over a highly refractive body of water, I propose that we go up a mountain and do Al-Biruni's method instead to measure the curvature.
Well, we've done that, and we can see things that should be hidden by miles. below the curvature. We've even gone up into planes with $8,000 worth of optics and infrared and been able to see landmarks that are over 1,000 miles away that should be hidden by many kilometers below the curvature of the Earth. So we've done that. We've done it from low heights, medium heights, high heights, plane heights.
Now, Jay Tolan's been debunked. Jay Tolan,
bro. No. We've got one. We've got one where your horizon is not there. Period.
Jay Tolan was fudging the numbers. He was exposed and debunked. He wasn't giving accurate.
Did McToon tell you that?
No, actually, that was I forget his name, some other guy. But
of course, an anti-flat earther is going to make that kind of claim.
Well, it's not a claim. He showed the numbers that Jay Tolan provided, and he found the accurate numbers.
Mr. Sensible.
So hold on. Let's get back to: do you have a single observation that validates a geometric horizon exists or not? If you have one,
yeah,
it's time to present it. Okay, present it. Present it. Okay, go ahead. Describe it while you're looking for it.
Okay, this guy named Main Surveyor, he took a theodolite up to a known altitude on a mountain, and he measured the horizon and determined using Al-Bruni's method that the radius of the Earth, which was 30.
Okay, what's the maximum recommended range limit for the theodolite that he used?
Infinite.
Usually it's 3 to 500 meters. Okay, show me where it got an infinite range rating.
We'll have to look up the spec.
Did you do that?
Yeah, maybe.
Or you did look it up, or you maybe looked it up, or you possibly looked it up, or you didn't look it up.
I mean, that's retarded. Oh, only 500 feet. Give me a break, dude. Like, come on. It's a tool that you can use for whatever purpose you want.
It's a tool that people use for short range observations. Okay, 3 to 500 meters, not feet. 3 to 500 meters is the general range limit that these things are useful for. If you use it outside of the specifications, you can run into huge margins of error.
Why? Because of refraction?
Keep it. You're conflating the focus range. Sorry, DJ, but he's doing the same thing that he did yesterday. Okay, there's the focus range, which they do say is between some small value, whatever, up to infinity. Okay, but you guys are overlooking the other recommended range, which is the operating range. But this is what we're talking about. Okay, you're saying the same. You're saying it's the same thing. But if that were the case, why the hell are the manufacturers actually specifying these two things as if as if they are different? Okay, it makes no fucking sense, dude.
There's no observation in the video that you've tried this before with us, right? The same one that doesn't even show the observation. Doesn't show how the refractive index was measured between point A and point B. Doesn't show anything. We've had this exact conversation like a week ago, and you conceded that this doesn't even show anything in it, right? It's just one of those things where you just have to trust this anti-flat earther's numbers that he's written down.
So the theodolite is only measuring the angle to the horizon. So you don't need. It doesn't matter if if it's with an operational.
So how did he account for? Did he account for refraction? How did he do such a thing?
No, there was no refraction that day. It's all good.
There was. How did he validate there's no refraction that day? That's a retarded claim. You just said earlier that there's always refraction.
NPC reset.
Dude, you're just a train wreck.
Yeah, but how about you show me what type of refraction is in the Black Swan until the first ray? You have it? You know what?
Just
what's
a second,
happening?
Sasha. Just a second, man. I just want him to concede this quickly, right? So it's basically over. You've already destroyed your own argument. But so how do you know there was no refraction that day? Does he even claim that there was no refraction that day? Did you just make that up?
No, I'm being I don't know what the word is, but I'm
a bullshit artist.
No, I'm not bullshitting. I'm joking. Obviously,
yeah. Okay. Is that your escape mechanism? Is it to try? So you have no idea. Just be honest.
Well, you're just like coming up with
Tearing
every
your evidence
possible.
apart?
No,
Yeah.
you're just like you're just casting doubt without considering the the main argument itself.
What's the main argument?
That when you measure the drop in horizon, it is consistent with the shape of a ball, not a flat Earth.
How did you validate that? How did you validate that?
With a theodolite.
Theodolites are not to do that. By the way, until the first Sol rig, that radius is 26 times larger. You clown Kiba.
Yeah.
How can you have 26? How can you have 26 times larger? Beyond the second Sol rig, that if you count just 10 miles, that means it's 67 times larger. You keep a clown. You cannot have 67 times larger, 39, 59 miles. Okay?
I disagree with your math, but
yeah,
I'll just
your radius is not there in reality. You cannot have 67 times larger, man.
Look, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and we'll just agree that the Earth
67 times larger.
We'll just agree that the Earth is a large ball, okay?
Large ball. You did claim a radius, man. You did claim a radius, okay? You did post. You did post in the side chat a radius. You cannot have 67 times larger your radius, okay?
So you just admitted the Earth is a 67
No, you are making up
ball.
shit, clown.
You admitted it's a ball.
You are making up shit. You're a bullshit talker. Okay?
So we can touch on that. We can come. That's our common ground. The Earth is a ball. Congratulations.
Do you have any small scale? Do you have any small scale demos of that?
Small scale what?
Do you have any small scale demos of showing us like any times further on a ball that you can see further on a ball? Do you have any small scale demos of that so we can believe you?
Well, yeah. I mean, every single black swan observation has demonstrated a ball.
No, a small scale demo, like an experiment, my friend, a demonstration.
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, yeah. You seeing further on a ball multiple times further? Yeah, let's see it.
Absolutely. I'll show that to you. Right. You're not going to like it, but I'll show it to you.
I'll love it if it's an actual demo. Yeah, no, of course
I'll love it. Butane isn't the same as the air; it's totally different. But I'll show it.
Did Kiba say the Earth could be a bigger ball?
Yeah, he does that.
It's a contradiction to himself because he did post in the side chat how to calculate the radius of the Earth. So he cannot have 67 times larger that radius. So he's contradicting himself. Okay? I'm going to post the calculations.
That would make Kiba quite the conspiracy theorist if he thinks it's a bigger ball.
Okay, I posted the video.
The pseudos are strong with this one, I tell you.
Why does it talk about flat Earth in the top? I thought this was a demonstration of refraction or something, letting you see farther.
Yeah, it's a demonstration of refraction around a propane tank with butane spewed all over it.
It doesn't match reality.
Is this a constant effect, or is this just like a one-time thing, like it happened, like a flash and it goes away? Is it like a constant?
This doesn't increase the distance of the horizon at all. It doesn't change distance at all, does it?
Because you can see beyond the horizon.
You would need see the horizon of the tank. Okay, you would need to have that completely disappear and appear behind the object. That's what we're showing in the Black Swan and other observations. We're seeing the horizon behind the object, right? You're just watching a little object pop up for a second when you pour some butane gas on it. That's not extending the size of the radius of the tank, right? That's not making it all flatten out and other horizon lines popping up behind the object. That's not what you're showing here. It's a false analogy.
It's causing obstructions to appear from behind the horizon.
Yeah, but it's not increasing the size, the distance that you can see, right? It's not increasing the horizon distance, is it? It's not making the horizon appear behind the object.
Yeah, it's not presenting his type of refraction. Exactly, DJ. He's making a bullshit talk.
And worse yet, if you really think about it, even if you want to go with that refraction is going to cause the thing to appear from over the curve. You have the oil rigs, which would be at a certain distance, that would have a specific refractive index to curve around, to help the light curve around. But the horizon, if you want to qualify that as being an object that also reflects the light that is traveling to the observer, it's further out by 10, 20, 30%. So the refractive index of that light must be even stronger, so the light would bend more steeply over that longer distance, right? So you have to quantify that too. Do you have that?
So you know how light spreads out in all directions?
Do you have that, yes or no, sir?
Do I have what?
Do you have the refractive index of the light bending from further out at the horizon, assuming you're actually going to qualify that as being an object equivalent to the oil rigs?
Not off the top of my head.
I don't think he doesn't even know what refractive index means, Mick.
Yeah, the guy's a fucking moron, man.
It's the K value.
Yeah, it's one of the dumbest globers that comes in here by far, actually.
He sounds like it too. You guys hear him? He sounds like a caveman. God damn, dude.
You're coming in here like it's almost like you're like trolling the globe side, right, and making them look like they're morons.
No, I'm just just entertaining
just coming
myself.
in here, just bullshitting, right? You're either a bullshit artist or a troll. There's no way that you could be this daft.
A single time. I never bullshit.
Kira, half the shit we're telling you is going right over your head. You're like, every time we say something.
Yeah, because you aren't making sense.
Yeah,
no, we are making
just trolling, dude.
You're just retarded.
No, I'm definitely not.
Yeah, you obviously are, dude.
No,
makes sense. You can't answer any of our questions. I asked you one, and you're like, I don't know. You didn't even think. You didn't even consider that being a possible factor in your argument.
An object is at the horizon. Like, I don't know. How am I going to know?
It's not about an object. It's not about the object. It's about the distance to the horizon, right? That's the whole point of the observation. It's testing the geometric horizon. Okay, so in your little butane thing that you've presented here, the horizon doesn't appear 10 times further away, does it?
Objects which are obstructed by the horizon become visible.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Does the horizon appear behind the object?
No.
Okay, so it's not analogous.
Just because you see some.
You think you could make that happen? Do you think you can make that happen with butane? You could make the edge of that butane container appear behind that little piece of clay.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. Anyway, I don't mean to interrupt. Anyone that's a mod in the main server, we're gonna have a mod meeting. It's gonna last from like 3:30 to 5, but you only have to be there. It's a rolling mod meeting, meaning.
Oh, which time zone is that?
You only need to be there for like 5 minutes or whatever.
Which time zone is that?
Mine, it's going to happen in 7 minutes from now, starting.
Oh, awesome, awesome, cool. Home server.
All right. Yeah, the home server. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
It's just mod. You're not a mod, right? No, you're not a mod.
Oh no! I thought you meant this one.
No. It's mod for that server mod meeting.
Ah, excellent.
We'll probably do something follow up for everybody else, but anyway, we got issues, not serious issues. Regular high school drama issues. Anyway.
Cool. So yeah, Kiba, we'd love to see that, right? So you would need to make the horizon appear behind the object, right? Behind the distance marker. So you would have to set up a small scale, kind of like the black swan situation, where you have a curving surface, okay, and you have a geometric horizon at a certain distance, and then you have a distance marker behind the horizon that's hidden by a certain amount. And then you would have to manipulate the conditions in the room, the temperature and the humidity and whatnot, and the pressure, and make that horizon disappear that's in front of the object, and then have it reappear over 10 times further away behind the object.
Right. So you agree
crazy
that
to suggest.
You agree that an object can loom from behind a horizon, correct?
I think things can loom up and appear higher than they should be, right? It's called looming.
Well, then water can also loom up, right? So you'd have a horizon behind the object.
It's just the horizon would just appear a bit. Yeah, the horizon would just appear higher than where it already is.
He completely just skips past it, bro. He just said you'd have to demonstrate it.
He doesn't get it, right? So if you have a horizon, if you had a horizon at 1.22 miles, and then it was loomed up a bit, it would still be at that distance, right? If you had a distance marker,
it still doesn't.
Just say you had it. Just
sorry,
Dita. No, I was just saying, like, if you had a distance marker, just say you had like an oil rig at 1.22 miles, and that's where the horizon was. Okay, the horizon wouldn't all of a sudden appear 10 times further away. It would just loom up a bit. And looming's just it's something small that happens. Okay, it's a mild change in the refractive index, which would cause looming, just according to the mainstream anyway.
Nobody's saying that anything is appearing farther away. It's appearing exactly where it is. It's just loomed upwards. Still the same distance. Distance doesn't change.
How does the distance not change?
Because
we have a distance marker. Dude, we have a distance marker at 10 miles away, at 9.4 miles away. That's the distance marker.
An object is 10 miles away, whether it's on a flat Earth or a globe. The only question is it looming up so that we can see it beyond the obstruction?
If the horizon's visible behind the object that's 10 miles away, obviously it's not at 1.2 miles.
And the horizon is an object which can also be subjected to refraction and looming.
The horizon is an object? Where did you come with that?
One sec. No, 1 sec. Looming is not that. Looming is the apparent displacement of objects with respect to the horizon. Show me a citation that says that looming involves the horizon distance changing.
So, water is an object. And
did you just hear what I said? Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah, I did actually.
You asked me to show you?
Yeah, a citation. Get an authoritative academic citation that says looming extends the distance to the horizon. Do it or don't appeal to it.
It's called atmospheric refraction.
No, do what I said or don't appeal to it, bro.
You just
don't have anything. You're just making shit up out of your head.
He didn't ask you under what category is looming, which would be atmospheric refraction. It's not what he asked.
I mean, you want me to go search Google Scholar?
Yes, get me a definition or a citation from some place, some person, some authority, someone in the field that knows about this, that on your side, that states that looming involves extension of distance to the horizon.
I mean, if I do that, will you concede that the Earth is a globe?
No, I'll accept that that's what they say.
Okay, so
because you're saying that that's what it is and that's what it can do, and I think you're just talking out your fucking ass.
But you're still not going to agree with it either way, so what's the point of finding it?
Because I want to see if what you're saying, if you know what you're talking about, or whether you're just talking out of your fucking ass.
Kiba, if you do that, we can actually continue the conversation.
Look, it's really simple. It's really simple. According to the globe model with refraction, water is an object that bounces off of the water. That light can loom and appear higher, right? So you're going to see.
Go get a citation for that, as you were asked.
There's no.
Fuck this, dude. Go get the fucking citation and come back. Until then, I don't know, guys. I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah. Just quickly, Mick, can I just unmute him for a sec? I just want to ask him something quickly.
By all means, go for it.
Thanks. Yeah, so Kiba, right? So in the observation that you presented that was meant to counter or show what happens with this black swan, with your butane, why didn't the horizon distance change? Why didn't the horizon appear behind the object?
Hey, who muted me?
Who cares?
No, who muted me? Tell me.
I'll do it in a second if you don't answer my question.
No, I'm going to talk to the guy who muted me.
No, you're not.
Yeah, actually.
Who cares? I'll mute you. Just okay. I did it. Sure.
Calm down.
Yeah. Any mod here will take that.
So you think it's acceptable to just say, "Give me a citation" and then mute people? Like, That's not how you
Yeah,
have
if you're being
a debate.
intellectually dishonest,
I wasn't being intellectually dishonest.
then you're lucky.
I
You're
don't
lucky
have
that
to
you're
go.
allowed to remain
I don't
here
have
if
to
you're
go
being intellectually
Google
dishonest.
Scholar every single point to prove every single concept. I'm
If you
explaining.
make a claim, yeah.
This is a very simple concept. It's common knowledge. It doesn't need a citation.
Why didn't it happen? Why didn't it happen in your example that you showed us of looming? Did it forget to in that situation? It forgot to lift up the horizon or change the distance to the horizon? Looming malfunctioned, did it? In that one? Kiba? Yeah.
Totally agree, Sam.
If you're tired of the conversation and you want to move on, that's fine. You can tell me like, hey, like
No. Why didn't it happen? Why didn't it happen?
Yeah.
Why didn't what you claim
Don't have to mute
happened?
me. There's no
Why
reason to
didn't
mute me. I
hold on,
wasn't being
dude?
disruptive.
Answer the question. Well, this is the thing, right? You made a claim, right? And we're asking you just to back up your claim, and you're kind of refusing to. And now I'm just
We were
showing
having
you
a
how you
conversation.
contradicted yourself, dude. But can you see
We
how
were
you
having a
contradicted
conversation.
yourself with the
No, hold on.
observation you showed of
We were
looming?
having
You contradicted
a
yourself.
conversation that you yourself wanted to continue because you
Yeah,
asked
he doesn't
me
want
to
to.
mute it. And so,
Not gonna do it. No.
Yeah, back on mute.
Yep. Because okay, so is it the one where they've got the gas cylinder and there's a little thing sitting on the other side just poking up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought, well, doesn't that form a horizon, Keeper? I thought a horizon was an object that could be refracted. So, like DJ's saying, what did it forget? Did it ignore in that instance that the gas cylinder itself is an object that is subject to your so-called refraction?
And notice how he only started invoking. Notice how he's only started invoking this after I put this forward earlier. Right. So even in the event that he does show this, again, what I said still applies because the distance to the horizon is further out. Right. So the light would have to bend more sharply, thus a higher refractive index. So he still has to provide the data for all the the contributing factors, right, across that even further distance, justifying that refractive index. So I mean, it's not a one hit KO. He still has to do some work. He's just adding more work to his thing.
What I'd also like from him is the direct link to his so-called computer simulation, right, from Mick West. And
you mean the MS Paint?
And I just wanted to show him this one, which is not Jay Tolan. Not Jay Tolan. This is from not almost, was it 9,500 feet, 255 miles. Where's your horizon? Yeah, your horizon should be at 117 miles. Can you draw a line on that image, Kiva, where you think the horizon is? That'd be where the sea appears to meet the sky at 117 miles. Thank you for posting the link.
Oh, he provided his stuff. Okay, let's take him off mute there.
I just linked to that image that I wanted. Well, I'm still figuring out how to use this stupid thing.
All right, go ahead, Kiba.
Yeah, I hope it makes you feel like a big, strong man to be able to silence people.
You know, when you don't shut up because other people are talking and you're diverting from their question and shit, you're damn right you're going to get muted because you're derailing the conversation.
No, I wasn't.
You made
If you
bullshit
don't
claims.
answer a question, if you don't answer a question, dude,
I didn't answer it.
You are.
I just didn't go to Google and frantically search for a citation for something that's very simple to explain.
It's not about that, dude. You should have the material already, so that's your fault. You're saying shit that you can't back up.
I should have every possible citation for every possible question you could ever ask me. Okay,
Not for every possible. It's your main argument. You should have it backed up.
Yeah, light looms. It doesn't matter if that light comes from water or from a oil rig or a boat. It can loom. That's just how it works.
Why didn't it happen in the observation that you posted with the butane?
Because refraction. Okay, first of all, it obviously it wasn't sitting on top of the surface of the propane tank. It was sitting behind the propane tank, right?
Behind
You
the
would need
curvature,
to
yeah.
curve in order to get the surface to loom up
Right.
behind.
Okay, so in the Black Swan, are the oil rigs sitting behind the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so in your observation, are the clay things sitting behind the curvature of the tank?
Yes.
Okay, so same thing, right? So in the Black Swan, we see the horizon appear behind the oil platform. Do you see the horizon appear behind the oil platform in your observation with the clay?
No, but the oil platform is the bottom of the oil platform is on sea level, right? Whereas the clay thing was not level with the surface of the propane tank.
Right, but sea level's curved according to you. Okay, so it was hidden behind the curvature.
And the propane tank is also curved.
Okay, and in the Black Swan, okay, all of a sudden the horizon that should be on a globe, right, at 1.225 miles, okay, it's not there at 1.225 miles, and it's actually beyond the oil platforms, right? That's not what your observation replicates at all.
Well, in order to replicate that more closely, you'd need a much larger propane tank.
I don't understand the point of this whole conversation. Like, we all know that the government is lying to us, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Okay. All right. So if the world is flat or if it's round, it doesn't matter, because the point is we're trying to figure out if somebody's lying to us. We know they are. So whether it's flat or round, it hasn't affected you your entire life. Waste your energy on something else.
That's not the point.
Like,
It's
it
not
is.
that. That's not the
Like, it
point. No,
doesn't
it's
matter.
not. It's not about whether the Earth is flat or round. It's the fact that the masses of people just blindly believe whatever they're told, and they don't have any critical thinking skills at all.
Yeah, thank you, Dark, for
exactly.
We don't need that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is exactly what a hypnotized person would sound like. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll continue with Kiba. Thank you, Dark. Wait your turn. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're right. But yeah, it's pointless going ahead with Kiba. So yeah, so he's admitted now that he's not showing what's happening in the observations that we're presenting at all.
It's close enough.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not changing the distance to the horizon at all. Dude, the horizon doesn't change in what you showed. This is all about the horizon not being where it should on a globe.
So we're moving the goalposts now. It's no longer just the black swan, but it also has to be the horizon as well.
The black swan is a horizon. It's a globe horizon test. It's a geometric horizon test. That's the whole point of it.
So we have to look at the horizon. We can't look at the oil rig, right?
The oil platform is just a distance marker, right? So if the oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was. So the only reason that we have the oil platforms in that observation is so we know that, okay, we have a distance marker at 9.4 miles. Okay, and we can confirm that the horizon that we can see is far beyond that. Okay, so it would have to be at 1.225 miles if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so now obviously that doesn't match up with the globe.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're not using that as a flat Earth. We're not using that as a flat Earth proof. Okay, so now you've got a problem. How do you know that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon or curvature? What do you have? What do you have?
If you can sufficiently debunk atmospheric refraction, then I'll become a flat earther today.
No. We don't need to debunk atmospheric refraction. It's a real thing. It's got nothing to do with the globe.
Then
right?
the globe
But
is
this is the problem. How is the globe real? You don't have any evidence of it existing in the first place.
atmospheric refraction assumes an R value, so you just admitted that the
No,
39
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say anything about an R value in the definition of atmospheric refraction.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's no. Standard. That's completely different. Look, here's the definition. Okay, so this is like the leading glossary, right? These are peer-reviewed definitions of meteorological terms. Okay, so atmospheric refraction. Show me anywhere in that where it talks about a radius value or a globe, right? You could present a demonstration showing atmospheric refraction in a room in a house, for example, with a flat floor. It's got nothing to do with a sphere Earth or anything like that.
So it's the K value, right?
No, that's not what atmospheric refraction is at all.
Atmospheric refraction has a K value, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. Hold on 1 second. Let me just clear this up. Okay, atmospheric refraction has nothing to do with the globe at all. Okay, if you're trying to reverse engineer observations on a globe, on a presupposed globe, right? That's when they bring in the refraction coefficient.
Okay, so
it's got nothing to do with the mechanism of atmospheric refraction or refraction of light in general.
So why does standard atmospheric refraction have an R value, but other forms of atmospheric refraction?
It's not called standard. Okay, it's not. They just call it standard refraction, right? If the Earth were a globe, right, then they're applying a agreed upon standard atmospheric refraction calculation to that presupposed globe radius. It has nothing to do with the actual mechanism of what atmospheric refraction is. That's why it doesn't mention a globe in the definition there. That's begging the question.
Yeah. Sorry, DJ. I just want to say, but the question is how it's modeled. Okay. The way you guys are modeling it, you're presupposing all these things that DJ's highlighting. That's the issue. The phenomena is the phenomena. Okay, but how you calculate that coefficient, okay, is what's in question.
Yeah, standard refraction is completely retarded, right? There's nothing standard about the shifting of the refractive index gradient in nature, right? It's something that's constantly changing, right? It's something that no observations display, right? This so-called standard refraction that works on a globe, right? There's not one observation that works with. Also, right, you're just begging the question of a globe in the first place, right? You could use atmospheric refraction inside a bedroom in a house. I'll show you an example of that right now.
So standard refraction is atmospheric refraction. It's just assuming that it's on like a normal average.
Standard refraction is not atmospheric refraction. I just posted the definition of what atmospheric refraction is. It's just the deviation of light through a medium, right? Through the atmosphere in this case. The deviation of light through the atmosphere in general. And what controls that primarily is temperature. It's got nothing to do with the globe.
There is actually a little bit of contention amongst the so-called experts in that field as to the precise definition of atmospheric refraction versus terrestrial refraction, because atmospheric refraction for some of these experts simply is the redirection of light as it passes from the vacuum of outer space into the Earth's atmosphere, displacing the apparent location of celestial objects only, right? And then terrestrial refraction is the changing of the path of light within the Earth's atmosphere due to whatever variables they think exist.
Yeah, you'll get all sorts of conflicting definitions from different places, different .edu sources and whatnot. But like Andrew Thomas Young, for example, you know, he doesn't explain it like that.
How about on Kiva or whatever? What is the distance? Like, can you put a goalpost up? How far is the maximum view possible on the globe?
The maximum view with the most intense possible theoretical amount of refraction would be the K value of 1, in which you can see the back of your head.
No, you could have a K value more than 1.
That's true.
Or less than 0. Less than 0 as well. But look, I was bringing something up. I was just showing you an example. Look, this is inside a house in the side chat. Okay, this is atmospheric refraction at play. It's got nothing to do with a curving surface, right? It's just showing you that, okay, we have atmosphere in the room, air, and when the temperature is manipulated, we see a particular effect based on the change of the refractive index. Okay, so what we see in this one is a red light in the distance and some blocks, right? And it looks like they disappear behind the curvature of the flat floor, right? But it's just apparent. There's no curvature. It's just appearing to do that because of atmospheric refraction. This has nothing to do with the globe, right? It's just got to do with the refractive index gradient, just like the definition of atmospheric refraction talks about.
Yeah, that's fluorspective, right?
How is that fluorspective? This is mainstream. This is just mainstream. It's got nothing to do with flat earthers. What's fluorspective? What is it?
That's a funny term. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
what is it? What is it? What's it referring to? When you say stuff like that, and then you get muted and stuff like that, or you get banned for 2 days, don't cry about it, bro.
I can't make
a rude
a joke.
dickhead. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. You can't answer the question, so instead you just try to throw out an insult.
It's not an insult. I wasn't insulting you.
You couldn't answer the question, so you decided to throw out an insult instead.
If you put the camera really around, obviously
it's implying that something's being made up, right? That this is just something that flat earthers have made up. Is this an actual phenomenon or not, bro?
Sure.
All right. What's the reason for it?
I don't know.
So it wouldn't have anything to do with refraction.
It might.
It might.
What else could it be?
You douchebag.
It could just be due to the field of view of the camera just being obstructed and the floor. I don't know, something like that.
Well, the camera is stationary on the floor.
But yeah, when you put a camera really close to the ground, strange things start to happen. I don't know.
Why? Why do they start to happen?
I don't know.
Really? So you don't agree with the mainstream explanation, which would be atmospheric refraction?
Sure, it's probably true.
Yeah.
So what does that prove?
Well, I'm just trying to teach you the basics of how it works. And that has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, right? If you wanted to incorporate the radius value into it and try to explain observations, begging the question, that would be fallacious, faulty logic.
Well, my whole point is that because refraction exists in some capacity, these observations are dubious at best, and we should, before we make these long-distance observations, we should first try to debunk the form of refraction necessary to make the globe model work.
Okay, so you don't have any observations that have accounted for this that match up with the globe. So you don't know that there's such a thing as Earth curvature or a geometric horizon in the first place.
Even if I had a white swan,
has it ever been pointed out to you that that's affirming the consequent? It's an invalid argument.
Why?
Right, so if my globe model is correct, I will observe X. I observe X, therefore my globe model is correct.
That wasn't my argument.
Yes, it is. That's what you're doing.
No, my
that's
argument
a prediction.
was...
That would be a prediction based on what you want to see according to your model.
My argument is I don't trust long-distance observations until the form of atmospheric refraction, which would be sufficient enough to make the globe model work.
You do. You're leaning on the globe side. You're on the globe side because of this affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
I have other evidence.
Why did you share? No, why did you share the main surveyor observation before and say that confirms the globe?
Because I believe that the
anemic west simulation
is a good way of approximating the radius.
And how does it
what
approximate?
Radius?
Yeah, what radius? Good one, T-Dub, exactly.
The radius of the Earth, whether it's a ball or a flat.
Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from?
Where'd I get what from? Al-Biruni.
That's circular reasoning, bro.
How?
What? That is circular reasoning. You're in one breath, you're saying, oh, well, that's why I don't think that this is a good indication of anything, blah, blah, blah. And next minute you're using it to get the radius value? Bro.
That's not a long-distance observation.
What the fuck are you doing?
It's just measuring the angular drop of the horizon.
So, okay. This is how it's circular reasoning, because you're going to say, I get radius from distance to horizon observation. Radius value proves distance to the horizon observation.
Why radius?
That's one piece of evidence.
That's what you're doing. You're saying the radius value helps us determine distance to the horizon. We get the radius from the distance to calculating the distance to the horizon.
Well, what happens if the distance to the horizon changes?
You don't need the radius in Al-Biruni's equation. You get the radius.
Then he ad hocs in refraction.
No. He doesn't assume refraction.
Yeah. So more begging the question.
Your whole argument has been that refraction changes where you see the horizon. You've been saying that for the last hour. Now all of a sudden, it doesn't? Because you said you measured... not when you're up high.
It doesn't affect the angle of drop compared to eye level.
Sorry.
Okay, then address the Mount Canigou then address the Mount Canigou observation I presented.
The what?
That's not Jay Tolan, bro. That's not Jay Tolan.
Let me see. Where is it?
I've just posted it again for you.
Okay. Oh, that one, yeah. Yeah, so I mean...
That one's an infrared, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, again,
so.
I don't trust long-distance observations.
Okay,
I'm going to need
to... Hold on.
You just did with Al-Biruni, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
standing on a mountain, distance to the horizon, and it's a long one. Now you don't trust it. Weird.
It met your criteria. It's up high.
So there's a difference. There's a difference between measuring the angular drop of the horizon versus trying to determine a distance of an object, which may or may not be refracted.
Does the distance to the horizon change?
To the apparent horizon? Yeah.
No, to the horizon that we see.
Yeah, to the apparent one? Yes.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it changes, doesn't it? What's Al-Biruni measuring to?
The angular drop of horizon, which is completely
of the
different.
horizon, which changes.
Yeah, but the angular drop would still be the same.
You don't, dude. I don't know that. You've just got one measurement so far. Are there multiple measurements that Al-Biruni took? It'd be interesting to see if the angular drop was actually changing as well. I mean, wow.
You can do.
Did Al-Biruni? Hey, bro. Did Al-Biruni need a straight line of sight tangent?
Yes.
Then there's your geometric horizon with a distance.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Right.
And of course, he approximated it. It wasn't a perfect measurement.
I don't know. Fucking ad hoc arguing now. We're just pointing out that the horizon changes. Right? He's making the claim that the horizon is physical and geometric, right? Like you people used to say before we pointed out that it moved. So the horizon isn't a geometric location. I mean, if you want to beg the question and say the horizon is, then it better be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. But being as you don't have a single observation of that because you always chant refraction, then why are you bringing a long distance observation that you don't trust? Weird, dude.
So there is both a geometric horizon and an apparent horizon.
Well, dude, that would be the claim. You don't have a geometric horizon, and Al-Biruni isn't measuring to the geometric horizon now, is he? It's just the visible horizon. We've got no idea of the atmospheric conditions of the day. Have you done this? Been to the top of a mountain and measured the angular dip to the horizon? Or is it just this one anecdotal piece of history from about 1,000, 1,500 years ago?
Well, also a main surveyor did it a few years ago.
Okay, how did Al-Biruni figure out the height of the mountain? His height's above the surface. How did he do that?
Well, I'm not sure how he did it, but main surveyor did it because it was a geodetic survey which confirmed.
That's nice. Now let's talk about Al-Biruni. How did Al-Biruni do it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Cool. So he figured out the height of the mountain because he knew the distance from him to the mountain. He measured the elevation angle to the top of the mountain, figuring out the opposite distance. That would be the height of the mountain. So he used a triangle to figure out the height of the mountain. So that's a flat Earth measurement, and goes up to the top of the fucking mountain and begs the question that the Earth's a sphere when he measures to what can only be a geometric horizon to make the maths work.
Right. Well, there's always going to be a little margin of error, right? So even you can still use the same.
Yeah. If you beg the question that the horizon is indeed Earth curvature, we've got no idea if the Earth is anything at the moment. So why are we even invoking radius? Is there a measurement of this? Was he begging the question that it is a sphere and he can figure out the radius of it by the physical geometric horizon dip from altitude?
Well, no, because if he did that same equation on a flat Earth, he would still get a valid result. It's just the radius would be an infinite number due to dividing by 0.
That's just a conversion from eye level to surface level, dude.
So the
equation going to give you a radius.
Like it's not assuming a globe because the
Unless
equation
it's going to be a circle around the person taking the measurement. It's the only radius you're going to get.
My point is that the equation works whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe, and it'll give you an accurate result either way.
Accurate result?
Yeah.
Infinite's accurate, is it?
Yeah. If you divide by 0, that means it's a flat Earth.
Yeah, divide by 0. You're just going to have a circle of observation around the person making the measurement. That's just going to be a circle. Limitation of that viewing circle. That's it. Which increases with altitude, obviously.
The curvature of a straight line.
What curvature? We haven't measured that. You're begging the question that the Earth is an R in the first place.
Exactly. The flat Earth also has a curvature value. That curvature value would just be a radius of infinity.
Okay, the rate of change of slope is 0.
Right.
Yeah, good. So why are you begging the question that the Earth is a sphere?
I'm not. I'm just trying to determine what the radius
dude,
of the Earth is.
I'm pointing out that this is begging the question that the Earth is a sphere. T-Dub already pointed out that it was circular reasoning for that fucking reason.
Just because I'm finding a radius value doesn't mean that it's not flat.
Yeah, I've already pointed out that's a circle around the observer. That will be the third time I think I said it in the last 30 seconds. Now, I'm with you. I'm waiting at the end of the road for you.
Hey, bro, do you use the radius to figure out how far you're seeing? Like you did with MiQuest? Simulation?
Sometimes I use the Earth curve calculator.
No. You're right. That's how you're going to do it, right? You're going to use the radius. Do you use how far you can see to figure out the radius?
Not necessarily how far, but the angle.
Yes, you have to. You have to. If you're measuring a dip and Alberini had a direct line of sight tangent plane to the horizon, then yes, you are.
It's not the distance; it's just an angle.
Yeah, which necessitates a distance.
Not necessarily. An angle can, the lines of an angle can go off towards infinity.
What's the math that Alberini did?
So the math is that the radius equals the distance times
distance of what?
The distance, or sorry, the height, I believe. Yeah, the altitude. The altitude times tangent of the angle divided by 1 minus the tangent of the angle.
Yeah. And what does that give you?
Gives you the radius of the Earth.
And a distance to the horizon?
No. Just the
yes.
radius of the
No, it has
curvature.
to. It has to, bro.
It's going to be based on the distance to the horizon, the very fact that you get a radius. Hell.
Yeah, Kiba, with that value that you get, you should be able to calculate that distance.
Yeah, you could, unless it was infinity, right?
Mm-hmm. What? We're going on the assumption that it is a ball here. So to confirm this, right, you could do that. So has that been done, and was that confirmed?
So you're saying we take the radius, we determine the maximum distance that we can see, and then try to observe something farther than that?
That's not what I said at all.
What are you saying?
Dude, how much canola oil and soybean oil do you consume? God damn it, man.
An average amount.
Yeah, I thought so.
So what are you asking for then?
I'm asking you basically what T-Dub just asked you. Okay? If you have this radius value, you would think that you could calculate the distance to that thing to confirm that it was actually there, or it was actually accurate.
Uh-huh.
That's all. Uh-huh.
That's
all
exactly
that was being
what I
said to you, and you don't seem to be able to handle that.
That's what I said, and then you try to act like I'm stupid for repeating basically what you said.
What did you say? What did you say? What's the distance?
You're asking me to confirm it, so I'm saying, basically make a long distance observation.
What is the distance, dude? That's all that what was being asked of you.
The distance is 1.25 miles at a 1 foot observer height.
Okay. Is that derived from this equation that you got?
It's derived from the radius that you got from the equation.
Okay, and was it confirmed to be there from this observer?
From Alberini?
Is that the one that you were talking about before? Then yeah.
Or main surveyor?
Dude, come on.
It provides a radius value. I don't know what to tell you.
It provides an if. If the Earth is a sphere, and if my line of sight is a tangent plane to a physical geometric horizon that I'm seeing, then I can use dip angles or distance or whatever, right, to figure out the radius. If I'm on a sphere, and if my line of sight is a tangent plane to the edge of that sphere.
if we were on a flat Earth, the horizon would always rise to eye level.
No. If no, bro. It stands out alone, all by itself. Are those ifs confirmed to be true?
Those ifs are not requisite to get an accurate value from that equation.
Bro, are those ifs confirmed to be true? Have you confirmed that those ifs are true? Or are you going to say that they're true because of what you're doing?
They don't need to be true.
Because you got a radius value from it.
If we perform that same method on a flat Earth, we will get a radius value consistent with that of a flat Earth.
Yeah, is the Earth a sphere because of this?
No.
Does this mean Earth is a sphere? Does it mean Earth is a sphere, bro?
Well, here's the thing. If you're on a flat Earth, horizon always rises to eye level.
No, bro. Does it mean that the Earth is a sphere? Does it mean the Earth is a sphere?
Absolutely.
Right, it means the Earth is a sphere, which, like I pointed out earlier, is affirming the consequent. Your argument is invalid.
The horizon does something on a flat Earth when you go up in altitude, and it does something completely different on a round Earth when you go up in altitude. And we observe it doing what it would do on a round Earth, which is dropping. This is confirmed by drones. You could use a quadcopter, send it up. You'll see the horizon consistently.
You're doing it a different way doesn't make it any more valid, bro.
So you'd have to demonstrate.
Affirming the consequent is affirming the consequent.
You'd have to demonstrate how the horizon can consistently drop with altitude on a flat Earth, which totally defies the laws of perspective.
Why do you think that the Earth is a sphere and that you have a line of sight tangent plane to the horizon? Why?
Because of flight times in the southern hemisphere.
So it relies on something else. So that doesn't prove the Earth is a sphere by itself, does it?
Well, that as well. It's a piece of evidence, right? It's not necessarily a proof.
All right, so it's not telling you that the Earth is a sphere. You can't conclude from it that the Earth is a sphere.
I would say it's very strong evidence for a spherical.
Right, so that's not saying it concludes the Earth is a sphere.
But I don't even believe that I necessarily have hands, right? So that's what we're talking about. Like, I have a high degree of certainty that I have hands, and I have a high degree of certainty that
the
Earth is a sphere.
Do you have anything that definitively tells us that the Earth is a sphere?
I don't have anything that definitively tells you anything.
Then why are you fucking talking?
Because that's just how language and the fallible human mind works. We don't.
But why are we bothering to talk to you if you aren't sure about your very fucking existence of physical reality?
Me asserting that I'm sure does not make it true.
No, we're looking for something that definitively concludes that the Earth is a sphere. Well, actually, we're not, because we've gone out and looked, and it's not a sphere. You're saying it is, but then you're saying you're not sure if it is.
There's always a possibility that any piece of data could be misrepresented or incorrect.
Okay, so you don't have any definitive proof that the Earth is a sphere?
I have extremely solid evidence.
Okay, so you don't have any definitive proof that the Earth is a sphere, yes or no?
There's no such thing as definitive proof.
Right. Okay, thank you. Does anybody here claim to? Is there anybody else here that thinks that they can definitively prove beyond all doubt that they live on a big spinning ball? Because this guy doesn't have that.
Well, I'd be interested to see definitive proof of a flat Earth.
Airplanes flying.
Incorrect.
Boats sailing away from you.
It looks so flat. That's how we know it's a globe.
Climb a tree.
So he's demanding 100% certainty.
Yeah, that's the fucking goal, right, bro? That's the focus. That's the focus of this chat, right? Is to talk to people that think that they know beyond all doubt that the Earth is a sphere. If you're not in the realm of knowledge of the Earth's shape, then you don't have a freaking claim.
No globe earther can assert to have
Right,
perfect.
that's great. So you're saying the whole world says we can't prove it.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it.
And we get called crazy.
A long distance observation.
How can you prove that we're not a figment of your imagination?
Oh my god.
It begs the question.
Brain in a jar, exactly. But you guys can't prove definitively 100% certainty that the Earth is flat just because you see a long distance observation. There are other explanations that are plausible.
Even if that was true, that would still be a concession on your part that nobody at all has any definitive proof that the Earth is a sphere.
I concede that
you are throwing your side under the bus. You are conceding.
Yeah, I concede that I don't know with 100% certainty anything. I concede. Because to do so would be hubris, and
How can I hire you for this position?
And just saying it doesn't make it true, right?
I cannot hire you for this position that you're applied for because you're not 100% sure of anything.
I mean, if you'd like me to,
no one is.
To pretend and say, "Oh yeah, I'm 100% certain it's a globe, brother," like okay, I can do that, but that's just ignorant.
Yeah, we hear it, bro. You're not sure. You don't know.
I'm pretty damn sure. I'm 99.
No, you don't. No, you're not sure. You're not sure.
You're actually not sure.
I have a high degree of certainty. Not 100%, but 99%.
So if you had to go bet $10,000 on flat or globe, where are you putting your money?
Oh, that's easy. I would bet millions of dollars on globe. I would bet billions of dollars on globe.
Well, you don't have any of that stuff.
Well, if I did, I'd bet everything. I'd bet my house. I'd bet my,
So you are 100% sure.
Well, I'm certain enough that I would be willing to make that bet.
That's crazy.
I mean, I could be wrong, and I could be.
All right, I'll take it. Well, how much you want to bet?
$1 million.
All right.
But the uncertainty argument is so fucking cringe due to the fact that no one can perceive anything as 100% with 100% certainty. Not even the flat Earth. Nothing.
Wow. Now these
it's
guys
cringe.
have given up. These guys have, to the YouTube audience, the Globers have now given up to the point where they've accepted that they're a brain in the jar, and that they don't have to know for anything for sure anymore. Whatever is being told to them is the truth. So whatever you tell them on TV, they'll believe.
No, but I mean,
it
begs the questions. How do you not know that we are a figment of your imagination?
I don't.
No, but here, let's work with that. Okay, Dr. Pepper, I actually agree with you that the uncertainty argument, okay, is actually retarded because people throw out these random fucking numbers like 99.9999999%. Okay, but when you ask them actually how they quantify that, they fall flat. No pun intended. Because it's just a rhetorical device, insinuating that they're really sure, but putting a number to it makes it seem like they're more intelligent or more intellectual for, crunching the numbers, even though they actually never did. Right?
I promise you, I wasn't trying to insinuate.
I agree with you on that.
But I'm just trying to give an example of like how certain I feel like I am. It's not like a.
I understand that. I understand that. Yeah, and I can agree with that. It's a sense that you have. It's not a quantifiable metric.
Right.
Unless you can actually provide that would be very interesting to see how that was done. But everyone who comes in here that I've heard use this, okay, they look past this reality, okay, and they think they're like, highfalutin fucking ivory tower people because they're crunching some number, right, when they actually didn't crunch, right, but they're giving that air that they did. It's a gimmick, right? So I would highly suggest that you don't.
I mean, you could pull a number like from the study on the likelihood of conspiracies being outed by based on like number of participants, length of time, that kind of stuff, and it's like just on that alone, you get over 99% chance this would have been exposed.
But
in
here's
the
the
past.
thing, the problem, the thing here is not about whether you can or cannot crunch that number. I'm just talking about when people say I'm highly certain of this, but they didn't actually crunch the number. They just throw that number out there despite not actually having quantified it. That was the point.
But certainty and confidence and reason doesn't have to be quantified. Like if you're what's the likelihood like your spouse is cheating on you? Quantify it. Like that's insane. I do statistics and econ. Like that's insane. Like
that's the whole point.
But the funny thing is that this actually has been quantified.
Certainty doesn't have a measure. Certainty doesn't have measure. It's a misnomer. It's actually the term you should be using is probability. And probability statistics can only occur after events have happened. So if something happens 100% of the time, you can't say that there's a chance that it won't happen until it doesn't.
We're talking about just
what is logical. I'm just qualifying because saying a percentage of certainty is antithetical to the definition of certainty.
Not when you're talking about some quantifiable event. If you are talking about
which would be probability, not certainty.
Exactly.
Certain means certain by definition means absolute. There's no percentage of absoluteness.
He is making an argument.
You're either uncertain or you're certain. There's no quantification of it.
Using a number is
just it's a this or that. It's a 1 or a fucking 0.
We're not quantifying reason and certainty right now. That's the whole point. This guy's saying, can you quantify it? It's like, bro.
Well, then don't throw a number out like that. How about that? If you can't quantify it, don't use a number. That's right.
Some numbers are figure of speech.
This out. No, check this out. You can. Well, that's the whole point, right?
If I say I'm 99% confident that someone is, retarded, that's a figure of speech.
Oh, exactly. So if you're using figures of speech, right, use it properly. Right?
Okay, but to sum up absolute confidence.
Check this out.
You would say.
Here's the thing. Ice, watch this. What Kiba could have said is, according to my calculations or whatever, there's a 99% or plus probability that it is a ball. That would be accurate. I would still ask you how you quantified that. But you butcher it, twist it, and you misuse it. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you can internally
when someone says, like, just on a spectrum of how likely is it that something I think is true is incorrect, and then by any metric, when you scale it up, believing the Earth is not like round and that being wrong will be the top of literally any metric of if you were certain something was wrong. It would be like that would be the number one thing you would know about. So you can say that's like saying
you guys only say this when we point out logical fallacy.
If someone said I'm 99.9% certain my mom is not a robot or birds are not robots, that is them describing it is at the above the 99th percentile of the things in their life, or like just think like out of certainty from their gauge of certainty. Like you could unless you can't say the same thing about your mom not being a robot or a bird not being a robot. And
dude, I get the sentiment. The whole point is how it's being worded. That's all.
So I can explain. When you go to the doctor, right, and you have pain, the doctor's going to ask you, "Can you rate that pain on a scale from 1 to 10?" That's all I'm doing. I'm just assessing my internal feelings and trying to map it as close as I can to a number to convey that degree of certainty to people.
I get that, but when you use percentages, you're invoking probability, okay, and then you're lumping it in with certainty. So you're you're bastardizing the two uses of these terms. That's all I'm getting at.
You're actually on the fence, bro.
Yeah, but
you're on the fence.
Okay.
Like I said, dude, all I said is you can go ahead and use that phrase, like I have 99% probability of it actually being X or Y. Okay, that's fine. You can do that. Okay, but I would ask you how you quantified that. Okay, and if you can't do that, then you ought to probably use the other one. I'm highly certain.
Right.
Because that's a sentiment. That's a sentiment
But
expression.
highly certain could be 70%. It could be 80%. Right. Like,
How do you quantize? That's the whole point. How do you quantize that if you're going to start using numbers?
Well, look.
You can't.
I wasn't trying to.
It's arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
Calculation.
You got to understand, dude. It's fucking arbitrary if you're going to do that, and that's why there's there's a problem.
Look, okay. So percent just means
Do you
per.
understand or not? Do you understand that that's arbitrary if you approach it that way, and there's a problem?
I understand. That was not my intent to imply that it was a calculation. I can see how you.
That's all. That's all.
So yeah, I'll try to rephrase it better next time.
It would be appreciated, so not to confuse the people who are not aware of this this distinction.
Yeah, it's just I've heard other people use it that way, so it's just kind of like gotten ingrained in my speech.
I know. It's all good. I know. I've done it too, dude.
But yeah, as far as like betting odds, I would place my bets on the globe.
Okay, you got it. How much you want to go? We'll set up the paperwork.
Well, how are we gonna determine it? Is it going through like a third party?
We'll come right on here and we'll discuss it, and then you'll decide if that's proof or not proof.
And if I say it's not proof, then you owe me $1 million.
No, you're going to prove that you live on a ball.
How about we get a panel of independent judges?
I am one of the independent judges.
Or I mean, I have yet to see if you're going to claim an image is fake, a reading is fake, a quote, everything that every evidence you send is fake unless you can personally attest to the guy or person. Like if you keep then there's no point. There's no point.
So then you don't have a way to prove it.
Satellites are fake. It's like
nope, you can't use satellites until you prove you live on a ball.
Yeah, exactly. You won't accept anything. So
you're putting the cart before the horse. So you're going to prove you live on a ball by pretending you're on a ball.
That's projection. It's actually projection.
Yeah, like this is
it's you guys that won't accept anything. You won't accept a 10-mile horizon from 1 foot observer height. You won't accept beyond 10-mile horizon from the 8-foot observer height. You won't accept the non-existence of 117-mile horizon.
No, I have accepted
from 9,500 feet.
Things. You have not accepted.
You won't accept a 21-mile distance observation across a lake, right, where there's no 2.7-mile horizon throughout several hours, unchanging. You won't accept all our evidence.
That's not true. We explain it, and then we get salty when we do. You can't explain or accept the existence of satellites and the data they give us.
No. That's not your evidence. That's something you can't do or verify. That's someone else's evidence. You get that person in here. Get them in here. This person that claims to be able to do something nobody else can do. Let them defend it. It's not your argument. It's somebody else's argument.
Yeah, I think the Southern Hemisphere flight times is actually a really good argument, and I feel like you guys dismiss it a little bit in bad faith,
Airplanes. So airplanes prove you live on a ball.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Prove you live on a ball, and you'll get that money.
If you really just consider it, give it a fair chance, I think you'll realize
I'm not going to play hypotheticals and imagination and imagine that this did this. We're not doing that. Use airplanes to prove you live on a ball.
All right, I can show you a video from Critical Think where he recorded the entire flight from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile in 11 hours. And that could only happen on a ball.
Prove it.
It's pretty obvious, right?
Incorrect.
Concentric circles get, larger and larger as you get farther away from the center. So
why would you have to follow an arc?
Well, because a flat Earth would have I mean, you could draw concentric circles on a flat Earth, even if they were.
Why would you have to follow that? Why would you have to follow that?
Well, you don't have to follow the arc.
Okay. All right. So it could be shorter then. So it could be shorter.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the distances get farther away, the farther away from the center, right?
What, in an arc? In an arc?
Well, no, in any shape, right?
In an arc? You're saying in an arc?
If something's
Why'd you bring up concentric circles? Why'd you bring up concentric circles, bro?
Also, tell me where the center of a flat surface is.
It's in the middle. But Australia and South America are quite far from each other, right? So can you present any map that would enable an 11-hour flight from Australia to South America, as well as a 7 or so hour flight from London to New York on the same map?
No, that's not our argument. If it's your argument, you present it.
Yeah, we don't use maps to make arguments about flat or globe.
My argument is that it's impossible on any flat map, any conceivable flat.
But all maps are flat, I thought.
Yeah, unless you want to talk about how the map was made.
So I'm not talking about a projection. I'm talking about actual, plotting out the continents and putting them within a reasonable margin of error to have a similar flight time. If you can do that, then I'll become a flat earther. But it's impossible. It only works on a globe because a globe gets closer
Stay on the
together.
globe then.
The globe gets closer together once you pass the equator, right? But on a flat object, right, things would continue to get farther away, even beyond the equator.
Why?
Because that's just how geometry works.
What are you imposing? What are you imposing upon us? We must accept to be true in order for that to be true.
What I'm imposing is that a sphere, right, is distances are closer at the poles and farther away at the equator. But on a flat object, distances continue to get farther away the farther away you get from the center. That's just kind of a very
and
so therefore we can make assertions about how flight times should work on a flat object versus a spherical object.
So what is it that you're imposing upon us that must be true in order for that statement to be true?
So based on the flight times from northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere flights,
so not distances then, flight times, so not distances then. Times.
The flight times approximate distance. It's miles per hour. So you can.
Do they measure it?
You can take the hours and then find the miles.
If what? If.
So you can measure the time with a stopwatch or a camera that has like a little.
And that means what? And that means what?
That means if you know the speed of the aircraft.
And do you?
No,
yes.
You don't. No.
Well, you can look up the jet streams and see how fast they're going. But even if you wanted to impose the fastest ever known jet stream of 400 miles per hour, even that would not be good enough to make it work on a flat Earth. You would need a jet stream going thousands of miles.
What flat Earth? What flat Earth?
Any flat Earth. Any flat map that you want to imagine. Couldn't work.
So you've done this?
Or
have you just used one?
Well, it's just an intuitive thing that can be extrapolated to any conceivable flat map.
Okay,
right?
Perfect. So now let's extrapolate that. So first, to prove this, that what you're saying is right, we'll first use a ball and we'll do flight times on a ball. So we got to measure that, make sure we're living on a ball. And then we'll make sure we're living on a flat Earth. We can measure flatness over water, so we can guarantee we can do that. So to do yours, how do we get the measurement for a ball?
Wow, what a retard. Nice logic there, you simpleton.
Oh, me or him?
See, this is where you revert back to your Alberuni or Eratosthenes or whatever other ancient fucking douchebag you want. And then when we ask you about that, you refer back to the flight times. And when we ask you about that, you refer back to the other one. It's circular reasoning.
Well, it's not circular. I'm just presenting different pieces of evidence that all kind of.
So not definitive proof then, right? Because we're going to go through that again.
Oh, look. Can you? I mean, come on. Like, throw me a bone here. Can you give me just some kind of plausible explanation for how an 11-hour flight in the southern hemisphere could possibly?
No, it's not my claim. It's not my claim, bro.
Well, this is a flight that exists, so you have to. I mean, it would be nice if you could try to justify it.
So
if
what?
you could give me some kind of plausible explanation, it doesn't even have to be a true or the correct explanation, but if it's at least plausible, something that seems like okay, maybe that could work on a flat Earth. Like, give me something.
No. If that's the flight time, then that's the flight time. It's
Okay,
as simple as that.
That's inconsistent with a flat Earth. It's not possible.
How? What flat Earth? What flat Earth are you imagining?
Flat Earth. You could use the Mercator. You could use the azimuthal. You could use whatever you want. It's not possible.
So globe projections.
Or what? You could map it out. You could use cartography. You could go back to the 1700s and use those maps. Whatever map you prefer. It doesn't matter. You could draw a map with a crayon for all I care. It just doesn't work. And
that's an ipsy-dixit fallacy, bro. You're just saying it can't be true.
If you really consider it in good faith, you'll come to the same conclusion that I have.
No, because you're starting off the bias of a sphere that all your distances are correct, that all your configurations of land masses in relation to one another on that sphere are correct, right? And then demanding that it be explained on a flat Earth when you've already decided that it's a sphere.
I just, it shouldn't be too hard if you want to just, like draw a quick little picture of like how that flight could also exist on a flat Earth. I'd be interested to see it, but I just don't think you can draw anything because it's just physically impossible. And I think you know that, so that's why you're just denying it instead of like trying to come up with a good explanation for it.
Since the Earth is measured flat, how do you get a globe? Since you want to go that route now, since we already measure it flat, how do you know it's a ball? Since we have to get down to simple terms.
You already know my answer to it being measured flat, and that is refraction.
So flying over a measured flat place does not turn it into a ball.
So then how the hell do you get there in 11 hours? It's not possible.
It would take longer on a ball.
No, because a ball gets closer together at the poles. A flat Earth gets farther away once you get farther away from the center.
You are assuming you know the distances and that you know the speed of the aircraft, and you don't. And you're assuming that you know the configurations of the land masses, and you don't.
So are you saying that commercial airliner jets are capable of going thousands of miles per hour, but they just secretly?
No, that's a straw man. I never said that.
Okay, well then, how is it possible?
It's not my claim. I'm not making a claim about it. You are.
Even if I were to take the maximum value of the fastest a commercial jet could fly and the fastest a jet stream could speed it up and add those together, that's still not enough.
And also, when you prove your claim of this, you're also going to have to show how the flight complies with the ETOPS regulations. And so we'll be waiting for that as well, because that'll tell you everything you need to know about the flight path.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So why would ETOPS affect that exactly?
Well, you're the one who has to make the claim. You made the claim, so you can prove the claim, and then you can do some research into the rules, and so then you would know why. So when you do those couple steps and you make your presentation to us, then that's going to be one of the things you'll be quizzed on.
Well, ETOPS is just a safety regulation indicating that a plane that goes over like the ocean has to have certain, certain safety requirements and stuff. So,
That's your contention?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So we'll be waiting for your presentation then.
My presentation on how ETOPS has nothing to do with affecting the flight time in the Southern Hemisphere?
Guys, where did we scrape this one from?
He's been trying. Yesterday it was he will be a flat earther if you can prove refraction. I think or not or disprove refraction or something like that. So he's changed his mind. Today it's flight paths.
No, that's still on the table. If you can debunk refraction satisfactorily. Yeah.
Does he have any more trademarks, or is Fuller Perspective the only one? I mean, it is kind of a creative view into the inside of a psyche.
He doesn't have anything that deals with actual measurements. It's all imaginary shit.
Does anyone want to take a stab at how flight times could work on a flat Earth?
After you prove you live on a ball, then we'll debunk flat Earth.
Okay, Earthrise. I proved it. There you go.
Nope. You're supposed to prove you live on a ball before you go flying around the ball.
All right. How about Starman from when Elon launched his Roadster into space?
No, okay, so I guess you didn't understand that. Before you go flying around a ball, you need to prove you live on a ball first.
Well, we either are or we are not on a ball. It doesn't, it's not going to, whether we prove it or not, is not going to change the reality.
So you don't get to use rocket launches. You don't get to use anything until you prove from the ground you live on a ball. Because you can't say, well, I can prove I live on a ball if I go around it. That's retarded. Who's going to go? Who's going to take the first flight?
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry doesn't fly in anything. That was AI.
Well, okay, so.
And still there was no claim that they actually went to quote unquote space. If you had proved, which you've not, so therefore, this is just nonsense talk anyway, because you've not proven that there's any bendy Earth, but they didn't even really hit the Kármán line. So,
Right.
What's your next point? Do you have something to prove the shape of the Earth? You got to prove that there's curvature. What's your proof of curvature? Nothing about rockets. Nothing about looking up. Nothing. What's your actual proof?
Oh, you missed it. You missed it, Jay. He doesn't have any. He admitted it.
Oh, I know.
I have evidence, but yeah, I mean, so you don't accept. You don't accept
have any evidence. You don't have any evidence.
You have logical fallacy. No, you have logical fallacy. That's what you have.
Well, If you send up a weather balloon with a rectilinear lens on your camera, you'll see that there's some curvature at around 39 kilometers.
So when we give you ones that are higher than that and there's no curve, what do you say?
They must have been using a distorted lens.
So it distorted, so everything's flat and level and straight.
Yes, but this is not difficult
That's
to
a
do.
huge cope, dude.
A weather balloon costs like $100.
India went over this with you already.
Bro, there is no way you believe the Earth is flat, man. Come on.
It's not a belief; it's an observation and measurement.
Of what? Literally everything that you observe is telling you that it's here.
Like what?
Incorrect. That's incorrect. You lost.
What did you say? Say that
Like
again?
what? Give us an example.
No, he said something. Let me hear. What's his example?
That was incorrect. What you said. You have lost.
Oh, you said that I have lost. Damn, I guess you win the argument.
That's correct.
Nice. You're really good.
Well, even their black swan proves we live on a globe. It's just a globe that's 67 times larger.
So you guys can't decide on what size globe, but you're going to shoot rockets and fly around it?
Correct.
Wait. I cannot understand. Are you guys like being serious, or is this just like a joke channel?
Don't cry. Don't have a bad day. I'll ruin your life enough today if you stay in here.
I mean, you cannot do that, but anyway, so you're saying that you're not joking? You actually believe the Earth is flat? Or what do you believe?
Yes,
Right,
space is
triangle?
fake. That's right. Space is fake. You don't go flying around in space or the moon or anything like that. Isn't that crazy?
We should point out that you used the wrong word there. You said believe. There's no belief involved. We know that the Earth is flat, but most of us used to believe that the Earth was a ball. Like you currently still do, probably.
Hey,
So when you go into other rooms, when you go into other rooms, do you ask them if they're serious, or just this room here?
Well, it depends what kind of rooms, but this one is the most crazy one. But anyways, didn't you guys go to Antarctica and observe the
Yes, yes. I went there and I took an elevation angle to the sun because the Earth is flat. What does that have to do with anything?
There is a 24-hour sun, and that cannot work on a flat
No,
Earth model.
it had to be flat. That's the only way you can get angles to it.
What the fuck does that even mean? How do you
You can't
explain
get angles from
24-hour sun?
You can't get angles to things in the sky from the surface of a ball. You'll be all right.
Yeah, the flat Earth won't bite you.
Damn.
I think he already melted away. I told him I was going to ruin his day.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's interesting the special kinds of GTs that come around here. I just like it's like you hear the dumbest thing you ever hear, and then you hear something dumber, and then you hear something dumber yet, and then you think I can't ever hear anything dumber than that, and then the next one comes in and says something dumber, and it's like where is the lower limit of the dumbness?
Well, I need help on where to attach my cantilever. You know what a cantilever is, right?
No one gives a shit.
Yeah, flat earther.
I bet that made you feel better to say that, didn't it? Yeah, globe earther.
You mean baller?
All right, ball liquor, whatever you guys call yourselves now.
Damn hostile.
Any other geniuses in here that have proof they live on a ball?
Yeah, and it was funny that previous fellow who was just, well, what kind of refraction is it? Oh, it's sinking. No, I mean it's looming. No, I mean it's sinking. No, I mean it's looming.
I have a question. I was researching it, and why do you guys think that Christopher Columbus thought it was a sphere rather than flat?
Who's that? What's his history?
What?
Who are you talking about?
Columbus?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar.
So what is a backwards, stupid Oakley argument? I've never heard of such a thing.
Christopher Columbus is the guy that discovered America.
He thought he was in India.
So he was the first person to come to America?
Like the continent.
He was the first person here?
No.
So in other words, when Leif Erikson was here 100 or so years before, that didn't count?
Or the Indians that were all here, they didn't count? All the people
Well,
from Canada?
I'm saying he discovered it to his people, you know? It's not like he created it or anything.
So 100 years before Leif Erikson came from Europe, saying that, so they knew at least for 100 years, if not before, because Leif Erikson knew to come here. And then Christopher Columbus thought he was going to India, even though people already knew that they were coming here. So you tell me, what does Christopher Columbus have to do with any of this?
I was just curious on why you guys think he would he thought the Earth was round.
So again, there were people already coming over here and going back here and back, especially with Leif Erikson and others, for 100 or so years before Christopher Columbus, which his real name is Cristobal Colon, having said that. And so there was already charts. They already knew how to come here. So Cristobal Colon thought that he was in India. So my question for you is, how did he discover North America if he there were people doing it for hundreds of years before? They knew how to get here, and he thought he was in India. So what did he discover?
I know what happened. He thought he lived on a ball, so he was trying to navigate like he lived on a ball. That's why he didn't get to India and he got all fucked up and went somewhere else because he thought he lived on a ball. And then after he got to the United States or America, then he became a flat earther because he realized that only flat earth navigation works on Earth.
I just think he sailed the seas a lot, so I would expect for him to believe it's flat. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, nobody at this age can know what he thought, really. Nor do we care. I mean, he ended up at the wrong place, so why would we care what he wrongly asserted anyway? So the whole line of your whole line of questioning doesn't seem to present a lot of logic to it, but we'll be here listening.
Yeah, I was not questioning you guys or anything. I was just curious on what you guys thought, why he would think it's a ball. That's all.
Well, I
Yeah,
think I know maybe some of the more details on that. He did actually. You're right. Columbus did believe he was on a ball, but a funny detail about that is that he believed he was on a ball, like 2/3 of the size or half the size of the kind of the geo model, whatever that they put forth now, because he thought that it was just Europe and India and and like not the other no South America, no North America. You know, like Asia, Europe, and
But he used
India.
Glober navigation techniques and got all screwed up and ended up in America.
Actually, to me, it just sounds like he had a good sales pitch for the Queen of Italy or whoever it was, Queen of Spain or whoever it was that funded his voyage. Sounds like he just had a good, clever sales pitch. So who knows what he really thought?
Well, speaking of sales pitches, there's another funny detail of the story is that when he did go back to the Queen, he was supposed to come back with stuff that's valuable. And when he was like exploring, or like this area, whatever, like closer to the equator, was coming in contact with like Chiles. Or I'm not even sure if it was him actually, or like other people that was after him. But anyways, some of those people around that time period, they'd come back to the Queen and like they were trying to find stuff that was like black pepper from India, because at that time black pepper was just such a valuable thing. You could preserve things and make things taste good. It was like a really valuable thing because they didn't have refrigerators. But they didn't find black pepper, but they found chilies, and so that's why we call chili peppers. They're not peppers at all. Peppers, originally are supposed to be the black kernel things you get from India, but they just call them that because they're spicy. And, they're like trying to bring them to the queen. Be like, hey, it's kind of like that other thing.
Did ancient Egyptians believe it's round or flat like Earth?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Oh, I asked if ancient Egyptians believe it's round or flat.
I think study of that culture has revealed that they thought they lived on a plane.
Wait, really? They were like flat earthers?
Yeah, most ancient cultures were. So the
Some of
cosmology
the
would involve.
realization that there wasn't really just one ancient Egyptians. I think of the ancient Egyptians in two categories now: dynastic and pre-dynastic. Because the dynastic ones, like, we have so much information about them, but like I'm just saying, like, we don't really have any like recorded history really on like who built the pyramids, because the people who built the city around the pyramids, in their own writings that are still intact today, in at least two different places, I think it says, like, you know, we came and built, some words along the lines of we came and built the city around the pyramids, but nothing along the lines of we built the pyramids. Like, the people who built the city around the pyramids, I think, was an entirely separate culture that was disconnected from the people who built the pyramids. Like, two separate cultures entirely.
Well, being that as it may or may not be, right, that the culture that we do have, that we do study, right, their cosmology is depicted as a flat baseline with I can never remember the name of the goddess that is depicted arced over the top of that plane, like as a sky guardian. That's like a dome, right? And then all the stars and the sun and the moon and the planets either within that space in between the plane and that arc, or on it, I think. Yeah. So that was basically their cosmological view. Flat, motionless, enclosed. Is it Nut? Nut, I think. N-U-T. Nut, Nut. I don't know how to pronounce it. That's the goddess of the sky, I think.
Was Natiri?
That could be it too. I don't know. I just going off memory. It's probably failing me.
No, I just had to Google it. That's a goddess of Hindu goddess of death, decay, and misfortune.
Okay, the real boss. So it's. I don't know if you've heard this answer from anyone before, but I'm of the mind, unlike some other flat earthers, that they're not necessarily trying to deceive you about the shape of the earth. They're trying to deceive you about their capabilities of being able to reach a vantage point from which they can view the earth as a sphere in space, right? So even if you could even be a glober and think that that part of their story is not true, and therefore what they're showing you can't be true either. But that doesn't mean that I have to think that the Earth is flat. Nor does it mean I have to think it's a globe. It's independent of that. You can question someone's claims independently of that. You can be a flat earther or a glober and question those abilities, those capabilities. So it could be that they're simply pretending to be able to go to a place where they can view the Earth like that, and then just simply fabricating imagery which represents what you would expect and what most people would expect and what they themselves would even expect to see. Because at the time that they did it, bro, everybody already accepted that it was a sphere. Well, most people, like a large portion, it was being taught in schools, in universities, etc., etc. They'd already decided that outer space existed, that it was a place that they could possibly send men to be able to turn around and look at it. What, a motive for presenting to the world capabilities that they don't really have? I wonder what sort of motives they could have for that. Maybe one of power? Look what's been built off it. An apparent industry, right? A place that you can't verify exists, from which they're telling you they operate systems which provide you a service. Well, that's a pretty darn good cover story to provide you a service that you could not possibly verify is true. Like, well, the mechanisms behind the service is true, that the place that's operating from is true, and it's something that you can't replicate and do for yourself and become a potential competition to that service. Or maybe they don't want you knowing what they're really doing and how they really do it and how they operate for national security reasons. Or maybe they just simply see the potential to be able to bamboozle millions of people out of money for investments that you don't know about. Shadow government operations, for example.
Which I find it so interesting that most people will tell me that they don't trust the government, and they have lots of reasons as to why they don't trust it. But then the next thing happens is they're telling me that I have to trust NASA, that NASA would absolutely never lie.
Yeah, NASA's the exception to the rule.
And then the real boss says here, I still don't see a motive other than control, and that's a thin story. 99% of the time it's money. So what's the difference between control and money?
Power.
Well, I'm just going to give it to them that, okay, they do it for money. So there's your motive. Now what?
So is this real boss even in the...
Yeah, he's been
in here, or is he
squawking.
just chat-stacking?
He's been squawking on and off all day. This is the best part. Old boy will cry, just straight up cry. he'll get muted, which is why he won't talk. Then you take it to DMs and he'll self-mute.
Yeah.
In DMs, there's only 2 people in that conversation. The only person you can moderate is yourself. And you did so. So by your internal worldview, you agree you should be muted as cited by you. That you are willfully unprepared for this conversation. You don't know how to talk about these topics. When it's on the globe side, you don't even know how to find the information when it's linked to you. Yeah, we'll take care of the text chat there. He just got his perms back. Like, I just gave him his text perms back, and he instantly goes back in to spamming. This is the best part too. Wiles giving him a briefing on how to avoid being text muted or VC muted, which is simply like, don't spam, don't mic spam, listen, be responsive. He overtalked me the whole way through it. Like, AV was like, holy shit, dude.
That's not surprising. It's always funny.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's always funny to me that the trolls, they come in, they act like they got with really bad behavior. They start insulting, et cetera, and then when they get muted, they start talking about having you're violating my rights of free speech.
Yeah, I'm not a government organization. Like, you this is the best part too. This is like 3rd or 4th grade civics, the First Amendment. There are 5 freedoms listed in the First Amendment. Do you even know them? How are you invoking 1A if you don't even know what it is? And even better, 1A is covered in freedom of association. I'm breaking my association with you. I'm not taking away your free speech. You can go do your speech anywhere you want. Freedom of speech means a government cannot criminalize your speech. And we've seen that has changed, though. There is some speech that is being criminalized. They're not supposed to, but they do. Here, I'm not criminalizing your speech. I'm not suppressing your speech. I'm saying, based on your speech, I wish to break my freedom of speech with your freedom of speech. This is called freedom of association, covered in First Amendment. So if you're telling me I can't do that, you're the one violating the First Amendment, not me.
And isn't that funny? That projection that they always have to do.
Well, it's because their education level is very, very poor. Government. This is another reason why government would lie. The government was supposed to. The government said it would. We can take your kids and teach them all about civil liberties, all about the equal branches of government, all of it. We'll teach it all to them. So you don't have to. You can go be a wage slave and we'll raise your kid for you. And then you get these kids who show up in this Discord call and they don't have a fucking clue about what the branches of government are. They don't have a fucking clue about the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment. None of them. Like, you could go through every single amendment. They wouldn't even get it in the ballpark of what each amendment covers. The problem is they don't even know how many amendments there are. Total, not just the Bill of Rights, but how many amendments are there to the Constitution? When was the last one? They wouldn't know that either.
You and I both know that you copy and pasted the same exact messages over and over, and I
Yeah,
asked
this
you
was
to
explained to you. This was explained to you that you kept asking the same question over and over again. This was fully explained to you. You kept asking, how is this relevant? I kept answering you and gave you a spoiler that if you really didn't understand, I broke it down Big Bird and Barney style. If you refuse to read the article that I sent to you, which is about the Kessler syndrome, space junk, which you didn't understand either, you kept talking about flat Earth anyway, there was a spoiler. All you had to do was click on the spoiler. The spoiler directed you to either choose A or B, which you didn't do either one of those. You just kept repeating yourself and then self-moderated, which was what was basically what I was looking for. You came in here saying, I'm unfairly moderated by the flat earthers. Because why? Because you guys muted me for having an opinion. I'm like, okay, well, sure. Let's talk in DMs and let's see what happens. You did. You self-muted. So there isn't a framework now that you have inside your own worldview that you can defend that you are being unfairly moderated. You've agreed to the moderation that you need to be muted because you self-muted based on what you think somebody else was doing. As soon as you fix that, we can take you off mute.
Oh, damn.
And this isn't nothing new. This isn't something like, oh, that's a reach or that's like some kind of weird framework. You could follow that in any channel you go to. That's going to be pretty standardized. Go in there, bitch about the moderation. Tell them they suck. They hate their mothers don't love them. They like pineapple on pizza. They'll mute you or ban you. And then you can go to the next channel and the next one and the next one. Then, after that's happened and you've been factored out of every conversation, then you can take it to DMs where you'll self-moderate.
You know, one of the you describe exactly the thought that I continually have about these GTs that come around. How many of them actually are students of this topic and are here to actually learn on the topic? Or how many of them are just lonely and they start here and then they go to another room and then they go to another room, they jump over to another server and go into a few rooms, and then they argue about whatever the topic that they can come up with for those rooms are. And then so by the time they get back, they haven't exactly done the NPC reset. They just don't remember because they've been in 10 rooms arguing because they can't leave their parents' house for whatever reason. And so they stay in the basement or their bedroom. And then, so by the time they come back, they've been in the 10 different rooms and they don't even remember talking here. So,
yeah, that's the best part too. That they go into every room. That's why we have these guest rooms to highlight minority points of view that aren't platformed other spaces. Because you've got virtually echo chambers everywhere you go. Like somehow 51% take control of a space and they silence the 49%. So here they're like, hey, we want a space where minority opinions are platformed and the people make the choice to join those channels. No one's forcing anybody to join these channels. They click of their own free will, and then they go in there and say this channel should be shut down. Well, why? Because it's an insult to your sensibility. It's like, well, no, it's an echo chamber. You're like, so if it's not here anymore, and this channel is removed from the server, and Flat Earth is no longer discussed, only globe, that would make it a globe echo chamber. And they're like, yes and no. And you're like, well, how? How is that yes and no? And they do the same thing. They'll go to the vegan room. They'll go to I'm tabbed out right now, but you could go all the special interest rooms. They'll go one by one, the atheist room, the vegan room, whatever, the NCAP room, one room after another. If that room is 49%, they'll act like everyone in that room is some kind of cringe, neckbeard, Discord mod, echo chamber superstar. And you're like, how the fuck do you maintain that worldview? How do you do that? You go into a channel where you think you're the majority overall into a minority point of view and call them an echo chamber. Then self-moderate right after that. Then bitch about the moderation. It's fucking glorious, man. It's like watching what this topic does to someone's mind. Just like the fracturing of their ability to comprehend even basic things. You're in the room right now. Yep. And it's only flat earthers. Yep. Are you a flat earther?
How lonely
No.
their life must be.
Yeah, they're looking for a lot of it. Yeah, that goes in. A lot of it has to do with looking for attention, begging for attention.
Muted?
What's that?
Oh, I was just asking why he got muted.
Why?
Yeah, I was just curious.
You want to know why he got muted?
Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about him. I was just wondering.
No, I wasn't talking about him.
He's concerned about him.
Yeah, if you're concerned about, if you want to talk to, I don't know, whoever, I didn't even hear who you said. Something.
I don't know who he is. I was just asking.
Yeah, if you're curious and you want to talk to him, you could go to another room. If you want to hear do you want to hear what he has to say?
No.
I don't either. Okay.
I just wanted to know why he got muted. That was all.
Yeah, does anyone here want to hear what he has to say?
I like censoring people. That's why people get muted when I'm around. Does that answer your question about why people get muted? I like the censorship.
Yeah, it's important. It's important. Censorship's important because without it, it would just be like all the other channels. You'd have somebody making animal sounds, someone else freaking out, another person running a blender.
But I will say, since USAID's funding's been cut, I have noticed the quality of the GT has remarkably decreased.
I think also since the government shutdown, it's just been basically a lot of like, milk squirting out the nose type people.
Oh, interns. Interns now. The unpaid interns that are hoping they're going to get hired after the guys above them got fired because they got a little whiff of the job. And now they're not getting paid, but they're going to keep at it. But that's what we're getting right now because the good paid ones, they're not showing up right now during the shutdown because they're not getting paid.
That's what it sure seems like.
Yeah, if somebody here, if you're in this channel and you're like, hey, just for sake of argument, like Beavis is muted and so is Butthead. And you're like, okay, yep, Beavis and Butthead are both muted. All right, do you want to hear from them? And they're like, well, not really. I mean, they're dumbasses. I mean, they don't really have a lot to say. They're kind of degenerate. They talk a lot of shit. They really don't understand much of anything. I mean, these are kind of like tablet kids begging for attention that you kind of point and laugh at. And they're like, yeah, I guess so. I don't want to hear from them either. There's a person that is like, yeah, I like to hear I want to hear Beavis and Butthead. You're like, well, sure. We'll go to a channel where they can talk. Because they can't talk here. I just told you why. But then they won't. They won't.
Channels out there they can go to and talk. They don't have to talk.
They won't do that either. So you're like, okay, you want to hear from Beavis and Butthead, but you don't want to go to another channel. where they can talk. And you're like, how do you maintain such a illogical, broken worldview? Like, I'm just curious. Explain yourself. Just try. I'd like to hear you just try to explain that. That you can talk to somebody, and you can't be this channel. So why are you in this channel saying you want to hear from someone that you can't hear from?
I'll never forget back in I believe it was 2021, could have been early 2022. The year doesn't exactly matter, I guess, now, but I was in here, well, I should say in the home server, and a professor of some small college, not like a Harvard or a Yale, but it was a small college, and we actually verified who the guy was. He came in to the server, and we were having a nice chat with him. He was talking about how he had students who come in here, and he wanted to kind of hear what we had to say. When I say here, I do mean the home server. But anyway, he so he wanted to kind of hear what we had to say. And so he was talking to Miggy, and after kind of, 10 or so minutes of exchanging pleasantries with all of us, they kind of get down to business. And so Miggy asks him, okay, hey, look, here in the room, we like to be specific about what we know versus what we speculate. So he asked him, do you know that the Earth is a globe? The professor said, yes. And Miggy said, okay, are you 100% sure? And the professor kind of hesitated a second, said, what? Wait, yes, of course. He said, okay, look. He's like, I just want to make sure here. Because in our room here, I know it sounds a little redundant, but we want to make sure that somebody's 100% sure, not 99.99999% sure. And of course, the professor immediately disconnected and never come back. And because obviously, I'm sorry. Somebody's there. That sounds like CB, I guess. But anyway, so at the end of that, he was unwilling to be caught up in that no, he's not actually 100% sure. Therefore, the conversation goes to a way a professor wouldn't like it. And so earlier, the gentleman that was going on about it could be looming or sinking refraction, blah, blah, blah. He's talking about earlier about being convinced of something and talking about percentages, that sort of thing. And so I'm just kind of curious. And I'm sorry. And then he ended up with this nonsense of, well, no, you don't have to be 100% sure to know something. But is it just that none of these people have ever considered that they're going to be hit up for, do you actually know this? Or do you just, to pardon their word, believe this? To borrow their word, I should say. And so my question for you is, because I've then heard some globies, try to bloviate and say, oh, they're 100% sure. And that gets thrown to the wayside very soon. But where does this come about? Where does this come about that they want to toe the line that they're 100% sure, but then when you start pushing them, they might as well be a brain in a jar.
If you give them the option for brain in a jar, they will pick that versus Earth is flat.
No doubt.
And then, but you got to ask them, how come your Earth is flat and you're a brain in a jar? Because it's still measured flat, even though you're a brain in a jar. How come in your brain in a jar it's flat?
Well, I guess if you're a brain in a jar, the jar makes it look like it's, since it's a dome, it makes it look like it's circular to your eye on your brain. So, therefore, you just think that it's a circle when you're really just a brain in a jar. Tell you what, it's a crazy. Globetardianism has no lower limit. That I've learned. There's no lower limit to it.
Yeah, it's like it's gotten. I mean, you've seen how far down they'll go. Like, what type of tactics in crap they'll use, and you're like, it's at this point, I'm never surprised anymore. It doesn't shock me at all.
Brenda the other day said something interesting. That flat Earth is dangerous because it destroys families and does this and that and the other. And I'm just like, where do you come up with that? What, like,
But playing Halloween 365 days a year isn't dangerous.
Right, exactly.
Like, dangerous to who? How? When? Where? Like explain her thought pattern. Can't do that either. Like, so you just declare this is dangerous, and that's it. And there's no form, there's no function behind it. Just say it and just invoke it into reality. And she's like, yeah, that's what you do. You just use the breath of the creator and just speak like an orc in Warhammer 40K, and just change objective reality. So you say, okay, what year? When did it become dangerous? So we were cavemen, and everyone thought the Earth was flat. Thousands and thousands of years go by, 100,000 plus. Then you get into history, and you still have thousands of years going by, and that's still there. It's still the same flat Earth. Then at some point, there's like a renaissance, and they decide, well, what we're going to do is we're going to switch it to a cosmology that isn't geocentric anymore. It's going to be heliocentric cosmology. Sure, was flat Earth dangerous at that point? Oh no, yes or no? Okay, well, sure. Let's go forward another 100 years, 1800s, like 1900s, 2000s. What year? When did it become dangerous? It must have become dangerous at some point. You can't. They can't ever get there, because they're invoking some kind of idea that they can't explain. It doesn't even exist in their own mind. They're using some sort of fractured idea to perpetuate a victim status. That's what they're doing. I'm harmed by your speech. Can you show me how? How are you harmed by that? Can't do that either. Okay, so what is it then? Flat earthers are causing the downfall of society. Okay, look, okay, sure. If that's the case, are flat earthers in charge of anything? Well, no. So how are they responsible for the downfall of society if no flat earthers in charge of anything? See, it's a way of trying to. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's just very contradictory thinking because, well, show me on this doll where the flat Earth hurt you, how did this flat Earth destroy your family? And it actually makes me wonder if there's some projection going on there. I've heard over the years, I've heard a couple other people claim that it was dangerous, and I'm beginning to wonder if that's like just a projection of their own situation somehow.
It'd be like harmful. They'll use like the word. They'll say, "Well, it's not dangerous; it's harmful," and you're like, "Oh, how? How is it harmful? Who's harmed by it?" Like, you gotta show me who. Like, so dangerous to who? No one. Harmful to who? No one. Like, well, harmful to yourself. Okay, so why do you care? Why do you care about that? They can't tell you that either.
You know, of all the hundreds and hundreds of false ideologies there are out there, like I'll give you an example. A very good friend of mine is in the medical profession, and he told me about something that we should take. And so I started doing some digging in it and found out that it's a joke, more or less, you know. And it was something that he was actually taking, so it wasn't anything that he was. He truly believed in this product. And after I did my digging, I found some things through some customs records and other things that you can find online, and found out that the whole thing was pretty much bogus. It was not what it was reported as being. And so I sent it to him, what I found. And he thanked me for sending it and told me that he was ending his association with any of those people. And, at the end of it, my point of all of this is, so what did I do? I went on with my life. I myself, I found out, okay, well, no, we don't need to invest in this therapy. He stopped dealing with the therapy. And you know what? There's all kinds of people around that talk about this, and I don't even waste my time. It's not even worth a moment of my time. So I went on with my life, and I'm just curious, what is it about the GTs that on this topic here, that so many other topics they just walk right past, and far more dangerous topics they just walk right past, but yet this topic they have to spend so much of their life around people that they think are retarded.
Obsessed. And I think a lot of it too is that they realize that they're scumbags. Like they're shit for brains. They're really just the worst of the worst. Like, you had that guy in Modern Day Debate who was anti flat earther. I mean, through and through. The Ozian, just toxic anti flat earther, like sick shit. And then it turns out he was caught up in a Hansen style sting. Chris, have a seat over there. So you're like, this whole time you've been waiting for the shoe to drop, that you're gonna like. He does this little shtick, like, I got an offshore oil rig job, and even then had to take a shot at flat earthers as he's about to get legally banned from using the internet and social media, because they realize they're at the bottom of society. They can't get any lower than they are. They are really the shit stains that society has ever produced. But they can't take that. They can't they need to find someone else who's below them so they can punch down at to feel better about themselves. Because in their mind, they're the peak. They're the highest form of evolution. They've evolved to like some sort of higher form, like in survival of the fittest somehow. Like inside their worldview, they've perfectly evolved to the next step of human evolution. You had that anti-flat earther guy who was going to run for office, loses in a landslide, and then one of the things he says is that his own daughter didn't vote for him. And I'm like, that is a red flag, dude.
Yeah, it is interesting to me that the absolute lack of discernment that they have, that they're willing to go along the way. They're willing to just travel along with whatever scumbag, so long as the scumbag allows them to have their globe fairy tale, and they really truly don't care. And I've got a feeling that if we started pushing them about this fellow, they would start telling us that he was censored by some flat Earth prosecutor, that this didn't really happen or whatever else. So, with my point of all this being, it amazes me how the GTs have no small amount of discernment even.
Or just making shit up, that sort of victim status. I'm trying to think of that guy's name who used to come around who said that flat earthers ran over his dog. And I'm like, well, how do you know that? How do you know that flat earthers ran over your dog? He said because he was in a flat earth space, and at some point his dog was at the end of his driveway, and then his dog got hit by a car. And I'm like, okay, so how did you know it was a flat earther? Because he was just talking in a flat earth space, then his dog got hit. Huh. Interesting.
Well,
and there's no way of changing his mind. Like, he is dead serious. Like, he is going to tell you to the end of time that flat earthers ran over his dog.
Crazy. I'll be right back. It's dinner time. My mama's going to give me a third eye if I don't get down here.
So, you still there, Delilah? Delilah.
Well, something going on in text chat. Just ignore it. Just ignore text chat.
Delilah. Delilah.
Okay, let's shut that shit down.
All right. Hello?
Yeah.
What up?
What up, what up, what up? No, I promised Talon I'd talk to him. Y'all are okay with that.
I was just about to suggest, hey bro, like Talon's probably up for a convo.
Is that
He's been
Talon?
messaging. He wants to say hi. Yeah, right down
That's
there, Talon X.
Talon X or whatever his name. Or
Yeah.
no way.
He's been messaging me. He's been complaining, and I've been denying it.
I mean, Talon's old school. That's like back in the, that's like going back to years ago.
Oh shit. Oh, then he's definitely fucking just anti.
No, he might have
Whatever.
changed. He might have been able to come around.
Yeah, you've been
Let me
here a
ping
few
him.
times over the last week, and there's nothing new, man. I'll tell you that up
I
front.
mean, I'd like to hear from Talon.
Well, what if we give Flathulu the floor with Talon for a while?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd go. I'd be up for that. I'm really curious because Talon, if I remember the right guy, he's like Antifa sort of like really left winger, like really left wing. I mean, like wow type left wing.
Oh wow.
So it's really interesting to see him argue against free speech. If it's the right one, I don't know for sure because he was gone for a while.
What do you say, Talon?
What's up, Talon? You're unmuted, buddy. There we go.
I'm still. I'm on my way home from work. Just got to give me a minute.
That's him.
Oh, you're fine.
Flathulu said he wanted to talk to me, so I'm going to talk to Flathulu here in a second.
Hey.
Just give me a minute.
Right. And
All right.
Talon, are you text muted? Are you hush?
I think he
yes,
is.
I've been text muted for a while.
Okay. Right, I'll unhush you, so then you and Flathulu can post whatever relevant supporting information you both might have during your conversation or debate.
Take your time, buddy. Drive safe. Shaggy's been here like all day. I see a flat earther.
Sorry for being a bit antsy earlier, guys. But anyway, yeah, hopefully, these two guys can hash it out for a bit and give us some content. I'm sure it'd be fairly moderated or whatever. So I'm just going to jump on YouTube and listen. Right. Enjoy.
I think you guys do a fine job moderating, honestly.
Yeah, you can tell because like Talon is coming back for years and years at a time. If it was bad moderating, he would like not do that.
Not for real.
Well, one of the reasons why I did start to talk again because AI Overlord said that that this place is open and there's no censorship. But and then Flathulu said that he never witnesses mod abuse, even though he's here every day.
I never have. I promise.
So like,
I witness moderation, yeah, but that's not mod abuse.
So if I'm just you would consider mod abuse would be like preventing somebody from providing evidence to their claims in the text chat. Would that be considered mod abuse? If somebody was just trying to share evidence, would that be considered censorship and abuse of the mod powers?
I don't really want to talk about mod abuse. I haven't seen mod abuse.
But I'm just asking if would that be an example of I want to know what you consider mod abuse, because if you don't even know what it's called, then how would you be able to witness it? Maybe that's the issue, is that you don't even know what mod abuse is. That could also be an option, is why you don't see it, because you don't even know what it is.
I would I would call mod abuse. People censoring people without any cause. If there's a cause, then I wouldn't call it abuse.
So modding somebody from preventing somebody from sharing evidence in the chat, and then like deleting that. Like, let's say if I provided.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
calculations.
I don't want to talk about that.
I mean that. So again, right. So like right there, like that's a huge red flag. That appears to be censorship because now you're not even like willing to give me an example of mod abuse. So you don't even. So until you actually like establish
I said without reason or
on
cause.
what mod abuse is, then no one's really going to believe you when you say you don't see mod abuse because maybe you are presented with it and you don't know what it is.
I did. I said without reason or cause.
Okay. But so that's what I'm right. So there would be no reason to delete somebody's evidence that they share in the channel. Is that correct? Would that be considered not a cause, like no reason to delete or censor someone?
Yeah. If they didn't have a reason, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to talk about mod abuse. It's not the topic, buddy. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. No, I understand you don't want to talk about that, but we have to establish whether or not, like, what it is in order to move on. So that way, if I'm abused, if I get abused by the mods, I want to make sure that people are aware of, or that you're aware of what that would look like if that happened. Like when I eventually get muted or prevented from sharing information in the text. So like, let's start with So let's move. So yeah. So I think we've made. You understand my point there. I want to show you this picture of the black swan.
Perfect.
So like when I first started coming to the channel, they showed me this black swan, and they didn't always have the A, B, and C lines in the black swan. That was added after I did a similar drawing on a picture that had heavy refraction of the horizon, and I was just wondering if you were able to explain all three of the A, B, and C. Can you explain each one of those of the lines in the picture that the A, B, and C represent?
Yeah, I would say A is the horizon. I wouldn't say the other one's the horizon.
So
it's just to give you an example of what isn't the horizon.
Right. So how do you explain what B and C are pointing at?
I would say B is pointing at the bottom of the oil rigs, and C is pointing at, I don't know.
Okay.
So somewhere in between. Yeah.
So why do you establish the bottoms of the oil rigs as B, right? Because the bottoms of the oil rigs are obstructed by the horizon, the horizontal line that B is representing?
I think it's a joke, and it's supposed to get Globers to say the correct answer, which is where the horizon is, and it's behind the oil rigs. It's to bring attention to where the horizon is. It's not claiming that those could be horizons. It's just, this is the horizon. Acknowledge it.
Okay. So as a Glober, my claim is that all three of those are the horizon. And I would be able to explain why.
Go ahead. If that's what you want to talk about.
But before we do that, so we've established that B is the bottom of the oil rig and that you can't see anything below that, and then it's just what would you call the change in the gradient, like, because you can no longer see the horizon. You got that perfect horizontal line that's represented by B. What is creating that? If it's not the horizon.
You're saying B is the horizon?
I'm saying A, B, and C are all the horizon, but I want to know what you think B is.
Not the horizon.
Okay, then what is it?
It's what? It's the ocean?
Okay. And so why so the ocean is perfectly horizontal across the plane of the picture, right? And that's the water. And then we've got, because the definition of horizon is where the sky meets the ocean. So that would still technically be horizon, wouldn't it?
No, I wouldn't classify B as the horizon.
So wait, so
it's not apparently where it meets. It would meet where A is, because that's the apparent location where the water meets the sky, all the way in the back where A is.
But we understand that B is the ocean, and that it's not pointing at the oil rig. It's pointing at the line, that obstructs the oil rig from the bottom up.
You mean the water itself, where the oil rig is going in the water? I mean, yeah, it's generally pointing at that area. Yeah.
Right. So that would be basically the same definition as the horizon. It's just a second horizon in the picture.
No.
Based on because you got depth perception, right? Because you have depth perception, so you can't see over.
Oh.
You can't see over B. You can only see the oil rig that rises above the ocean from B.
B doesn't show the water meeting the sky. There's water behind it. That's not where it is. No.
Well, I mean, there's water in front of the oil rig, and then there's the oil rig. But the oil rig isn't like hugged up against the front of the picture. There's space between the observer and the oil rig. 1.6.
Yeah.
For 6 miles, it's just ocean, right?
Okay. It's like whatever you're trying to say is like saying where the 1 is in the picture. It's like saying the 1 is where the horizon is. It doesn't make sense. It's not the horizon. A is the horizon. I don't know why.
Why does it look so much like the horizon? Why is it exactly parallel to the horizon of A, where the sky meets the water?
I don't know.
Why are they identical?
I don't know. Why do you think?
Because they're all the horizon, A, B, and C.
Okay.
It sounds like coping.
Well, coping is saying
honest, I don't really know how to respond
I don't know.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, so I would consider coping being coping would be I don't know. If you don't know what something is, that's coping with the fact that you can't explain why there's a apparent horizon in the picture.
No, that wouldn't be coping. It's actually when somebody answers honestly, I don't know. It's an honest answer. It's not coping. It's coping to say that there's more than one horizon, or that the horizon is A, B, C, and D. Like, what are you doing, Alan?
No, I understand, Linus, but one of the things I wanted to establish is that I'm only talking to Flethulu. Me and him are having a discussion about it, so I'd appreciate it if we didn't have anybody jumping in. No defense to you, Linus. I'm totally fine with talking to you.
Over for me because I don't know how to respond to that. I don't think that's a coherent statement saying A, B, and C is the horizon.
It's not coherent.
But there's 3 lines. They're all exactly the same horizontal line. They just change the color gradient.
Yeah.
But see, it's okay. But fly through. Let me just let me show you. So like, Clipcord actually shared my original picture where I actually showed the idea that the horizon's been refracted and there's more than one horizon in the picture, because this is the same thing showing bottom up obstruction. Because with the flag experiment, one of the things that the globe deniers don't do is take the flag and go further away from the observer. They only keep it in one section because you can clearly see that the bottom line of the flag is beginning to become obstructed from the horizon. But then when you use a blurry picture like that, the horizon becomes refracted. So you get more than one horizon in the picture. And so like one of the issues I have is using my drawings on the black swan when you can't even explain what A, B, and C are, because you're like saying I don't know. And so why would flat earthers put lines pointing out 3 different horizons in a picture when you're trying to establish only one horizon to disprove the globe?
I've already commented on that. They're not horizons. It's to get you to acknowledge where the horizon is.
A geometric.
No, I understand that way. Yeah, but
geometric horizon.
You guys are trying to use my drawings to prove me wrong, but you're not. You guys didn't fully think about what actually A, B, and C actually are, because you have to explain all 3 in order
to take over
those lines to be useful.
Yeah, I think this is a really good one for Talon and Jenna to talk about moderation, because Jenna has been moderated, and you think did she see it as mod abuse?
No, I don't. I know that I get a little squirrely sometimes, and I'm like, oh, I get so excited and I want to butt in, and I'm trying to work on that, and I've been muted for it before. Most other times I've been muted was because of like a hot mic, but it's not mod abuse.
Yeah, so why do you think it would cause Talon to, anytime he's moderated, for him to claim mod abuse?
Oh, that's easy, because he has a victim complex.
I don't feel like I'm a victim. I just feel like I get muted when I'm trying to provide the evidence, or I'm trying to finish a point, or I'm in the middle of a point. That's what I consider mod abuse, is when you interrupt someone, you don't let them finish their point, and you don't answer a follow-up question, and then you call them retards, and like, what I've only seen, like, I even have, like, me and Flathula were talking a little bit in the DMs because I was muted in the text chat, and he was calling me a retard and insulting me and saying I was stupid. And so I didn't insult him, so I don't feel like a victim, even though he was clear. I have the, I can
You call me a pussy.
text you
Yeah.
right, because and so yeah, so right there, I mean, I called you guys pussies, but that was for an action, because you guys abused, because you say that you guys don't have you don't abuse the mods, but then you don't let people talk in the text or share things. So that's cowardly. I'm not calling you guys
Yeah,
pussies.
you accused us of mod abuse, and I said, and I called you crybabies, and then you retorted with calling us pussies. So it was a back and forth. You accused us of some
But then
shit.
again, you
I said
went
something,
on
you
and
said
on.
something.
But that was the only thing you could do. But that's the only thing you could do the entire time we were talking, was call me a retard, and then at that point I was like, I moved on to whether or not we could actually have a conversation about the evidence and the facts and the logic, like being pictures of the globe and no pictures of the flat Earth, like all that stuff. Like, I don't have to use insults to prove my point, whereas you entirely relied on
No,
insults.
I don't like the narrating, the narration you're putting. No, you were making false accusations. That was the conversation. You insulted me too, and then when it both turned, it turned. You know what I mean? You can't just start off a conversation with a fucking false accusation and expect people to behave properly, like, and then cry about it later. It's not how it works.
You know what I find really interesting about it, right, is he's complaining about insults and all of these things like he's a perfect angel. You're just a perfect angel, Talon, right? So
I can actually
don't
prove my
about it,
point
right?
without
When you've
insults.
I've heard your spiral outs, I've heard your spurg outs, and so you don't really have any room to talk, right? You come in here and you frustrate people to no end. You do it on purpose. And I think it's just your shtick. I think it's something you like doing, okay? And when somebody gets upset at you, right, and calls you retarded because you're being retarded, right? We call people pussies and idiots and all this other stuff. You're not perfect, Talon. So stop complaining about it.
I didn't say I was complaining. I was simply pointing out what was happening.
No, you're complaining.
No, that's not complaining.
Yeah, go file your complaint elsewhere.
No, it's cool. Like I said,
nobody cares.
Again, I told Flathuli
Yeah,
that I would have
I don't want to be involved in your
about
story. Yeah, I don't want to be involved in that.
Okay, so let's continue. So
you
let's go back
messaged me.
to the.
That was
let's
it.
go back to the Black Swan. Yeah, well, because like I said again, I showed you. I was providing you evidence of censorship, and you started calling me, and you immediately called me a crybaby.
You didn't.
Right. So
you showed a conversation between me and Master Debater. That's not evidence of censorship. No, you claimed it. You accused us of it, and that's as far as it went. No, it was a back and forth between me and you at that point. So no, you didn't do anything of the sort.
Okay, so I mean, I could just share that. We could just share the conversation. It's kind of convoluted, but that's not really what happened. Again, I showed. I was just pointing out that you said I'm here almost daily, never see mod abuse, but then I showed him that I was muted in text. I was actively muted in the text chat.
Moderation isn't mod abuse.
What's really interesting is when you get going and on this filibuster and you won't stop, you get to this point where you don't want to let anybody talk because you cooked, you're cornered, and I've heard you do it time and time again. And you'll get moderated and you'll get muted because you won't let anybody get a word in edgewise. And then you'll deafen yourself. You do it.
You guys mute me all the time. You guys constantly mute me.
No.
Muted people here.
It's
and
because
and I let you speak, and then you talked over me when I responded.
As if I was even done. Holy crap, he can't even wait like 5 whole seconds to make sure that somebody's even done talking. It's amazing, right? So where's your horizon? You don't have horizon. You don't have horizontal on a globe, on a spherical Earth. Horizontal is not a property of a sphere. You can't even have a geometric horizon. That thing's never where it should be. If Earth is a globe with a 3959 or 3963 radius.
So let's talk about. Well, I mean, we do have that. So the one thing about the biggest issue about the black swan is how blurry and refracted the picture is. But when you actually look at one of the same oil rigs in a clear picture, this is where the horizon is. So if you look at the picture that I just shared, you can clearly see that there's only a single horizon, even though you've got the two oil rigs, and then the one that's farther away is more obstructed by the curve than the one that's closer. And then if you were to then look at the black swan, which is a heavily refracted picture, which is what can explain what A, B, and C means. So if we look at these two together, you would consider C would be the geometric horizon in the refracted picture, because even in the refracted picture, you can still demonstrate the radius of the Earth based on how much the specific apparent horizon is refracted. So you would use C to discover the geometric horizon, because that's the least refracted line in the refracted picture, and then B is a little more not as refracted, but it appears higher than the geometric horizon due to refraction, and so that is why there's 3 horizons. So when one person is saying that they can explain all 3 lines, but then Cthulhu and other globe deniers saying that I don't know what B and C is, then the person who does explain it is the person who wins the actual discussion and actually has
I did explain it. I said that picture is just to point out where the horizon is.
Right, but
So
but
which
again,
one?
there's
There's
3.
one
Which one is the
geometric
horizon?
horizon. Yeah, one geometric horizon. Which one
Right,
is it?
that's C. C would be the least refracted version of the horizon in the
Yeah,
in the
so
black
where
swan
the
picture.
sky meets the ground, that's C.
No, that's just what the horizon. That's a definition of the horizon.
Oh,
Whether or not the
geometric.
picture shows that is completely different.
Geometric. The physical
like,
curve of the Earth. Where is that at? The physical curve of the Earth meeting the horizon. Is that at A, B, or C?
It's all 3.
This is
I mean, that's a 3-dimensional picture. That's a 3-dimensional picture. It depends on where you observe it.
Yeah, right. To 1 foot. Observer height 1 foot.
Right. So the geometric horizon would be C, and then A and B are both apparent horizons, depending due to refraction.
Okay, so you're looking for where the sky meets the ground. That border between the sky and the ground.
Right. Yeah, the sky meets the ground at A, B, and C, because again, that's why there's horizontal lines going across. That's why I made that drawing. Because even though the definition of the horizon is where the sky meets the ground, a picture that's a 3-dimensional view in a 2-dimensional picture, and so it appears like there's only A is the most apparent horizon, but that's only because of refraction. So it appears to be behind the
geometric
oil
horizon.
rigs. But the geometric horizon will be C, because that one's not refracted. That's why it's not. That's why it's the same color as the rest of the water leading all the way up to the shoreline. You would use that as the geometric horizon because that's the most accurate visual. That's what the camera was able to take a picture of the clear of the geometric horizon clearly, whereas the other 2 horizons are only apparent because refraction bent the light so that when the camera took a picture, it caught all 3 versions of the horizon.
Yeah, so where the sky meets the ground, where's that at?
I mean, that's the whole thing, because that's why the water is level, because that's where the sky meets the ground, because there's nowhere water. You wouldn't say A is the only horizon because the sky meets the ground, because again there's it's water, so the water is level, and it's also like you can see how that's why A and B are faded. That's why there's fading in the picture and they're lighter blue, is because the refraction doesn't allow for it's a less clear view of the horizon, whereas C is very clearly sharp and lines up with the rest of the water, so it's not nearly as refracted. And
okay,
that's
so
why
now where the sky and the ground touch.
At the bottom. That's why C appears at the bottom, is because it's not refracted. It's the clear view. And you can also see, like in the picture I shared. Wait, where did my? Yeah, in the Bye-Bye Pancake picture, you can see that's where you would actually want to do the calculation for a geometric horizon, is with the one that doesn't have refracted horizons in it.
Do you realize that what you posted, the horizon in that, is 6.21 miles away? Still further than where it should be for the observation height.
Yeah, he does. You don't worry about that. He doesn't understand what he's looking at. Like, how about this photo? Where's the horizon here?
That's fine. No, I know what Lion is saying, like, because you're trying to bring it back to the script and the why you guys have the black swan to begin with. But the thing is, you guys added the A, B, and C to the black swan, which was my
you're not
drawing.
poison the well, Talon.
Can't
This is
explain
where
what
I
B and
am
C
going to
is.
interrupt you because you're going to poison the fucking well. And I'm telling you right now, you can clearly see it. The horizon still is not where it should be for a globe Earth with a 3959 or 3963 radius at 6.21 miles out. You lose.
No, I don't lose anything because again, the oil rig is hundreds of feet in the like 100 feet into the air, and so you can only see the amount of the oil rig that isn't obstructed by the horizon.
So look at this one here. Where's the horizon here?
What picture? Jesus, why is Obvious being so mean in the chat? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so see, that's another good view of the horizon where you got clearly one horizon, but the because you have that forest ahead of you, you're clearly up high, at a much higher elevation than you would be if you were on the shoreline of the
Yeah, that's
of
like
whatever
700 feet.
Okay, cool. So yeah, there we go. We got the and then again, that's another good. Like, I don't understand why globe deniers would share a picture of a barge flying through the air. That's perfect. That helps me. That helps me a lot as a glober.
Oh my
to
god,
explain
it's not flying
why.
through the air, you dingus. Holy
So yeah,
crap.
see again. That's how
That's the kind of
we
mental
get A.
gymnastics you have to do for Earth to be a globe in your brain.
No, because that helps me a lot because it explains why the black swan has a horizon that appears to be behind the oil rig is because refraction and the optical illusions do the same thing to the boat. So the boat is flying
Can
through
you
the
prove
air
that?
because it's been refracted.
Yeah, Talon, you keep missing the point that objects can be loomed. The horizon itself isn't loomed over and around the horizon itself.
Well, you can see the change in gradient under, like, you can see the faded, refracted version of the horizon that the boat is sitting in because we all know that boat is not flying.
Yeah,
even though the picture appears that way.
That's called that's called looming.
So the horizon is the same
can you
object. The horizon
bro,
is also
can you
an
tell
object.
me? Can you tell me why refraction ignored the surface of the water that the boat's sitting on and just focused on the boat?
Because the boat is above the horizon and it's a much larger object.
No, it's sitting on water, right?
Yeah.
And that place where the boat's sitting on water, the part of the boat that's sitting on water has been refracted up, right?
Yeah.
So why did it ignore the water that's sitting on?
It's not. You can see the faded line of basically the faded bar from that super blurry picture. I mean, you can see how.
You mean there's a horizon behind it?
Is there a horizon behind? I mean, the boat isn't even on the horizon. It's
no,
flying
it
through
is. So if you're saying that you can see water, right, underneath it, like that it's sitting on, then it's forming a horizon.
So yeah, what's happening is a mirroring going on with that Fata Morgana, where the water is mirroring the sky, which makes the boat appear to be floating or flying. Okay, that's not a refraction, that's a reflection.
No, that's refraction, and that's why the A horizon in the black swan appears to be flying.
And you're wrong. That Fata Morgana
it's not
reflection.
Now we're jumping into denials, getting angry.
No,
You can stay calm. It's okay. Just relax.
Talon, shut your mouth. Okay, this is not refraction, dude. This is total internal reflection. Okay, the angle of the observer, okay, to the furthest part where that approaches where the boat is, okay, is so shallow that it's below the necessary angle or the critical angle where the light bouncing off the water is is basically mirroring the sky. Okay. You can actually see if you zoom in. Okay, if you zoom into the image. Okay, on the right hand side, for example. Okay, you'll see a little cloud, right? That's not in the water. Okay, and you see that the top part of that cloud is cut off perfectly horizontally at the top. Okay, because that's where the water actually, like the limit of the water actually is. Okay, and that gradient from there downwards about, I don't know what it looks like, maybe a couple hundred pixels or whatever. Okay, that's all water just mirroring the sky, dude. And on the left too, you also see it. If you do a photo analysis and you invert the images, you'll see it clearer. I don't know if you see it on your screen or whatever, but on mine it's very evident. Okay, come on, dude.
Yeah, we know that the water reflects the sky.
Do better, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, again, you guys have to explain why there's more than one horizon, because you got the clear horizon, the clear geometric horizon, which is the dark blue water, and where it's quite clear, and then you can see the change in gradient where it's slightly lighter for a good bar, because that's water that's not as far away. But then
I just told you, dude.
The boat jumps extremely high up into the air.
Told you, dude. Everything above that darker part, okay,
horizon.
It's getting gradually sharper of an angle, okay, and it's becoming more and more mirroring. Like, it's not complicated.
Wait, so how often do you guys see like 3 versions of yourself when you look in the mirror?
What the fuck?
I mean, if you say that that's just excuse me.
Are you on crack, dude?
Let's just take it easy. Again, you guys are getting mad.
You sound like you're on fucking crack. No, you sound like you're on crack, dude. This is ridiculous.
Sorry, I'm being rude.
I just want to ask something.
Your presence is rude.
That's why I wanted to demonstrate with Lulu is that you guys would just insult me, and I would be having a good faith conversation. I'm not being abusive in any way. But you guys are saying I'm on crack, talking over me.
The thing is, dude, just because you're sounding all cordial and everything, okay, it domean mean this is good faith. You're using polite terms and trying to deflect and playing the victim and all this shit. Okay, it's not going to work. This fucking gimmick is ridiculous, dude.
So wait, do you understand that? Like, why do you think that the boat is above the actual geometric horizon?
I just told you, dude. I just told you. This is total internal reflection. This is total internal reflection. If you're going to claim that this is refraction, okay, then you got to get all the necessary specs to justify this. Okay,
there is no geometric horizon, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, like, you want to give yourself more work, then go ahead, get the humidity, temperature, and air pressure throughout that entire line of sight, and then calculate the refractive index. All right, what's the distance to the thing? All this shit, you got to support that. Otherwise, if you look at it, if you're honest with yourself, you'll see a mirroring effect in the water. You see a reflection of the clouds in the water. And there's a clear delineation at the top of one of the clouds, okay, cut off because that's where the water ends from that perspective.
How come there's no reflection of the boat?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
The answer to that.
It's certainly reflecting the sky.
Right, but
that's all we do know.
The boat is apparently also in the sky, but there's no reflection, so it can't be total internal reflection, or there would also be a reflection of the boat.
No, not necessarily.
That is a good point. I don't know about that, but there is the clouds, so we know it's somewhat of an internal reflection aspect.
I just ask why they won't swear on the Bible that
I understand why you would think it looks that way.
Why can't they swear on the Bible
that refraction that we even have the picture to begin with?
No, you can't explain why it's the way the surface it's sitting on has been ignored.
Well, yeah, I can, because it's an optical illusion. It's not really up in the sky like that.
Yeah, but you've got to explain why the mechanism you think is causing this ignored the surface that it's sitting on.
Hold on, I'm not sure. Can you rephrase that question, please?
Yeah, you're saying that light's like bending in such a way that it's making the entire ship appear like it's above the surface of the Earth in the sky. Why did it ignore the water that it's sitting on? There's light obviously coming from the boat. There would be no reason why there's no light coming from the water that it's sitting on.
Okay. So we're talking about the gap between the geometric horizon of the water and then the boat, where the water that's the boat is actually sitting on. Why there's
You're
no why
saying
is there
that boat's somewhere else, that's like an image of it, a refracted version of it.
right.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. Why did it ignore the surface that it's sitting on? Because if the light's coming off the boat in such a manner, it would come off the water that it's sitting on in such a manner as well.
Because the boat is a solid object, whereas water is a liquid, and it
So
refracts
okay,
light.
so is that your right?
Light passing,
So that it didn't happen in this instance, but it did happen in the Black Swan from 1 foot. Santa Barbara.
No, you can see the. I mean, you could technically kind of see the Fata Morgana.
Oh, so
in the
it
Black
doesn't
Swans.
look like it's in the sky then?
Yeah, no. You can clearly see that platform habitat is doing the same kind of Fata Morgana phenomenon.
No, you can see water. You can see the water that it's sitting on.
Because we could even because even if we wanted to get crazy, we could add a fourth line with the horizon.
You can't explain it, bro. You can't explain why the light ignored the water.
But I'm trying to explain that, TW, but you keep talking in the middle of my point and repeating the question.
No, you can't. You can't explain it.
Well, let me finish. I can't explain it because of you.
All right, go on then. Explain
Okay,
it.
so just like in the Black Swan, and the Fata Morgana and the barge floating on top of the horizons, they both happen in both pictures.
No, that's not what the Black Swan looks like at all. No,
yeah,
incorrect.
look at platform habitat.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
You see how platform habitat is sitting above
the sky appears to meet the water beyond the oil rig, so it's not analogous. It does not look anything like that image at all.
I mean, I guess
in
we're
the
just
Black
disagreeing
Swan,
on what we're looking at that point,
right?
you're just disagreeing with what the picture is presenting.
No, in the Black Swan, refraction, your so-called refraction, didn't ignore all the water between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
Well, it's not ignoring it. That's why the horizon shows up on all three lines, A, B, and C.
So where's the surface of the water being refracted in that image of the floating ship in the sky?
Where is the... Okay, that's...
It's so refraction just zoomed in and honed in and focused solely and wholly on the ship, decided everything else was insignificant, lifted it up above the geometric horizon to appear like it's floating in the sky. Yeah, cool story, bro.
I mean, the picture, that's clearly what's happening in the picture. You just explained
cool
what's
story, bro. Cool story, bro.
Water is clear, and so it refracts light.
Can you
replicate
that for me?
The boat is not refracting light because it's
Show
solid.
me how that. Can you use refraction to focus on one specific thing and only refract that thing and ignore its environment?
Again, T-Dub, you're the one ignoring what's
Is that
in the
how
picture.
refraction works? Is that how refraction works?
The way you explained it, I don't know if I don't even really understand like what you're explaining. What do you mean by ignoring?
Where's the water the boat is sitting on? Because that boat, right, the real boat, you're saying that's not the real boat. The real boat's somewhere sitting on water, right?
Right, but the water does not appear.
Where is that?
Because it's refracted.
Where's the water that the boat's sitting on?
It appears lighter. That's literally the optical illusion of the Fata Morgana, is that you don't see the water because it's refracted.
Why not? The water's refracted.
Because
like
it's
in the Black Swan?
The light
like
is
in the Black Swan? Like in the Black Swan?
Right. The refraction in the Black Swan, right.
But the Black Swan doesn't look like that. It looks like
Yes,
water. It doesn't look like sky.
It clearly shows.
The water does not look like sky, bro.
Above the geometric horizon.
No, the water doesn't look like sky in the Black Swan, bro.
Oh, it sure does to me.
Looks like water. It looks like water.
Lighter, especially A.
No, it looks like water. Everybody agrees with it. You're the only person that's coming here saying, no, that looks like where the sky is. The sky starts.
Right. A is the water is so refracted in A, it's only just a little bit darker than the sky. There's actually no real like definition to the line A horizon because
no, it looks
of
like water. It looks like where the water meets the sky.
That's why C is the darkest and the least refracted geometric horizon. B is a slightly more faded.
How does refraction make
faded.
a surface look lighter?
Because of refraction, less light.
Yeah.
Because light bends.
How does refraction make the tone, the color tone, reduce?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. How does refraction do that?
It bends the light.
Yeah. How is it doing it? What's happening in order for it to make it look like the color tone is changing?
Refraction.
Are you saying the water is underneath the boat? It has been refracted, but it's just that you can't see it.
Because of the refraction, correct.
Yeah, can you show me how that works?
Show you how refraction works? I mean, that's like a mathematical.
No, show me how refraction changes the color tone of an object.
Because when you bend light,
show me, replicate it.
What? I'm not, dude. I can't replicate refraction in a Discord chat. Like now, you're asking asinine questions.
Yeah, show me where it's actually like someone's manipulated refraction
to
change to make an object look like it's not even there.
Well, because now you're just in denial of what's in the picture because the picture shows what you're asking for. It's showing it now.
It shows invisible water. It shows invisible water, does it?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole Fata Morgana.
Show me where refraction was used to make something invisible.
The picture with the barge where you can't see the water, but you can see the barge.
No, bro. That's what you're just stating. That's what's happening. Show me where it was.
That's actually reflection, just to not refraction.
I know, but he's claiming that it's refraction, making the water appear invisible. The water's there underneath the boat, and it is being refracted with the boat. It's just that refraction has made the boat visible, but the water invisible. And I want him to show me how he can do that by manipulating refraction to make an object appear only the object and not its surroundings appear refracted, while making its surroundings, its environment, invisible.
He is in total denial about the reflection of the clouds on the left and the right, indicating that it is actually reflection. Total internal reflection, dude.
Like we already addressed that 20 because the boat's not reflecting.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. Because if you were right, the boat would be reflecting as well.
Not necessarily, dude. Depends on the angle of the of what we're actually seeing. Now, if you look at the clouds, right, there's like above the boat, it looks like there's like 3 distinct kind of pockets or whatever, or layers of the clouds, right? The bottom closest to the boat, there's like 2 little puffs on the left and right. You go up 1 layer, then it actually cuts across, and then another pocket. If you go up higher, it actually cuts across also.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I see that.
So if the clouds on the right and left are reflecting, for example, the pockets of the clouds in the center, right? That's a more steep angle that would go that would indicate that the light coming down from the clouds on the second layer, right, above the boat, right, bypassing the boat and then bouncing off the water, right? So you wouldn't see a reflection of the boat because it's too steep. The point is, dude, we don't know what angle it is, but we do see clouds anyway. Period.
Oh, that's just a reflection of the cloud off the water.
That's what I just fucking said, dude.
Right, but the water is actually being refracted. That's why you can see the water above the water.
Reflection. It's total internal reflection.
It doesn't look like the sky.
No,
then.
that's just plain.
It looks like water, does it? So it looks like water.
But then it's refracted, which is why it's so blurry.
So does it look like it's in the sky? Or does it look like it's on water?
How do you know that's not another cloud that's on the horizon? And the boat's actually flying. That could be how do you know that's a reflection to begin with?
Dude, you see the cutoff point on the cloud, right?
Do I?
On the right?
Am I supposed to see that?
Reaching.
Looks pretty faded.
On the right, right? Check this out. Check out the layer right? The what appears to be the sky below the boat. Okay, on the right hand side, you see a cloud, right? You see how horizontal the line is. The white part, you know, the border of the cloud on the left to right and bottom. It actually looks like a cloud, but the top,
It's going over the curve upside down.
horizontally.
It's going
Oh
over the curve.
shit!
Yeah, upside down.
God damn, man, got me there.
No, like where
Consider
you're going.
that.
I like that you guys are arguing about like first grade shit. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Hey, take it easy.
Liberal, you can, yeah, eat shit, dude. The whole point, Talent, is that by looking at that, consider this before you consider this before you state it's refraction, okay? Because it's obviously reflection. Because the clouds are in the water.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you did. You interrupted like a bitch. Shut your mouth.
No, there was like silence for at least 10 seconds.
Yeah, because Talon is thinking about what I said, so you can give him the piece, right?
Oh, that's.
Grant him the piece to consider to keep thinking about what I said, right? And don't interrupt.
Well, again, it's not interrupting. Nobody was talking.
Yeah, you are. You're interrupting the flow of the conversation, including the time needed to process what was stated by the other party. Thank you very much.
But in order for it to be total internal reflection, the light would have to hit the boundary perfectly, like a mirror. It's not a mirror. You would see it like that,
mirroring.
like no, because it would actually be exactly, but it would be exactly as white as the cloud above it. But it's not. It's very faded from refraction. That's why it's a different color. If you were to match the cloud that is reflecting,
do the cloud matching. The sheer fact that there's clouds, okay, it shows that it's a reflection of the cloud, dude.
No,
sorry, like now you're grasping at straws here.
Projection. Yeah, I mean you're grasping at the faded. You're grasping at a faded ass reflection in the refraction.
Dude, are there or are there not clouds in the water? Do you have clouds in the water or not?
Based on
in
how
reality, do you have clouds in the water, or do you have reflections of clouds in water?
Well, no, there will be reflections on the water. They wouldn't be.
Yeah,
in the
thank
water.
you very much. Right, and is that or is that not what we see?
In the Fata Morgana, what we see is a chip flying in the sky, and we can see a clear horizon.
I also see what appears to be clouds, and I also see what appears to be clouds.
Okay.
Yeah, in the horizontal block below the boat.
Yeah, so why is that so much lighter than the actual water? Why isn't it just the water color?
Because it's a reflection of the sky, dude. It's the same color as the sky.
How does reflection make water lighter color and make it match the sky more?
The water, dude. What do you mean?
Like
right below the boat, on the left and right.
There wouldn't be
right below the boat. Right below the boat on the left and right. It's the color of the color matches the sky and the clouds. It's reflecting the sky, dude.
Right, but how come? But like, why does the water directly below the boat look like just the color of the sky?
Because it's called reflection, dude.
Reflection doesn't.
If you look at yourself in the mirror, do you not see yourself in the mirror? Same color as your skin, your eyes, your hair, clothes.
Yeah. So again, we can see the water.
That's what we see there.
Well, but 20, there's a whole bunch of water in that picture that's clearly dark blue.
Because it's a gradient, dude.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Dude, just because there's a gradient doesn't say either way. In this case,
why is there?
Okay,
no, it does.
Dude, because there's a gradual shift in the angle from the observer, and as it approaches the critical angle, it gets more and more subject to reflecting because it's approaching the critical angle. And then there's also, then there's the water that's that's oscillating and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, and then at some point, it just becomes so beyond the critical point that it's just all reflecting. If someone what could be very interesting, though, is if someone actually has like some software or whatever to invert the image, we would actually see the delineations a lot better.
Right, but
So
that would only help. But that would help me though, because it would show the refraction, because the layer right below the boat is more
Where's the
like the
reflection of the
sky
boat?
than it is the actual water.
So Salt Lake Stacy has some examples of this, where two people, like her and her boyfriend, are walking out across the desert, and they get to a point where they appear to be walking in the air.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's from refraction,
Yeah.
right? Because the mirror wouldn't do that.
It's just miraging, right? It's just like it's the way the light's reflecting, right? It's total internal reflection, right?
Yeah, all mirages are caused by refraction. Thank you, T-Dub, for proving my point.
Total internal reflection is
But you
making
just said
some of the land between the camera and the target not be visible. It gives an apparent horizon of land, and then there's a gap, and it's all like starts to begin to look like a mirror, right? Like, but can't really see what it's mirroring. But then they're walking on the surface, and it looks like they're just like not walking on the surface. It looks like they're starting to walk up into the air.
Right, that's from refraction. That's what a mirage does.
Total internal reflection.
No, mirages
Not
are
allowing the
caused by
light that's hitting the ground to reach the camera.
But then it's all bent and gross because of the refraction.
Yeah. See if I can find it.
Because mirages aren't caused by total internal refraction, they're refraction, because the continuous bending of light through a smooth gradient of air density caused by temperature changes. Whereas total internal reflection needs a sharp boundary between two media, like glass, air, from like glass to air or water to air, and the light to hit that boundary from the denser side at a steep angle. But the atmosphere has no hard boundary, just gradual temperature layers. So instead of bouncing like a mirror, light continuously curves like inside a fiber optic cable, a process called gradient index refraction. So mirages equal refracted light, not reflected light. So here's the nuance here is in extreme temperature inversions, like the Fata Morgana, the bending can be so strong that it behaves almost like TIR. So like I totally understand what 20 is saying. I'm not trying to like shit on every flat Earth argument. There's like flat Earthers have a lot of half truths in them. So the appearance of total internal reflection is true. I agree with 20% that it looks like TIR, but that's only in an extreme temperature inversion like the Fata Morgana, where the bending can be so strong that it behaves almost like TIR, a duct that traps light. So it's not true TIR because there's no sharp surface, but it can mimic TIR behavior when the refraction gradient is extreme. So in conclusion, mirages are caused by refraction, not true total internal reflection, but super strong mirages can simulate TIR-like effects. Is Flathulus here? I want to make sure that Flathulus sees a reasonable Glober that doesn't insult people, doesn't talk over people. I've been able to give you guys all the chance in the world to speak. You guys have been you guys are doing really good at letting me speak. I appreciate being allowed to speak. I think that's really important. That was that. I'm glad to be. I'm glad that that you guys are actually letting me talk. So I feel good about that. I think we can have more better conversations. Let's see what.
I'm glad you had a good conversation. That's good.
Sun reflecting off water can cause interesting effects. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Ridley. There we go. Let's see what Stinky Liberals got. Causes of mirages. Well, it's commonly thought that people's... Oh, no, yeah. Optics. Optical illusions. Yeah, that's what the Black Swan is. The Black Swan's an optical illusion. So it appear like that's why the apparent horizon appears behind the Black Swan is because it's an optical illusion. But it's not really the horizon. And it sucks. And every time you guys say that that's the horizon, everybody laughs because it's not true. This can also be frustrating too. That's why you get a lot of Globers getting frustrated real easy when they give you all the information and you still don't get it.
Where?
That can be
Where's
real
the
frustrating.
horizon in the Black Swan, if I may?
So again, so like when because that question is so. I mean, I don't want to be insulting or anything, but it's a ridiculous question because when you say where is the horizon in the picture, it's pretty like that's a really like vague question, and so you would have to just look and you can see that the horizon is in the picture. So for like I have the Black Swan here with my A, B, and C writing that I created, and I don't know why you guys added that, but like the thing about the Black Swan is like when you say where is the horizon, it's in 3 different places because it's been refracted and split like a fucking rainbow.
Are you saying there's 3 horizons? Or are you saying the horizon is in 3 places?
Am I saying? Well, no.
Specifically.
So again, that's where I love. That's why I love talking with flat earthers, even though they never have any evidence. Is the amount of wordplay that goes into how you form your point. And so, like when you say the horizon's in the picture, because it's you can see it right there in the center where the sky meets the earth. You can take from that multiple different ways of thinking. You can either think that it's the actual horizon. You can think that it's an optical illusion. You can think it's lizard people like brainwashing you and changing the way that you view things. But we have to talk about Occam's razor would be really important here, where the most rational explanation is the most likely one. So like the idea that it would be lizard people beaming like a fake idea of what is in the picture is the least reasonable explanation.
Was your final answer A, B, and C was the horizon? Was that your final answer?
All 3 are the horizon in the picture.
Can I quote you?
Yeah, quote me all you want, man. Clip it.
Okay, perfect. That's crazy. I think
all 3 is the horizon.
I don't agree.
So what is B and C then? That was literally how we started the conversation. So you have to explain A, B, and C. You cannot say I don't know what B is.
No, you don't. No, you don't have to explain it.
Yes, you do.
It's just ocean. He just is. Just ocean.
How you would explain all 3 lines.
They're the ocean. They're not the horizon. Just the ocean.
See, well then why is there clearly a horizontal line on each? Why is A, B, and C pointing at clear horizontal lines going across the picture with different color gradients?
Hey, bro, do you know that there was the same thing? One sec. There was the same thing in the image that Crit presented to you that you said was a good photo of an example where there's only one horizon. But if you're going to take these things as being horizons or having to explain them, then you can zoom in on the image that Crit posted and you can see lots and lots of little lines everywhere. So you can explain each one of them?
We could go down to
could it just be a result of surface texture due to rippling and waves and things like that?
No, because surface texture wouldn't
No.
have like the perfect horizontal of like.
You've got to remember that that's a P900 zooming in to its like maximum capability, and it's not going to perfectly resolve everything.
I don't know because like I can show you a picture where
Isn't it on a tripod?
Better. Like you can see the one. So like again, Black Swan is refracted. This is a picture of not the picture of the oil rigs where the horizon is not refracted. So when you can see, so like go ahead and tell me where is the horizon in the picture that I just shared.
You keep saying it's not right, and this one is, and that one's not, but you don't know that.
No, I just want to. So T-Dub, can you tell me where is the horizon in the Bye-Bye Pancake picture?
Yeah, where the sea appears to meet the sky is in the one that you're talking about is A, right? Beyond the furthest oil rig.
And how many horizontal lines appear clearly where the sky is?
I'm not interested in. I'm interested in where the sea appears to meet the sky only.
Okay. And so like. But again, there's more than one horizontal line, and so like, but how many horizontal lines are in?
I'm interested. Why aren't you interested in where the sea appears to meet the sky?
I am interested in that.
Okay, then let's just focus on that. Where's that?
But that's not. But no, we can. Okay,
Where
so
is
like
that?
in the Bye-Bye Pancake picture, there is one horizon.
Okay, cool. A.
Okay.
No, not A.
No, there's no A, B, or C. There's only one picture. There's only one choice for a horizon, whereas the Black Swan is a refracted picture, and so A, B, and C are pointing to the different gradients in the horizon.
No, they're not.
The horizon is refracted. So then, what is B and C? You said that B and C is just like ripple. Like, what did you say the B and C was again?
It's just water. It's just water.
Just water. Then why is C clear? Like, why is there a horizontal line from between the dark blue and the light blue?
Don't know. Don't care. I'm interested in where the sea appears to meet the sky, which is beyond the furthest oil rig.
You're doing that to avoid because you don't want to answer my question. So again,
no, I think it's irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant?
It's a red herring because it's not where the sea appears to meet the sky.
But it is because it's clearly the same kind of horizon as the other one.
Then you need to get your eyes checked.
A is even more faded.
You need to get your eyes checked.
Because again, because again, I don't even need it doesn't even matter. It's not relevant if that's just the first line because again, that's a picture of an oil rig off the shore of water. So you know that there's space between those two things. So there could
that blue oil rig picture with
definition of horizon is where the sky meets the water. How do you know that A just isn't like a really perfect line of clouds, and then that there's just a perfect line, horizontal line worths of clouds that's actually creating the darker image?
Who made that picture? Like the oil rig with the blue Jeopardy thing? Like, did you make the fucking, or was it
not Talon's or the where is the horizon?
No, the where is the horizon, the multiple choice one. Where did that come from?
No, that's the Black Swan. They created that one. I think at some time when I was gone.
Yeah, it's the one from the Flat Earth website. So obviously, they put A, B, and C are intentional locations. They didn't just randomly make arrows to random ass points on the.
No, I did not. If you look, Clipboard shared it. I did this this channel first came into the server.
Who made the arrows?
You could literally put B, C, and B and C anywhere you want. Any other place but A.
Oh, let me see if I got the old one.
You could. It would still serve the same function. You could put C on top of the fucking highest point of the oil rig if you want.
A, B, and C are where they are.
Yeah, because of the horizontal
They're just
line.
chosen, bro. But it's just
the gradient.
Before that meme was created, we'd just simply ask. We'd give them a clue. We'd say, "Where do you think the horizon is in this? Where do you think the horizon is in this image? Is it A before the first oil rig, B between the two oil rigs, or C beyond both of the oil rigs?"
Can someone post that? Because I've seen the whole Jeopardy trivia whatever fucking format. I want to see the original. Because I could have sworn that was the original.
Yeah, that's the original Black Swan. It's just been modified.
No. The way you formatted it.
No, I don't. I think you misheard me. I didn't format it. I was just saying.
You didn't?
No. The A, B, and C is something that I pointed out to show that there's more than one horizon, that you can't just choose.
You physically drew the white line for A.
There you go. There's without your A, B, C, and D. Okay, where's the horizon? Is it before the oil rigs?
You obviously don't know what I'm talking about.
Is it between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the oil rigs?
Nobody knows what you're talking about, liberal.
The thing you posted, the multiple choice question where it says, "Where is the horizon?"
The thing I just posted. The thing I just posted.
It's obviously not the thing you just posted.
That.
There's no multiple choice question in the thing that you
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm giving you multiple choice. Is it before?
No, because there's a fucking
beyond the oil rigs.
Both.
Did Talon did you personally place the
I wouldn't
lines
answer that question either.
directing A, B, and C?
No, it doesn't matter. It's
no, because I believe I've seen this on the Flat Earth website. So there's some clear intention that Flat Earthers think that A, B, and C can be confused for the horizon if they made this picture themselves.
Right. No, that's what they've been doing. But again, I was able to prove what A, B, and C actually are, whereas they can't. Because I also used it for the flag. They did this thing with with a striped flag, and they took the flag out a certain amount of distance, and you can you can see it in the picture that the horizon's been refracted, and you got to pick, and you got to decide on which one's the horizon. And because the point is that it doesn't really matter. Like, because again, the point of the black swan is to say that globers are the ones getting the calculations wrong. But you can take the refracted, even the refracted horizon of A, and determine that there's a Earth curvature because
No, it's not to. It's not to do that at all.
for refraction. You just got to correct
No,
for refraction.
because we're always told just go down to the beach and you can see a boat start to disappear from view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that'll be the distance to the horizon. Beyond that point, things become obstructed from view bottom up. Yeah, that was beyond the horizon. That's the point beyond which things start to become obstructed from view because of the geometry that's claimed to exist.
No, but you guys are the ones that keep adding the 1.22 miles per 1 foot observer height.
That's in the math. It's in the math.
Right. So like, but no one's taking, no one's actually going on. No one's like laying down and taking a picture from 1 foot off the ground and then trying to measure curvature. That's not the way that it's done. But that's why you guys keep straw spawning.
It's not the point. Okay, then the equation. So what is the equation? So the equation's wrong then.
No, just the way that you guys interpret the information is incorrect.
So is the horizon distance 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet or not? Is that the correct equation?
Mathematical fact. Yes, that is mathematical fact.
Okay, cool. We got that. Okay, Black Swan demonstrates that's not true. The Black Swan demonstrates that's not true.
But you get it from the curvature. There's a geometric horizon because you can only see so far. And when you only look at 1 mile, the curvature itself is like 0.006 degrees. Like it's like it's not even visible to the naked eye because the naked eye is not good at geometric laser measuring of curvature. What do we got here? Cthulhu's got the geometric horizon distance. Right. Because that's the apex of the curve is 1.22 miles away from a 5 foot sea level. And then it curves over, you can't see past it. So like that's why C is the geometric horizon in the Black Swan, is because it's the horizon closest to the observer, so the least refracted version of the horizon. But then you've got the other two but B and A are optical illusions of the same horizon.
That still makes it a Black Swan, bro. Still makes it a Black Swan.
No, it doesn't.
I gotta argue that because the definition of a horizon is not how you're describing. It's not C. It's not meeting the sky.
Right, because yeah, exactly. So this is where the wordplay comes in, because you can say that A is meeting the sky is meeting A at the horizon. There's a horizon where A is meeting the sky, and so like that's the water. But because of refraction, you can see that honestly
A is the horizon.
Like A, but A is so blurry that it's not even. It's like more. It looks more like the sky than the water. Like if you can't even see any texture of A between A and B.
No, there's either a distinction or there isn't. Right? There's a distinction or there isn't. There's a distinction or there isn't.
Because it's darker. But you don't see any waves. You don't see any.
So there's a distinction. Okay, there's a distinction. Gotcha.
But when you look at B, so B is closer. So B is less refracted, and you would get it's only a little bit over the curve.
It's not where.
It's a little bit lighter, but there's more light.
No, bro. You're just coping, bro. Okay. Even other globers admit that that's not where the sea appears to meet the sky. Only copers, hard copers like you, want to claim that.
Colin, are you really? Are you really?
It's not mod abuse. It's a conversation.
People are talking over me. 3 people are talking over me. I'm abused.
Yeah, well, I gotta say this. Dude. Are you really? Colin, are you really accusing us of playing with words? Dude, you got the biggest fucking
T-Dub talk over me. No, we're talking about T-Dub talking over my explanation.
I know, but I gotta step in here just for a moment to point over me. Right, you're projecting to us that we're playing with words or whatever the term you used before. Man, you've got the fucking biggest fucking word count in this room in the last 10 minutes.
I mean, semantics is like your big thing, though.
But semantics. Okay, thank you, liberal. You guys are the one that's making.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done. Can I talk, please?
Did you hear what I said or not?
I'm trying to hear what you said, but I was the one that was talking. T-Dub talked over me.
Right. You were talking over me while I'm pointing something out to you. All right, that's why you didn't hear me, right?
I need to talk.
out. You pissed them off. You put them in a corner.
Stop
They
playing
can't
victim.
disprove anything.
Stop crying victim.
Okay, liberal. One, liberal. You need to shut the fuck up. I'm the Glober
Damn,
talking. Do not speak.
Whoa, chillax, buddy.
I'm talking
it's not that serious.
Yes, like I can talk to Globers however the fuck I want. So you're interrupting me, liberals. Stop fucking.
I know, but
interrupting
like it is a little like.
But don't quip. We don't need.
You're being a little angry, you know.
Over me. Okay, please now. Again, 20. I just want to finish my point. Let me answer 20. But when I'm talking, if T-Dub starts to talk over me, then I'm calling mod abuse because that's what just happened. So 20. I want to hear what you said. Please, you're accusing me of using wordplay in bad faith. But again, I was in the middle of explaining in good faith how we're using the words to explain the 3 different horizons in the picture. Okay.
All I'm saying is you're
there aren't 3 different horizons.
Words when you're the one with big.
Over 20. T-Dub is abusing 20 now.
Nah, fuck this. Go ahead.
I'm abusing you, 20. Sorry about that.
Documenting for
there aren't 3 horizons.
Okay. Where I was once 20 is allowed to speak, I want to hear 20. I can only listen to 20 at this point because it's hard to talk with 3 fucking people talking over me. 20, can you please explain what you were talking about so I can respond to you without being talked over?
All
please?
I'm saying, dude, is not maybe in the last 5-10 minutes you've invoked. All we do is like play with words or whatever. But here you are with the biggest goddamn word count in the room.
Please block me.
Okay.
Fuck
your
your
point.
bitches.
Why are you projecting, bro?
That was a good moderation. Okay, I'm ready to speak, 20. Just let me know when I can speak.
Do you acknowledge what I said?
I'm acknowledging what you said, and I'm getting ready to respond to it. Okay. So when we're using words, it's easy to play with what we're talking about. So in terms of the Black Swan, which I'm going to throw a fresh version up for everybody to know what I'm talking about. So just because the definition of horizon is where the sky meets the earth, right? But that's only in reference to where the person is standing. There's more to the view of the surface of the earth than just the sky meeting the earth, because technically the horizon is like directly in front of you. It's just when you're looking straight down, the horizon is very, very thick because your field of view is all earth. And so there's no sky meeting, like there has to be sky in your view in order for there to be a horizon.
Bro.
Okay? But like there's still space in front of us from where we're standing to the horizon. So when you're only 1 foot off the ground, you then that becomes what's the name for what's the word that we use for distance, but viewing distance? The viewing distance is very low. It's only 1.22 miles when depending on how high you up. But when you actually go up higher, that viewing distance drastically increases, but only up to a very specific point, which is where the geometric horizon comes in. And so like when you ask the question, where is the horizon in the picture, like the answer would the multiple choice question would change based on what context
I get it.
you're putting.
What
context you're putting the horizon. So if that question said, no, I'm not done. But if that question said, where is the geometric horizon? You would say C, and if you said, where is the apparent horizon? You would say A.
Okay, you're answering as if you've. So what he's done. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's answering the question, right? Having decided that the Earth is a ball. All right. So at this point we've got 2 choices. We can keep going on with trying to rebut his argument in the weeds, or we can just have him demonstrate that the curvature exists.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to hear 20 respond. T-Dub jumped in and interrupted T20 before
I already did.
Well, Talon X was blatantly wrong.
T-Dub and
Talon X
Vax, hold on.
Sorry.
No, Vax, 1 second, dude. 1 second.
My bad.
Okay, T-Dub and I basically echoed the same thing. Okay, you're begging the question at the viewing, the limit. What was the term you used? The viewing limit is 1.22 miles.
Okay.
You're doing that, and then with that in mind, you're factoring everything in. Must be kind of some extra stuff caused by all these other things. So your response begs the question that we're on a ball to begin with. So as T-Dub said, if you want to continue on that, go ahead. But yeah, I mean, T-Dub already said it, so you don't need me.
The fun thing is that I'm not begging the question, because when you actually look at the straw swan, you will see you actually did the calculations from sea to the viewer height, you would get 1.22 miles, and so it perfectly explains sea. As in being a horizon, is because it's the closest to the viewer, and so it's the least refracted horizontal line on the picture. So even though that there is an optical illusion where there's an apparent horizon further away because you've got the oil rigs in the picture and you've got refraction and you've got sky in the picture, so that we know that there's refraction from the sky, because we know refraction exists. So like so that's why like it's odd, like you don't see refraction brought up anywhere in the Black Swan, but it's there.
No, it's not. It's literally not there. The conditions for refraction to even exist are not being met simply based off this observation.
How so?
What are you talking about refraction?
But how is
What's
it
the law
not
of refraction, my friend? What's the
I mean,
law of refraction? What does
you can see-
refraction require?
Hold on, you broke up a little bit, Vaxwax. Go ahead and you're saying that there's no refraction in the Black Swan.
Right.
Can somebody post that? Can somebody post that from the night observation? There is no sea there. There is no that color blue, during the day, because that's not where the sea meets the sky. There is sea meets the sea.
Thank you. That's what it appears to be doing. That's the apparent.
Okay, what is behind oil rigs? What is behind oil rigs? Is there water?
Yeah, he wants a nighttime video of it.
There is no sea on nighttime observation. That it's color of water there.
Well, you can see that. I mean, that one's got bottom up observation. You can see that the oil rig that's farther away is obstructed by the horizon more.
Do you see the water? Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
It's a bottom up observation.
Water behind oil rigs. No, I see a refraction.
Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Yes, we see the mirage of the water behind the oil rigs.
Good job,
That's not real water. You are saying that's the mirage of the water.
So here's a fun fact: when a sun sets,
is that the real water or the mirage of the water behind the oil rigs?
Right, that's a mirage. You can clearly see the change in color.
Okay, that means that oil rigs. That if you jump from the oil rigs, you will not jump in the water. You will jump in the mirage.
Well, I would focus. Well, that's why I'm focusing on the oil rig, because the oil rigs are closer, but you can see the bottom.
I'm focusing on the surface behind the oil rigs.
Right, I'm looking at the height of the oil rigs.
I'm looking to the surface behind the oil rig.
Yeah, that's fine. You can look at that, but all you're seeing
is that surface real behind the oil rig, or is that mirage behind the oil rig?
It's a real mirage.
It's a real mirage. Where is the oil rig put it? In the ocean, in the water, or in the mirage?
It is in the water.
That means the water must be behind the oil rig.
No, that just means there's a mirage.
Oh, no, water is not. Are you saying there is no water behind oil rigs in real life? If we go to the sea now and we take a boat, we will go to that oil rig, and there will not be water behind.
Well, I can just show you why that's a mirage.
I'm asking you a simple question. If we take a boat and we go to that oil rig, there will not be water behind.
No, you would be close. Yeah, right. Exactly. Right. So, like when you got closer to the oil rig, that mirage would then move.
That means that water will not be there. What will be there?
So the thing, because it's a great point.
What are you saying, man?
Because so like let's say we went out to that oil rig. Those oil rigs would you would then get to
not
see
oil
the
rigs,
oil rig.
Man, the surface behind the oil rigs, not the oil rigs.
I'm sorry, Sasha.
Oil rigs are there. They are not moving. Oil rigs are there. Do you know?
Sasha, I'm sorry. I just have to warn you that if you talk over me, that's considered mod abuse, and we can't have that. So just let me finish my point, and I'll.
No, and you've been yapping for 3 hours, dude.
Sasha.
Yeah, but you cannot tell me. You cannot tell me this. You see the physical water, but that's mirage. That's what real it is. Can you? Okay, this is the question. What is the difference? How will it be if that's not mirage? What we will see there?
I can show you. It's in the bye-bye pancake picture. I can share it again.
Bye-bye.
When you actually look at the,
fishing off, do you think you'd be able to go fishing off of all sides of that oil rig?
Yeah. It's on the surface of the water.
So it is surrounded by water.
Right. That's
that you can
that's in the
see,
ocean.
right?
But do you think though is the ocean? So like, do you guys? I mean, so again, do you
This
think
is
that the water
obviously
behind?
Sasha, someone who's not spent a lot of time at the beach.
Do you think there's like actual like if the water
Yeah,
is
totally.
smooth,
There's like
do you
actually
think that
water.
there's like a wall?
Actually, we're seeing the
You
surface
think
behind
there's a
all this, and
wall?
that's the water.
So like where we consider a mirage, do you think there's physical water right there, like
Why
floating
do
above the higher elevation than the
Here's
oil
the
rig?
problem, Tom. You have to assert that that's a mirage in the first place.
Right, because again, the mirage, if the water was if the water was not curved, and you actually took a boat out to the oil rig, like that mirage would still be there, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It moves.
Keep
It
asserting
stays.
that it's a mirage
It
without
stays
proving
exactly.
This kind of mirage, what I posted, this kind of mirage will happen.
Yeah.
It would just be farther away.
You've already performed two begging the questions. Number one, that the limit of whatever the term was that you used earlier, where you said that basically the limit of there's a limit of 1.22 miles, and then beyond that, it's all basically mirage or refracted. Okay, you're asserting that, and now you're asserting that it's a mirage. Basically, it's one giant assertion with both of these components baked into it. You have to somehow prove that to be the case. Okay.
No, I'm not. Well, yeah, refraction. Refraction proves that mirages exist on the horizon.
Okay, can you approve? Okay, how do you prove that applies here? What math did you do to justify that?
Well, you don't have to do math. The picture is of the horizon of the ocean.
Right. So you're bulldozing with this concept in mind. Okay, making assertions without any validation.
But
you
no,
can't
I'm
do
validating it. So the way I validate it is by showing a picture of the same oil rigs, but without the mirage. So when I can make the mirage disappear based on whether or not the picture is refracted, then the light behind the oil rigs is refracted.
What's the picture of the oil rig without the mirage, i.e., without anything beyond it?
His bye-bye pancake motors tolerance.
The one single clear horizon, which is
why does it allow?
So how do you differentiate between that image that you're talking about, where the oil rigs appear to be cut off from the bottom? How do you make the assertion that is the clear one, and this is the mirage one, right? When it could be stated that this, right, the black swan is the clear one, and the other one is the miraged one, wherein the oil rigs are the viewer is experiencing the oil rigs having been sunk.
Right.
Right.
So how many horizons?
Right? How do you make that distinction?
Okay. So is it how many horizons exist in reality on Earth?
You don't have to ask me a question, dude. I'm asking you, how do you make that distinction? I don't need a question proof. I need a rundown of how you made this determination. Run it down. Don't fucking skate around the issue and baffle everybody with your sophistry and shit like that. We don't need that. We've already had enough of it. Be clear and concise and answer the question, please.
Okay, so we're comparing pictures. Oh my god! Let me know when I can talk. Let me know when I can talk. I'm starting to feel abused.
Do you acknowledge that you're baffling everybody with sophistry and that you need to be more concise? Yes or no?
No, I disagree with that.
So there's the problem there. Okay, you need to be more concise.
It's because you're saying something that I'm not saying.
You are.
Okay, well, wait. Well,
you're making a certain. Yeah, right.
I'm
so
what's been established, there's only one horizon.
What's been established, dude, is you run your fucking mouth, make all sorts of claims, back them with nothing, and I'm asking you to please back it with something.
Right. I just gave you a picture. I've gave you a clear picture that's not refracted of the single horizon.
How do you know that that's not refracted? How do you know that?
Because it's a clear, high-resolution picture where there is only a single horizon. It's a picture. So, like, if I sent you a picture of a single tiger, would you be like, "How do you know that there's only a single tiger in the picture?"
A single tiger, dude. Dude, that's not even analogous, dude. If you send me a picture with a tiger over the horizon and another one with the tiger over the horizon cut off from the bottom up, how do you make a distinction between the first one being the clear one, the second one being the not clear one, or vice versa? All you have to do is invoke the opposite refractive phenomena. Unless you have the raw data to back it up, to justify what's actually happening, it's inconclusive, right?
Well, now you're just gish galloping.
No, I'm not. I'm gish galloping. No, you know what? Fuck you.
I'm talking about raw data for how many horizons we have.
No, fuck this, guys. Fuck this. I don't know about you all, but this guy's been going on for almost an hour and a half.
Okay, gish
Well, I wanna-
galloping, doing all sorts of fucking soft
Making
horse
up shit.
running the
Yeah.
mouth. Yeah,
Talking
no,
out
fuck
both
you,
sides of
Colin.
his mouth.
I was listening
But I
to
would-
him as a
But I would,
Colin,
like
if
to
you're
know.
still listening, dude, just go eat shit, man. Okay, piss
But
off.
hang on.
I'm done with you.
I would like to know why his modus tollens doesn't allow for exceptions that his own side does, where apparent obstruction of of a boat or an object can appear, right, without a physical geometric obstruction. Because their own side says that's possible, but it's not allowed for flat Earth. Why? That would seem like double standards. So in my paradigm, on my side, right, I can have an object at distance appear to be obstructed from view when there's no obstruction in the way. But you can't. You can't have that. Why?
You guys really want to continue this? He's
Well, that's
already
his
got
premise.
like
That's his premise, bro. He's saying if the Earth is flat, then you cannot. Then there can never be an instance where you cannot see the base of an object.
because there's at least
He's
two
saying
other
there's
things
three
already on the
horizons.
table, so he hasn't got stuff. But if we add another thing, it's just going to go on and on and on, and the other things are not going to be addressed in the same
Right. I'm
fashion.
just pointing out the double standards.
Right.
His side allows for that, but
Right.
not for us, apparently.
Okay. Well, if you want to unmute him, go ahead. There, it's up to you.
Just before he goes again, I think some of the stuff he's talking about Mirage is like maybe he has the right idea, maybe he doesn't. But I think the point is, and the spirit of what he's saying, was just that Mirages can be deceiving. Like you can't, like it's dangerous to make really strong life decisions, like believing the Earth is flat just because you saw a mirage. Basically, his point.
No, this is about falsification of the claimed geometry that exists. Something we were told we could rely on over and over and over again prior to 2020, December, right? Prior to that. That was the claim. All these presentations of bottom-up obstruction of view by the geometric horizon. All these calculations being done using Earth curve calculators. Nobody mentioning refraction except the flat earthers. And until we showed something that breaks the geometry, then came the excuses. Then came the ad hoc. Then came all this refraction stuff from the globe side. Nobody ever came in before that saying, you can go down to the beach and watch a refracted boat go over the refracted horizon. Not freaking once. Now, if he's got substantial proof and evidence, measurable, right? Observable, measurable, repeatable, that in his bye-bye pancake image, that horizon is at 1.225 miles times the square root of that camera height in feet, then he's got something to stand on. But until he presents that, he's got nothing.
So I've showed you measurements of drop over distance, T-Dub. You're not happy with that? You're not happy with explanations of why these distorted images look like the horizon is further away than it should be? You're not happy with explanations of
You shared measurements?
phenomena that we see. You're not happy at looking in the sky to figure out distances. You're not happy with even accepting that if...
Did you say you shared measurements of drop over distance? Can you share them again? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm muted in the chat, so I can't.
Oh. Oh well.
I mean, at least for the sake of entertainment, we got set of new people jumping in. Talon, do you want to rephrase your argument or re-echo your argument so everyone can know where we are? Go ahead.
Thank you for uncensoring me. So the last thing we were talking about was whether or not we know that there's one horizon or three horizons. So I think everybody agrees that in reality, the observable reality, that there is only a single horizon on Earth. When you have a clear view, so like we can just go to the beach and we'll not, and like even if you see like refraction. I mean, so I guess even with like, because I think you can see the Fata Morgana even in real life, right? So it depends. It really does
This
depend
guy
on
hasn't
when.
been. You haven't been to the beach, have you? Oh, I
So like,
think you can see a Fata Morgana in real life. All right.
so this is the again. So again, this is the cool, this is the fun thing
What
about
is going
reality
on with you,
is that when
Talon?
you go down. So like when you look at something, it changes. Like
Well, you've
the
never really. Apparently, you've not looked at a Fata Morgana closely because you can still see the horizon there.
right. I mean, yeah, it depends
All
on like
right,
how we look
behind
at
the
it.
floating ship.
But a lot of times it's just like floating. A lot of times the Fata Morgana doesn't even have those lines. Like in a high resolution, like when you actually see it in real life, it's literally just pure
So what? Because you're not
sky,
seeing it.
flying
No, I'm just
boat,
wondering, dude.
sky, and
You're the
water.
one who asked if you're the one who asked if you can see it in real life. That sounds insane.
Right. So in real life, when
You're
we
the one
see
lecturing
a
us, and you're
mirage,
asking us if you can see a Fata Morgana in real life. Where do you think these images are coming from?
so why? So that's that's
A
essentially
needle
what we are
pulling
talking
thread.
about. Is that how do we know when
No.
something is a? So here, okay, here I think I think we can actually. So I think the pivot point here is how do we know if what we are looking at is real or not, or a mirage?
That
right?
sounds like
Because
a
it'll
you
fit.
problem.
Sorry, it'll
How do we
fit the
know?
definition. It'll Exactly, fit bro. the definitions of the
The
mirages,
definition.
inferior and superior. So it should fit those definitions, right?
Cool, but then how do you know that those definitions are like? Because I think that's kind of where we got lost with
Because
20 and
listen, we're not in
is
the
that they were
situation
like,
that you are, who's so desperate to claim that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there just so you can cling on to a globe that you're reifying.
right? Well, because the horizon
It's
is
all
being
you.
reduced.
You're the
And
one
that's what Mick was
pontificating
asking
about
you,
it.
bro. Mick was asking you to
Right.
differentiate
So
between what is the mirage and what
so the
isn't.
definition of for
This
example, let me
is
see
bad
if I,
faith.
well, let me just see if this can. Let me see. Let's just stick to the topic rather than arguing whether or not it's good or bad faith. I'll try to avoid that as well. And so, what we can do is, for example, the horizon, like the simple definition of the horizon is where the sky meets the earth. So I think the point is that when the definition says earth, then you actually just automatically get to apply all the facts about the earth to the definition. So I wouldn't have to show my work when it comes to like establishing whether or not the horizon is curved or not, because it's of the earth. So the horizon, because
Okay,
the
so
horizon is being
you're
produced
able to
by
identify
the
the earth,
earth,
right?
you would use all the facts available for what the earth is to establish what you're looking at.
Right.
Right. So why are you even here? Because you're arguing from a position where you've just decided the Earth is a globe, and this is the result of the Earth being a globe.
Well,
and the way light behaves in the air.
Exactly.
This is why you're going in circles,
because the part
Talon.
of the picture that is the actual Earth, that's representing the fact that the Earth is in the picture.
Oh my God, where is this going?
What in the world are you talking
Like,
about?
that's what I mean, Jed. Like that's because we were talking. I
Thank
don't know if
God
you
I'm
just
not
got
the
here,
only
Jedi,
one.
but we were having a great conversation on how we play with the words. And so, like when you guys are saying "show me this," "show me that," and like you're asking
You're
for
mutilating words.
whether or
You're
not
not
there's
playing with them.
horizon, like where the horizon. Like for example, the Black Swan says, "Where is the horizon?" But like it's a silly question because we're looking at a picture of the horizon. So it's like it's such a vague. You want to make sure your questions are clean.
Sorry, hold on.
In context.
Sorry, do apologise. With the original Black Swan, it comes with the modus tollens. So that if P there, Q, if not Q, therefore not P. It comes with the argument. That's about the distance to the horizon, right?
Well, that's a claim.
If the Earth was a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement will be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you must understand that the Black Swan image with the oil rigs in it is just so we can estimate a distance to the horizon.
Yeah, in comes the coat where the horizon is in front of the oil rigs.
Let me hold on, because I'm like
A, B,
on
and C.
the verge of a eureka. So Jed, let me see if we can put the words into a way that we can all understand. So the way I hear you talk about what the Black Swan is, Jedi, I'm hearing you say that the equations that also exist in terms of the geometric horizon being 1.22 miles from 1 foot observer height to the picture have to align. right, Jedi? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out a distance to the horizon, dude.
Right. So again, like the distance to the horizon is obviously kind of like so like the distance to the horizon is finite. Like it's going to be from like the point of the observer to the edge of the surface of the Earth, right? Because the Earth is.
Well, from your point of view, yeah. Sorry,
Right,
from your point of view, yeah, the edge of the curve, yeah, tangent point, yeah.
Well, okay, so let's not even talk about let's not even like worry about the shape of the Earth. Let's
Well,
talk about.
You said end of the Earth, dude. I'm sorry, I had to bring it up. You brought it up.
Right, that's perfect. Right, so like, okay, so if you don't want me to say it like that, let's come to a mutual understanding over what we mean when we talk about from the distance of the observer.
Yeah.
So like the horizon is an edge.
To be clear, that's marked with an X, called horizon within the Earth curve calculator. That's the bit that the surface of the Earth, from the point of view of the observer, starts descending downwards. Also, objects on that downward curving surface are physically blocked by that horizon, marked with an X, called horizon at 1.225 multiplied blah blah blah.
Okay, let's before we get into the math, let's establish that the X is the edge of our viewing distance, just regardless of the shape, because like this is where we have to decide. We have to agree on what the words mean.
Yeah, edge of our viewing distance of the surface, if you want to be very particular.
Yeah, exactly. We have to be so particular when globers and flat earthers are talking, and this is the eureka moment, Jedi, is that we're using different definitions for words to prove our point rather than agreeing on what the words mean and then understanding what we're looking at.
No. So unfortunately, we have to use the horizon interchangeably. Your horizon and then our horizon. We're testing where your horizon is with the mathematics that are involved, right? That would be the claim of the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't it?
Okay, so if we're going to make it interchangeable, then that also
I don't think you're listening to me, dude. I'm sorry.
So what I hear when you say interchangeable horizon, that means I do get to call A, B, and C the horizon, and I get to make. And
are you doing this intentionally?
Yeah, because I want to be able to talk about what we're looking at.
No, that's not what I said. I said we use it as in when in these conversations, sometimes we have to use the word interchangeably because you're defining it like this, and we'll be talking from a flat Earth point of view when asked a question to explain it on a flat Earth. But in this particular instance, the horizon is supposed to be observed from a geometric globe Earth point of view because we're testing that prediction of where it should be according to the math.
Okay, so that's assuming that everybody is automatically taking a position on whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe. But I want to get rid of that. Let's just not even worry about that right now.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where I want. So like when it comes to the where is the horizon, Swan, all we know is that the edge of our viewing distance is the horizon.
Yeah, beyond.
Okay. So we can't see any
10 miles. Yeah.
Okay. So in regards to the horizon, so like, but then also we can understand that there is refraction in the space in front of us, in like above the ground, like from like
wait a second. I will agree with you, but it's going to depend on the meteorological conditions as to how much.
Jedi, I apologize for interrupting, Jedi and Talon.
Right,
but can we just make another thing, just one thing, absolutely certain and clear? Are we agreeing that beyond that point, above that point, will be sky?
Yes. We're exact. And then what Jedi just said is that there is like the space between the observer and then the edge, as far as the eye can see, and where the oil rigs show up. And so so that is where refraction is happening. Is in the air between the observer to the distance of not only the edge of the Earth as far as the horizon is concerned, plus the oil rigs. And then you've got the temperature, and then you've got the atmosphere, which is going to bend the light that's traveling from the edge of the horizon to the observer and the oil rigs.
Depending on the meteorological conditions.
Exactly. And so depending on the
No, hold on.
meteorological condition,
Hold on. Sorry. Exactly. So you can say refraction, but you're going to have to measure the atmospheric and meteorological conditions to tell us how much there should be according to the meteorological conditions.
Okay.
You don't just get to arbitrarily say refraction and then pull a slider right to maximum and say, there you go, the Earth's a sphere, even though it looks flat. You're going to have to measure the meteorological conditions and then make a prediction.
Okay.
No, you don't. We can just discredit this whole black swan thing because we can see that there's heavy refraction going on in the image, so we know that this image is not a true representation.
Thank you so much. Fucking goddamn Goldberg, man. Blood pressure is probably one of the most. He tries to interject in the middle of my fucking things more than anybody else, and it's really pissing me off.
Stop talking meta, you pussy.
So depending, because I was getting ready to actually try to move the conversation. So when you say that we have to have these measurements, based on the meteor, like why is that so important to you, Jedi? Like I want to talk about more about that.
Because it's going to be the conditions is going to depend on how much the deviation of light is going to be. So you're going to need a temperature density gradient, right? Primarily.
Why do we say we're gonna need? Why are we gonna need that?
Because that's the cause of your refraction.
No, the cause of refraction is the light bending in the atmosphere, not because we're gonna need to measure it.
No, I just told you the fucking cause. It's the density and temperature gradient. Are you not listening?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to not trying to talk past you. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about because you said that we have to have this and we're gonna need this, and I just want to know why.
Because the cause is the density and temperature of the medium between the observer and the thing they're looking at.
The cause
I'm
of
just
what?
telling you the conditions that you need, right? Surely you know the conditions that you need to refract the light, right?
For what? What do you mean we need to refract the light? We need the conditions to refract the light. Why do we need?
Apparently, yeah. So what conditions do you need?
I don't need anything.
You don't need anything, right? I don't know why I'm having this conversation with you. You have a causal influence that deviates the path of light. I've given it to you. Now you're saying we don't fucking need it.
But,
wow.
Okay, so again, this is
no seriously, Talon. Wow.
We're losing. We're losing track. Like we're misaligned at the moment. I'm just trying to understand you. You're telling me something, and we have to have a mutual understanding on what we're talking about.
What causes the deviation of light according to you?
Refraction.
Okay, what causes that?
The atmosphere. The atmosphere.
Yeah, and I've just clarified what the atmosphere needs to be. It's going to be a temperature and density gradient that's going to deviate the path of light. I'm telling you.
Okay, so we agree that that refraction is happening. Yes.
Not the moment.
Well, again, I got what I needed. I got the parameters of refraction occurring from the observer to the edge of the Earth plus whatever else we can see.
First, we have to identify it. So point at it.
What do you mean it?
The refraction.
You mean it? How do you point at refraction?
Well, right, dude. So this is why I jumped in earlier, right? When we're talking about different atmospheric reflects, they've got titles, and underneath those titles, they've got the things that make up the description of the title. Inferior and superior mirages, right? They have descriptions. Yeah. Let's point at the observation and see if it fits the description. Fuck me.
Okay. It's okay. Just calm down. We don't have to get all angry. It's fine. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm trying to understand it.
What a weird thing to say. How can you see refraction? Didn't you just claim to show us a picture with no refraction?
Right, the one with the single horizon. Yeah.
Show me an image of the sea and the sky that doesn't have a single horizon.
What? No, that's not what we're talking about.
Love it when he goes, what?
He claims
say
the black
A, B, and
swan
C
has
again.
3 horizons.
Yeah, that's because of refraction. No, it's appearing.
Alan, can you repost that in chat and say that quote so I can take a picture of it? Can you repost that and say all 3 are the horizon for me, please?
Yeah, so in the black swan with the A, B, and C, those all appear to be 3 different horizons.
Can you text it right next to the picture? Can you text it in the picture?
Yep, A, B, and C.
We can see your quote.
B horizons.
Repost it all in one. Repost it all in one. Like post the picture one more time, please and thank you.
Yeah, no, I get it. You're gonna be like, you're gonna go off your
Yeah.
little buddies in a little circle jerk
And
about.
how is it?
Yeah,
And how is it?
I'm gonna keep this. Yes.
Well, you're not making any sense, Stalin. How is it you go out some days and say, "Oh, I don't see B and C. It's an A day, no refraction."
So
when we always see the same thing.
I'm totally fine with you guys taking what I'm saying out of context, because once you apply the context, then the function reappears, and so you guys, the only thing that ends up
dysfunction
looking
is
like
what I'm pointing out. I'm just pointing out the dysfunction of your stream of consciousness nonsense of the last 3 hours.
So
a needle pulling thread.
Right, because again, me and Jedi were having a really good, positive, and good faith conversation. And we weren't arguing about whether or not there's 3 horizons. We were just trying to establish a mutual understanding on what it means to only see a certain distance on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, you happen to point out that there's only one horizon. I'm just reminding you that 15 minutes ago you said there's 3. You're the one who asked, well, how do you see refraction? I said, well, didn't you show us a picture with no refraction?
Right.
You should be the one to be able to point the refraction pictures out all day long.
So one of the things, and then this is what I was talking with Cthulhu about, is that globe deniers have a tendency to play with words, quote unquote. I'm sorry to make 20 mad, but 20 was talking to me about. 20 was angry about how I was accusing globe deniers of playing with words, because like right now you're trying to say that I think there's 3 horizons.
With you, Talon. I pity the fool.
That's not what I'm claiming. I'm not claiming that there's 3 horizons. I'm saying that there are 3 apparent horizons in the Black Swan picture. So when you actually add context to what I'm saying, it makes sense.
Define apparent horizon.
Define apparent horizon is just the appearance of a horizon where it looks like there is one,
apparent?
but in reality, the horizon is not actually
not
there.
I don't see it.
A mirage.
I don't see what you're talking about.
It's a mirage.
C so was like the horizon.
Right, so in the Black Swan picture, any horizon that appears behind the oil rig would be considered a mirage, because we know everything else about how the Earth is a globe and that things are have bottom-up obstruction, and that the atmosphere creates a refraction.
This is where you're just going to get challenged on that claim.
No, I'm sorry. Right? I didn't mean to crowbar that one in there. But again, with refraction and with
too bad.
Bottom up, and with the way the horizon exists, because we have other pictures of the horizon being only a single horizon, you can compare the amount of refraction in a picture where there are 3 horizons, compare it to like a picture with 1 horizon, and all of that would work on a globe Earth.
Given that your stupid modeling is actually correct, based on the Earth actually being a sphere, and the air gradient actually being curved, and light actually doing what you say it's doing, and all that, right? So can we get to the part where how you know the Earth is a sphere in order to have justified any of this garbage that just came out of your mouth?
Because when you get far enough away from the Earth itself, the whole Earth is curved.
I asked how you know.
Wow!
Right. I looked at the pictures and the live video of cameras, of regular cameras and pictures that are taken from.
Let's see the picture, Talon.
Miles and miles away from the Earth, you can see the whole. Like the horizon appears to be a curved ball.
Yeah, he had me muted.
Earth is.
Or is he just going to try to set a world record on this?
I got it. Hang on.
Speaking 4 hours in a row,
dude. We're talking. I'm Globe Jesus. I have all of that.
Sacrilege. Your globe, Reverend Sung Young Moon.
He's saying pretty basic stuff. Like it's like blowing your guys' mind. You're like, apparent horizon? What? He's like teaching you these basic concepts.
Like that, Reductio? I appreciate it.
It's a redundant statement because
So again, where's the horizon in my Globe Jesus? In my Globe Jesus picture, where's the horizon?
I've got something to say about that last comment, bro, that someone else made, right? It's a redundant statement to say apparent horizon because the definition of a horizon is the place where the sea appears to meet the sky. It's already apparent.
So let's
So
look
you're
at
only
look at
talking
Mansky.
about the
Hold on, no,
one.
shut up, Alan. Talking to your
nice.
cheerleader for a second. In
All right.
Reductio, did you not hear him say 3 apparent horizons? Reductio.
That's what he's talking about.
There is not 3 places
Tony,
in that
Mom.
image where the sea appears to meet the sky. There's only one instance
Hello,
of that
Reductio.
in the image.
Sorry,
So
someone's trying
Reductio, Old
to
Horse is trying to get your attention.
Oh, what's up?
Okay, when Talon was using the phrase apparent horizons, you know how many he said he saw?
3.
Okay. Have you ever seen 3 apparent horizons?
I mean, it looks like the miraging is giving 3 layers, so I think that's what he was referring to.
Giving
Reductio,
3
can I ask-
layers.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
Bullshit
question,
artist.
Reductio? Is there 3 instances of where the sky appears to meet the sea in that image?
This one's hard because you guys were giving the other example. There's the ship that looked like it was just straight up floating. But
Just answer the question.
He got roped
How
up
many
in Talon's
instances?
word trickery.
Where
How
is it
many
at?
instances of where the sea appears to meet the sky in that image?
I see the thick water, so that's C. That's 1, and it gets slightly
Geometric
full.
horizon.
It depends
okay, no,
how.
shut up. Define apparent horizon, Reductio.
You could, if you look to the far right, you could probably even see like
Reductio.
4 layers.
Reductio.
You're still not
Hey,
answering my
hot dog.
question, bro. You're still not answering my question. How
I
many
see 4.
instances are there of one? One?
I see 4 mirages or layers of
No,
mirages.
that's not answering my question, bro. Listen very carefully. I'm going to repeat it, right? Listen very carefully. How many instances are there in that image of where the sea appears to meet the sky?
3 or 4.
You're delusional. Like, seriously, I don't know why
Yeah,
we should even
define
bother
apparent
talking to
horizon
either
then.
of you.
Reductio, you were all hot to trot a moment ago. Define apparent horizon.
Well, I mean, it's where the
No, I don't think
land
you're mean. You're
appears
nice.
to meet the sky.
Okay, how many times do you see that?
In this image, I don't know. I have to squint. It's like 5.
So when you were talking about, I'll see some blue water, I'll see some thick water, I'll see some yellow sky.
It's
Well, hang on a second. Okay, let's work with this. Let's work with this, bro. Listen. Okay, so from the bottom of the image to C, right, where Talon would identify as C, right? That's the first section where the sea appears to meet the sky. So now there's sky above sea, right?
Right.
Right. Okay, so what's from C to B? If B is another place where the sea appears to meet the sky, then what is the section of C to B? Is it sea or sky?
If you're treating C as the apparent
What
horizon,
is it? Not what you're treating it as. What is it?
Well, on that conditional, then you would treat C to B as sky.
C to B is sky? Okay, so B is not where the sea appears to meet the sky, unless you're saying that from A to B is where the sea appears to meet the sky underneath it and above it.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're trying to say, well, if you're saying C is the horizon, then the weird like kind of gradient above it can't be C, but it's not really C nor sky. Then
Right, so you can't call that section that extends from C to B as being a horizon because you've identified that as sky.
Yeah, but
Huh.
what
So
I'm
it turns
saying
out
is,
we're informing you of what a horizon is.
no, I get the angle you're going for. I just think you're confused about it.
We're already there.
No, I'm not confused. I'm very, very, very clear about this. You are saying that from the base of the image. No, bro. You are saying that from B to C is C, and from the base of the image to C is C, and then from C to B is sky.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So how can B to A, right? The line where B is, how can that be the boundary between C and sky? Wouldn't it be a boundary between sky and sky?
Because you're treating it as such. If you're changing frames, then you have to treat it.
Why are you treating it as such? Why are you treating it as such?
I think he explained that there's thicker bands of water. So
there's water? I thought it was sky.
Like in the foreground, you can see how thick and deep and
So
blue
you're just
the
going to
water is.
flip-flop between what you want those bands to be.
Dude, we're looking at a mirage.
This is
like,
exceptional fucking confirmation bias.
You're making my case stronger.
It is utter coke.
No.
Here's why you're making the case stronger. Because you're basically saying, well, we don't fucking know what we're looking at, right? Like there's this gradient.
No,
to the
that's
light
you.
where it's neither sea nor sky. That's what a mirage is. It's all morphed and jumbled.
I know what I'm looking at, bro. I'm looking at a section of water that is in sections discolored, as will be common when you're looking out across the surface of the Earth, especially taking photography, right? And there's a clear distinction between sea and sky, and only one instance of it in that image. I am not the one coping. I am not the one making up bullshit about imaginary horizons between where the base of the image and the actual fucking horizon. You guys are, and it's pathetic.
That's what me and Jedi were talking about. We were getting into.
Pathetic.
But that's not the goal. But T-Dub, that's what me and Jedi were talking about. That's what you guys are demanding. You guys keep saying that we need this and we need that. We don't. The Glovers don't need that.
What's C to B? What's that section between C and B, Talon? Is it sky or water?
That's just normal. That's just a light refraction.
Is it sky or water?
It's the amount of refraction from the distance to the observer to that point
For
on the
B
surface of
to
the Earth.
qualify as a place where the sea appears to meet the sky, the section from C to B has to be water.
Right. Well, I mean that's because again, that saying appear to meet
So
the
that
sky.
makes C not a horizon.
What is C? No, C is clearly a horizontal line, and it's also
C
the clearest view of the ocean.
No, it's not a horizon. It's not a visible horizon. It's not a place where the sea appears to meet the
trying to
sky.
worm his way out of this.
No, bro, it's not. No, it's not. What you're saying now? What you're saying now? It is C is a place where the sea appears to meet the sea.
No.
That's
what
not a
I'm
horizon.
saying is that the black swan.
That's not a horizon, bro.
No, what I'm saying is that the black swan actually disproves your definition of the horizon. That the
Which
horizon
one?
doesn't
Sorry.
always meet the sky. Isn't always where the sky appears to meet the ocean, because there's 3 different fucking horizontal gradients in that picture.
Awesome.
So that actually makes it more difficult to claim that the horizon meets the sky when you've got fucking mirages on the horizon, clearly showing that that is not the case.
Are you just talking about one image though?
Well, it's because all the images. Yeah, well, that's the thing is all these images actually
sorry,
destroy your
Talon,
definition.
calm down. You're just talking about one image, aren't you?
I'm talking about just taking pictures of the horizon.
Okay, so even the one that I posted in the chat.
Okay, which one?
He's talking about the black swan.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about, dude.
Right.
But the black swan is an overarching argument with observations to the horizon. He might just be thinking about one and getting confused. So if we can show him many, then maybe he'll understand.
Right. All the pictures will match up. Are matching up, right? We got horizons. Sometimes there's mirages.
Sorry,
pictures
all
are not
the horizons are matching up. To
pictures
what?
are not always reliable. You've got ships flying.
Dude,
ships flying.
Calm down. Oh God, I can't get a word in with you, mate.
Yeah, we got to take turns.
Yeah. So I've provided one other black swan type image. This is taken at night.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said it matches up. What matches up?
With the refraction and the mirage and what we know about mirages.
Okay. So you see underneath the oil rigs where the lights are reflecting onto the water, what law is going to help us see that reflected light?
Which reflected? All right, because wait a minute.
The
What
lights, you see the oil rigs, and you see when it zooms in, there's reflections on the water underneath the oil rigs of the light. Now, the way that we see reflected light is a very simple law, the law of reflection. Angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So we can only directly see this off of the reflected surface. Are you saying that this reflected surface is a mirage?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's reflection because
It is. It's
angle.
clearly reflection of the lights on the water underneath the ore rigs of the lights on the ore rigs.
Are you talking? When you're talking about the couple little spotlights?
Yeah, the light reflections on the water underneath the ore rigs. Yeah, the reflections
You
of
can
the
almost
light.
see the angle that the lights are pointed.
Okay.
Okay. So for us to be able to see that, that must be a reflective surface, right?
Okay.
So that surface must physically be there for us to see it.
Well, we know that water is water reflects.
That water must be physically there for the angle of instance to reach us, right?
Well,
So
how
it
do you
has to
know?
be physically there. You're claiming it's all a mirage. That means it's not physically there. For us to see this, it must be a physical boundary for the light to reflect off of, so it's physically there. This isn't a mirage, dude.
Well, we're talking about the mirages on the horizon, not the water, not the lights.
Sorry, mirages on
reflecting
the
off the water
horizon.
on the oil
No,
rig.
dude. All of this observation, according to you, is an illusion from the distance of 3.46 miles, where the geometric horizon should be. That's in front of the oil rigs, right? Well before the oil rigs. Okay, the horizon's beyond the oil rigs, at least 10 miles away, when it should be at 3.46. You're saying everything from 3.46 onwards is a mirage. I've just pointed out to you that actually, no, that has to be a solid, actual physical boundary for us to receive the reflected light off of. So can't be a mirage.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't want to I don't want to accuse you of gish galloping, but we got to kind of. Can we try to break up what you're saying? Let's start with just the lights from the oil rigs.
Yeah, we can see them.
Okay, we can see the light on the oil rig.
Reflected light.
So we know that that's not a mirage.
And what none of it is.
Okay, and then, so we can
what
also
about
agree
the
that the
surface
water
underneath that I'm pointing out to, the reflected light underneath the oil rigs.
Okay, so what do you mean by the light below the oil rigs? The water?
Yeah, the reflection of the lights above on the oil rigs on the water below the oil rigs.
Okay.
Do you see the reflections?
No, I don't really see. No, I don't really see. I just see lights on the oil rigs, and then I see the water.
All right, dude. No worries.
So, what does that have to do with anything?
Oh, dude, if you're just going to claim blindness, there's no fucking point talking to you.
Okay, well now we're disagreeing what we're looking at, which is we can talk about.
Dude, you can clearly see reflected light on the water surface underneath the oil rig. I don't know what type of device you're on. Maybe you need to zoom in.
Again, you're talking about the little bit of light that's
I'm talking about
down onto the
clearly.
water.
It's like 5 times I've said it now. Yes,
okay.
I'm clearly talking about the reflected light on the water surface underneath the oil rigs. 5th fucking time. Do you want to write it down?
Well, okay, because again, that's a claim that you're making.
Sorry.
As long as we establish that that's what you're saying.
Somebody else can talk to you. What the hell?
Oh my gosh! I mean, I do want to talk. I'm not trying to play gotcha with you. I want to establish what we're looking at together.
Do you want to talk or do you want to have a conversation?
Have a conversation, but I'm trying to be
Because
clear
you're doing
with Jedi.
speed talking like a damn micro machines man.
Okay, so we established that there's light coming off the surface of the water directly under the oil rig.
A lot of time. You don't need to speak so quickly. We can save a lot of time if you just don't play dumb 75% of the time.
I'm not playing dumb. I'm trying to understand. I'm
not
saying I don't know.
This is less yapping.
Okay, but again, let's just assume that we can have water reflecting off the surface of the water.
Here we go. I says.
I'm talking to Jedi. Whenever you're ready, Jedi, I'll be able to respond to what you're saying, because you said more. I want to go to the next part of what you were saying. So you're saying that the light is reflecting off the water, and then it's reaching the observer because we can see the light. I can agree with that. That's totally fine with me. Because the only other thing that I would have to add to what Jedi was saying in terms of whether or not that water is reflecting is that perhaps it's a light that's actually very close to the surface of the water on the oil rig, and it looks like a reflection because that light is actually being refracted over the horizon to the observer. And so because of the way that the horizon is, right? I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk. And so what Jedi went on to say that things should be this or that, and that's where I want the topic to be. That's where I want to start continuing the conversation about what things should or shouldn't be in the picture. Does that make sense, Jedi?
Sorry, what?
So we're talking about, because again, like you were making a claim about the water, the light reflecting off of the water from the oil rig being reflection, and so the water behind the oil rig would be a mirage. So we can determine that the reflection of the light is reflection, but then the horizon and the actual horizon itself is a mirage, which would be from refraction, because mirages do not exist from reflections.
Okay, cool. So that's still a flat Earth then, because the horizon still needs to be in front of the oil rigs. If you're going to agree that up until the oil rigs, that's actually the Earth, really where it is, but beyond the oil rigs, where the horizon is, that's a refracted horizon, not actually its true position. Doesn't really matter. The horizon should be in front of the oil rigs. Everything from 3.46 miles onwards out to the horizon, you're claiming is a refracted, some kind of looming Earth.
Well, that's your claim. That's what you want to
claim. No, it's your claim should be a geometric horizon. You're just saying refraction. What model of refraction are you talking about, and what percentage value can I give it when I plug it into the equation?
Right. So like when you say geometric horizon, that implies geometry, and so you would be able to get the geometric horizon based on the geometry of standing on a globe and only being able to see as far as the distance of the curve that is on the surface in front of you. And so when something like an oil rig that's 100 feet high would pop up over that curve, and the one that's closer would appear bigger and higher up on the apparent horizon, and an oil rig not 3 miles past that would be more obstructed by the curve, because that's geometry. Because that's what it's
why do things look bigger close? Sorry,
because this is based on the
things look bigger? Why do things look bigger when they're closer to you, but smaller further away?
Depth perception. What's the word again?
Okay, so that's perspective. You just said that. Right, the reason why the closest oil rig looks bigger and the one further away looks lower down, that's just perspective. That's got nothing to do with Earth curvature.
Well, we're perceiving the geometric horizon, and we're perceiving the oil rig.
No, we're not. We're not perceiving the geometric horizon. That's the point.
Right.
What do you mean we are perceiving? No, the point is we are not perceiving.
Well, why not? We're looking out
because
over
it should be at 3.46 miles, but it's beyond 10. So not perceiving the geometric horizon. Because if we were perceiving the geometric horizon, it would be where the maths would tell it should be geometrically.
Why? Because
that's the geometric horizon.
Why? But the geometric horizon. But the geometric horizon again is a geometric distance from the observer to the edge of the curve. So the geometric horizon is
at 3.46 miles in the observation that I gave you. So I've said it more than 5 times now.
That's what you are claiming. You're claiming those miles.
No. That's what the math claims.
No, well,
that's what the globe Earth claims.
Right. Right. But the picture is not the math. The picture is a picture of the horizon
the math
and of the water and of the oil rig.
It's like, you're really stupid. The math makes the prediction about the observation.
No, you're
Do you
assuming
understand how this works?
Assuming that the picture is exactly everything is. Well, I mean, because again, that would get into whether or not you're calculating it correctly.
Oh, okay. So what, have we got a height of eye problem, or are we not really sure about the distance to the oil rigs now?
Right, because that's kind of where that's the sticking point for me.
Wow. We've been doing this for
You're saying it should. So something should be something.
I'm not going to do this anymore, mate.
So whether or not something should be something doesn't mean it is.
Hello.
I can hear you, but you're getting mad. Let's talk about whether or not something should. But we got to talk about whether or not something should
is an asshole.
Well, that's not nice. We're just trying to have a conversation about what should means. Because now I want to talk about why you keep saying it should be this.
Right. So the argument of the black swan within the modus tollens, if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance measurement will be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in feet.
Okay.
The globe Earth makes a prediction within the mathematics about the position of the geometric horizon in relations to objects beyond it, making the prediction of how much we should see of the object beyond the curvature of the Earth. It's like, I can't believe I'm having to explain this to you now. You should have understood this when we started talking. In actual fact, I think I've told you several times.
No, but it's whether or not I understand it. So I'm beginning to understand it, but you don't need to throw in those.
You're beginning to understand it.
But okay, so whether or not, so and all that is true, but the black swan picture, whether or not it shows that, doesn't disprove or prove. It actually does prove the globe.
I'll rephrase the argument again. I'll just do the Q statement. Every horizon distance measurement will be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So if the horizon isn't measured to be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Well, that's a claim, or the
no,
again, you're saying if. That's a big if, dude. That's a really big if.
So you don't have a direct measurement of the horizon.
So again,
what you have, my
do,
friends, what you have is a horizon out of geometric location that you can backwards engineer to fit the geometric location based on the word refraction that you keep banding around like it's going to do something more than 10% of the observation. You know, we can add percentage values, right?
Okay. Of what? Of what?
Refraction, the word you keep adding, right? The maths that you want us to jump into the equation so it makes you feel better, we'll give you it. 10% is the best that we can give you. That's going to change the distance from, in the observation of my black swan, from a distance of 3.46 miles to I think it's about 3.86. So that's not really going to shift the horizon too much now, is it? For you to change the distance to the horizon, at least 7 miles back from where it should be estimated, then you're going to have to apply some kind of thousands of percent of refraction, which you can't do.
Okay. So then you wouldn't use that to prove the globe, because it wouldn't do it.
Good shit. So
it would just appear. So that, but again, that's bad for
so
you.
you can't
You're saying
use,
it should,
just to be clear,
but it wouldn't.
you can't use the horizon if you're a glober to calculate the radius of the Earth.
Well, yeah, we can.
Well,
I mean,
how?
you can see. Well, again, because all that. I mean, because again, what we're
hold on.
like,
how
you're
the
moving
horizon
the goalpost by saying it
dude,
should be exactly this
hello?
mileage.
How do you use the distance to the horizon to get the radius of the Earth if the distance to the horizon keeps changing?
Oh well, again, like now you're asking me to find the exact distance of the horizon.
No, I'm working on the point that we almost agreed on. So you will agree this is a bad argument from a glober's point of view, who says that you can measure the distance to the horizon to calculate the radius of the Earth. It's a bad argument, right?
Well, I'm not sure that that's what we're saying. Well, all we're working on with the horizon is that we can see things go over a curve from bottom up.
No, we don't see things go over a curve because that curve would be the horizon at the mathematics stated. If you're going to say that it's going to go over the curve, then the maths, unfortunately for you, makes a prediction. We can add the refraction. I'll give you 4 miles to keep the numbers difference. It's still 6 miles further away than it should be.
Oh, see, that's where like that's your claim. That's what you're claiming. So like, but I keep saying that.
Should we go through, do you want me to go through the maths with you? Should we get up the Earth curve calculator? We get the refraction values and we'll add them in. Should we do that?
No, we're trying to find a mutual understanding about what we're looking at and talking.
We'll reach a mutual understanding when we go through the math.
Is that how you're framing this?
But going through the math is just a gish gallop. It's a stall. We want to find out why we're looking at why do we have to do the math? Why do we have to do the math? Why don't we just look at the curve?
Oh my God, you're imagining a curve.
No, but this is the
That's
point.
the
Like
whole thing.
you keep forcing me to. You keep forcing
How
into
do you
these.
know to listen, dude? How do you know to filter all your observations through this idea that the Earth is a ball? Substantiate the ball in the first place. That's what's been going on for the last 4 hours with you.
Right.
You're
Well, that's what I'm
avoiding
saying.
that.
No. What's been
So
happening
then
is
you
I
go to
keep asking
circular
you to
reasoning,
substantiate
and
why
then
we need
Jedi
it.
just pinpointed what it is you're doing, and you go, no, I don't think that's what we're doing, and then you started.
Don't tell me what you're doing. Tell me why you're doing this math.
Oh, we're comparing your math to the observations of the real world because this math, I'm going to give it to you, but this math makes a prediction. I've told you about the prediction.
No, you said your math. We're talking about. This is your math. You said that you're the one who said
okay.
math.
It's my math that I bought here that's in contention with regards to the globe Earth.
Okay.
This is the thing that we're pouring scrutiny on, right? It makes a prediction of the distance to the horizon. We never find the horizon at that distance. We've always got to backwards engineer because of refraction, according to you and other people. So I just want to be clear that from a globe point of view, the argument stating that you can calculate the radius by measuring the distance to the horizon is not a good argument because the horizon keeps changing distance.
So, because that sounds like a straw man, dude. It sounds like you're making up a position for Globers.
Seriously, it's not.
Can you show me a Glober that said
that? Dude, it's in
I would say it's a bad
name.
idea to estimate the size of the Earth by measuring.
Well, he's got it in his name.
I don't think we do. Like, blood pressure. Do we do that as Globers?
Special.
No, we don't.
This is the playing dumb
Okay, so
part.
Jedi again. Jedi,
So
you're the one who's
Rooney
inventing
for
it.
1, Harvard University for 2 with regards to sunset times. Physical geometry, according to them, give you the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, but they're
you
using the
names.
sun.
Dude, fuck me. You wanted names.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Jedi. Okay, but in that case, you're using the sun to determine the sun plus the horizon, and having the thing where you got to stand up really fast.
I'm not. Harvard University are.
Yeah, no, I know. No, I've read the experiment. So in Harvard, what Harvard does is that they go to the horizon where it's like the ocean, and they are standing up. No, they lay down on the ground, and they have a person watching the sunset. So the moment the sun hits the horizon, they stand up. And so what happens when they stand up? How come they can
changes the distance to the horizon? That's why the height of I that's multiplied by the square foot is multiplied by 1.225 because it changes the distance to the horizon. So when Harvard bring this up, they're using a geometric horizon.
Okay, wait a minute.
So that would be a stupid argument, right?
Jedi,
because we never see a geometric horizon, do we?
Jedi, when I said stand up, did I get closer to the horizon or further away from the horizon, or did I stay in the same exact position when I stand up?
On a globe Earth, why do you think 1.225 is multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Jedi, you just said that the change in distance to the horizon changes, but when you stand up, you don't change your distance.
Do you understand Earth curve math? And why it makes a prediction to the horizon, and why the height of the observer is included in the formula?
No, Jedi, we have to
talk about
the
distance to the horizon. For example, in the original Black Swan, that's 1 foot. The distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles away. In the one that I provided you, it's 8 foot. The distance to the horizon is 3.46 miles away. If I was to give you an observation in an aircraft 32,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is 219 miles. Do you understand that according to your math on a sphere, your height changes the distance to the horizon? Bloody hell.
Dude, when you stand up.
Do you not get your Earth curve math yet?
The height,
this guy might actually be slow.
Like, the height change, only your height changes when you stand up. Your distance to the horizon doesn't change.
Okay, so you disagree with Earth curve math then?
No, I don't.
Yeah, why do you think a ship has
the
a crow's
distance
nest?
to the horizon when you change your altitude?
Okay.
Yeah, his mouth, his brain is slow.
We got to kind of reset here because you keep saying your math, you're this, you're that. So we're talking about the horizon. We're talking about how Harvard uses the sun plus the horizon to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, in contrast to us coming to the conclusion that making claims that you can calculate a radius by measuring a distance to the horizon would be stupid, because it will always include a geometric horizon, something we don't observe because you keep saying refraction.
But that's what you're saying about us.
That's what
not
you
what
just
we are
said. I'm
saying.
clarifying your. Oh, give up.
No, see, that's no. You do not get to. So again, Jedi, like this is kind of a huge problem, because you keep changing what I'm saying and saying that my math and my this is what I'm saying, but that's what you're saying, Jedi.
Dude, the reason why the black
no one is saying
swan.
that.
Hello. The reason why the black swan. Sorry, the reason why we're talking about the black swan is because of the prediction it makes invoking the mathematics. I mean, forgive me if you're fucking slow, dude, but we've been here for 4 hours now.
Well, you keep saying it. You keep saying it is the math. What is it?
The prediction, the globe Earth math. Sorry if I keep giving it to you. I keep saying it's your math. Let's just, because so you don't get upset. From now on, we just call it the globe Earth math. Do you feel better now?
And why are we doing this again?
Because we're trying to see if the prediction fits the observed reality.
When you say we, I like that. That's just
me, you, everybody on the panel.
No. Just flat
All
earthers.
Right, you know what? Fuck off! I can't talk to you anymore. You're an idiot.
Don't be mad. Don't like break the point when we're
the
trying to
scary
actually
thing,
have a good
Jedi, is he
conversation.
thinks he's doing well.
I think everybody's.
It's terrifying that he said there was 3 horizons. It's terrifying.
No.
Yeah, people
Not just
don't
3.
even say that. It's crazy.
He said there's unlimited amount of horizons.
The amount of lies he spoke. We just ban him.
Yeah, it's total horseshit. You tried this the other day, right? I pointed out that in this black swan there's these arbitrary lines and then the horizon, and then he made the claim that it could be calculated what the actual horizon is based off of these arbitrary lines. I asked him to get me the math. He couldn't do it. Right? Like he's just been circling the drain on these issues, on the same issue for fucking days now. It's really started to be sad, man. Like I hope his brain is okay at this point. I really do.
Right, moving on. I don't know if we've missed any new people entering the chat since we've been talking at the time, but
Hey, Nobby, how you doing? You're new.
yeah, you haven't met Flathulu yet.
No.
Flathulu. Is it Flathulu or Flathulu?
It's like Cthulhu, but with flat, so Flat Thulu.
Flathulu. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. I regret ever bringing him here. I regret everything. It's like 3 hours wasted from nothing.
It's all
if
right,
it was at
dude.
least a good conversation, it'd be fine.
It's all right,
well,
man.
You wanted to talk to me, so let this be a lesson to you. I want to tell you something, right? You listen here. When my crypto pays off and I build this rocket ship, and I send you all to the outer space, so you can see the Earth is truly round. But at the moment, crypto's down at the moment, so the funding for my rocket ship is suffering a bit.
You sound drunk. What's up, Nobby? Why do you believe Earth is a ball?
Yes, RJ, we have like a no drunk policy, or no obviously impaired policy. And if I'm wrong on that, if I'm wrong, you can unmute him there. But my understanding is, we don't want to do that. At least I don't. I think most people don't either.
No, he's a neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah, I see no problem with that whatsoever.
So you've always got the option to. I told Talon's time was up. Like he says, he's still got 45 minutes. Jedi was obviously had enough of him, and it seemed like that was the sentiment of a couple of other people too. But options there to unmute if you want. Don't know if Mansky's up for a chat. I know we've spoken to him a lot before too, but never know. I mean, there's nothing else happening.
Shall we unmute the seed oil brain?
You guys can do what you want. I didn't mute him, so it's up to you if you want to talk to him. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
just
can't do it.
ramble on. I mean, it's harmless. It's like that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where Arthur Dent talked to Ford Prefect and said, "Well, tell me all about Earth." And he said, "Harmless." He was like, "What? That's all you got? 2 words? Or just 1 word?" And he's like, "Well, what's the updated version? Mostly harmless." Yeah, we're not like the globalists, like where Brenda comes in here and says flat earthers are hate speech. And you're like, really, Brenda? Like why? Why are flat earthers, why is that hate speech? And then she says because flat earthers are anti-LGBTQ. And we're like, where's that coming from?
Wait, what?
She can't say. She got no explanations, no demonstrations, no showcases, just decided just to hallucinate out of nowhere that flat earthers are anti-LGBTQ. So I'm like, do you know right now that NASA's scrubbing their websites of all LGBTQ representation? And she's like, yeah. And that doesn't make them LGBTQ, anti-LGBTQ? She's like, no. And I'm like, holy shit. So that's Talon for you. Like, Talon is harmless and mostly harmless. So yeah, just like throw him on mute and he'll talk until he gets distracted by, I don't know, like whatever video game he's playing, and that'll be that.
I appreciate your
I still got about $200 on soybean oil, but $100 on corn on canola oil. So we'll soon find
I
out.
think he's got a globe tattoo.
If I could just wrap up, I would appreciate if I could just wrap up a little bit, because I do want to return to this discussion with Jedi at some point.
No, dude, you're ramp down.
I took up a lot of time.
Yeah, ramp down. Like
so I think I'm more aware.
Deactivate.
So like I don't think that we have all the solutions to every single conflict that we're disagreeing on. But
yes,
I'm
the solution's
more
easy.
aware.
No,
and that's why I like talking to. That's why I like talking to you guys. And
the solution's easy.
I'm just going to disregard Craig because he's really bad faith and is just insulting people. And I think that's rude.
What are you talking about?
I mean, he's like talking about LGBT and shit. Like I don't know what the fuck that has to do with the flat
No,
Earth.
Brenda.
What I do want to talk about is when
Brenda talks about LGBTQ, whatever, QTEA plus. So yeah, the main problem you have here, the solution is easy. Just go live your life. Be okay. The problem is solved as soon as you can accept that people disagree with you. That's it. That's all it would take. It would just take you to go to +1 that you are okay that somebody disagrees with you.
Yeah, and Talon, if you're claiming that you see the horizon thrice, you may be unique.
Did he leave?
No, he got muted again.
Oh, okay.
Was that what he was saying, though?
Yeah, I guess at this point, fuck him. If he just wants to do a monologue and then fuck off, like he won the internet for
the day. He claimed in the Black Swan there's 3 apparent horizons.
I thought it was unlimited. He said there's unlimited.
Well, yeah, he started with 3 and then he ramped up from there. Yeah, maybe you'll be able to maybe have a fresh start with him. He has 45 minutes, he claims.
But
he's talking. He's been here for hours. But he's the snake eating its tail at this point.
Yeah.
You're unmuted again, Talon. Try to keep it together.
No, I appreciate all your opinions. I just wanted to
enough with the. It's not. You're not writing the preface to a book.
No. Again, we don't I would love to talk about it. We could talk about that stuff, but what I really want to focus on is where me and Jedi were sticking. We're having a sticking point with the Black Swan in regards to whenever he said that it predicts this or the math should be this, right? I just want to have a good discussion at some point, like like in the future.
Yeah. What
time we have
difference?
time.
Like, what difference does it make, Talon, if you have a discussion about it or not? It doesn't change the facts that the things that were viewed in that observation were what they are. What is your beef with it? What
I've learned a
problems
lot.
are you having with it?
Because I'm trying to learn as much information about the Black Swan as I can get, and so when I get a chance to talk to you guys and actually have a discussion about when Jedi says it predicts this or the math should be this, like, because that's what I kept hearing over and over, is that he would say it's like, he would throw a lot of numbers at me, but then he would use vague pronouns like it or this, and I would be like, well, and I would try to find out what he's talking about, and so that's what I want to know. And have like a more clear understanding, because I think that would be good for everybody if we understand. Instead of Jedi saying it predicts this or this should be something, like rather than
stated that
stating whether.
Talon.
But that's the thing. But it has to be. We have to do it in a mutual. It has to be understood in a mutual way where we can all have.
Okay, so let's see how much you understood of it. You want to learn about the Black Swan. So what's the observation height?
Well, let me hold on before you get into the old hots. I just wanted to mention that, do you know the Black Swan, as it's being spoken of, is a method of doing a long distance observation? You know that, right?
A method? Yeah. What do you mean by that? No, I don't understand.
So, a lot of you guys that we have this conversation with are confused. You think that this is a one-off. This was done, and it was the Black Swan, the only one thing that debunked the globe, and that one single thing is just it's standalone. There's no other thing. This is it's a method. One second, Talon. It's a method in how people do a long distance observation. According to the Earth being a globe, the radius value should be something accompanied by this long distance observation that, along with a Earth curve calculator, should give you the understanding of the supposed predicted geometric horizon at what distance it should be away from the observer, as standing at a 6-foot height, or whatever, however tall you are. But the problem that we're having here is that you guys believe that this was a one-off, that you want to focus on a specific Black Swan. And this is not like, I just want to clear the air here. This is not just a one-off. It's not something that we need to hyper focus on. This is a method by which you can do a long distance observation over water anywhere. So the fact that you guys want to go back to California Beach and talk about this thing, it's kind of cringe, because it's not the one thing that we're hyper focused on. It's the method by which we determine that the Earth is not a globe based on its geometry or the.
Okay. So we agree. So we do agree that this is the method that you're using to disprove the globe, not something that the globers are claiming.
No, the globers are claiming the geometry of the Earth. So the consequent of it being a spheroid would be that it has to adhere to the predicted amount of curvature there should be at a distance away from the observer. There has to be that, according to the Earth being the size that they claim that it is. And,
well,
and
you
understand
that. You understand that. Do you understand the truth in that? Like, if the Earth was a globe, then you would get all these numbers, and that's how you achieve that.
Well, according to the size of the Earth, predicted distance away from the observer, the Earth's curvature would be blocking your view from seeing the bottom of ships, and so on. Like, there's a lot of things that are tied. That's fine. Like, you can think whatever you want. We'll get into that. But I'm saying the thing that we're trying to point out here is that because of the math, then we have something to put a standard to, like what we can scrutinize. So if you say, okay, so the Earth is a certain size, I'm like, that's good. The Earth's a certain size, the radius, diameter, circumference. You can put that into the math Earth curve calculator, and then we're going to find out from the observer to a specific distance away if that's true. That's what I like. If we're going to talk about a Black Swan, it's not just the specific one that was done at the California beach. You do know that, right? And talking about bendy cranes and all this other business, like that, you're missing the point entirely.
What is the
it's
point?
It's not about.
The point is that the Earth isn't a globe, right? Is that what the point is?
Yes. And okay, so the thing that people are saying, we see too far, that's just like a phrase that people are using, but it's actually farther than the Earth curve's predicted Earth curvature obstructing the viewer. So we see farther than that. That's the way that it should go. Not that we see too far, that we see farther than the geometry would have allowed us if the Earth was a ball. Because of that, then we do see farther than the expected predicted Earth curvature.
But how do you
This is a
expect
problem.
Glovers to understand that? Like, but that's the thing is like, but you don't like think that sounds kind of confusing?
No. It's confusing when it first comes out. Like, okay. And the reason why I'm trying to bring clarity to this is because how it's presented. Okay, the presentation of it, like a lot of people receive it and they think it's just this one thing we're talking about. The California beach with the oil rigs and that thing is the first thing that comes up. It's like super hyper specific, that one thing. And so a lot of you guys latch onto that and then you try to scrutinize that one thing and every little detail about it. But you forget that we're not just talking about that. We're talking about every long distance observation anywhere on Earth. So if you're at a beach anywhere, you can do a long distance observation that will follow that you can see farther than the predicted distance of the Earth's curvature. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, how? Okay,
so there's
well,
no
wait
confusion.
a minute. How? Like, do you have? Because again, that's like, where are you getting this? That's something that you're claiming, right? I just want to make sure that you're claiming that you can go and get different.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the method, right?
Okay.
You can take the method and you can go anywhere and test this. So I mean, although the Black Swan has those images with the oil rigs and stuff, and you guys can get into that, talking about Platform Hill House and habitat, that is not. It's not like it's not a one-off. It's not just something you can talk
What do you mean
about
it's
that
not?
one
See,
thing.
there's the it again. It's not a one-off.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So that means that when you talk about it, it's like when someone says Black Swan, they could be talking about an observation they've done where they live, not California Beach. Do you get it?
Okay.
So it's
the measurement.
a method. Yeah, it's a method.
He knows this.
Okay.
He
Now I'm
knows this. I
actually
told him
starting to
earlier.
get it. I'm actually starting to. It's starting to break through.
He
So
sounds like he's breaking through. I don't, maybe it's just.
I mean, to you, but I told him
we're
this
chipping
earlier.
away. We're chipping
just
away.
be careful with the context. Be careful with the context. But I'm starting to understand what you're saying. So you're saying that the end, like, because again, all we're talking about is the method and what it means and yeah. So that's all. We're only taking a baby step. We're like, I know that's why this goes on for so long because we're trying to do baby steps here. So flat earthers are claiming that you can take the measurement that there is the method of measuring something further than
the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be present that would obstruct an observer from seeing something in the distance, like a ship. At a specific
so now I'm stuck again. I'm stuck again. Wait a minute.
Why?
I said at first that there's a method for measurement, but why? Okay. So yeah, but I get stuck when you say the predicted measurement should. Why is that so important to you?
Because when you're measuring at a certain distance, if there's a drop over that distance at a specific distance away from an observer, I could predict that if I say go to, I don't know, the beach on Italy or whatever, it doesn't matter where, right?
Well, because you need water, because you need a level view of the surface of the Earth with forests and buildings and stuff. You can't do that.
I know that.
Okay,
so
that's
if
good.
I was to say if I was to say to go, because I'm not going to talk about California Beach because I feel like that's just, you can't go past that. So if I say go to any other beach, right? Go to the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, whatever. Stand on a beach there, and then look at something in the far distance, like a buoy or a peninsula that's kind of sticking out in front of you. It doesn't matter what it is. At a specific distance away, you can know where you're standing and where that thing is in the far distance, and you can say, okay, I know from me to that thing over there is a specific distance away from me, right? Like a measured distance.
Right.
And once you have,
we got the surface of the Earth. There's like everything in the distance. If you can see it, it's a certain distance away. That's all good. I'm good with that.
Once you have that information, the target is not that thing that you're measuring a specific known distance to. You want to figure out how far away the horizon is beyond that to see if a specific line of sight can actually exceed the distance where the predicted amount of Earth curvature should be. Like, in other words, if you're talking about a ball, a distance away from you, the geometry of the Earth should predict that the curve should be at a specific distance away from you to block the ships that you can't see from the bottom up from.
Yes. Yep.
You can do that. You can say, I know that.
Right, but you don't even need numbers. You can just see the boat go over, slowly disappear over a curve.
That's great.
You don't need any numbers for that.
Listen.
All
to
I
this.
need is the visual.
Talent. You're getting ahead of yourself. Getting ahead of yourself.
Okay.
If it's not at the specific distance that it's away from the observer, it's not going to equal that it's doing it at the size that the Earth would claim that geometry would obstruct. So
why do we need that? Well, why does it have to be? Why do we have to have that?
Because they're
Because you
telling
told
us
us
that
the boats were going over the curve.
No, yeah, but we're not giving you any numbers. All we're talking about is the actual visualization of something getting obstructed from the bottom up.
We'll talk about that,
Slowly.
but I'm saying that you're asking the reason why, because it should be bottom up obstruction at a specific target distance away from you on the beach.
Okay,
So
perfect. Let's stick to that point. So why wait a minute. So whether or not
because we want to
should-
figure out if it's the visualization of it or the actualization of it.
Okay, so because again, this is where the Globers are no longer with UAV in terms of whether or not something should be something. That is a claim that only flat earthers are making. Are we clear on that?
No.
So okay,
it's not.
Why not?
It's not a claim that. Listen,
what is going on with this guy?
It's not a claim that flat earthers are making. You guys, the Globers, you believe it's a globe, right? With all your heart and soul, you think it is one, right? So if it is an actual globe, then the ball that you're standing on, a distance away from you as an observer, that ship that gets obstructed would be obstructed by the curvature, no doubt, at a target distance away, and that should be predicted by the geometry of the Earth. Not because you think, not because you think that, oh, I see a ship disappearing from the bottom up. And if I was to ask you, well, what distance away is it? Well, I don't know, just disappeared from the bottom up.
Okay, but you're asking that. You just asked that question. You did.
It's a question. It's a question about geometry.
Why are you asking that question?
Dude, if the Earth is not a geometric shape like you believe it to be, then it's not one. It's not one. It's not a geometric shape. You can say, okay, it's not the globe.
But that's what you're. But then why do you keep thinking that the Globers are saying that? The Globers are saying it's not aren't saying that,
dude.
It's not a globe. You are.
It's a claim I'm not to saying geometry. That. Okay, so you don't think the Earth's a certain size? You don't think it's a specific size?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
it is a
that
size.
size.
I have a
question. That size. Listen, dude. That size that you think. Shut up, dude. That size that you think it is, not you, the other guy.
Hold on.
That
Patience.
size that you think it is, the size that you think it is. If it doesn't, if your observation doesn't conform to that, then it's not that size.
All right, but it does always conform. But it does.
No,
but it
this
does.
is what I'm trying to. Dude, listen. You know why everybody's sitting in here and they're flat earthers? Because it doesn't. That's why.
Well, but it does.
Hold on, time out. I got to address this. I got to address this for a second. He's saying it always does conform, but he began this by saying, why does it matter at what distance the boat disappears? The boat disappears, right? It caught you. It caught you with your hand in a cookie jar. You're not as slick as you think you are, Talon.
But my hand is slowly. Wait a minute. Hold on, because again, we're jumping around. Wait a minute. Let me just. I don't want to lose
around
it.
for joy because I caught you in the act. I caught you red-handed.
I don't want to get gaslit.
So
I'm
what's
trying to
the
stick
point,
to what
though?
AV is saying.
Like, what's the point?
Like,
I have friends who are flat earthers, and they've brought me into the topic of flat Earth and everything. And I asked them, okay, so whether you wake up tomorrow and the Earth is flat or it's round.
I don't need a tangent.
But
I'm sorry.
Hang on, Dark. Thank you. I'm sorry, Dark. Like I'm the main Glober right now.
Greta Thunberg anymore.
I'm only going to be here for a little bit longer.
Your overlord. So, dude, do you see how you were talking out of both sides of your mouth, Talon?
No, I'm talking to AV.
Okay, you said it always does conform.
Right.
And you also said when asked if these boats are going over the curve at a specific distance, you go, it doesn't matter. Well, you said it always conforms.
It depends on because again, that's where we have to get into context. But right now, we're trying to establish who is actually claiming what. And when
your
AV
hands
says,
in the cookie jar,
if something is not a curve, then it's not a curve.
You're claiming it as well. When you say boats go over curve, you are claiming a geometric horizon, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the claim of every Glober, that the reason why ships disappear from the bottom up is due to the fact that the Earth's curve is obstructing that viewer. So
I just want to, so let's have an understanding here. So when Globers say that they see visibly the boats going over the horizon, that's real, right? Where we can all agree that we see that.
No.
Wait, so you don't see? Wait a minute, just plain. Listen. You gotta keep
I'm
it
going to
simple.
tell you. You need to stop. I'm going to tell you. It's not going over something. There's something happening, but you're assuming it's going over. You're using the words, it's going over something. Let's agree on that. No, How do you know it's going over something? You don't know that yet. It's not been
Well,
established.
because the physical horizon begins to block the view
It's
of
not.
the boat.
No, wait a minute.
The boat
Time out,
doesn't
bro.
change in size.
Yeah,
It's only
yeah.
going
You're
at a certain speed.
you're trying to shoehorn your idea in here, and it's not working. You can't assume something. You have to establish it first.
All right, perfect.
So
Yeah. So let's assume that it might be
Motor
an
mouth.
elevator.
Hey,
and
motor
that the
mouth.
boat.
Motor mouth. This is a homework. Remember how he was talking about saying a peninsula off in the distance?
Well, wait, no. I mean, me and Avi are finally getting somewhere. Can we not?
Okay, but just let me. I'll let you guys get back to it.
We have not agreed that going over the.
Have you ever had an opportunity? Have you ever had the opportunity to be at the beach and see a distant landmass?
Yeah, I mean, I've literally sailed across Lake Huron twice.
Okay, but you're not. It's not my question. Have you watched someone else sail? Have you watched someone else sail away while looking at a distant landmass?
Hold on, wait a minute. Looking.
You have to put this in the GPT.
Brain teaser.
Have you ever seen a peninsula? Have you ever seen a peninsula in the distance and watched a boat sail from shore?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes, I think. I don't really understand the question.
Can you at least? Okay, then just imagine it.
Okay. I'm
You
imagining a
watch the
peninsula.
boat. You watch the boat sail away, and it eventually disappears. Correct?
Where? What do you mean? What is it disappearing behind?
It doesn't matter. You eventually no longer see the boat. I don't care if it starts blinking purple, yellow, and green and turns into a beam of light.
So I guess
you eventually no longer see the boat. Correct?
Well, that depends on what you're talking about. Is it going around Is it going around the peninsula?
It's sailing away from shore towards the peninsula.
Okay, and it goes towards the peninsula, and then it turns right.
You can't answer this.
Let's talk about the hypothetical.
It's funny you're fighting against this because all this is a homework project for you next time you're at the beach.
No, I'm not fighting. I'm asking you to
Okay,
clarify.
so you can imagine that.
So we're in a hypothetical.
Eventually, the boat would disappear from your vision. Correct?
And in what way? How is it disappearing? Is it vanishing?
Any which
Does
way.
it become invisible, like in Back to the Future, like Marty?
That's fine. That would be the beam of light. Yeah, DeLoreans aren't boats.
No, I'm talking about like him when like the time when he almost like.
Okay, dude, you know where I'm going with this. This is why you're trying to trying to impress your tap dance for your little audience. My point is, you'll still be able to see a distant landmass, and this boat has disappeared. So it hasn't gone over anything.
So in terms of a sailboat just sailing straight away from me, and then eventually it gets to the horizon, and then it starts to disappear from the bottom up without getting smaller.
No,
that's the only thing.
Is the horizon.
The only change in my view is
Wait, hold on. It doesn't happen like that always. Okay, let me get back on this old house. So it doesn't happen like that always, dude. You can't say that happens always unless you're able to do multiple observations and then record them and then see that happen every single time. Have you done that?
Yes, I can take you can literally go and watch.
No, wait. No, that's a claim. You said yes.
I said
Where's
yes.
the evidence of that yes? Where's the evidence of the yes?
The evidence of being able to watch boats go over the horizon?
Yeah, okay, well, number one, you're insinuating that they're always going over something. Number two, you're saying they're always doing it. So I need to see some evidence that hold on, dude. Just need to see evidence of what you're saying to be true. If you can prove that to me, go ahead and show it in the text channel for everybody, please. You have to.
How am I supposed to? Like, what do you mean? That's okay. Now we're getting off into like.
Didn't you get some video evidence of this? I mean, this occurrence.
Wait a minute.
Because there's videos online about people saying that this is occurring and things are going over the horizon. So what have you done?
So in terms of bottom-up obstruction,
yes,
for boats that are sailing in an opposite direction from the position of the viewer, we're very consistent about what happens when a boat does that. What happens when a boat in a clear day, every single time we're on an ocean and you can watch it sail towards the horizon. What happens when it gets to the horizon?
I don't know. Sometimes it vanishes. Sometimes you see a phenomena occurring, optical phenomena. It just depends. It depends on the day.
When Okay, right, and like atmosphere, but I'm talking about I said clear day, like when every single time it's perfectly clear.
Dude, just
there's
because
no
it's
other
clear,
obstruction.
Hold on a second.
You're
Just
telling me
because
the limit that you're able to see a boat offshore is 3.2 miles?
Yeah, hold on, brother. I'm on something. So even if you say, and it's a specific distance away, you're saying this happens always, I'm gonna challenge you. You're gonna have to provide evidence that it happens always. Now, if you can't do that, you're gonna have to retract your statement. So go ahead and provide evidence that it happens always, please, or retract your statement. One of those two.
Okay, that's like okay. Again,
Sir, I'm going to demand the evidence. I'm going to demand the evidence. I'm going to demand the evidence.
You're making a demand. That's total. I'm
yes,
totally.
Where's the evidence, please?
Okay.
Or retract your statement that it happens always.
Oh my god.
You got a choice, and I'm
we
being
gotta
fair.
talk about that question, AV.